Chapter 161. Injury for Life. Li Sijing was deeply impressed by the palm-sized colorful jellyfish. It was this jellyfish that made her see for the first time the power of the seemingly weak jellyfish. Do you remember the girl who was eaten into a skeleton by a jellyfish when Li Sijing first came to the jellyfish space? Li Sijing saw it clearly. It was this colorful jellyfish that touched the girl with its tentacles, which led to the tragedy that followed. At that time, she ranked the danger of this colorful jellyfish as the highest level in her mind. It can make people lose their ability to move within 3 seconds. Even if she was wearing a basalt scale, she still had to avoid it. After that, Li Sijing killed jellyfish all the way and encountered this colorful jellyfish. But the probability was not very high. She also always remembered the vigilance in her heart and stayed away from this jellyfish at all times. So she was at peace all the way. Later, when she met these people who coveted the advanced resource box, she kept thinking about countermeasures in her mind. If there was only one person, she would still have the confidence to leave. If there were 2 people, she would actually have the confidence to not get hurt, or even kill the other person. But this would take time. But after getting the advanced resource box, what she needed most was time. If time dragged on for too long, when other people arrived, she would not be able to leave at all. So, when Li Sijing met this colorful jellyfish again while being chased, an idea suddenly came to her mind. Use the poison of this colorful jellyfish to kill the other party. If the other party does not know how powerful this jellyfish is, then she will have a high chance of success if she catches them off guard. If the other party knows how powerful this jellyfish is, it doesn't matter. If the other party is afraid of the consequences, she can take the opportunity to escape. This strategy is very good. The only thing to note is that the colorful jellyfish is a double-edged sword that hurts others and herself. In a battle, things change rapidly, and you can hurt yourself if you are not careful. This is why Li Sijing hesitated before. However, she has also thought about the countermeasures. Don't forget that she still has the snake gallbladder in her hand to detoxify. Before the counterattack, she took out the mustard space and stuffed it into her mouth. It was the only snake gallbladder she got in the last world. The snake gallbladder was held in Li Sijing's mouth. If she was accidentally injured later, she would swallow the snake gallbladder immediately, which would have some effect. As for whether the snake gallbladder could not detoxify, Li Sijing naturally thought about this problem. It doesn't matter if it can't be completely detoxified, as long as there is some relief effect, and the toxicity does not take effect immediately. She still has a life-saving golden wound medicine in her hand. If she eats one at that time, she will be fine. Having calculated all kinds of situations, this is also the confidence of Li Sijing to launch this plan. At least it can ensure her own safety. While fighting with Fang Tiancheng and Deng Yangshu, Li Sijing was looking for the right opportunity. After resisting Deng Yangshu's attack on her back, Li Sijing kicked him in the stomach, and her hands kept moving to block Fang Tiancheng's attack. Seeing a tentacle of the colorful jellyfish stretching out, Li Sijing's eyes lit up. She immediately avoided it carefully, and took advantage of the situation to use the Tang sword to carry this tentacle to go to Fang Tiancheng on the opposite side. Unfortunately, Li Sijing overestimated the length of the tentacle of this jellyfish, and it only reached the tip of Fang Tiancheng's nose, and it couldn't move forward anymore, and was finally retracted. Li Sijing was a little disappointed that the attack failed, and could only continue to deal with the attacks of the two. After a few moves, Li Sijing looked for opportunities many times, but was lucky enough to be avoided by Fang Tiancheng. This made Li Sijing a little anxious, wondering if he should change his target and aim at Deng Yangshu next to him. As a result, before Li Sijing changed his strategy, a suitable opportunity appeared again. Seeing the tentacles of the colorful jellyfish floating next to his arm, Li Sijing reacted very quickly and rushed directly to Fang Tiancheng. The arm wearing the basalt scales, with the tentacles of the colorful jellyfish, hit Fang Tiancheng's shoulder. Fang Tiancheng on the opposite side was a little confused because of Li Sijing's several unreasonable attacks. Seeing that the other party abandoned the knife and attacked with his shoulder, and with the tenacious colorful jellyfish in front of him, his heart jumped immediately. Fang Tiancheng reacted very quickly. After realizing that something was wrong, he directly chopped Li Sijing's arm with a knife. Li Sijing, who was wearing the basalt scales, was not injured, but the colorful jellyfish next to her arm was directly split in half. The colorful jellyfish was killed, and she couldn't find the second one for a while. Wouldn't her plan be aborted? Li Sijing was really unwilling to fail at the last minute. Looking at Fang Tiancheng, who was close at hand, A trace of cruelty suddenly flashed in her eyes. She had basalt scales on her arms, which could block the toxins of the colorful jellyfish. But there were too many uncontrollable factors when using her arms alone. And Fong Tianqing obviously noticed something and couldn't delay any longer. It would be more accurate to use his hands. Li Xijing stretched out her hand, grabbed half of the jellyfish corpse like lightning, and stretched it towards Fong Tianqing's neck in front of her. At the same time, she quickly swallowed the snake gall in her mouth, hoping that the gall would be more powerful. From grabbing the jellyfish corpse to reaching out to Fong Tianqing, the time between them was only 1 or 2 seconds. However, in such a short time, Li Xijing could feel that her body's reaction was becoming sluggish. There was even a moment when Li Xijing felt that she had no way to control her body. It was really a terrifying feeling. Fortunately, after she swallowed the snake gall, this feeling was gradually dispelled. Although there was still some residue in her body, it did not affect her normal movements. Sure enough, snake gall detoxification is useful. So the battle in front of her should be over. Only one injured Ding Yanshu was left, which was still easy to deal with. However, when she looked across, she was shocked to find that the original Fong Tianqing in front of her had been replaced by Ding Yanshu at some point. It turned out that Fong Tianqing saw Li Xijing's strange movements just now. Although he didn't know why, he could feel the danger. So at the critical moment, he grabbed Ding Yanshu beside him and blocked him in front of him. The jellyfish corpse that was supposed to be on Fong Tianqing's neck also appeared directly on Ding Yanshu's body. Looking at Ding Yanshu, whose whole body was stiff and only his eyes could move in fear, Li Xijing couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This Fong Tianqing was too cunning and too smart. She risked her own injury to get the opportunity, but he still managed to dodge it, although she was unwilling. At this moment, Li Xijing also made a direct decision and reaction. The Tang sword was raised and swung without hesitation, slashing across Ding Yanshu's defenseless neck. Blood flowed out of the wound and spread in the sea water, dyeing the sea water in front of her red. At this time, Li Xijing decisively turned around and swam away from this place of trouble. Originally, if she could use the colorful jellyfish to get rid of Fong Tianqing, she was going to kill Ding Yanshu next. However, now the situation has changed. Ding Yanshu was killed by the jellyfish, and Fong Tianqing was unharmed. Facing the injured Ding Yanshu, Li Xijing was sure to end the battle in a short time. But facing Fong Tianqing, who was not injured, the time could only be extended indefinitely. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Li Xijing directly gave up the idea of killing Fong Tianqing. This time, it was destined that she could not kill him, and she could only wait for a chance later to take revenge. Chapter 162. Finally on the shore. Deep in the seabed of the jellyfish underwater space, the originally evenly matched battle has undergone earth-shaking changes because of a colorful little jellyfish. Ding Yanshu, who was first paralyzed by the jellyfish and then killed by Li Xijing with a knife, gradually sank because of Fong Tianqing's loosening. Although there was still one person who had not been solved. Li Xijing, who was unwilling, turned around and left at the first time. As for Fong Tianqing, he felt that Ding Yanshu, who was caught in his hand, was gradually losing his life, and suddenly let go of his hand with some fear. As Ding Yanshu sank in the sea water, his body was instantly covered by a swarm of jellyfish, and a terrifying scene appeared again. However, this time, there were no spectators. Li Xijing was busy moving away from here. And as for Fong Tianqing, he was struggling with Li Xijing's back. Should I catch up? Looking at the high-level resource box floating above Li Xijing's head, Fong Tianqing's greed was not concealed at all. However, even so, he did not take a step forward, because he was really frightened by what happened just now. If he had not been cautious all the time, and had not subconsciously grabbed a scapegoat when he felt uneasy, then it would be Fong Tianqing who died just now. Since he came to this world, he has always been like a fish in water. This is the first time that he is so close to death. Originally, 2 people surrounded 1 person, which was a good scene. Now it has become like this. How dare he continue to chase? Who knows if that Li Xijing has any backup plan? Not to mention that the silver-white dress on her body is simply a cheat in the battle. If 2 people can't take it down, he naturally has no confidence to catch up alone. So after thinking it over again and again, Fong Tianqing gave up the advanced resource box that he almost touched, watching Li Xijing getting farther and farther away from him. Li Xijing in front of him didn't know about Fong Tianqing's struggles. She didn't even look back, but just kept swimming deeper. She just had to wait and avoid all attacks for a minute. And she could safely return to the shore with the advanced resource box, carefully avoiding the tentacles of the jellyfish. Li Sijing frowned, because she found that as time passed, the jellyfish toxins remaining in her body did not dissipate. On the contrary, she felt that the toxins were gradually expanding, seriously damaging her current strength. If her usual combat power is 100 points, she frequently goes into the water to fight, and her combat power is maintained at around 90. After being poisoned by jellyfish toxins, she immediately swallowed snake gall to detoxify, and her combat power was maintained at around 80. Now, as time goes by, her combat power is gradually decreasing. 76, 74, 72. The poison spreads in her body, causing her hands and feet to react more and more slowly, and her strength can't even maintain 1/3 of the usual. Sure enough, the snake gall can't completely detoxify. Is it still necessary to use the golden wound medicine? This time it's a big loss. Although there are only a few seconds left before the 1-minute undisturbed time, Li Sijing is ready to take the golden wound medicine immediately. For poisoning, the sooner the treatment, the better. Otherwise, if it is delayed for a long time, leaving sequelae, it will be really regretful. There are only 3 life-saving golden wound medicines left. Li Sijing took out one with some distress and quickly put it in her mouth. While eating the golden wound medicine, Li Sijing cursed in her heart. She remembered Fang Tianqing, the big devil, who had chased her for so long this time. He also made her lose a snake gallbladder for detoxification and a golden wound medicine for saving her life. When she finds a chance, she must take revenge. When Li Sijing swallowed the golden wound medicine, there were only 10 seconds left before the return card was activated. At this last moment, in the relatively calm deep sea, a big wave suddenly came from a distance, and there was a trend of gradual expansion. The sudden change made Li Sijing like a frightened bird, and she was alert in her heart and quickly looked at the abnormality. In the distance, behind Fang Tianqing, a large group of people swam over, even pushing the jellyfish aside. And behind these people, more and more people continued to emerge, and there was a trend of gradually increasing. When these people saw Li Sijing, oh no! When they saw the yellow, dazzling advanced resource box above Li Sijing's head, they burst into infinite passion and swam a little faster. They rushed towards Li Sijing, shouting excitedly, and many people gathered together, making noisy noises in the seawater. Li Sijing could still hear many excited voices from a long distance. Ha ha ha! Advanced resource box. I finally saw it. Ah! This advanced resource box. I want it. Swim faster. Don't let her run away. Hurry up. Hurry up. You must take this advanced resource box. The enthusiasm of this group of people scared Fang Tianqing, who was standing in the middle. He obviously knew the situation very well. He knew that the crowd was irresistible. So he immediately gave way and hid far away. Anyway, he could only look at the advanced resource box. Li Sijing was not surprised that these people could catch up. Although she had been going deeper and deeper, she had wasted a lot of time in the middle. Fortunately, she would be able to return to the shore soon. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape if she was entangled by so many people. Looking at the surging crowd, Li Sijing looked again and saw the countdown of the return card. 9, 8, 7. There was less than 10 seconds, and there was still such a distance. These people should not be able to catch up. However, the momentum of these people was really scary. Even though she knew that they could not catch up, Li Sijing still subconsciously swam to the depths. As time passed by second, Li Sijing, who had not swam a few meters, disappeared in the sea in an instant, leaving many people furious. Finally back to the shore, Li Sijing, standing on the side of the road, was frozen like a fool. After quickly arming herself, she staggered back to her SUV, and the warm breath that came towards her instantly surrounded her. Li Sijing, who was surrounded by warmth, breathed a sigh of relief, and finally felt alive. Her body, which had been stiffened by the cold wind, gradually recovered in the warmth. Li Sijing sat quietly in the driver's seat, not wanting to move, and quietly waited for her body to return to normal. Chapter 163: Planting Millet Peppers. After Li Sijing's body was fully recovered, the time had come, 4:55 in the afternoon. Not only did her frozen body recover, but even her reaction, which was somewhat slow due to the jellyfish poison, became normal. There was still 1 hour and 5 minutes before the end of the event. Since her body had recovered, Li Sijing also ordered Shinkong to turn off the air conditioner and stop wasting resources. You know, she had been using the high-end air conditioner for almost 3 hours today, and the fuel consumption was also 2 or 3 units. Although this amount of gasoline was nothing to her, it was a little bit of a lot, and every bit of money saved was a little bit of money. Since the air conditioner was turned off, she got up, wiped her body with a bath towel, and then took out the clothes she had taken off from the mustard space and put them on. While putting on her clothes, she was thinking about what to do next. There was still an hour before the end of the event. If she wanted to brush some ingredients, she still had time to go into the water. An hour was enough for her to kill 100 ordinary monsters and then deal with the resource monsters. But she thought about it for a moment and decided not to go. Wouldn't it be nice to rest for a while? As for the ingredients she wanted to eat, she could just exchange them with food. Although it was a bit wasteful, she could still exchange them. Why bother herself? She had been fighting for almost a whole day and didn't want to continue fighting. Now she just wanted to sit still. After putting on her clothes, she wiped her wet hair with a damp towel and stopped when her hair stopped dripping. Now that she was free, she took out a portable oven from the mustard space, put a piece of wood on it, and continued to bake the rice. But she still had 6 pounds of rice that had not been roasted. So she would try to finish it today and pay off her debt. Let the rice roast. Li Sijing was not idle next, as there were still a lot of things waiting for her. Li Sijing poured the last half bucket of water in the bucket into the planting pot where the rice was planted, and prepared to fetch water. Just looking at the planting pot, she suddenly remembered that the chives in the low-level planting pot that she had never paid much attention to seemed to have matured. Right. It had been a long time, and Li Sijing couldn't help but think carefully. And then she realized that the time for this pot of chives to mature was after 12 noon today. And now it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which meant that this pot of chives had grown 5 hours longer. Oops. Li Sijing couldn't help but pat her forehead, and quickly put down the bucket in her hand, and picked up the planting pot under her feet. Before, I had been telling myself not to forget like last time. But today there was a resource point activity, and I completely forgot about it. If she hadn't watered the rice just now, she probably wouldn't have remembered that there was still a pot of leeks that she hadn't harvested. Fortunately, this was just a low-level planting pot. If it was accelerated 10 times, it would be 50 hours. More than 2 days. And it didn't age much. If it was a mid-level planting pot, it would be accelerated 100 times. 500 hours. More than 20 days. And these leeks would really be inedible. Li Sijing was thankful. While looking for scissors, harvested these leeks that had grown for 2 more days. And harvested 5 kilograms of leeks. She had harvested leeks twice before, but because she couldn't keep them for a long time, she could only make them into pasta. And this time, she finally had a place to store them, so she could eat them slowly later. And she quickly put them in the mustard space. As for the empty low-level planting pots, Li Sijing didn't care, but carried 2 empty buckets and prepared to fetch water first. The left side of the road is still a resource point activity. And as for the right side, there is no change. And there is still a thick layer of ice. After knocking the ice layer with a military shovel, Li Sijing carried 2 buckets of water to the car, and then boiled water in a kettle. While she had time, Li Sijing prepared to wash all the wet bath towels and dry hair caps. On this day, she naturally had to wash with hot water. She would not use cold water to save resources. While waiting for the hot water to boil, Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat and dealt with the empty planting pots. What to plant? She looked through the various seeds she had. First of all kinds of fruit seeds were directly excluded. After all, the planting time was a bit long, and it won't be long before she can trade some apples from Zhou Qinghuan. So there is no need to waste planting pots. She has a lot of onions, ginger, garlic, leeks, and mushrooms in her hands, and she doesn't need to continue planting. Li Sijing put all these seeds in the mustard space. Anyway, they are not big, and do not take up much space. After collecting these excluded seeds, she only had 2 kinds of seeds left: peanuts and chili peppers. Which one should she plant? Li Sijing thought with some distress. Peanuts can be eaten raw or used as vegetables. They can be fried, steamed, boiled, or deep-fried. The key is that they can also be used to extract oil. Chili peppers, although just seasonings, are also indispensable to Li Sijing. Then plant chili peppers. Li Sijing finally decided. Although peanuts have various benefits, they are not urgently needed. She has lard, staple food, vegetables, and snacks, which can replace peanuts. But the chili pepper is different. Spicy seasoning cannot be replaced by anything. Although she has bean paste and hot pot base, she still wants to grow chili peppers. After making the decision, Li Sijing scattered the chili seeds that had been processed long ago in the planting pot and poured some water. Li Sijing sprinkled 9 seeds on 1 square meter of planting soil, and finally should be able to harvest 4 or 5 kilograms of chili peppers. It takes 3 months for chili peppers to bear fruit from planting seeds. And then, there will be a 2-month fruit-bearing period. In other words, if you plant seeds now, chili peppers will be produced in 9 days, and the next 6 days are the harvest period. This time is a bit long. After dealing with intermediate planting pots for a long time, she is a little uncomfortable with the growth speed of low-level planting pots. 9 days, that is, until 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the 5th day of the next natural disaster, is really a long time. Li Sijing shook her head with emotion, no longer paying attention to the planting pot. Next, she was going to think about what to eat in the evening. She had worked hard all day today, so she had to make something delicious to reward herself. She had a lot of delicious ingredients in her hands, including fish pudding, fish fillet, knife fish, pork bones, braised meat, and jellyfish heads obtained today. As for convenient foods such as steamed buns, dumplings, leek boxes, and glutinous rice balls, she didn't think about them because she had time. With so many delicious foods, which one should she choose? Li Sijing, who was greedy, finally chose the fish pudding she wanted to eat the most as her dinner today. The fish pudding, which was the same size as a basketball, would fill a large pot. She didn't even need to prepare staple food, and it was enough to fill her up. After making the decision, Li Sijing took out the huge fish pudding directly from the mustard space and soaked it in water. Put the deflated fish bubble in water to remove the fishy smell, and wait for her to wash the bath towel before making dinner. At this time, the water was boiled, and Li Sijing took the necessary things and went outside the car to wash. Fortunately, the heavy snow stopped in the morning. Although it was a bit cold outside the car, it was possible to persist in washing with hot water. Chapter 164 Delicious Stir-Fried Fish Follicles. After coming to this extremely cold world, Li Sijing would use a bath towel and a hair dryer cap every time she went into the water. For 3 days, although she would take them out to blow dry after each use, Li Sijing felt that it was better to take this opportunity to wash them. Squatting on the road outside the car, Li Sijing slowly scrubbed the bath towel and hair dryer cap with hot water. As for underwear, she was wearing a basalt scale coat when she went into the water this time, but it didn't get wet. In such cold weather, she just changed it yesterday, so it's okay not to wash it. Li Sijing, who was squatting outside the car to wash clothes, had a yellow advanced resource box hanging on her head. This scene was really a bit weird. However, there was nothing she could do about it. The advanced resource box would take an hour to open, and there was still some time left. After washing it, Li Sijing squeezed the bath towel dry with her hands, and then took out the clothes drying rack and hung it up in the temperature of -10 degrees. If you put it outside to dry, it will probably freeze in a short time. But it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't drip when it is taken to the car. And when the rice is baked, put these clothes on to dry. After the clothes are taken care of, Li Sijing comes to prepare her delicious dinner. First, take out the fish bubble that has been soaked for a while. Put it in the multifunction pot to cook it for a while, and add green onion and ginger. Skip off the blood, and finally take out the fish bubble. Wash it with cold water. The purpose of doing this is naturally to remove the fishy smell. After washing it, Li Sijing cut the super large fish bubble into small pieces that are easy to eat. After cutting the fish bubble and putting it on the plate, Li Sijing looked at the full plate of fish bubble and was a little stunned. Such a big fish bubble. She thought there would be a big pot. Unexpectedly, it was only put in a plate. After it is fried and shrunk, it will probably be even less. This can't satisfy her appetite now. Otherwise, prepare something else? Li Sijing looked at the time. It was about 5 o'clock, and there were less than 2 hours before dark. This should be in time. Otherwise, make another soup. Drink a little tonight, and save the rest for breakfast tomorrow. As soon as this idea came out, Li Sijing immediately felt that it was very good, and she took action immediately. If it is used to stew soup, in fact, all kinds of meat in her hand can be used. But when it comes to the right ones, it is still fresh wild boar bones, dried bacon bones, and knife fish. I just had Crucian carp soup, so I'll put the knife fish aside for now. Originally, Li Sijing wanted to use fresh wild boar bones to stew soup, but unfortunately it was put in the freezer. It's a bit too late to take it out and thaw it now. Then we can only use the cured bones. Li Sijing went to the shelf and took out a bone. About 2 pounds. And the extra is for tomorrow's breakfast. Chop the bone into pieces with an axe. Then add the hot water left over from washing clothes and soak it. Because the bone is really dry, soaking it in hot water should make it easier to bite. By the way, take out some dried mushrooms and soak them in water, and use them as a side dish for bone soup later. Taking this opportunity, Li Sijing pushed the mobile stove down from the trunk. Since he wanted to make 2 dishes, a multifunction pot was naturally not enough. After cleaning the mobile stove, Li Sijing prepared various seasonings: onions, ginger, garlic, peppers, etc. After everything was ready, the salted bones were almost soaked. Take them out and blanch them in a multi-purpose pot, skimming off the foam. Put the blanched bones in cold water and scrub them. Li Sijing changed the water several times and scrubbed them several times. One reason was that the wild boar meat had a strong smell, and the other was that a lot of salt was put into the marinated bones before. If they were not washed several times, they would probably be a bit salty. After feeling that it was almost done, Li Sijing moved to the venue and put the washed bones in the pot of the mobile stove. Then add the soaked mushrooms, processed green onions and ginger, and an appropriate amount of drinking water to the pot. Cover the pot, and start cooking. As for why the venue was changed, it was because Li Sijing felt that if the sand pot could not be used to cook soup, the taste of a large iron pot should be good. Anyway, the mellow and delicious taste of the soup could not be made in the smart pot, because there was wood burning in the portable oven. It was very convenient to ignite this time. After lighting the fire in the mobile stove, just let it cook without any care. Then, Li Sijing replaced the dried rice with a new batch. The bone soup is already cooking, so let's start making stir-fried fish fowl. The multifunction pot is placed on the folding table in the car and turned on the fire. Add lard to melt it. After the oil is hot, add scallion, ginger, garlic, and the only millet pepper. After the aroma is added, add a large spoonful of bean paste, then an appropriate amount of soy sauce and oyster sauce, and finally add the drained fish fowl. Turn on the highest heat. Stir fry for a while, and Li Sijing adds a can of beer. Suddenly, the car is filled with the smell of beer and spicy. This beer was opened in the last world. There are only 3 cans left. 1 can was used, and now the last 2 cans are left. The main purpose of adding beer is to remove the fishy smell. When the beer in the pot is boiled dry, the stir-fried fish bubble is almost cooked. While waiting, Li Sijing was drooling over the increasingly fragrant smell in the air. She couldn't help it, so she opened the storage compartment next to the driver's seat and prepared to eat some snacks to fill her mouth. However, when she opened the storage compartment, she found that there was only a piece of chewing gum and a few walnuts left in the storage compartment that was originally stuffed full. So, did she finish all these snacks in one day? How many snacks did she eat today? Li Sijing herself was a little surprised. But thinking about her consumption of the day, she felt that it could be forgiven. Forget it. The old does not go. The new does not come. And the remaining walnuts? Let her solve it now. After eating a few walnuts, the beer in the pot was finally cooked. Li Sijing added an appropriate amount of salt, stir-fried a few times, and finally sprinkled chopped green onions, and it was ready to be served. After washing the pot and cleaning it up while it was still hot, Li Sijing held a plate of delicious fried fish pudding and took a deep breath of happiness. The white and tender fish pudding was mixed with red oil and sprinkled with some chopped green onions, which looked very appetizing. Li Sijing couldn't wait to pick up a piece of fish pudding covered with soup and carefully put it into her mouth. The fish pudding was still slightly hot, so Li Sijing couldn't help but open her mouth and breathe to cool it down. When the temperature in her mouth was moderate, various flavors suddenly appeared in her mouth. The tenderness of the fish pudding, the sweet and slightly spicy taste, and the chewy texture made her want to stop. Chapter 165 Skill Book. Li Sijing ate a plate of fresh and slightly spicy fried fish soup with great pleasure. In this cold weather, her whole body was slightly warm. After eating all the food, Li Sijing breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction. After replenishing her energy, she felt that she was finally alive. At this time, the time had reached 5:43, and there were still more than 10 minutes before the resource point activity ended. The key point was that it had been 58 minutes since she obtained the advanced resource box, which meant that she could open the advanced resource box in 2 minutes. Without too much delay, Li Sijing quickly washed the dishes she had eaten, and then sat quietly in the driver's seat, waiting for the time to come. 1 hour has come, and players can open the resource box at any time. As this prompt appeared, the resource box that was originally suspended at the top slowly fell into Li Sijing's hands. Although she had opened the resource box many times, Li Sijing was still a little excited this time. Resisting her impatience, Li Sijing slowly opened the advanced resource box. 1 Lei Feng hat. Basic Eagle Eye Skill Book. Swimming Proficiency Skill Book. Cooking Proficiency Skill Book. 10 Warm Baby. Household Rice Cooker. She was so lucky to get a Lei Feng hat from the advanced resource box. Fortunately, in such cold weather, she really needed a hat, so it was not a loss. Although the Lei Feng hat was not good looking and looked rustic, it was good at keeping warm. At this time, it was not necessary to pay attention to beauty or ugliness. The next focus of Li Sijing was on the long-awaited skill book. Like the last advanced resource box, this time a total of 3 skill books were opened. Is this the highest guarantee? The Hawkeye skill book makes the owner's eyes comparable to Hawkeye, with good vision and can see far away. This skill is quite practical in daily life, whether it is rushing, fighting, or observing the enemy. The key is that now, the road is covered with heavy snow, and it is easy to drive on the ice with poor vision. This Hawkeye is just right. It's a pity that this Hawkeye skill book is only basic. On flat ground, it can only see 1 kilometer at most, and it is still a little blurry. It would be great if I could get the perfect level, so I guess I can see 10 kilometers away. What a great weapon. Thinking of this, Li Sijing couldn't help laughing at her greed. It's good to get such a good skill, but I can't be wishful thinking. The second skill is proficient in swimming, and Li Sijing is also very satisfied. Although half of the time has passed in this world full of water, there are still a few days to use it. Proficient in swimming skills, speed and techniques, almost the same as the Olympic swimming champion on Earth. At least, if she had this skill before, she probably wouldn't have to take the risk of using the colorful jellyfish that hurts others and herself. With this skill, it will be more convenient for her to kill the big beast tomorrow. The last skill, proficiency in cooking, is also not bad. Proficiency in cooking skills is almost the same level as the state banquet chef on Earth. In this dangerous world, delicious food every day is probably her last comfort. With this proficiency in cooking skills, she can also make more delicious food and comfort herself better. In short, Li Sijing was very satisfied with getting these 3 skill books, and felt that she had good luck today. Click to use, and the 3 skill books instantly entered Li Sijing's mind. Detected that the player has a top student card. Activated immediately. So at this moment, Li Sijing mastered 3 skills. Instantly became a person who can see 1 kilometer away. Has champion-level swimming and state-level cooking skills. It's good to have a top student card, and master skills instantly. How much time did she save? Li Sijing was happy and continued to look at the supplies that were opened. 10 warm baby stickers. Not bad. Just to replenish her inventory. Today, she went into the water 3 times and used a total of 6 warm baby stickers. Adding the ones consumed in the previous 2 days, she had 11 warm baby stickers left. Now 10 more were opened, plus the previous ones. A total of 21 warm baby stickers, which should be enough for her to use until the end of this world. There is also the last item, the rice cooker, which is very surprising. With the rice cooker and rice in hand, she can have rice every day. Although cooking rice in a rice cooker is not as delicious as cooking rice in a big iron pot, and there is no rice crust in rice soup, it is convenient. You can cook it anytime, anywhere, and you don't have to watch it all the time. If it weren't for the fact that she had already eaten dinner, she would have wanted to cook a rice cooker to eat right now. After packing up the unpacked items, the time came to 5:50, and there were only 10 minutes left before the event. Dear players, the resource point event will end in 10 minutes. Players who fail to exit the underwater space in time will be trapped in it forever. Players, please note that the last advanced resource box has been opened for real-time positioning, and the time is 10 minutes. The familiar game notification arrived as scheduled, echoing in Li Sijing's ears. However, this did not work for Li Sijing, who had already left the resource point. As for the last advanced resource box, although she was greedy, she knew that it was too late to go down now, so she simply did not think about it. Li Sijing got off the car, came to the mobile stove, and looked at the bone soup in the big iron pot. As soon as the lid of the pot was opened, a burst of water mist suddenly rose into the air, and the oncoming aroma made Li Sijing a little intoxicated. The pot was gurgling, and the bacon and mushrooms were looming in the milky white soup. In fact, the bacon bone soup was almost done in half an hour, and the pot of soup in front of her was also cooked for almost half an hour. However, Li Sijing planned to let this pot of soup stew for a little longer, at least for an hour, and cook it softer. After stirring it with a spatula, Li Sijing saw that there was still some soup in the pot, so she ignored it and covered the pot again. She looked at the fire in the stove again, added a few pieces of wood, and then returned to the car and sat down. There were still a few minutes before the end of the event. Li Sijing thought about it and took out a peach from the mustard space. Although the weather was cold, she had eaten a plate of stir-fried fish fowl and now wanted to eat something cool and refreshing. She used a peeling knife to remove the fuzzy skin, washed it with cold water, and then took a big bite. Suddenly, Li Sijing was shocked by the cold, but after the shock, she felt very refreshed. Sure enough, eating hot pot with air conditioning in summer and eating ice cream in a cotton-padded jacket in winter are the excitement that everyone yearns for. She didn't dare to think about ice cream in such a cold day, so it was also good to use peaches instead. By the way, it seems like eating hot pot is a good idea in such a cold day. When can we arrange it? Li Sijing ate the cold peaches with a grin, thinking about it. At this time, 6 o'clock finally arrived, and the resource point activity ended. Chapter 166 Inventory of Resource Boxes. The resource point activity, which had been lively for a day, finally ended. Li Sijing put the remaining peach pits in the mustard space. Then she changed a batch of dried rice and opened the regional channel. The first thing she checked was the real-time number of people, 8612/10,000. Li Sijing remembered that before going to bed last night, there were more than 9,500 people online. So, in one activity, almost 900 people died? Compared with the previous world, the number of deaths has decreased. I don't know if half of the people in the area can be left when this world ends. As the activity ended, everyone in the area went ashore, and the chat in the regional channel was also very lively. Ah, I'm freezing to death. Oh my god. My hands and feet are itchy, red and swollen. Are they frostbite? It's so cold. And I've been soaking in cold water for so long. Isn't it normal to get frostbite? What's the big deal? Oh, I can't save money. I'd better turn on the air conditioner. Otherwise, I'll get sick, and it won't make up for it. By the way, what did you gain from this activity? Gain? Not freezing to death is good enough. What can I gain? Yes, I feel that this activity is a pit. I worked so hard and froze to death, and I only got half a pound of lobster. The key is that I spent 20 units of metal to buy props, so I lost a lot of money. Yes, 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 I feel the same way. So after going into the water once, I decided not to go down again. Oh, if the landlord didn't have any surplus food, who would be willing to suffer this? But I didn't expect that after all the hard work, the final harvest was not enough for me to eat today. Is it so miserable? Fortunately, I didn't participate in this activity. The weather was too cold. I touched the sea water on the side of the road and finally didn't participate in this activity. Me too. People who can't swim can't really participate in this activity. Although I didn't gain anything, I feel very satisfied to be able to rest for a day. Sure enough, people still can't strive for progress all the time. If I had known earlier, I would have played rotten and got a day off for free. The mentality of the people above is not good. If you play rotten for a day now, the chance of surviving in the future will be reduced by 1 point. That's right. Those who said that they gained little, in the final analysis, are the result of their own lack of strength and lack of effort. I went into the water for 4 hours today and consumed 60 units of metal. But I I got 3 caddies of fish meat, which is a small profit. The key is that I finally have meat to eat. And I have also exercised my skills. The person above. I am more durable than you. I was in the water for 5 hours in total, and finally got 4 caddies of fish meat. Almost. Anyway, I am quite satisfied with today's harvest. Although it is a bit painful. Alas. Although I am very happy to have meat to eat. My whole body is aching and itchy now. And I don't know if I will catch a cold. The people above are in the state of most people now. As long as we work hard, we will definitely survive. I am more curious about what the big guys got. Who got the 9 advanced resource boxes in the end? The big guys are of course different from ordinary people like us. As far as I know. The big guy Luigi got at least 5 caddies of meat, and 1 advanced resource box. By the way, the second to last high-level resource box seems to have been obtained by Li Sijing. I arrived just in time and watched her being teleported away. I cried my heart out. I just saw the high-level resource box and hadn't swam over to it yet. But Li Sijing went ashore directly. What a pity. What's a pity? If you swam over, could you have grabbed it? Who knows? What if? There were so many of us at the time. Even a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Ah, I know this. 10 minutes before the end of the event, the last high-level resource box that appeared was snatched away by Fang Tianqing. I was also there at the time. Oh my god. That Fang Tianqing is indeed a big devil. He is so cruel. Fang Tianqing was killing like crazy in the water. Fortunately, I ran fast. By the way, Wu Aigua. It seems he also grabbed one. He grabbed one? No way. Wu Aigua shouldn't be that kind of person. What's impossible about that? Although Wu Aigua is kind, he is not a saint. That's right. Strength is respected now. You can't demand others to follow the standards of saints just because they are kind. That's right. If others can grab it, why can't he? It's better to be robbed by him than by others. You bunch of brainless fans. Have you been brainwashed? Get lost. Because of Wu Aigua, a war of words broke out in the regional channel. And many people were involved. Seeing so many people defending Wu Aigua. To be honest, Li Sijing was still very envious. As for the other party grabbing the advanced resource box, she thought it was normal. If the strength is not enough, even if Wu Aigua does not go to grab it, others will. So why can't Wu Aigua grab it? Li Sijing is quite interested in the verbal battle in the area, and continues to watch with interest. In the area, looking at those strange sentences, the eloquence of these netizens really makes her admire them very much. While observing these language arts, Li Sijing is collecting information in the area. After several checks, she also has a preliminary understanding of the whereabouts of the 9 high-level resource boxes. First, she has one. Luigi has one. Wu Aigua has another. And Fang Tianqing has one. Su Yongkang, who traded bullets with her last time, seems to have also got one. These 5 are all people she has dealt with. As for the remaining 4 winners, Li Sijing has no idea. 2 of them are still somewhat famous in the area, but Li Sijing has never met them. As for the other 2, they are pure passers-by, and Li Sijing really has no influence at all. However, to get the advanced resource box, there must be some means. As expected, there are still many people who are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Among them, the person who surprised Li Sijing the most was Fang Tianqing. She didn't expect that Fang Tianqing could get the advanced resource box in the last 10 minutes of the event. I think Fang Tianqing should have gone to the last underwater space immediately after she landed. However, he was able to quickly rush to the vicinity of the advanced resource box and break out of the crowd. This requires not only strength, but also a lot of luck. Sure enough, she is the only non-African forever. She and Fang Tianqing have a grudge. If they meet again, neither of them will let each other go. And this time, I don't know what skills the other party has opened for the advanced resource box. Will it be better than her eagle eye? Li Sijing was a little worried in her heart. But when she thought that she was no longer the same as before, the worries in her heart were put down again. Now she has perfect swordsmanship, combat awareness, basalt scales, eagle eyes, and a pistol, which should be enough for self-protection. Chapter 167 Paying the Debt. Li Sijing couldn't help laughing when she saw the stupid comments of netizens in the regional channel. She accidentally glanced at the time, and found that it was already 6:30. Has she been watching for so long? It felt like watching short videos on Earth. Time passed unknowingly. She quickly turned off the blue screen. replaced the dried rice with a new batch, boiled another pot of hot water, and then got off the car to pack up. There was still half an hour before it was dark. If she didn't speed up, she might not be able to catch up. When she came to the mobile stove, Li Sijing opened the lid of the pot, and suddenly a tempting meat aroma spread in the air. After stewing for more than an hour, these bones should be able to be chewed. Right? Even if they can't be chewed, there is no way. There is no time now. Let her continue to stew. Li Sijing took out a stainless steel basin, poured all the bone and mushroom soup in the pot, and put all the remaining fire in the stove into the portable oven. After cleaning the mobile stove, she quickly pushed it into the off-road vehicle and took all the frozen towels into the car. Most of the water in the bucket was used up, so she went to the roadside and filled 2 buckets of water and put them in the car. At this time, the hot water was also boiled. After she washed up, it was only a few minutes before dark, so she hurried to get in the car. As for tonight's exercise, forget it. First, there was no time, and second, she consumed too much today, and now her hands and feet are weak. After getting in the car, Li Sijing was not idle either. She had just boiled a pot of hot water, and only used a small part of it when washing up. She poured the remaining hot water into the newly made bucket and prepared to soak her feet. I soaked in cold water for more than 5 hours today, in order to avoid catching a cold or getting rheumatism. I still have to take care of myself. In this world, there are no other conditions, so I can only soak my feet in hot water to drive away the cold. While soaking my feet in hot water, Li Sijing's hands were not idle. She moved the stone mill out, put on labor protection gloves, and slowly husked the rice. She husked 2 kilograms of 10 kilograms of rice in the morning, and there are still 8 kilograms waiting, of which 2 kilograms are wet and are being baked. Now there is no rush. Li Sijing is not moving fast. She also turned on the blue screen and continued to read gossip. Then she would occasionally gnaw on 2 bones, eat a few mushrooms, and drink a mouthful of fragrant broth. Such days are quite leisurely. If it weren't for the cold air in the car, she would have thought she was back on Earth. It's just a bit laborious. By 8 o'clock, her 2 hands were already shaking with fatigue. Fortunately, a lot of things were done in this hour of work. First of all the rice grains have been dried. She also put the frozen bath towels and hair dryer caps on top to bake. Secondly, in addition to the 2 kilograms of rice in the morning, she husked another 4 kilograms of rice, leaving only the last 4 kilograms, which have not been husked. She also ate a quarter of the last 2 kilograms of bones too. As for the rest, she would save it for breakfast tomorrow. It was enough rice for Zhou Qinghuan, and Li Sijing was not going to continue husking. In fact, her hands were now completely exhausted. If she didn't take a good rest, she would not be able to drive tomorrow. After husking the 4 kilograms of rice, she got 1400 g of rice and 600 g of rice husks, including the previous ones. She now has a total of 1600 g of rice, 1050 g of rice husks, and 4 g of unhusked rice. She had already paid back 1 g of the 3 g of rice owed to Zhou Qinghuan in the morning, and now she can pay back the remaining 2 g. After giving 1000 g of rice to Zhou Qinghuan, Li Sijing was relieved and felt relieved. The remaining 600 g of rice was enough for her to eat for the time being. Besides, she still had rice in her hands, and there would be a steady supply of rice in the future. Speaking of a steady supply of rice, the rice in her planting pot should have matured. The hot water for foot bathing had long been cold, and Li Sijing also put on cotton slippers, put the foot washing water in the corner, and then picked up the planting pot. The rice inside really turned golden, and it was obviously ready to be harvested. Pick up the scissors that have become farm tools and harvest all the rice in the planting pot. At this time, Zhou Qinghuan had received the transaction and sent a message. Sister Jing, I received the rice. I miss the taste so much. I want to exchange it with you when I have the blueprint tomorrow. Do you still have rice? Exchange? Li Sijing never had too many blueprints. There are still some. You could exchange them if you want. Then I would like to thank Sister Jing in advance. Zhou Qinghuan seemed very happy. By the way, did you participate in the resource point activity today? Li Sijing asked curiously. When Li Sijing rescattered the rice seeds in the planting pot and poured water on it, Zhou Qinghuan's reply also came. No. The water is too cold. I don't want to participate. The temperature outside is too cold. I didn't get off the car much today. As expected, This answer was within Li Sijing's expectations. After all, the other party did not participate in the resource point activity in the previous world. At this time, Zhou Qingwan asked, Sister Jing should have participated. What delicious ingredients did you get? Li Sijing took out the oilcloth, wrapped the rice ears, and held the novice wooden stick in her hand, ready to thresh these rice ears. Seeing this message, she thought about it and replied, I got a few pounds of jellyfish heads, and I will give you 1 pound to try. She got a lot of benefits from Zhou Qingwan, and giving the other party 1 pound of jellyfish heads was not a loss. With that, Li Sijing directly traded 1 pound of jellyfish heads to Zhou Qingwan. After being in contact with Li Sijing for so long, Zhou Qingwan naturally knew that she was not just pretending, so she didn't refuse, and readily clicked to accept, and then replied, Thank you, Sister Jing. The apples I planted will be ripe tomorrow, and I will give you 1 kilogram to try. Zhou Qingwan was quite good at dealing with people. Seeing this message, Li Sijing naturally didn't refuse, and smiled and replied, Okay. Thank you, Wan. After chatting with Zhou Qingwan, Li Sijing was still threshing the rice ears. The newly harvested rice ears were a little damp, and it was not easy to thresh them. In addition, she was weak now, so the speed was naturally slower. Although it was a bit slow, she kept insisting and didn't plan to leave it for tomorrow. After all, there would be things to do tomorrow. While threshing, she opened the trading area to see if there were any delicious ingredients to exchange. Chapter 168 Trading Delicious Ingredients. Although many people died in the resource point activity, those who survived had some gains. When you open the trading area, you can see that the food transactions that were originally rare are now all over the screen. These traded foods are also of various types, and the variety is dazzling. Marine creatures, various marine fish, various marine crabs, various marine shrimps, and various seashells. There are also strange little octopuses, crocodiles, sharks, jellyfish, sea snakes, etc. Since there are more people selling these marine ingredients now, the price has also dropped to a normal proportion, which is much cheaper than what Li Sijing had seen before. Of course, this price is for those ordinary ingredients, and the price of relatively delicious ingredients is still slightly higher. In short, after the resource point activity ended, not only the regional channel was chatting hotly, but even the trading area was also very lively. Li Sijing kept looking through it, found a lot of delicious ingredients from it, and tried to trade. In the end, they got a half-pound lobster, a half-pound swimming crab, a half-pound abalone, and a half-pound yellow croaker. The ingredients selected by Li Sijing are all top-notch ingredients in the entire trading area, so the price is naturally much higher. Li Sijing was able to trade successfully, thanks to the fact that the things she took out for trading were not ordinary goods, while other people used ordinary food, such as bread, as trading items. Li Sijing took out braised wild boar meat for trading. First of all, between ordinary food and meat, most people would choose meat. Besides, braised meat is not ordinary meat. It is braised meat, which has been seasoned and can be eaten directly after heating. So smart people know how to choose. Of course, even so, the price Li Sijing paid was not low. Her transaction price was almost 1-to-1. That is, the other party's half a caddy of ingredients was exchanged for her half a caddy of braised wild boar meat. There were 4 kinds of ingredients in total, a total of 2 caddies, and she used 2 caddies of her braised wild boar meat to exchange. From the energy point of view, it is obvious that Li Sijing suffered a loss. The energy that half a caddy of splendid lobster and swimming crab can bring to humans is obviously not as good as half a caddy of meat. This is also the idea of most people in the area now. In the face of survival, all other demands need to be put aside. However, for Li Sijing, she doesn't care much about these. After all, her daily energy supplement is very sufficient. Since there are conditions, she naturally wants to try some delicious food. After the 4 kinds of ingredients were traded, Li Sijing quickly put them in the mustard space. She was reluctant to put these delicacies in the freezer. When she has the time and mood, she will cook these ingredients. With her cooking skills, it should be delicious. Fortunately, the 1 cubic meter space is not too small. Although there are a lot of sundries in it, there is still some space. While trading, she threshed the rice. Due to various reasons, it took an hour or so, and it was not until 9 o'clock that she finished. Put everything away. As for the baking of wet rice, Let's wait until tomorrow. After all, it's a little late now. After working so hard during the day, it's time to have a good rest. After everything was packed up, Li Sijing opened the folding bed, spread a 10-jean quilt on it, and then put the electric blanket on it. As for the cover, it was naturally the down quilt that she had taken out last night. The 3-pound down quilt could withstand temperatures of -10 to 20 degrees Celsius. She turned on the electric blanket, and when the temperature inside the quilt rose, she put away the portable oven, quickly took off her clothes, and went to bed. The moment Li Sijing laid down in the warm quilt, she couldn't help but enjoy it comfortably. Such a comfortable environment made Li Sijing fall asleep very quickly. Feeling that she couldn't open her eyes gradually, Li Sijing had no choice but to put the handheld game console she had just taken out back into the mustard space. She was quite happy about the handheld game console she had opened yesterday, and she was going to use it to kill time. But she didn't expect that from last night to tonight. She had no free time all day, resulting in the handheld game console she got. But she hasn't tried it yet. She was going to lie in the quilt and play a few games to try it out. But now there is no chance. So she can only wait until tomorrow. After putting away the handheld game console, Li Sijing asked Shinkong to turn off the lights in the car. Then, in the darkness, she quickly fell asleep. On the 4th morning of the extremely cold world, Li Sijing was still woken up by Xingyu. The first thing she did when she woke up was to open the blue screen to check the current temperature. -20 degrees. Sure enough, it dropped another 10 degrees. And it will get colder and colder. Such extreme low temperatures have a huge impact on everyone, whether it is for themselves or for the car. Fortunately, the few car accessories she picked before were somewhat effective in dealing with the low temperature in front of her. She sighed, and her mood suddenly became bad. She didn't even feel like staying in bed. It was unlike her to get up quickly, in the extreme low temperature of -20 degrees. In order to avoid catching a cold, Li Sijing directly put on everything she could wear. Above the basalt scale clothes is a warm coat, then a wool sweater, knee pads, wool socks, fleece pants, snow boots, scarf, gloves, laid foam hat, and the thickest long cotton jacket. After wearing all of them, Li Sijing suddenly became more than twice as fat, and her hands and feet were not flexible. But there is no way to do this in such extreme weather. If you don't protect yourself, you won't even feel when your body tissues are frozen. After all the preparations were ready, Li Sijing took a deep breath, then opened the car door and left her safe haven. Today's weather is still the same as yesterday, and there is no strong wind. However, the moment the car door opened, Li Sijing still felt the biting cold coming towards her. The only exposed eyes, nose and mouth on her body were suddenly stinging from the cold. Is it so cold? Li Sijing, who had never felt the extreme cold, once again felt the power of nature. It seems that she needs to get a mask or something. Otherwise she will have a runny nose from the cold. Li Sijing thought with her gloved hands covering her mouth. By the way, the sunglasses she opened in the last world can also be worn now. She hurriedly got in the car to find the sunglasses. First, it can block some coldness for the eyes, although the effect may be minimal. Second, it can effectively prevent snow blindness. Snow blindness, in an environment surrounded by vast white snow, long-term viewing causes redness, swelling, tears, inflammation, and even blindness of the eyes. This symptom is very common in areas with heavy snow all year round. Generally, wearing sunglasses or covering the eyes with a layer of black gauze can prevent it. Chapter 169 New Ways to Fish. The anti-ultraviolet sunglasses were opened by Li Sijing from the first advanced resource box she got. I didn't pay much attention to it at that time, but I didn't expect that it would be very useful. In the extremely hot world, sunglasses can block the dazzling sunlight. This time in the extremely cold world, sunglasses can be used to block the white snow in the sky and prevent snow blindness. At this moment, the entire extremely cold world has been covered with snow. The originally romantic scene always feels a bit heavy at this time. Li Sijing got off the off-road vehicle and stepped on the road covered with snowflakes. Half of her foot was submerged immediately. Looking at her submerged feet, Li Sijing was a little surprised. The snow must be 3 inches thick. Right? How much snow fell last night? Looking at the thickness of the snow under her feet, Li Sijing looked at the sky again and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't continue to snow now. Otherwise, if the thickness of the snow continues to increase, Should I drive to find the resource box today? The thick snow squeaked as Li Sijing left footprints along the way, quickly dealing with the toilet and personal hygiene. Li Sijing, whose buttocks were frozen stiff, decided that from today on, she would still use the toilet in the car to solve physiological problems. In such weather, going to the toilet outdoors is really not something that ordinary people can do. It's just a matter of washing the toilet a few more times. Anyway, there is no shortage of water in this world. So let yourself go. There is still more than half a bucket of water left from the 2 buckets of water she brought to the car yesterday. Li Sijing first boiled a pot of water to wash. In this weather, hot water is indispensable for everything. The 5 liters of drinking water purified the day before yesterday took 2 days. And now it is gone. Li Sijing took out the water purifier and used half a bucket of water to purify 5 liters of drinking water. The kettle and the water purifier worked at the same time, and Li Sijing carried 2 empty buckets and prepared to go to the roadside to fetch water. When she came to the roadside and looked at the ice surface covered with white snow, Li Sijing was used to it. She took out the military shovel from the mustard seed space and first shoveled the snow on the surface roughly. Then she used the serrated side of the military shovel to smash the ice layer. With a bang, accompanied by a strong vibration, the military shovel was bounced back by the huge force, making her palm numb. The broken ice in the air splashed, and looking at the 2 or 3 inch gap on the ice surface, Li Sijing's eyes were shocked like copper bells. Unconvinced, she pulled her sunglasses aside. Could it be that she couldn't see clearly because she was wearing sunglasses? The ice layer has really become thicker? The ice the day before yesterday was only 5 millimeters thick, and the ice yesterday was 15 millimeters. So the gap she just smashed must be 15 millimeters thick. Right? Li Sijing raised the shovel again, and this time she used all her strength to smash it again along the previous trace. With a plop. This time Li Sijing finally heard the crisp sound of water. However, after a closer look, she was a little surprised. Although the ice surface in front of her was broken, it was a gap not even as big as a fist. Li Sijing couldn't help but take off her waterproof and warm gloves, squatted down and stretched her hands on the ice layer to gesture. It's really 25 millimeters. 10 millimeters thick every day. Is it so outrageous? In the silent environment, the sound of water waves coming from the small hole interrupted Li Sijing's endless speculation. Looking at the waves rising without waves, Li Sijing frowned and wondered why this happened. However, within 2 seconds, Li Sijing saw a flash of black shadow from the ice surface where the snowflakes were removed. This black shadow was very fast. The figure she saw from under the ice surface appeared on the side of the road in an instant, and then came to the hole she smashed. A violent collision came from under this hole smaller than a fist. But unfortunately, the ice layer was too thick, and the hole did not change at all after this collision. Is this a large beast in the water? Li Sijing couldn't help but observe carefully to see what kind of fish it was. However, there were some snowflakes blocking the ice layer of more than 20 millimeters, so she couldn't see clearly what kind of fish it was. Through the black shadow under the ice layer, she could only roughly see that the fish was 3 or 4 meters long. Definitely not as small as the crucian carp the day before yesterday. While Li Sijing was observing, this large beast hit several times in a row, but unfortunately it still didn't break the ice surface. Before, Li Sijing touched the water surface to attract the big fish. Now that it has not felt Li Sijing's breath for a long time, the big fish gradually calmed down. The calm big fish still wandered around the hole, with no intention of leaving. Not only that, the big fish would occasionally approach the hole, as if it could see Li Sijing on the shore. No! The fish is lacking oxygen. Thinking back to the videos of ice fishing she had seen on Earth before, Li Sijing suddenly realized the ice sealed the big fish in the water, and also blocked the oxygen, making the water very stuffy. At this time, as long as a hole was opened in the ice, all the fish would come to this gap to get some air. Many people on Earth use this principle to catch fish in the cold winter. Although the big fish in front of him is a large beast, it is still a fish in the final analysis, and naturally cannot escape this common sense. This is also the reason why the big fish has been swimming under this hole and is unwilling to leave. However, thinking of this, looking at the big fish looming under the ice, Li Sijing suddenly had an idea in her mind. By the way, such a thick ice layer must be able to stand a person. So, if she stands on the ice layer, attracts the big fish to come, and then digs a big hole in the ice layer, with her and the hole as an attraction, The big fish will definitely keep coming out of the water. And then she will shoot with a javelin. In this way, without going into the water, this large beast should be captured. Right? The more Li Sijing thought about it, the more excited she was. This method is definitely not a fantasy. It is definitely feasible. Although she was excited, she knew that now was not the time to implement this plan. She still had a lot of things to do. Let's fetch water first. She hasn't washed yet, and her stomach is growling with hunger. But the small hole in front of her has been occupied by a big fish. Even if she digs it open, she can't get water. She should change places. Ignoring the tempting big fish under the ice, Li Sijing carried a bucket and went to the other side of the road. First, she shoveled the snow, then used a military shovel and smashed it hard for more than 10 times. Finally smashing out a big hole with a diameter of 1 meter. Before the big fish came, Li Sijing quickly fetched 2 buckets of water and returned to the car. Chapter 170 The Current Situation of Others. On the morning of the 4th day in the extremely cold world, the temperature was minus 20 degrees. The snow was 10 centimeters thick, and the ice was 25 millimeters thick. Although the weather was getting worse and worse, and survival was becoming more and more difficult. But because she found a way to kill large wild animals without going into the water, Li Sijing was in a good mood. Of course, even so, she did not act immediately, but followed her original rhythm. Although it was cold, Li Sijing did not give up the behavior of exercising every morning. After carrying 2 buckets of water to the car, she started exercising step by step. Now that it was not snowing, there was no need to hold a parasol. In order to facilitate the movement, she also took off her long cotton jacket. It still took half an hour to exercise, and after a while, her body successfully warmed up. However, her exposed hands and cheeks were already red from the cold, and her nose was frozen. Quickly put on the long cotton jacket and got in the car. Li Sijing took out the portable oven from the mustard space and baked it for a few minutes before regaining consciousness. After washing with hot water, it was almost 8 o'clock, and she hurriedly scraped off the thick snow on the windshield in front of the off-road vehicle with her hands. In fact, when it snowed yesterday, a lot of snow had already accumulated on the car. But because there was a resource point activity yesterday, she didn't have to drive. So she didn't care to continue the journey today. She naturally had to deal with it. After scraping off the heavy snow layer, she got in the car and started the wipers, scraping it clean before stopping. Put the wet rice harvested yesterday on the oven to bake. And she opened the folding table and poured the bone soup left over from last night into the multi-purpose pot to heat it up. Shinkong, drive. As soon as the voice fell, Li Sijing thought of something and hurriedly added, by the way, with the current road conditions, how fast can you drive while ensuring safety? When it was a 4-seater car, the maximum speed was 80 kilometers per hour. Because the engine acceleration drawing obtained from Zhou Qingyuan accelerated by 25%. It became 100 kilometers per hour. After upgrading to an off-road vehicle, the speed naturally increased, becoming the fastest 100 kilometers per hour. After the engine acceleration drawing, it became 125 kilometers per hour. Of course, this maximum speed is the speed that only an experienced driver can control on a normal road. And the road she was on before was not normal. It was as smooth as glass. When she was in a 4-seater car, she only dared to let Shinkong drive at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. And now, the situation has changed again. Her car has been upgraded, and this smooth road has also been covered with a thick layer of white snowflakes. The current road conditions are something she has never encountered before. To be honest, she is really unsure. As a low-level intelligence, Shinkong still has the most basic thinking and analytical ability. So she asked this question. The current temperature is too low, considering that the performance of the car has been slightly improved. The recommended speed is 100 kilometers per hour. But the road is covered with snow, with a thickness of 3 inches and 3 inches, which has an impact on the driving of the car. The recommended speed is 80 kilometers per hour. The radar detected that the snow on the road showed signs of melting into ice, which has an impact on the driving of the car. The recommended speed is 60 kilometers per hour. The radar detected that the car has snow tires, which is slightly helpful for driving. The recommended speed is 70 kilometers per hour. Due to various factors, the maximum speed of driving the car is 70 kilometers per hour under the premise of ensuring driving safety. Originally, Li Sijing was quite surprised when she heard Xingkeng's first sentence, thinking that she could drive on the highway. However, the following words made her disappointed little by little. Fortunately, the snow tires gave her the final comfort. Li Sijing did not expect that the thick snowflakes on the road outside would melt into ice. Although the original road was a bit like glass, it still had some friction. As long as you were careful when driving, you would not always slip. But the ice surface that melted into ice is different. Think about the ice surface that is easy to slip when walking. How dangerous it would be to drive a car on it. On Earth, every winter when it snows, someone will sprinkle industrial salt on the road, just to prevent the road from freezing. The final scene of driving on a smooth ice surface is probably the same as driving a bumper car. Fortunately, when she knew that this world was extremely cold, she had already expected it to snow. She also guessed that the road would be icy in the end. So she changed the snow tire blueprint. And now it finally came in handy. Then drive at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. At an average speed. And pay attention to safety, Li Sijing said softly. 70 kilometers per hour is a little slower than the first 2 days. But compared with other people in the area, it should be much faster. Her car has been upgraded twice. And with the 2 helpers of snow tires and starry sky, she can only drive 70 kilometers per hour. What about the others in the area? Those who can maintain 60 kilometers per hour are probably the top few. It was already cold, and they were short of food and clothing. Now that the speed of the car has slowed down, the resource boxes have become fewer. So the chances of survival for ordinary people are even smaller. Sure enough, the survival game has begun to exert its strength. Just like the last world, constantly increasing the difficulty and squeezing everyone's living space. Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat, and the multi-purpose pot had begun to steam. Seeing that it had not rolled over yet, she quickly opened the regional channel. Ah! So cold. So cold. Help! I woke up this morning with a dizzy head, stuffy nose, and hoarse voice. Do I have a cold? Oh my god! It's too cold outside. As a southerner, I really can't adapt to the weather of minus 20 degrees. Woo! Woo! My hands are frozen like steamed buns, and I scratched them. What should I do? I didn't want to give up the supplies before, so I only exchanged for a 1-jean cotton jacket. It's like wearing nothing in this weather. It's so cold. Hey, I only exchanged for a 5-jean quilt. I woke up in the middle of the night yesterday. What should I do next? Me too. I regret it so much. Can you make a new thickest cotton jacket? Don't think about it. Who has cotton now? It's more practical to wait for it to be opened from the resource box. Who has warm supplies at a high price? The snow on the road is so thick today. As a new driver, I am afraid to drive. What should I do? Me too. Driving in the snow is really difficult. The key is that the road and the ice are almost integrated. As a nearsighted person, I can't see clearly. What should I do? I have astigmatism. If anyone has glasses, I can buy them at a high price or exchange them for food. I have a cough and runny nose. I have caught a cold. Am I hopeless? I have a cold too. I have been running a fever since I got out of the water yesterday. But I really can't bear it. I have survived so hard until now. Am I going to be killed by a cold? See if anyone in the area has cold medicine. Maybe I can exchange some with food. If it doesn't work, buy some ginger and boil some ginger soup. It should have some effect. It's better than waiting to die. Thank you. Thanks for the suggestion above. I will buy it now. Oh! My car won't start. What should I do? Me too. Me too. The car has been running for less than a minute and suddenly stalled. What's going on? The car won't start. It should be the engine is frozen. As for the stalling, it should be because the car is not warmed up. Ah? The engine is frozen. So the car can't be driven? In this case, you can only use the car maintenance card. Don't hesitate. In the regional channel, some kind people have shared the precautions for driving in winter. Didn't you pay attention to it? Ah, there is a guide? Where is it? I will go and see it right away. Chapter 171, Cooking Ginger Soup. In the ice and snow, a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-high black off-road vehicle was driving at a constant speed on the snow, leaving 2 long tire marks. Inside the off-road vehicle, the multifunctional pot on the folding table was already rolling, and the rising hot air was constantly churning, smelling the aroma of meat in the car. Li Sijing turned her eyes away from the regional channel. After turning off the fire, Li Sijing didn't want to bother, so she ate directly from the pot. While eating, she thought about the content she had just seen on the regional channel. First of all, it was about starting the car. Fortunately, when she first came to this world, she exchanged the engine to start immediately, and the fuel tank constant temperature protection. Otherwise, she would be like everyone else in the area, always worrying about the car's driving conditions in such extreme weather. This is still the 4th day. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or even the disaster day, the temperature will only be more terrifying. By then, the frozen engine will probably not be as simple as 1 or 2. Fortunately, she still has 5 car maintenance cards in her hand. So even if the engine is frozen, there is still a backup. Speaking of which, there should be a competition tomorrow, and I don't know if there will be car maintenance cards in it. If there will be, she will have to store a few more in her hand this time. For their current situation, car maintenance cards are really indispensable. In addition, it is about keeping warm in cold weather. The temperature of -20 degrees is really a low temperature that ordinary people have never experienced. Without sufficient preparation and supplies, they are now facing difficult and dangerous situations at all times. Now the warm materials in the area are hard to come by. But unfortunately, she doesn't have any extra ones, so she can't make money from them. Finally, there is the problem of catching a cold. Most people participated in yesterday's resource point activity, and only a few people didn't go into the water. Going into the water in such cold weather, and staying in the water for several hours, people with poor health will definitely catch a cold. There are countless people asking for medicine in the area, but unfortunately there are very few people selling medicine. Even if there is someone selling medicine occasionally, the medicine is not suitable for the disease. And even so, many people are scrambling to raise the price. Of course, these have nothing to do with Li Sijing. Even if she wants to help, she won't take out her life-saving medicine. However, a person's speech in the regional channel inspired her, and she immediately had an idea. It's the method of buying ginger and cooking ginger soup, which sounds really good. It just so happens that she still has some ginger in her hand. If she can sell it, she can help people in need and make a small profit. This idea is good, but how to do it specifically? It is definitely too late to plant ginger now. That is to say, the only thing she can use is what she has. The ginger she harvested before weighs about 1 kilogram. But she can't trade it all. First, she needs to keep some for seeds, which doesn't need too much. And secondly, she needs to keep some for herself in case of emergency. After weighing it, Li Sijing finally decided to take out 400 g of ginger and keep 100 g for herself. After deciding how much to sell, how to sell this 400 g, what is the price? Li Sijing ate and thought at the same time, until she finished the broth in the pot. She made the final decision. It doesn't take much ginger to make a bowl of ginger soup. But if there is less ginger, it is difficult to set the price. And if there is more ginger, it can't be divided into many portions. So after thinking again and again, she decided to make ginger soup with these gingers, and then sell ginger soup directly, one bowl at a time. Wanting to do it, Li Sijing immediately took action. She first cleaned the multifunction pot, and then added drinking water to it. As for how much to add, generally, when cooking ginger soup, the best ratio is 1 to 2. That is, 1 caddy of ginger and 2 caddies of water. But in this case, of course, it can't be done in such a luxurious way. It's better to adjust the ratio of 1 to 5. Although the effect is not so good, but more people can share it. So she finally poured 4 caddies of drinking water, that is, 2 liters, into the pot. Using half of the water she purified in the morning. Then, she took out 400 g of ginger from the mustard space, washed it, and cut it into thick strips without peeling it. After thinking about it, she took a photo and threw all the ginger strips into the pot. In this way, the effect will be a little worse. And I don't know what the specific effect is. By the way, in addition to ginger, she also has green onions. Although the green onion is not as good as ginger in dispelling cold, it is still effective. The green onions harvested before weighed about 1.5 kilograms. Li Sijing took out 1 kilogram of green onions from the mustard space and cut off all the green onion whites, which weighed about half a kilogram. After washing and cutting into sections, she still took a photo first, and then added these green onion sections to the pot. This pot of ginger soup needs to be boiled for about half an hour. In fact, adding an appropriate amount of brown sugar to the ginger soup will have a better effect. However, in this situation, I think no one should care about these things. Let it boil in the pot. Li Sijing opened the regional channel, sent out the 2 photos she took before, and attached a sentence. 400 g ginger, 250 g scallion, 2 liters of water. Ginger soup has been boiled and will be sold in half an hour. 150 milliliters ginger soup, 10 units of metal materials. This price was set by Li Sijing after careful consideration. In the end, she could get about 150 units of metal materials, which was a huge profit compared to her efforts. However, her price was more conscientious than the other people in the area who asked for it. After saying that, Li Sijing ignored the boiling chat in the area and turned off the blue screen directly. And now, she has more important things to do. That is, signing in. Chapter 172 Anti-Skid Chain. Inside the off-road vehicle, the multi-purpose pot was bubbling and boiling. The rice on the portable oven was also dried, and Li Sijing quickly changed a batch. Afterwards, Li Sijing took off her waterproof and warm gloves, rubbed her hands, rubbed her cheeks with both hands, and then took a deep breath. Xingyo. Sign in. Although she knew her luck very well, she still couldn't help but be superstitious and hoped to get something better. You know, on the 4th day of the last world, she got an intelligent AI. That is, the starry sky. Although she didn't pay much attention to it at the time, the subsequent experience showed how important the starry sky is. It was also the 4th day, and she didn't expect another intelligent life. It would be better to have a more practical one. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the anti-skid chain blueprint. Anti-skid chain, a cover-shaped anti-skid device composed of steel chains, which gives the tire a better fulcrum and effectively prevents the car from slipping. Note: steel anti-skid chains will damage tires, making the maximum service life of tires 1,000 kilometers. Material required for manufacturing: metal *8, rubber *1. Anti-skid chains have similar effects to snow tires. They are installed on car tires to make it easier for cars to drive on snow. This thing feels good. Li Sijing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Although she already has better snow tires, other people in the area don't have such good equipment. If everyone who drives on the snow with fear knows about this thing, they will probably be very happy. I think if this anti-skid chain is posted in the trading area, it will probably become popular immediately. In general, although this blueprint cannot directly enhance her strength, it can make money. The materials used to make it are not too many, and most people can afford it. The only disadvantage is that it costs tires. Looking at its notes, you will know that after installing this anti-skid chain, the tires will be scrapped after driving 1,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers is only 2 days' journey for Li Sijing. For others, it may take 3 days to drive such a distance. Of course, those who drive slowly will probably take longer. Anyway, for ordinary people, from now until the end of the extreme cold world, it is estimated that 1 or 2 tire changes will be needed. As for changing tires, if you have a real tire or more tire accessory drawings, you can use them directly. But if you don't have these two, there is only one way left, which is to use the car maintenance card. In this way, installing anti-skid chains can make the car drive faster and safer. But it also costs a lot. Originally, it could have been offered at a very high price. But once this disadvantage came out, it was a bit suspenseful. It seems that her price cannot be too outrageous. Otherwise it will do more harm than good to ordinary people. Fortunately, there is a competition tomorrow. I think everyone will buy it even for this event. Right? After a while of thinking in her mind, Li Sijing hung the things in the trading area. As for the price, it is 10 units of metal. Of course, she only accepts 2 basic materials: glass and cloth. And the materials for making anti-skid chains are provided by herself. 10 units of metal can be exchanged for 2 kilograms of food, which is not expensive for the anti-skid chains that are needed now. After hanging up the items in the trading area, she ran to the regional channel and shouted. Of course, she did not hide the fact that the tires would wear out. Originally, everyone was talking about her selling ginger soup in half an hour. And now it was even more lively. Fuck. Snow chains. A magical tool for driving in the snow. It would be even better if it were snow tires. Don't ask for too much. It's good to have a snow chain. Hey, this snow chain is a bit tire-consuming. Besides, the price is a bit expensive. It doesn't seem to be worth it. It depends on your personal needs. If you don't mind the slow speed, it doesn't matter if you don't buy snow chains. But if the speed is slow, there will be fewer resource boxes. There are not many supplies in the first place. That's no way. Where in the world can you have the best of both worlds? No more talking. I'll go place an order now. I'll go too. After all, there's a competition tomorrow. And I'm still thinking about getting a rank. I don't dare to think about the rank. I just want to get more points and exchange them for a proficient fighting skill. Now that I think about it, I'm going to buy a snow chain too. I've already placed the order. And my wealth is instantly reduced by half. I bought one too. You guys said you didn't buy it. But you acted so quickly that I almost missed it. Oh, I'm a step late, and it's sold out. I'm waiting for the boss to restock it. After I bought the snow chain, I took a look and found that this boss has a lot of good stuff. That's right. That's right. A portable oven, waterproof and warm gloves, a javelin, and ginger soup. And now an anti-skid chain. All of which are just needed. I remember that she sold cotton jackets before. But she probably took them off the shelves because she ran out of cotton material. Don't be surprised. It's just basic operation. Our boss Lee is famous for being rich. I'm so envious. Why don't I have such good luck? I heard that she got a high-level resource box yesterday, which makes me even more envious. Let's not talk about these discouraging topics. I'll go see if the boss has any new products. Seeing this, Lee Sejing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, no one said that they wanted to rob her. Although there should still be people who would have this idea. Not saying it out loud is also a kind of progress. Besides, it is a fact that she has a lot of good things in her hands. She can't just hold them in her hands to prevent others from coveting them. So, the iron must be hard. And what she needs to do now is to work harder to improve herself in order to protect herself and her property. By the way, did the 50 anti-skid chains she just hung up sell out all at once? So, Lee Sejing quickly switched to the trading area and put up another batch of anti-skid chains. Then, she found that not only the anti-skid chains, but also the other 3 commodities were almost cleared out. It seems that the popularity of anti-skid chains has also driven the sales of other items. She really didn't expect this situation. After making all kinds of items and hanging them up in the trading area again, Lee Sejing was free. At this time, Shinkong suddenly said, "Master, a resource box was found 500 meters ahead." As the voice fell, the off-road vehicle gradually slowed down and then slowly stopped. Chapter 173 Apple. At a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. It takes more than 40 minutes to drive 50 kilometers. When the time came to 8:45, Lee Sejing finally encountered the first resource box of the day. When Shinkong reminded her, she immediately looked through the windshield. With the basic eagle eye skill, Lee Sejing can see the scene within 1 kilometer clearly. But even so, it took her 1 or 2 seconds to see where the resource box Shinkong mentioned was. As the off-road vehicle stopped, Lee Sejing got off and came to the resource box. On the snow-covered road, a white box was half covered in snow. Half of the 20-centimeter low-level resource box was buried in the snow, and the exposed half was also set off by the white snowflakes. Is it so deceptive? If she didn't have the basic eagle eye skill, she probably wouldn't be able to find this low-level resource box even if it was placed at her feet. By the way, if this is a nearsighted person, even if the car is driving fast, it is not necessarily possible to wait for the resource box, because it can't be found. Fortunately, she has the high-tech Starry Sky. Lee Sejing sighed again. While thinking randomly, Lee Sejing picked up the low-level resource box, returned to the car, and continued to set off. The low-level resource box was placed on the folding table, and Lee Sejing didn't have time to pay attention to it at this time, because the business in the trading area is booming. She is in a hurry to replenish the stock. It took more than 20 minutes for those who saw the news and were willing to buy in the area to buy. After that, the number of people who came to trade became sparse. If you want to be lively, you probably have to wait until noon or evening. During this period, she had at least 300 anti-skid chains on the shelves, and she made a lot of money from basic materials. She had previously restricted herself to trading anti-skid chains with glass and cloth, so she also got these 2 materials. in addition to anti-skid chains, portable ovens, waterproof and warm gloves, and javelins were also sold for about 50 copies. For these 3 items, in addition to glass and cloth, she also collected wood and rubber, a total of 4 basic materials. In short, she had enough storage for metal and plastic, so she didn't need to collect them. After the anti-skid chain was dealt with, the ginger soup in the multi-purpose pot was almost cooked. Li Sijing quickly posted it in the trading area according to the previously announced price, and then shouted in the regional channel. 2 liters of drinking water boiled for half an hour, and turned into gas and dissipated a lot. Fortunately, the ginger and green onion in it also counted as weight. 150 milliliters of ginger soup was divided into 14 portions, each with 10 units of metal materials, a total of 140 units of materials. It was a little less than the 150 she had estimated before. The ginger soup was hung in the trading area, and when Li Sijing came back from the regional channel, it had been sold out. This time, Li Sijing did not make any regulations on the materials for the transaction, so most of what she got was metal materials. This was also within her expectations. After all, she was a sick person, and she was willing to make a little concession. After the transaction was completed, Li Sijing couldn't help but open the manufacturing page to check her assets. 1782 units of metal. Originally used some when exchanging props yesterday, but today she sold ginger soup and made a profit all at once. 1133 units of plastic. This is not a big change. 989 units of rubber. This is good. And there are still a dozen units left to accumulate 1,800 units of wood. This is a little earned just now, but wood is needed for burning, so there is a decrease rather than an increase. 1089 units of glass. This is a surprise. Because of the anti-skid chain, it is enough for 1,932 units of cloth. This is also good, and because of the anti-skid chain, there is less than 100 units left. So she has collected 3 materials, and the remaining 3 materials are only a matter of 100 or 200. Wow! This is really great. In this way, when she waits for the next world, can she immediately have another mustard seed space? Then, next, work hard to acquire the remaining 3 materials: cloth, wood and rubber. Li Sijing quickly opened the trading area and exchanged the 4 items she sold and the materials that could be traded for the 3 she needed. After receiving such good news, Li Sijing's mood suddenly became particularly happy. No matter how hard other people's lives are now, she is still very satisfied now. Humming an unknown tune, Li Sijing washed the multi-purpose pot that boiled ginger soup and put it back in place. All the things were done. And then Li Sijing thought about the big beasts. She thought about the hunting method without going into the water several times in her mind and felt that it was very feasible. However, to implement this plan, she still needs a few ropes. And the rope she has now is not enough. After all, she couldn't guarantee that she could kill a big fish several meters long with just 1 javelin. So she had to use more javelins. As for the rope, Zhou Qinghuan had it in her hand. I just don't know if she has time to read the message now. Li Sijing sent a message tentatively. Huan, I want to exchange 3 20-meter long ropes with you. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qinghuan's reply speed was still surprisingly fast. 3 ropes? Right. I'll make them for you right away. Without Li Sijing waiting, 3 20-meter long ropes were traded immediately. The price of rope in the trading area is 1 metal unit for 2 meters. She wants 60 meters, which is 30 metal units, and the materials needed for manufacturing. These are not a small amount of money. Li Sijing is not prepared to get them for free. She sends the materials to Zhou Qinghuan according to the market price. But Zhou Qinghuan didn't accept it. Instead she sent a message. Sister Jing, you don't need the ingredients. The jellyfish head you sent me yesterday tastes pretty good. If you still have some, use the jellyfish head as a trade. She is indeed a real foodie. However, Li Sijing didn't suffer any loss in this deal, so she naturally didn't object. She originally had 4 gene of jellyfish heads, and she sent 1 gene to Zhou Qinghuan yesterday, leaving 3 gene. She was going to send another 2 gene to Zhou Qinghuan, leaving only the last 1 gene, which was enough for her to try. After giving 2 gene of jellyfish heads to Zhou Qinghuan, and the other party accepted it, she sent another message. By the way, Sister Jing, the apples on my apple tree are ripe, but unfortunately it's the first time to bear fruit, so there are only 5 or 6 kilograms. And they are all small fruits. I'll send you 1 kilogram to try. Don't complain about it. When the apple tree matures again and produces big apples, I'll send you a few more kilograms. Along with the message came a trade. And Li Xijing saw it and quickly replied, there are so few fruits now. And getting 1 kilogram of apples is already very good. How can I dislike it? Thank you. Huan. After saying that, Li Xijing clicked to accept. And instantly several red apples fell on her legs. She counted them. There were 3 apples in total. Each apple was less than 200 g. And it was indeed not big. Chapter 174 Large Grass Carp. Yesterday, Li Xijing gave Zhou Qinghuan 1 gene of jellyfish heads. And today she gave her 1 gene of apples. When it's cold, fruits are still rare. Looking at the tempting apples, Li Xijing swallowed her saliva. 2 apples were put into the mustard space. As for the remaining 1, of course, she washed it, peeled it and ate it, wearing warm clothes, roasting the stove, eating juicy apples. Li Xijing was very leisurely. 3 ropes have been exchanged, plus her original 1. A total of 4 ropes, which should be enough. She planned to stop the car and kill the large beasts in the water after encountering the next resource box. Anyway, it will be done sooner or later. Act early, and you can be more relaxed later. After eating an apple, Li Xijing didn't have to wait for long. When the time came to 9:30, she encountered the second resource box of the day. It was still a low-level resource box. With the experience of the last observation, she found the trace of this resource box early this time. Li Xijing took the resource box on the bus and opened the 2 low-level resource boxes without delay. Mineral water 550 milliliters. Mineral water 5 liters. Yam crisp 32G*3. Watermelon bubble gum 3G*10. Metal *5. Plastic *5. Gasoline 1 unit. Gasoline 20 units. Disposable gloves 10 pairs. Cotton swabs 100. Glass *3. Rubber *2. Neither of the 2 resource boxes had anything helpful for the next battle. But this was also within Li Xijing's expectations. Mineral water was still the same as before, with small bottles placed in the mustard space and large barrels placed at the back of the car. Yam chips are similar to potato chips. The storage compartment in front is empty, so I put them in to replenish them. There are also 10 bubble gums, each of which is as big as a thumb watermelon. It's a childhood memory. But she seemed to have 5 pieces of chewing gum before. Now there are bubble gums again. It seems that she can chew them properly. I don't know if these game-produced materials have a shelf life. Don't let them go bad if they are left for a long time. As for gasoline, her tank was almost full before she went to bed the day before yesterday. And she didn't drive yesterday. However, she used electrical appliances, such as air conditioners, electric blankets, multifunction pots, freezers, etc., which consumed several units. I drove 100 kilometers today and used 10 units of gasoline. Now there are 52 units left. Adding what I got now, it's 73 units of gasoline. And the 80-unit tank is not full yet. 100 cotton swabs and 10 pairs of disposable gloves are not used now. So Li Xijing put them all on the shelf. In less than 2 minutes, all the supplies were sorted out. And then I had to do the real work. Li Xijing put on a scarf, hat, gloves and sunglasses, took out 4 20-meter-long ropes, and got off the car. She opened the manufacturing page, consumed 40 metals, 8 rubbers and 8 plastics, and made 4 javelins. The javelin is gray in color, about 2 meters long, weighing 1 pound, and feels good in the hand. This javelin is a little different from the javelin used in competitions on Earth. The javelin in front of him is sharp at one end, with a metallic tip, which looks very lethal. If it accidentally falls on your feet, it will probably penetrate you directly. Right? The tip of the javelin is about half a meter long, and the back 1.5 meters is wrapped in rubber to increase friction. As for the tail end of the javelin, it is a hook shape, which is obviously used to tie ropes. Li Xijing tied one end of the 4 ropes to the 4 tires of the car and fixed them, and the other end was tied to the tail end of the javelin. She tried to see if it was tied firmly, and then she felt relieved and came to the side of the road with 4 javelins. Li Xijing stepped directly out of the road and stepped on the ice, leaving a row of footprints on the thick snow. The javelin was placed on the ground first. Li Xijing waved her hand and took out the military shovel from the mustard space and started shoveling snow. She shoveled an area of about 10 square meters along the edge of the road, and a large pile of snow was piled on the ice. If this were on Earth, there would probably be many people running to make snowmen with laughter. Right? It's a pity that no one appreciates this beautiful scenery in front of us. When Li Sijing was shoveling snow, the large beast under the water had already sensed Li Sijing's breath and kept swimming under the ice. After shoveling the snow, Li Sijing stood 3 meters away from the road and began to chisel the ice and make a hole. After just 2 or 3 times, the ice layer was broken through, and the next step was to expand the hole. While Li Sijing was expanding the hole, the large beast under the water kept jumping up. The hole in the ice layer was gradually expanded, and finally formed a circular hole with a diameter of 2 meters. Now, the large beast under the water seemed even more excited, constantly jumping out of the hole, revealing a huge fish head. After this action, the true face of this large beast gradually emerged. The body is slender and smooth, comb-shaped. The dorsal fin has no hard spines. The outer edge is straight. The gill rake is short. The body is tea-yellow. The abdomen is grayish-white, and the back is grayish-black. The overall length is more than 3 meters, and the width is about 1 meter. Isn't this just an enlarged version of grass carp? Fortunately, grass carp is sturdy, but not as ferocious as black carp, so it is relatively easy to deal with. Seeing the grass carp constantly thrashing and splashing water everywhere, Li Sijing couldn't help but take a few steps back. The hole has been smashed open, and the grass carp is in place. Next, it's time for her to show off. Li Sijing took off the big cotton jacket that affected her performance. Fortunately, after the exercise just now, her body has heated up, so she didn't shiver from the cold. She picked up a javelin on the ground, held it in the middle of the javelin with her right hand, stepped forward with her left foot, and slightly tilted her body. Although she had never used this javelin, Li Sijing still knew a little about the general position, and she had also seen the javelin usage method shared by those kind people in the area. So this move was quite decent. Holding the rope in her left hand and the javelin in her right hand, Li Sijing kept weighing it, and her eagle eyes were fixed on the grass carp tumbling in the water. Action is worse than thought. After aiming, she did not hesitate and threw the javelin out. The javelin flew forward with the rope, constantly approaching the grass carp, and then it rubbed the body of the grass carp and shot into the water, stirring up a splash. Well, it doesn't matter if it misses the first shot. Anyway, she had expected it. She would get proficient by trying continuously. Li Sijing pulled the rope with both hands, took back the javelin in the water, and comforted herself with a pout. Next, it was a continuous shooting. Retracting the rope. Shooting. Retracting the rope. Chapter 175 Successful Killing. Time passed as Li Sijing continued to throw javelins. Fortunately, she had the skilled book of proficiency in firearms. Although it was not the same weapon as shooting javelins, there were always some similarities between them. There were also eagle eyes and combat awareness as auxiliary. After continuous attempts, the progress was also very obvious. At a distance of 2 or 3 meters, the javelin that was originally shot could not even touch the scales of the grass carp. But later it gradually touched the edge. Afterwards, the number of times the javelin hit the target gradually increased, hitting the grass carp's body again and again. Unfortunately, the grass carp was protected by layers of scales, and most of her javelin shot on the fish's body only broke a few scales. After more than 10 minutes of throwing, she was so hot that the 2 ears of the Lei Feng hat were turned up, and even the sunglasses were put away. The gloves were taken off long ago, because the touch of the javelin was not obvious. The grass carp also had uneven color matching, which were all broken fish scales. After several attempts, Li Sijing became more and more familiar with the javelin in her hand, and became more handy. This time, she was ready to do it for real. Holding the javelin in her right hand, her eyes were fixed on a certain place on the grass carp, motionless. If it weren't for the grass carp in the water, which was still thrashing, from a distance, it would have been a beautiful scene. After standing in this position for an unknown period of time, the javelin in Li Sijing's hand suddenly flew out. With a puff, the javelin, with the tumbling rope, was inserted into the belly of the grass carp. The place where the javelin was inserted was smooth, and the protective fish scales were obviously gone, so the javelin successfully pierced. For this attack, Li Sijing had been accumulating strength for a long time, almost using up all her strength. and the tip of the javelin was directly inserted halfway. The grass carp that was stabbed violently rolled up in an instant, stirring up layers of water splashes. The blood flowing from the wound dyed the layers of water red, and even splashed on the ice. As the grass carp kept moving, the javelin kept shaking, and the rope kept shaking. At this time, Li Sijing was not idle either. She quickly squatted down and picked up another javelin. She posed again, aiming motionlessly, and attacked again at the moment when the grass carp finally slowed down. With a puff, the place where the shot was hit this time was unexpected by Li Sijing herself. The violent movement just now made the grass carp's huge mouth open and close continuously, and even the gill cover opened and closed. The target that Li Sijing originally aimed at was the place where a small piece of fish scales broke under the gills of the grass carp. As a result, somehow, the javelin pierced directly into the gills of the grass carp, then kept moving forward and finally came out of the fish's mouth. The importance of gills to fish is self-evident. The moment the gills were shot, Li Sijing knew that today was stable. And this giant grass carp also made a final struggle, and the tumbling movement was more than 1 or 2 times louder than before. In the end, I don't know how, I broke free from the javelin on the gills, and even the javelin on the belly of the fish was constantly loosening. It seems that this struggle is too intense, which is not a good thing. Don't try hard for a long time, and let it escape at the last moment. It will really be infuriating. At this time, Li Sijing didn't care, and put away the javelin that fell into the water from the gills. She picked up the third javelin from her side, and took 2 steps forward to aim and shoot without caring about the splashes. This shot hit the grass carp's back, and the position where the javelin was inserted was not as deep as the position in the belly of the fish. But the meat on the fish's back is tighter, and it is more difficult to break free. In this way, there is a double insurance. In front of her, the grass carp is still tumbling, which makes Li Sijing sigh that the vitality of the grass carp is indeed strong. She picked up the last javelin, took 2 steps forward again, and came directly to the edge of the hole, stabbing the javelin like a spear. After stabbing for an unknown number of times in a row, the grass carp's movements finally became much smaller, and it was not so energetic to tumble. Looking at the messy back of the grass carp, large pieces of fish scales fell off, and it swung its tail weakly in the light red water, and then slowly sank. Li Sijing knew that the death of this grass carp was a matter of time. However, at this time, she was in no mood to deal with it, because this grass carp was already in her bag. The grass carp's dying struggle just now. She was splashed with cold water at a close distance, and now she began to shiver from the cold. Anyway, there was nothing else in the water except the big beasts every day, so there was no need to worry about the prey being intercepted. The grass carp gradually sank to the bottom of the water, and the ropes on the 3 javelins gradually tightened as they were inserted into it. Li Sijing quickly returned to the car and took off her soaked sweater, fleece pants, scarf, and lei feng hat. Fortunately, although some parts of the clothes inside were a little wet, it did not affect her wearing, so she quickly put on the cotton jacket she had taken off before. Pouring herself a cup of boiled water, Li Sijing drank slowly while warming herself by the fire. Although it was a bit cold this time, it was much better than the pain of going into the water before. As her body slowly recovered, Li Sijing looked at the time again. It was now 10:21, and she had been outside for about 50 minutes. It took less than an hour to kill a large beast without having to go into the water. Li Sijing couldn't be more satisfied with this result. After putting away the 5th batch of rice baked on the portable oven, Li Sijing put the wet clothes on to bake. However, she had to hurry up to deal with the spoils. But she didn't have time to wait for these clothes to dry before going out. After thinking about it, Li Sijing decided to let the clothes bake in the car. And as for herself, she would get off the car to deal with the large beast. As for the problem of low temperature outside, she used a warm baby patch and pretended that she was in the water. After sticking it, Li Sijing took another watermelon bubble gum and chewed it in her mouth before getting off the car again. She came to the edge of the ice hole and first pulled 3 taut ropes to pull up the grass carp in the water. If the grass carp was alive, Li Sijing was not sure that she could pull it up from the water. Pulling up a dead fish more than 3 meters long from the water is not at the same level of difficulty as pulling up a live fish. Fortunately, after such a period of time, the grass carp at the bottom of the water had long been dead and naturally would not move. Wearing labor protection gloves, Li Sijing held the rope tightly with both hands and pulled it up little by little. This grass carp is estimated to be a little bigger than the crucian carp the day before yesterday. The specific weight must be 4 or 500 kilograms. Such a big grass carp. If it were the previously sieging, it would probably be staring blankly and could not pull it up. Even if it were not for the buoyancy of the water, it would be very difficult for Li Sijing now to pull up this grass carp. She pulled the rope and pulled it up little by little until the grass carp emerged from the water. Chapter 176 Unsaleable Fish Meat. When the grass carp weighing several hundred kilograms is in the water, it doesn't feel too heavy. But when the grass carp emerges from the water, it takes Li Sijing a lot of effort to get it ashore. When she finally dragged the 3-meter-long grass carp onto the ice, she was already panting with exhaustion. However, now is not the time to rest. After she recovers, she has to dissect the grass carp immediately. Otherwise, in such cold weather, if the time drags on for a long time, the fish will freeze, which will be more laborious. Fortunately, with the experience of the day before yesterday, she was able to dissect it this time. First, she cut open the belly of the fish and took out all the internal organs. Then she used a tang knife to cut off the large pieces of meat on both sides of the fish, and also removed all the fish steaks between the spine. Next, she collected the fish blister according to the previous treatment method, and sold the fish head, fish bones, and fish internal organs at a low price. In order to sell as quickly as possible, Li Sijing lowered the price a little, asking for a total of 200 units of metal. As for why she had to sell as quickly as possible, in addition to the reason that she had no place to put it, she was also racing against time. After the fermentation of the past few days, everyone in the area now has ropes, javelins, and even knows how to avoid going into the water. It can be imagined that there should be quite a few people selling meat in the area today. Just now, when she opened the regional channel, she saw several people buying fish and meat. Once there are more sellers, buyers will naturally have more choices. And at that time, these scraps may not be wanted by anyone. This is why she dealt with the large beast so early today. It was safer to act earlier. Fortunately, there were not many people trading fish meat in the area at this time. The price of the internal organs she hung up was also reduced, so they were quickly traded out. After that, she came to split the 2 large pieces of fish meat, which took half an hour. Although this grass carp was a little bigger than the crucian carp the day before, the actual harvest was not much different, because the 2 fish were killed in different ways. For the crucian carp, she was underwater at the time and attacked the important parts, such as the eyes and the head, but the body was intact. For the grass carp today, she stood on the shore and shot it with a javelin. Afterwards, it was like stabbing a hedgehog, and the fish body was stabbed in a mess. In the end, this grass carp was divided into 211 kilograms of fish meat, 11 kilograms of fish fillets, and a huge fish blister. As for the fish skin, it was naturally not as intact as the previous crucian carp. There were several large holes on it, so it was useless. In fact, if the fish skin is well prepared, it is also a delicacy. But unfortunately, Li Sijing does not have the time or energy to do so. 2 pieces of fish skin, plus the fish scales on them, must weigh dozens of kilograms. Li Sijing processed them cheaply and exchanged them for 10 units of metal. 211 pieces of fish meat piled together, like a small mountain. Quite spectacular. Li Sijing put a lot of sundries in her mustard space, and the remaining space naturally could not hold so much fish meat. There was no way. She packed it in 3 times, and then transported all the fish meat into the off-road vehicle and piled it on the folding table. After everything outside the car was handled properly, Li Sijing quickly got in the car and told Shinkong to continue driving. Li Sijing, paralyzed in the driver's seat, looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. From killing the large beast to processing the catch, it took a total of 1.5 hours this time, which was much better than the day before yesterday. The car continued to move forward, and she prepared to sell all the fish meat as soon as possible. Take advantage of the fact that the price of meat is still stable now, and sell it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when more people sell it, the price will probably drop. As for how much to sell, Li Sijing plans to sell it for 210 yuan, and the remaining 1 yuan is for herself to try it. In this extremely cold world, the price of food is so high, so she took the opportunity to sell more meat and earn more basic materials. She didn't dare to guarantee that there would be famine in the next world, and the price of food would still be so high. Anyway, she had stored enough food. so she didn't need to keep so much of the same food in her hands. It was still 25 units of metal materials for 1 kilogram of grass carp meat. In order to get rid of it as soon as possible. Li Sijing didn't even stipulate what materials must be used. Unfortunately, after the fish meat was hung in the trading area, there was no movement for several minutes. No one bought it. Li Sijing had a bad feeling in her heart. She quickly opened the regional channel and prepared to check the instant information. Oh! There are so many people selling fish meat today. There are all kinds of fish in the trading area. I am dazzled by it. Haha. I also killed a silver carp and am cutting it. Wait for me for half an hour and then sell it immediately. The ice on the water surface is so thick today that you can slowly grind large beasts to death without going into the water. Naturally, there are more people selling fish meat. Oh! I have been starving since I came to this world. Today I killed a large beast and finally I can have a good meal. Anyway, it's impossible to go on the road in this weather. I plan to stay where I am and kill a large beast, which will be enough for me to eat and drink for a few days. Finally, there is hope for the future. But unfortunately, too many people have killed so many people that the meat can't be sold at a high price. So the profit is much less. Selling grass carp. Only 22 units of metal materials per caddy. First come first served. Carp meat. 21 units of metal materials per caddy. Hurry up if you want to buy. Seeing this, what else is unclear? Li Sijing's face looks very ugly. She ran to the trading area again and looked around. Sure enough, there were many transactions of selling fish meat. It seems that she is still a step late. When she was dividing the fish meat, so many people were already working hard. There are so many people selling. And these people are desperately lowering the price in order to get rid of it as soon as possible, causing the price of meat to drop sharply. It can't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, when people who kill large beasts continue to pour in, the price will only drop lower and lower. Li Sijing decisively changed her price to 20 metal units per caddy of grass carp meat. Then, she ran to the regional channel and shouted several times. Fortunately, she was still somewhat well known in the region, and the message she sent out was not drowned out. The situation was indeed much better, and the number of buyers was slowly increasing. Half an hour later, all 210 pieces of grass carp meat were finally sold, because there was no specified basic material for exchange. Most of the materials obtained this time were metal. 12 units of cloth, 22 units of glass, 8 units of wood, 33 units of rubber, 88 units of plastic, and 3,822 units of metal. So, after selling this large beast today, Li Sijing had a terrifying amount of metal materials in her hands. Almost 6,000 units. And there were also 3 of the other 5 basic materials that had a total of 1,000 units, leaving only cloth and wood, which were less than 1,000 units. Chapter 177 Steamed Flour Dragon with Garlic. After Li Sijing sold all the grass carp meat in her hand, she breathed a sigh of relief and checked other information again. Only then did she find that in just half an hour, the price of meat in the area had fallen to 20 metal units per caddy. Moreover, this price is still slowly falling as more people enter the market, and it is unknown what the final bottom line will be. Li Sijing was even more fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, she handled it in time. Otherwise the loss would be greater. As for the so much metal in exchange, it doesn't matter. In the future, when selling things, it is stipulated that metal materials are not allowed. Before Li Sijing could think too much, the reminder of the starry sky sounded again, and she met the third resource box of the day. Anyway, the grass carp meat has been sold. Li Sijing didn't think much, and hurriedly got off the car to take the resource box up. At this time, the clothes placed on the portable oven were also dried. The effect of the warm baby patch she had applied before was almost over, so she hurriedly put on her clothes. As for the portable oven, it was natural to put rice on it again to bake. Only 4 pounds were dried in the morning, and the remaining 6 pounds must be dried before dark. It was almost 12 o'clock, and Li Sijing was going to prepare lunch for today. As for what to eat, she had already made an idea, and the several delicacies she had exchanged before were all waiting for her to favor. At noon, she would eat lobster. Of course, half a pound of lobster, still with the shell, was not enough for her to eat, so she had to prepare some staple food. The rice cooker I got yesterday had never been turned on. Why not try steaming a pot of rice this time? If you want to cook, do it. Li Sijing immediately took out the rice cooker. This rice cooker is the earliest model. That is, you have to press the gear down to turn it into a rice cooker for cooking. It is about the same size as the intermediate resource box. It is estimated that it can cook 3 or 4 bowls of rice at most at a time, which is enough for Li Sijing to have a meal. Fortunately, this rice cooker is also oil electric, and it consumes 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, or 1 unit of gasoline per hour. Of course, Li Sijing was reluctant to use electricity, and still connected to the fuel tank. After filling half a caddy of rice, rubbing and washing it twice, and measuring the water level with her fingers, Li Sijing pressed the cooking button. The rice has started to cook, and the next step is to cook the lobster. Li Sijing had never handled such high-end ingredients as lobster on Earth before. If it were her before, she would probably only steam it, then prepare the sauce, and eat it like this. But she, who already has proficient cooking skills, would not use such a wasteful method to handle such delicious ingredients. Of course, because of the limited ingredients, she couldn't make any complicated dishes. So she made a steamed lobster with garlic sauce. Even if it was such a simple dish, there was still one ingredient missing. That is, the vermicelli at the bottom. She had no choice but to open the trading area and see if the omnipotent netizens had vermicelli for sale. Fortunately, after searching for a few minutes, she finally found the rice noodles she needed in a corner. She used a pound of braised wild boar meat to exchange for a pound of dry rice noodles. Of course, she didn't need so much for making lobsters this time, so she put the rest away. She soaked half a pound of rice noodles in boiling water, and then she prepared to make a garlic sauce. Chop half a pound of garlic into minced pieces. Rinse with clean water, and drain. Add an appropriate amount of lard to the pot. Heat it. Add the drained garlic. Stir-fry continuously. And finally add soy sauce and oyster sauce. Because there was no chili, she had no choice but to add a spoonful of bean paste to it, which was barely spicy. After the water inside was fried dry, the garlic paste was ready. And then deal with the splendid lobster. Li Sijing took the splendid lobster out of the mustard space, and cut it left and right along the head of the lobster with a knife. After cutting it up and down, grab the head of the lobster with one hand, and the tail of the lobster with the other hand, and twist it gently to break the head of the lobster. Then deal with the tail of the lobster. Cut off the excess shrimp petals with scissors. Cut it along the left and right sides, and remove the shrimp thread. Take out the plump shrimp meat. Then cut a knife along the middle of the shrimp meat. Divide it into 2, and cut it into pieces along the gap of the shrimp meat. After everything was done, Li Sijing took out a large plate and started to arrange the dishes. First, drain the soaked rice noodles and spread them on the bottom of the plate. Then stand the lobster head at the front of the plate, and arrange the lobster meat in order. Evenly spread the fried garlic sauce just now, and then cover the lobster tail shell with the lobster. The exquisite steamed huolong with garlic sauce is ready, and it looks like it is not inferior to the grade of a 5-star hotel. The next step is to steam it in a pot, which will take more than 10 or 20 minutes. While waiting, Li Sijing was not idle, and prepared fruits and drinks for herself after the meal. Since she was eating lobster, she couldn't drink milk, tea, etc. So what could she drink? Li Sijing couldn't help but stand up and search on the shelf. It was a rare exquisite meal, so she had to prepare it well. In fact, red wine goes well with lobster. But it's a pity that the red wine she opened before was finally exchanged for Luizhou. The only drinks she can drink now are cola and lactic acid bacteria drinks. I feel that these two are not suitable, Li Sijing thought with some distress. Just when she decided to give up arranging drinks, she suddenly thought of something. She seemed to have a coconut in her hand. By the way, lobster with coconut juice seems to be good. With a flick of her hand, she instantly took out the green coconut that she almost forgot from the mustard space. She has not tried to open a coconut yet, but she has watched a lot of short videos on Earth. Holding the kitchen knife, Li Sijing was a little hesitant at first, but then she gradually became familiar with it. After roughly removing the outer skin, she took the scissors, aimed at the top of the coconut, and poked it hard. Fortunately, she is very strong now. Although the coconut shell is hard, she still poked it open easily, and then carefully poured the coconut juice into the cup. She also split the coconut in half, scooped out all the white coconut meat inside with a spoon and put it in the coconut juice. In this way, a cup of coconut milk with full coconut meat is ready. At this time, the lobster was also steamed. and the rice cooker had already tripped. She turned on the rice cooker, and a strong rice aroma came to her face. Anyway, she was the only one eating, so there was no need to be so particular. Li Sijing didn't plan to put it in a bowl, so she just held the rice cooker and ate it. First, she took a bite of rice, which was a little hot, so Li Sijing couldn't help but breathe. The rice cooked in the rice cooker was indeed not as delicious as the rice in the big iron pot. But the original taste of this rice was also good, which was considered a flaw. Then Li Sijing tasted the splendid lobster that consumed a lot of her energy, the delicate and delicious meat, the sweet and chewy feeling, and the strong garlic flavor immediately passed into every cell of her. Even the tasteless rice noodles were soaked into a delicious dish. The only drawback was that it was not spicy enough. Chapter 178 Food prices drop again. A plate of steamed flour dragon with garlic sauce, plus a rice cooker. Li Sijing ate heartily, and was extremely satisfied. After Li Sijing finished eating and packed up everything, it was already 12:30, and she encountered low-level resource boxes again. Li Sijing did not plan to open the 2 low-level resource boxes, but prepared to take a nap first. Although it was a lunch break, the bed had to be made well. After all, it was so cold. Don't catch a cold after consuming a lot of energy. Sleep is always particularly sweet, and today's lunch break is like this. When she encountered the 5th low-level resource box of the day, she was finally awakened. In just 40 minutes of deep sleep, Li Sijing was fully revived. She first took the resource box to the car so that Shinkong could continue driving, and then she came to make the bed. After packing up, Li Sijing took out another apple to peel, and then sat in the driver's seat, eating while turning on the regional channel. At this time, most people finished lunch and continued on the road. Of course, some people have given up on driving, so the area is not deserted. Li Sijing took a quick look, then climbed up the stairs to check the previous information, and then went to the trading area to check. Finally, she sorted out the news. During her lunch break, the price of meat had dropped to 15 metal units per pound. Someone in the area roughly counted that today, from 10 o'clock in the morning, when the first person sold fish meat, it lasted until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There are almost 1,000 people who have successfully killed large beasts and sold them in the area, and each large beast has at least 200 kilograms of harvest. Even if they only buy half, there are 10,000 kilograms of fish meat pouring into the market. But there are less than 10,000 people in the entire area now, and the supply exceeds the demand, which is also the reason for the collapse of meat prices. Not only meat, but also ordinary food. The price is constantly falling at this time. I don't know what the price of food will become when it gets dark. After eating an apple, Li Sijing opened another bag of yam crisps and a bag of palm instant noodles. After eating all of them, she drank some hot water and put a watermelon bubble gum in her mouth to chew. After replenishing her energy, she prepared to drive herself. By the way, such road conditions are really a challenge for her. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she encountered the 6th low-level resource box of the day. There are already 4 resource boxes. She symbolically blew on her palm and then opened them all. 1 unit of gasoline, 20 units of gasoline, 1 pair of rain boots, 1 shoe dryer, 2 pieces of cloth, 2 pieces of glass, 550 milliliters of mineral water, 5 liters of mineral water, 250 g of physixial lychees, 1 pearl headband, 5 pieces of metal, 5 pieces of wood, 15 g of high calcium cheese sticks, 50 g of green rice balls, 100 g of butter cookies, 20 g of spicy hand-torn vegetarian steak, 20 g of cloth, 2 pieces of rubber, 1 pack of embossed handkerchiefs, 500 g of quicklime, 30 pieces of face towels, plug-in hair dryer, 5 pieces of plastic, 5 pieces of metal. Hey, the things I got this time are really strange. Gasoline was added to the tank as usual, and mineral water was also put away as usual. By the way, she has already accumulated 7 barrels of 5-liter barrels of mineral water. If the car had not been upgraded, it would probably not be enough. If there were more, she would have to start using bottled mineral water, which was a bit wasteful. There were quite a few foods this time, including 5 green dumplings, which she liked very much. She ate one first to taste. There was only 1 cheese stick, which Li Sijing opened and stuffed into her mouth. A small box of cookies, which she put in the storage compartment and ate as a snack. 10 small packages of hand-torn vegetarian steaks, which were very good. By the way, Since she had eaten the previous Weilong spicy strips, her mouth was almost bland. She immediately opened a package and looked at the remaining supplies while eating. Half a pound of lychees, which she put in the mustard space to keep them freshest. In addition to these, the rest were some daily necessities. A pack of handkerchiefs, which she put under the windshield, so that she could take them out when she needed them. A 30-sheet face towel, which was not bad. If you save it, you can use it for a month. A pair of rain boots were put away, but she couldn't wear them now. A headband, which she just needed now. After almost half a month in this survival world, her short hair has grown a lot, and her bangs are covering her eyes. If she hadn't opened the hairband, she would have used scissors to cut her bangs these days. A shoe dryer. Not bad. It is both oil and electricity. 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity, or 1 unit of gasoline per hour. A hair dryer. Li Sijing really needs it, but it can only be plugged in, and it is probably impossible to use it in a world without the sun. Finally, the most rare item. Quicklime. A pound of quicklime, sealed in a small bag, is as white as flour. By the way, where can this quicklime she opened be used? This thing seems to be a bit dangerous. It will heat up immediately when it comes into contact with water. Is it for her to sprinkle it in the water to kill large beasts? There is no need for this. This operation is quite dangerous. It is better for her to kill it with a javelin herself. Li Sijing could not think of a use for it for a while, so she could only put it away. And this quicklime is so dangerous that it cannot be left casually. If it comes into contact with water in the car, it will burn the car. There is no way. Just in case, she can only put it in the mustard space. All the supplies have been sorted out, and Li Sijing replaced a batch of roasted rice on the portable oven. Then she put on gloves and sunglasses, put her hands on the steering wheel, and prepared to drive. After Shinkong let go of the driving rights of the car, Li Sijing immediately took over. With a focused look, when the car was in Shinkong's hands, the speed it could drive was 70 kilometers per hour. However, in Li Sijing's hands, for safety, she had to pay attention to the road at all times. She was afraid that she would drive the car off the road and onto the ice if she wasn't careful, and she had to pay attention to the wheels slipping. As a result, the driving speed naturally couldn't be fast, and could only be maintained at about 60 kilometers per hour. This was because she had the basic eagle-eye skill. Otherwise, she estimated that she could only drive at a snail's pace of 30 to 40 kilometers per hour. Just like everyone else in the area. Chapter 179 Toad Clothes with anesthetic effects. Driving alone on the same old highway scene is very destructive to one's spirit. Fortunately, Li Sijing is not alone. She has Xingyu and Shinkong to accompany her. Although Xingyu is a little arrogant, she probably won't get a single answer after she says 3 sentences. But Shinkong is still very honest and answers every question, except for her tense expression at the beginning. Li Sijing gradually relaxed after adapting to the rhythm. After all, her Master Racer and Basic Eagle-Eye Skill book are not fake. At a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, she encountered the resource box at almost 3 o'clock. This resource box was the first one she found. But Shinkong didn't remind her, because this is an intermediate resource box. Even with sunglasses, the blue resource box is still very conspicuous. When she was half a kilometer away from the resource box, she saw it, and Shinkong still gave a reminder when she was 500 meters away, parking the car in front of the resource box. Li Sijing got out and walked forward slowly, stopping 3 steps away from the resource box. Li Sijing thought for a moment and took out a weapon. But this time, what appeared in her hand was not the commonly used Tang sword, but the pistol that she had only used once. Yes, in this battle, she decided to use a pistol and fight quickly. As for the reason, one reason is that she has to drive later, and she doesn't want to waste time and energy. Another reason is that she wants to try it and get familiar with this pistol. Tomorrow is the competition. In order to grab the first place in the competition, tomorrow's battle must be fought quickly. By the way, since she changed the bullets, she hasn't used this pistol once. Originally, the resource point activity yesterday was very suitable for use. But unfortunately, the activity was underwater, and the pistol couldn't be used. She was quite regretful. If it wasn't for the underwater pistol, would she be chased so embarrassed by Fang Tianqing? It's just right to take advantage of today to get familiar with it, so that it will be more handy to use it tomorrow. If she can meet Fang Tianqing, she will be even happier. Li Sijing opened the safety of the pistol, then stepped forward and triggered a small resource monster. A figure half a person's height jumped out of the white mist, scaring her. This small beast is as tall as Li Sijing's waist, with a head that is half a meter wide, cheeks tilted outward, and eyes that are bigger than fists bulging. The whole body is oval, with short and thick forelimbs with 4 fingers, long and thick hind limbs, and a smooth and milky white abdomen. The back is rough and olive yellow, with irregular spots, and it is covered with bumps. Isn't this just an enlarged version of a toad? Looking at the dense bumps on the toad's back, Li Sijing felt goosebumps all over her body. Ordinary toads are not so scary. How come they are so powerful in attacking the mind after being enlarged? Just when Li Sijing was still a little frightened, the toad had already used its hind legs to jump towards her. If this jumped on her, Li Sijing estimated that she would not be able to solve the nausea in her heart even if she took a bath for a whole day. She quickly moved away, raised her hand holding the gun, aimed, and then pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet hit the toad's left forelimb, splashing a lot of blood. At such a close distance, he didn't hit the vital part. It turned out that this toad really lost too much mental strength. Before the toad jumped up again after landing, Li Sijing shot again, and this time the bullet hit the head. It took 2 minutes and 2 bullets to deal with this small beast. Fortunately, she used a pistol. If she used a tang sword, it would probably not be able to solve the battle so easily. Moreover, whenever Li Sijing thought of her tang sword chopping the bumps on the toad's back, she felt a chill. However, hot weapons are indeed better than cold weapons. Even if the gun skills are only proficient, they are better than the perfect swordsmanship. When will she be able to open the bullet blueprint and achieve bullet freedom? The chance of using the Tang Dao will be greatly reduced. Congratulations to the player for killing a small beast toad and obtaining 100 G of toad clothing. While Li Sijing was thinking, the disgusting toad disappeared, leaving behind a toad clothing as thin as a cicada's wing. This toad clothing is about the same size as the toad just now, but it is much more pleasing to the eye than the toad. Li Sijing reached out and gently picked it up. The 100 G toad clothing was almost weightless in his hand. The toad clothing felt a little moist, as if it had just been taken off the toad, which made Li Sijing frown. The toad clothing has a good medicinal value. Li Sijing still knows this. But unfortunately, she is not a doctor, and does not know how to use it. I don't know if the toad clothing in the survival game has any special effects. Li Sijing stared at it for 3 seconds. Toad skin, it has an anesthetic effect. After contact, the whole body will feel weak within 10 seconds, and the condition will be relieved after 10 minutes. Seeing the explanation, Li Sijing's face changed instantly, and she wanted to turn around and go back to the car immediately. But she found that she had lost her strength all over her body at some point, and she couldn't even stand. Caught off guard. This was something Li Sijing never expected. Now she had no way to get back to the car. With all kinds of thoughts surging in her mind, Li Sijing took the toad clothes in her hand back into the mustard space at the last moment. Then she completely lost her strength and sat on the ground. In the end, she couldn't even hold her body up and lay directly on the ground. In the temperature of -20 degrees, Li Sijing lay on the snow, unable to move. But her mind was very clear. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel fortunate that when she got off the car, she was dressed tightly, with a scarf, hat and sunglasses. But even so, she could feel that as time went by, her body temperature was gradually losing. She never thought that she would not fall under the enemy's attack, but would be unconsciously pitted by herself. But she didn't expect that Zhengchani's function was actually anesthesia, and it worked so quickly. In this survival game, many items are strange and hard to guard against. She must remember the lesson this time. Li Sijing lay in the snow, with silence in her ears, and there was no sound in the whole world. In this situation, she couldn't realize how much time had passed. So she thought about turning on the blue screen to check the time. But she found that now she couldn't even open the blue screen, which was controlled by mental power. So this Chani can not only paralyze a person's body, but also control the mind? This Chani is even more terrifying than she imagined. If she didn't put the Chani into the mustard seed space at the last moment, after the mind was paralyzed, wouldn't there be no way to take it back? In this case, she could only hold the Chani all the time, and then be anesthetized all the time, lying powerlessly on the snow until she was frozen to death. Thinking of this result, Li Sijing shuddered suddenly. Chapter 180, The Bamboo Hat Drawing. Li Sijing, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, felt for the first time that time passed so slowly. In order to prevent herself from thinking too much, she counted silently in her mind second by second. Of course, without a reference, it might not be so accurate. When she counted to 479, she seemed to notice that her hands and feet, which were not under her control, suddenly felt something. What kind of feeling was that? Cold, dull, slow, and with a little bit of tingling. A very slight feeling. If Li Sijing hadn't been feeling it constantly, such a feeling would probably be easy to ignore because of the frozen body. Right? Has the time finally come? Li Sijing tried to clench her fist with her right hand, and after a few seconds of slowness, she finally succeeded. Realizing that her body was gradually recovering, she hurriedly struggled to sit up, and tried several times before finally succeeding. Li Sijing's body had just recovered from anesthesia, and was still weak for a while. In addition, she had been lying in the snow for 10 minutes, and her body was almost frozen stiff, and her reaction was even slower. She sat on the snow, and it was even more difficult to stand up. After several unsuccessful attempts, she couldn't help thinking that it would be nice to have a stick to support her at this time. However, she didn't have a stick, but she had a tang sword. Her body had gradually recovered, and her spirit naturally recovered as well. The process of taking out the tang sword from the mustard seed space was quite smooth. Then Li Sijing supported her body with the tang sword, and then slowly stood up, not even caring about the intermediate resource box, and walked straight to the off-road vehicle. Li Sijing, who got on the car, didn't want to waste anything, and hurriedly stammered and told Shinkong to turn on the air conditioner. She took out a lollipop from the storage compartment. Her frozen fingers were not very flexible. She tried several times, and finally bit it with her teeth, then opened it and put it in her mouth. After being frozen in the snow for so long, she was afraid that she would get hypothermia and had to replenish calories as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there was no chocolate, which should be more effective. It seems that she can consciously collect it later. There was a portable oven under her feet. The air conditioner was turned on, and she still had a lollipop in her mouth. With the blessing of multiple energies, after more than 10 minutes, Li Sijing's body, like an ice cube, was finally slowly warming up. The body regained its temperature, tried to move its hands and feet, and felt that the body had finally returned to normal. Li Sijing was relieved. Fortunately, there were no sequelae. It was just that she had been lying on the snow for too long, and the clothes that were in contact with the ground were a little damp. Li Sijing let Shinkong control the off-road vehicle, and came to the intermediate resource box. Without the small beast, she opened the door and leaned out to get it. Let Shinkong continue driving, while Li Sijing took off her wet clothes and hat. She put away the last pound of dried rice on the portable oven, and then put the clothes on it to bake. Then, she set her sights on the intermediate resource box she had just brought up. She almost capsized in the resource box, and she didn't know what she could get out of it. Mechanical timer, drum hat blueprint, fuel tank expansion blueprint, massage roller wheel, 3-order magic cube, strawberry lip balm. When the intermediate resource box was opened, Li Sijing first paid attention to the blueprint. Drum hat, worn on the head, can protect against wind and rain. Diameter 50 centimeters. Materials required for manufacturing, wood *5, rubber *2. Fuel tank expansion, expand the fuel tank capacity by 10 units. Materials required for construction, plastic *4, metal *1. A total of 2 drawings were opened. The second fuel tank expansion drawing is not worth mentioning. It is an old acquaintance. Just click to make it. As for the first drawing, the bamboo hat, it is the kind of bamboo hat used by ancient people to protect against wind and rain. What can I say about this drawing? It is not bad, and its advantages and disadvantages are very obvious. First of all, let us talk about the advantages, which are to protect against wind and rain and free your hands. For example, in this world, if it snows, you can prevent snowflakes from falling on your body by wearing a bamboo hat. Of course, an umbrella can also block snowflakes, but it requires a hand to hold it. This causes inconvenience at times. As for the disadvantages, it is not as easy to use as an umbrella. If it rains, accompanied by a breeze, the rain and snow are tilted by the wind, and the bamboo hat cannot take care of it so comprehensively. However, this is at least a drawing that can be manufactured infinitely. regardless of the advantages and disadvantages. It is good to be able to open it. When there is no umbrella, this bamboo hat is still a good choice. However, it is estimated that it cannot be sold now. If you want to make money, you have to wait until it snows. Lee Sejing continued to look at the other supplies that were opened. A chicken-shaped mechanical timer, which does not require batteries, and can be set for up to 1 hour. This function is a bit useless. It is estimated that it can only be used when cooking. It's a pity that it is not an alarm clock. However, Lee Sejing thought again that an alarm clock is actually useless. After all, she has a Xingyo brand alarm clock. A roller-style manual massager. Not bad. You can use this to massage when sitting in the car for a long time to avoid stiffness. A 3-order Rubik's Cube. To kill time. But unfortunately, she is not very good at playing it. And it seems that she does not have much time to kill. A strawberry-flavored lip balm. Which is pretty good. The weather in this world is too cold. She can still apply Yumyajing on her face and hand cream on her hands. But her mouth is already a little chapped. Lee Sejing immediately opened the lip balm and applied a layer on her mouth. And immediately felt much more comfortable. This is the clothes on the portable oven, which have been almost dried. After she put them on, she asked Shinkong to turn off the air conditioner. The unpacked materials have been sorted out. Generally speaking, the materials opened this time are not bad. Not too bad. However, thinking of the suffering she suffered for this resource box, Lee Sejing felt a little unwilling. Fortunately, the suffering this time was not completely without gain, such as the toad clothes in the mustard space. She has a deep understanding of the anesthetic effect of this toad clothes. Without any preparation, it is estimated that no one can avoid being hit. Right? However, how should she use such a powerful weapon? If she doesn't handle it well, it will be bad if she gets hit. Lee Sejing couldn't help but think back to the introduction of the survival game just now. To trigger the anesthesia effect of the toad clothing, you need to touch the toad clothing. And the time for it to take effect is 10 seconds. If she touches the toad clothing, she can't hold the toad clothing and let the enemy touch it. And no one would be so stupid. Then she can only think of other ways to let the enemy touch the toad clothing without anyone knowing. Lee Sejing couldn't help but think of the frequent appearance of the incense in ancient costume TV series. In other words, she can grind this toad clothing into powder. And when needed, sprinkle this powder on the enemy. As soon as this idea came up, Lee Sejing was immediately excited. If she could make this incense, she would have another trump card in her hand. However, it is a bit cumbersome to grind this toad clothing into powder. And she is still preparing to drive later, so she should deal with it at night. Chapter 181 Boiled Fish Balls. At about 4:15 p.m., the off-road vehicle drove 50 kilometers under the control of Shinkong and encountered a low-level resource box. After taking the resource box into the car, Lee Sejing fastened her seat belt again and prepared to continue driving. Since she decided to drive 2 hours a day, she would definitely do it. With the experience of driving in the snow just now, this time the driving was calm and nothing happened. After driving for more than 50 minutes and encountering a low-level resource box again, Lee Sejing gave up control of the off-road vehicle. She was ready to end today's trip when she encountered another resource box. After a busy day, Lee Sejing, sitting in the driver's seat, decided to give herself a break and combine work and rest. She leisurely flipped through her snacks, ate 2 qingtuan, and opened the cookies. She tasted them and found that they tasted good. While eating snacks, she also took the roller massager she had just opened in her hand and kept rolling it on her body. Finally, she took out the half-pound lychee she got today and ate them. Eating lychees in winter is really a novel experience. At 5:50 p.m., she finally encountered the last low-level resource box of the day and ended today's trip. Sitting in the car, Lee Sejing opened all 3 low-level resource boxes she got at the back. 1 unit of gasoline, 20 units of gasoline, 150 g of sunshine rose grapes, 200 g of enoki mushrooms, 5 metals, 2 woods, 1 unit of gasoline, 20 units of gasoline, 1 household cleaning brush, 250 milliliters moisturizing body lotion, 3 plastics, 2 glass, mineral water 550 milliliters, mineral water 5 liters, jasmine tea 500 milliliters, preserved eggs *3, metal *5, cloth *2. Let us not talk about the basic materials for now. This time, I got another 42 units of gasoline. I consumed some on the road just now, plus some on various electrical appliances. And now there are 49 units of gasoline in the tank. The original capacity of the tank was 80 units. And the tank expansion blueprint just opened expanded the tank to 90 units. And now, she has a total of 91 units of gasoline. After the tank is full, there is an extra unit of gasoline. As for mineral water, it is really difficult to put it in the back of the car. She can only put it next to the planting pot in the front and prepare to use bottled water tomorrow. In addition to these, fruits were also opened, and the grapes of the Sunshine Rose variety were big and round, looking very tempting. Speaking of which, grapes can also keep seeds. But it's a pity that the planting time is still a bit long, so it's not suitable to plant now. 200 g of enoki mushrooms were put into the mustard space. Unfortunately, they have no roots and cannot be planted. 3 preserved eggs and a bottle of jasmine tea were placed on the shelf. I will take them when I want to eat them. A cleaning brush can be used to brush shoes. Before this world ends, I can wash everything I want to wash. I don't know if there will be such a sufficient water source in the next world. As for body lotion, it is not bad. I can apply a little every night to prevent my skin from drying out. After sorting out all the supplies, Li Xijing got off the car, exercised, and dealt with some trivial matters. Half an hour of exercise time without fail. After exercising, I went to the shore to break ice and get water, then boiled water for washing. The excess hot water was still used for foot soaking. After everything was done, she didn't delay and got in the car directly. After all, it was a bit cold outside at -20 degrees. Not long after getting in the car, it got dark and the temperature suddenly became colder. This temperature is comparable to Antarctica. Right? People who don't have warming measures will probably freeze to death. Even if there are warming measures, many people will probably catch a cold. Wearing a thick cotton jacket, Li Xijing can feel the cold coming on her face, even though the portable grill at her feet continued to emit warmth. Li Xijing also felt that her hands were gradually getting cold. She thought about it, boiled another pot of hot water, then took out the hot water bottle that had only been used once, filled it with hot water, and held it in her arms. Next, it was time to prepare dinner. Originally, when she had lobsters at noon, she was planning to solve the swimming crab at night. However, she only had a few high-end ingredients, so it seemed a bit extravagant to eat 2 a day. It's better to take it slow and wait a few days before eating. It's so cold today. It's still suitable to eat some hot soups. Li Xijing thought for a moment and had an idea in mind. She took out 6 pieces of Christian carp meat from the mustard space, and a small handful of green onions, and all the ginger except for the seeds. There were still 3 eggs left from the exchange with Xiong Shuangyan in the last world, and she took them all out. The eggs were not enough. It seemed that she had to exchange a few more, and she also needed starch, which she didn't have. So, she sent a message to Xiong Shuangyan first, expressing her intention to buy eggs. Then, without waiting for the other party to reply, Li Xijing came to the trading area again to look for starch. Xiong Shuangyan didn't let her wait, and immediately sent a message back. I only have 4 eggs now. Is that enough? Yes. Can I exchange it with half a caddy of braised wild boar meat? Li Xijing asked immediately. An egg is about 100 g, and 4 eggs can be exchanged for half a caddy of braised meat, which is a reasonable price. Xiong Shuangyan is obviously a wise person, and she immediately set a transaction. After getting 4 eggs, Li Xijing was surprised that she also found the starch she wanted. After a conversation, the other party asked for half a caddy of meat for 1 caddy of cornstarch. This price is a bit expensive. Li Xijing is reluctant to exchange it with her own braised meat. She thought about it, ran to the freezer, took out the pork at the bottom, and exchanged it with the other party for half a caddy. This pork was the meat she exchanged with Lu Yizhou when she first came to this world, because there are more food choices later. The remaining few caddies of pork and roe deer meat have been kept at the bottom of the box, and now it can be regarded as waste utilization. With all the necessary materials in hand, it was obvious what Li Xijing wanted to do. That is, boiled fish balls. There are many ingredients, methods, and types for boiled fish balls. In addition to sea fish such as mackerel, eel, shark, etc., there are also freshwater fish such as grass carp and Christian carp as ingredients. Grass carp has a smooth body shape, more meat and less bones, and the meat is dense and thick. It is the most commonly used ingredient for for boiled fish balls among freshwater fish. As for Christian carp, the meat is tender and delicious. And boiled fish balls are also good. Unfortunately, it is small in size and has many bones, which is too troublesome to handle. But this shortcoming of Christian carp is not a shortcoming for Li Sijing. After all, the Christian carp meat in her hand, the fish bones as long as chopsticks, have been removed by her. So, it is reasonable for her to choose Christian carp meat to boil fish balls this time. Chapter 182 Delicious Dinner. If it were the old Li Sijing, she probably wouldn't be able to make boiled fish balls taste good. But for her, who is proficient in cooking, it is a very easy thing. After all the materials were prepared, the folding table was already full. By the way, she would have to make fish paste later. It would be too laborious to chop it with a knife. She quickly took out the meat grinder from the shelf. By the way, this meat grinder was only used once, when making dumplings last time. This was the second time. There was no room on the folding table. Li Sijing had no choice but to put the meat grinder on the ground. Next, she would start. Li Sijing sat sideways in the driver's seat, holding a hot water bottle in her arms, wearing cotton slippers on her feet, a portable oven at her feet, and a folding table in front of her. She first cut all the 6 pounds of Christian carp meat into small pieces, put them in a container, and then added a little salt and rubbed them gently. After rubbing for 1 minute, add clean water and continue rubbing. And change the water several times until the water is still clear after rubbing. Then remove and drain. This step is to remove the blood from the fish and minimize the fishy smell. Next, she tied the green onions into knots, sliced the ginger, added a small amount of clean water, and rubbed out the green onion and ginger juice. Drain the fish meat, put it into the meat grinder, and then add the appropriate amount of green onion and ginger water to beat it into puree. 6 pounds of fish meat is not a small amount. She divided it into 2 times before beating it, and finally poured it all into a large stainless steel container. Then add the appropriate amount of edible salt and starch, and then keep stirring until you can feel the resistance. This step is also quite laborious with Li Sijing's current physique. Her right hand was a little sore from stirring. It took more than 10 minutes to stir the 6 gene of fish meat. The stirred fish paste was set aside for later use. The next step was to deal with the eggs. For the 6 gene of fish meat, she cracked 4 eggs, separated the egg white and yolk, and then continued to stir the egg white. Yes, continue to stir. After stirring the egg white to a state where chopsticks could be inserted without falling, her hands were almost paralyzed. Speaking of which, it was really a bit painful to want to eat this delicacy. I wish I could have a mixer. Although her hands were sore, she still had to do the next thing. Add the beaten egg white to the fish paste. Then add a large spoonful of lard, and then stir evenly. After this operation, the preparation work was finally done, and she also breathed a sigh of relief. Then take out the multifunction pot, add water to it, and don't turn on the fire yet. Li Sijing pinched the fish paste with her left hand, and then the round fish paste emerged from the tiger's mouth. She held the spoon in her right hand and gently shoveled along the base of her thumb, and a fish ball appeared in the spoon. Then she gently placed the fish ball and the spoon into the cold water in the pot, and the fish ball floated quietly on the water surface, neither sinking nor falling apart. As expected, it was done successfully, and Li Sijing smiled excitedly. After all, this was her first time doing it. With the first success, the next step was to repeat the action continuously. When only half of the fish paste was used, the fish balls in the multi-purpose pot were already floating one by one, densely packed. In order to avoid squeezing the fish balls, Li Sijing decided to do it in 2 times, as she did make a little more this time. Then, she turned on the lowest heat of the multi-purpose pot, keeping the water in the pot hot but not boiling. After 4 or 5 minutes, all the fish balls in this pot were ready. Li Sijing quickly took out all the fish balls and soaked them in the cold water that had been prepared long ago. Looking at the white and tender fish balls in the water, she couldn't help but pick one up and put it in her mouth. She took a bite, and the soft and chewy taste immediately conquered her. Oh! Although it takes time and effort to make this fish ball, it is worth it just for this delicious taste. Quickly pour out the hot water in the multifunction pot. Add cold water again, and then continue the previous action. After the second batch of fish balls came out of the pot, this time's boiled fish balls were successfully completed. Li Sijing counted and made a total of 157 fish balls from 6 caddies of Christian carp meat, which was probably enough for her to eat for 3 meals. It was just that making these fish balls took a bit of time. It took almost an hour. And it was almost 8 o'clock now. At this time, she hadn't eaten dinner yet, and Li Sijing's stomach was already growling with hunger. While cleaning the table and washing the pots and pans, she also secretly ate 2 fish balls before preparing dinner. First, take out 2 tomatoes, which were opened the day before yesterday and have been kept in the mustard space. They are still very fresh. Cut the tops of the 2 tomatoes into a cross. Then pour some boiling water to blanch them, so that they can be peeled easily. Wash the multi-purpose pot and turn on the fire. Add lard to heat it. Then put the diced tomatoes in it and stir fry. And add appropriate amount of seasoning. After frying until soft and juice comes out, add clean water. Then add the chopped enoki mushrooms, which were opened today. After the enoki mushrooms are cooked soft, add 50 fish balls. There are 4 egg yolks left from making fish balls before. Beat another egg in it. Stir well, and then pour it into the boiling pot. Finally, add starch to thicken the soup. Sprinkle with chopped green onion and turn off the heat. A pot of fragrant tomato, egg, enoki mushroom, and fish ball soup is ready. The name of this soup is a bit long, because Li Sijing adds whatever ingredients she has. Looking at the red tomatoes, white enoki mushrooms, yellow eggs, looming fish balls, and green chopped green onion in the pot, it is tempting no matter how you look at it. A full pot, even without staple food, is enough for Li Sijing to fill her stomach. It's just that the heat has just been turned off, and the pot is steaming hot, so she can't eat it for a while. It happened that the time had come to 8 o'clock. Although she was very hungry, Li Sijing decided to harvest the mature rice first, and then have dinner. Li Sijing was already very skilled in harvesting rice, and she still used scissors to cut all the rice. Then she replanted the rice seeds in the planting pot, and finally poured enough water. Put the harvested rice on the cloth on the portable oven. Let it bake a little. And then Li Sijing started eating, holding a spoon in the pot. She scooped up a fish ball, blew it twice, and couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. Unlike the fish balls just taken out of the cold water, the fish balls cooked in the soup are more flavorful and more chewy. Li Sijing ate quickly, taking a bite of fish balls and a mouthful of soup. In a few seconds, the fish ball soup in the pot was gone by half. Chapter 183 How to Choose. Li Sijing slowed down her eating speed after her hungry stomach was half full. She also opened the regional channel and watched the news while eating. It's so cold. So cold. So cold. It's terrible. My hands and feet are already covered with frostbite. Who has medicine? I've been coughing for a day, and I'm starting to cough up blood. Help. Will I freeze to death with a 5-gene quilt tonight? I can't help it. I'm going to turn on the air conditioner tonight and buy gasoline at a high price. You still dare to waste gasoline now. There is also a talent upstairs. Tomorrow is a competition. The minimum gasoline required is 30 units. Idiot. In the competition, you can exchange points for gasoline. Are you sure that this competition will be exactly the same as the last world? Think about the resource point activity. If you can't even survive tonight, what's the point of talking about the competition? Of course, the priority is your own life. Alas, there is nothing to argue about. It depends on your own situation. Fortunately, I succeeded in killing a large beast today. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to survive. Looking at those of you who killed large beasts and made a lot of money, I suddenly regretted it. I should have tried it earlier. Yes, in one day, I only drove more than 300 kilometers and encountered 10 resource boxes. The supplies opened were just enough for my consumption today. Yes, driving in the snow is too difficult. I feel the same way. It feels too uneconomical. The competition starts at 12 noon, and there are still 5 hours before that. Otherwise, how about going to kill large beasts tomorrow? This is a good idea. In 5 hours, you probably won't encounter many resource boxes. But a large beast is different. It can be done. I was so jealous when I saw other people get the first wave of bonuses today. It's a pity that the price of fish has dropped to 10 units of metal materials, which is far from the previous 25 units. But even so, the price of a large beast is definitely not low. I'm afraid that if more people kill it, the price will drop again. It shouldn't happen. After all, the colder the weather, the more food humans consume. Really? If so, I want to try it tomorrow. Seeing this, Li Sijing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She was thinking about what she should do tomorrow. In the next few hours tomorrow morning. Should she go to kill large beasts? Or drive to a resource box? The price of fish has gradually stabilized at 10 units of metal per caddy after a day. As for ordinary food, it has also dropped to 5 metal units per caddy. In this way, the value of a large beast is about 2,000 metal units. And whether this price will continue to drop, Li Sijing is not sure. In one morning, according to the speed of the starry sky, you can probably encounter 5 resource boxes, which are definitely not as valuable as a large beast. But if one of these resource boxes is an intermediate resource box, then the value of it cannot be estimated. As for whether you can encounter an intermediate resource box, Li Sijing dare not guarantee it. After some calculations, Li Sijing found that both options are full of unknowns, making it more difficult to choose. When all the fish ball soup in the pot was eaten, she still hadn't made the final choice. But she suddenly thought of something. It seems that she can get a prediction card when she signs in tomorrow? In the previous world, she also got a series of cards. Prediction cards. On the day of the competition. Otherwise, wait until tomorrow to predict the next world. And then decide how to choose according to the type of the next world. After making a happy decision, Li Sijing immediately put down a worry, and then quickly washed the pot. After putting away the folding table, Li Sijing opened the regional channel again, because she suddenly remembered that she was too fascinated by it just now, and forgot to check the real-time number of people today. 7058/10,000. Li Sijing frowned slightly, after seeing the number of people clearly. More than 1,600 people died today. But when she thought of the many people in the area who were looking for medicine, and those who were looking for warm supplies, she didn't feel surprised. Then, she opened the trading area again, to check the trading status of the items she sold. Portable ovens and warm waterproof gloves. As cold-resistant supplies, sold dozens of pieces. Javelin and anti-skid chains. As survival essentials, also sold dozens of pieces. And she hurried to replenish supplies. In this way, she had collected 1,000 units of the other 5 basic materials, except wood. In addition to these popular supplies, she also had a lot of other drawings. Electric fans, sunshades, and freezers were not listed in the trading area because they were not really used. As for the rest, buckets, steamers, ordinary air conditioners, shelves, and underwear, although they were always listed, they only sold 1 or 2 pieces a day. Oh! And the bamboo hat she got today. Li Sijing thought about it, and put it on the trading area at the price of 1 unit of wood. After she had dealt with what needed to be dealt with, she turned off the blue screen and focused her attention on the car. The rice on the portable oven had been dried a lot, and Li Sijing took out the oilcloth and prepared to thresh it. Of course, after threshing, she was not going to shell it. After all, she was not in a hurry to use it. After a busy day, she had to take a break at night. The handheld game console she opened the day before yesterday has not been used yet. After putting away the threshed rice, Li Sijing hurriedly made the bed, and she was going to lie down and play, so she wouldn't be cold. Still put a 10-jean quilt underneath, then put the electric blanket on it, and finally covered it with a down quilt. Just thinking that the temperature would be minus 30 degrees after midnight, she felt that she should be safer. So, spread out the 5-jean quilt and press it on the down quilt, so that she would definitely not be cold. After the quilt was warm, Li Sijing quickly put away the portable oven, took off her clothes quickly, and got into the quilt. Alas, although the quilt was warm, it was a bit heavy. She was originally planning to put another 2-jean quilt on top when it got colder. Now it seems that this method is not feasible. With 2 quilts on top, she will probably be unable to breathe. Shaking her head, not thinking about the things that have not yet come, Li Sijing turned over and lay on her side with difficulty, holding the handheld game console in her hand. She fumbled to press the start button. To be honest, she didn't know how to play it. This kind of handheld game console was played by others when Li Sijing was a child. At that time, any child who had a handheld game console would be the most popular wherever he went. There are more than a dozen games in the game console, but the one she is most familiar with should be Tetris. In this world of survival with poor entertainment, Li Sijing plays even the oldest Tetris with relish. It was not until about 10 o'clock in the evening that she reluctantly put away her game console, turned off the lights in the car, and closed her eyes to rest. Chapter 184 Python? In the extreme cold world, On the morning of the 5th day, the temperature hit a new low again, becoming minus 30 degrees. How to describe the temperature of minus 30 degrees? On Earth, general cold storage is divided into several levels, and minus 30 degrees is usually called a quick freeze storage. What is a quick freeze storage? It is a cold storage where food can be quickly frozen. For example, quick frozen dumplings are put into the quick freeze storage after being produced in the factory. It will be frozen hard in less than half an hour. And then you can take it out and put it in an ordinary freezer. You can imagine that dumplings can be frozen as hard as stone in half an hour. What will happen to humans living in it? At least, when Li Sijing lifted the quilt and sat up, she was surrounded by unprecedented coldness. Even if she quickly put on all the warm clothes she had, it still couldn't change her gradually cold hands. In order to avoid being unable to resist the temptation and getting into bed again, Li Sijing quickly put away the quilt and the bed. In just 1 or 2 minutes, her hands and feet were frozen like ice. Even her tightly wrapped body could feel the deep cold erosion. With a wave of her hand, Li Sijing quickly took out the portable oven from the mustard space, and then almost buried her whole body in it. This is not a solution. In such cold weather, if you are already frozen like this in the car, you will freeze to death when you get out of the car. So, Li Sijing picked up the portable oven and began to rummage through the boxes. In the end, she found 3 items that could keep warm. A sleeping bag, which she got at a low price before the end of the last world. Of course, it is not useful now, but it should be useful tonight, so put it aside first. The second one is 10 pairs of heating insoles, which is just right for use. Li Sijing quickly looked at the instructions. The temperature of the heating insole is about 50 degrees, and the effective time is 6 hours. In this way, she needs to use 2 pairs of insoles a day. As for after dark, she can warm herself by the fire or go to bed directly. There are still 3 days before the end of the extreme cold world, and a total of 6 pairs of insoles are needed. The 10 pairs of insoles in her hand are naturally more than enough. After some calculations, Li Sijing quickly opened a pair of self-heating insoles and stuffed them into the snow boots. As for the third item, it is naturally an old acquaintance, the warm baby patch. The effect of the warm baby patch is self-evident. She still has 20 in her hand, which means it can be used for more than 20 hours. If you use it all day, you need 12 sheets a day. For 3 days, 20 sheets are obviously not enough. However, the upcoming competition may have this warm-keeping artifact. After all, there was a cold patch in the last world. While Li Sijing was thinking, the self-heating insole in her shoes had begun to work. She could clearly feel that the insole began to heat up, and it was like there were 2 stoves under her feet. The whole lower body was warmed up a lot, and the whole body finally stopped shivering. In this way, Li Sijing also made a decision about the warm baby patch. Now put one on first, so that she can feel better after getting off the bus. As for the future, when we get back to the car, we can save a little with the portable grill and hot water bottle. After the competition starts, we will use the hot baby stickers when we are sure that there are hot baby stickers for sale in the event store. She has been in the car for a long time. Li Sijing quickly put on the hot baby stickers, put on sunglasses and gloves, and then opened the car door and got out. When she stepped on the snow, the thick snow layer immediately submerged her entire instep. This ankle-high snow layer is estimated to be 15 centimeters thick. Fortunately, the snow boots on Li Sijing's feet are long, covering half of her calves. If it were ordinary shoes, 1 foot would probably fill the shoe with snow. Right? However, the thickness of the snow layer on the ground is rising a bit fast. Tomorrow, it will be close to the hem of her long cotton jacket. Li Sijing was not worried for no reason. She looked up at the snowflakes flying all over the sky. On the day when the competition was about to start, it snowed, which made the event more difficult. However, the bamboo hats that I was worried about not being able to sell before were now put to good use. Li Sijing quickly made one and buckled it on the top of the Lei Feng hat. Fortunately, there were 2 straps under the bamboo hat, which was very firm after being tied. A bamboo hat with a diameter of 50 centimeters can cover the whole body when worn on the head. As long as there is no wind, it is no problem to block the snowflakes. After freeing her hands, Li Sijing continued to deal with trivial matters. Speaking of which, such thick snow on the road is really a hindrance, and it is very difficult to walk. She walked a distance, cleaned the toilet and the trash can, and then carried the bucket and came to the side of the road with difficulty. Taking out the military shovel, Li Sijing skillfully shoveled snow and chiseled ice, and finally chiseled a small hole after several attempts. The ice layer really became thicker again, with a thickness of 35 millimeters. It took her several minutes to chisel out a hole that could hold a bucket of water. After chiseling a suitable area of the ice layer, Li Sijing neatly carried 2 buckets of water. Then she took off the gloves on her right hand and put her fingers into the cold water and shook them twice. When she saw that there were quite a few waves on the water surface, she took back her fingers to dry them, quickly put on gloves, and stepped back a few steps with the bucket. The large beast was coming soon. With that large body, it was estimated that there would be a lot of splashes. In this weather, she didn't want to get her clothes wet. As for attracting large beasts, she wanted to see what kind of fish it would be today, and then comprehensively consider whether to kill it. As Li Sijing retreated, a black shadow quickly passed under the ice layer that shoveled away the snowflakes. A slender figure with an invisible tail appeared in Li Sijing's sight in the sound of splashing water. After seeing the appearance of this large beast clearly, Li Sijing was frightened and took a few steps back, almost unable to hold the bucket. This large beast was cylindrical, thicker than the thigh, with a conical head larger than the body, a large mouth with fine teeth, small eyes without scales, and a yellow-brown body. This is not a python. This python raised its head and stared at Li Sijing with its small eyes. Its underwater body stretched for an unknown number of meters. Li Sijing was originally afraid of snakes, and the snake ancestor in front of her, which was magnified countless times, made her even more frightened. Putting down the bucket in her hand, she reflexively took out the tang sword from the mustard seed space and held it in her hand to strengthen her courage. Chapter 185 Natural Disaster Acid Rain. Holding the tang sword in both hands, Li Sijing maintained a defensive posture and confronted the python in the water. I don't know how many minutes have passed. Li Sijing's frightened mind gradually returned to her body. She finally reacted and found something wrong. By the way, does the python live in the water? No. This is not the point. The point is, can the python walk on land? Then why didn't this python attack her? Could it be, this is not a python? Li Sijing, who was thinking normally, looked at the creature in the water carefully and finally found some clues. First, this creature does not spit out its tongue. It is almost instinctive for snakes to spit out their tongues to detect the surrounding environment. Second, the eyes of this creature are too small, which is obviously different from the venomous snakes she met before. Then, the head of this creature is thicker than the body, which is not the case for ordinary snakes. Finally, this creature has no scales, and the surface looks very smooth. From these points, Li Sijing can be sure that this should not be the python she thought it was, or even a snake. Then, the only 2 species that can live in fresh water and look like snakes are eels and loaches. So, judging from the color of this creature, it should be an eel. Right? Li Sijing vaguely remembered that loaches seemed to have whiskers and a relatively short body. She looked carefully at the other party's mouth and the body that was more than 10 meters long underwater, and finally recognized it as an eel. Knowing that it was not a python, Li Sijing finally breathed a sigh of relief. But this enlarged version of the eel is also very scary. Fortunately, this yellow eel should not think too much and leave the water to run to the shore, so she doesn't have to worry about being chased. As for killing this large beast, the first time she saw this yellow eel, Li Sijing gave up the idea. Given her fear of snakes, it would be good if she could exert 80% of her strength. Moreover, even if she succeeded in killing this large beast, it would be a big problem for her to decompose the body. So, she should drive to get the resource box. Maybe she will be lucky enough to encounter an intermediate resource box. Li Sijing held a tang sword in one hand and a bucket in the other, and walked backwards out of the attack range of the yellow eel. Then she put down the bucket and picked up another bucket until she came to the off-road vehicle. And then she relaxed her vigilance. After delivering the water to the car, Li Sijing boiled a pot of hot water and then started today's exercise. For the next whole day, she had to stay in the car, and she couldn't be careless every time she moved her body. She took off her long cotton jacket, took out her tang sword and started swinging it on the snow. After half an hour, Li Sijing finished her exercise. The several square meters of road centered on her, with a thick layer of snow on it, had been trampled very flat. After putting away her tang sword and putting on her cotton jacket, she came to the off-road vehicle and started washing with hot water. As for the remaining hot water from washing, She poured it into a hot water bottle and held it to warm her hands. After all the processing, it was already 8 o'clock. And Li Sijing did not delay and got in the car directly. Shinkong was still driving the car, and she began to prepare breakfast. Last night, she spent a lot of time to make delicious food. There was an event today, so she didn't prepare so much trouble. Let's eat some convenient food. She took out 6 steamed buns from the freezer and steamed them. This was her staple food this morning. Then, Li Sijing took out a 5-liter bucket of mineral water from the back of the car, opened it, and boiled a pot of drinking water. The purified drinking water had been used up last night, so she would not purify it today and would use bottled water directly. She had accumulated 8 barrels of water, and there was really not enough space in the back of her car. She would probably continue to open it today. If she drank so much water alone, it would be enough for a month. So she didn't need to save it anymore. Then, Li Sijing took out the rice harvested yesterday, put it on the portable oven, and continued to bake it. After all, if the newly harvested rice is not dried in time, it will sprout. It is better to store it after drying. At this time, the warm baby patch has expired. Fortunately, the buns were steaming. The water was boiling. Li Sijing was holding a hot water bottle. There were heating insoles in her shoes, and there was a portable oven under her feet, so it was not too cold. Li Sijing, who was free, couldn't wait to say, Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the natural disaster prediction card. Looking at the familiar card in her hand, Li Sijing's face gradually became excited. Although it was not the first time, she was still very excited to see this magical card again. After taking a deep breath and stabilizing her emotions, Li Sijing clicked to use it. Ding. The natural disaster prediction card was used successfully. The next natural disaster type, acid rain. Acid rain? Li Sijing frowned and thought. Is it the kind of acid rain she understands? The rain is acidic and will corrode all kinds of life and objects. So what level will this acidity reach? From the previous 2 worlds, it is known that this acidity will definitely be more severe than the acid rain she has seen on Earth. However, unlike extreme heat and extreme cold, which are clear natural disasters, she has never seen natural disasters like acid rain. How can she prevent it? First of all, she needs to know what acid rain can corrode. Clothes? Umbrellas? Hats? Or cars? Things that can corrode cars are comparable to sulfuric acid. However, Li Sijing has to consider this worst-case scenario. So, what should she prepare next? Let us not talk about other things. First of all, the artifacts such as car repair cards can be stored as much as possible, at least to ensure that the vehicle is intact. Coincidentally, car repair cards should appear in today's competition activities, so try to change as many as possible at that time. At this time, the water has boiled and the buns are hot, so Li Sijing put things aside for the time being. She first opened the lid of the pot to let the air out, and poured another cup of boiling water, ready to warm it up to soak milk. And as for the remaining hot water, she poured it into the thermos. Then, while eating buns, she opened the trading area to check the trading status of her items. The bamboo hats were sold out. After all, it was still snowing outside, so Li Sijing hurried to restock. The wood she traded in just replenished the wood she consumed for the fire yesterday, but she didn't see much increase. As for other items, only about 10 javelins were sold. I think they were people who were going to hunt large beasts. Li Sijing walked around the trading area again, but found that there were actually several transactions for selling fish and meat. It was obviously impossible to hunt them today so early. It must be that they were listed in the trading area yesterday and not sold out. So, has the fish started to be unsaleable? Li Sijing frowned immediately. In this case, if more people hunt large beasts today, the price will probably continue to fall. Right? I'm not afraid of a fall, but I'm afraid that the unsaleable will become more serious, and there will be fewer buyers than sellers. Fortunately, she has decided not to hunt large beasts today. Otherwise, she will make the same decision after reading these messages. Chapter 186, the second competition. The weather is too cold. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. I woke up in the middle of the night and had to turn on the air conditioner. Now I don't have much gasoline left. I just hope the competition will come soon. I'm really out of gas. The chilblains on my hands have rotted. I feel like my entire little finger has lost sensation. What should I do? I've worked hard for so long. But I can't hold on any longer? Selling grass carved meat at a low price. 5 units of metal per pound. If you want to exchange it for warming materials, the price is negotiable. Buying gasoline at a high price. If you're willing to sell, please chat privately. Wood. Buying wood at a high price. 5 units of metal for 1 unit of wood. Buying all kinds of warming materials at a high price. You can exchange them for cold medicine. After finishing the buns in her hand, Li Sijing's eyes were also retracted from the regional channel. The water in the cup was no longer so hot. She made herself a cup of milk powder, and thought about the news she had just received while drinking it. First of all, the severe weather had brought a devastating blow to everyone, which was beyond doubt. Secondly, the price of meat had been falling again and again, returning to the exchange ratio of the previous world. Even ordinary food. 5 metal units per pound of fish, and 2 metal units per pound of ordinary food. This price was already very common. Finally, the prices of gasoline, wood, and various warm materials were even more crazy at this time. The price of 1 unit of wood directly changed from 4 metal units to 5 metal units. It seemed that it was probably impossible for her to collect 1,000 units of wood in this world. However, the next world will be hit by acid rain. So there will be no shortage of wood. It will be the same when we collect it. Thinking of this, Li Sijing went directly to the trading area and removed all the wood requirements from all her trading items. She already had enough metals. So in the end, the only basic materials that could be used as rewards were plastic, rubber, glass, and cloth. Although she had collected 1,000 units of these 4 basic materials. The more basic materials, the better. It just so happened that there were quite a lot of people buying supplies at this time. Anti-skid chains and waterproof warm gloves were selling quite well, so she quickly replenished them. At 8:45, Li Sijing encountered the first resource box of the day, a low-level one. At this time, she had already been idle for a long time, and took the opportunity to eat the last apple. After taking the resource box into the car, Shinkong continued to drive, while Li Sijing continued to be idle. Although she still had a lot of rice that had not been shelled, she had to keep herself energetic at all times for the competition at noon. Pushing the stone mill to peel the shells will easily make your hands sore and cause blisters. Let's talk about it later when we have time. So Li Sijing, who had nothing to do, took out her handheld game console and started playing. Today, she didn't plan to drive herself. After all, the situation was special, and special matters had to be handled specially. From 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock. 4 hours. If Shinkong drove, she could get 5 resource boxes. If she came to interfere, she would probably only get 4 resource boxes. If it was normal, a low-level resource box would not matter much to her now. But today is different. She is still waiting for the intermediate resource box. 1 more resource box means 1 more possible thing, and there is a competition in the afternoon. So it is even more impossible for her to drive. After all, in the last world, Zhou Qingwan won the first place, and she has been coveting the points for a long time. This time, for the first place, she must go all out and eliminate all unstable factors. Time passed little by little while Li Sijing was slacking off. At 9:30, she encountered the second resource box, but it was still low level. When the time came to 10 o'clock, the long-awaited voice finally appeared. Congratulations to all players for surviving until now. The road is covered with ice and snow, but the temperature is getting colder day by day. Do you feel that the cold is unbearable, and it is difficult to survive? Don't worry. The intimate game activity has started again, and you can get everything you want here. Next, our car competition activity is online again. Please listen carefully to the rules of the game. First, the competition starts with the car itself, and the first 10 players to reach the end after driving 250 kilometers will be rewarded with points. Second, points treasure chests will be refreshed along the way, and you can get a number of points by opening them. Third, when the event starts, the game mall will appear in the world channel, and drinking water, gasoline, skill books, down jackets, etc. can all be purchased with points. Fourth, all players must participate in the competition. After the event ends, players who have not reached the end will be directly eliminated. Fifth, all players on the way will gradually converge on a main road, and they can attack each other. After reaching the end, they cannot attack each other. Sixth, activity time 12 to 1800 hours. Players, please be prepared. After a familiar pause, Li Sijing found that there were only two differences between this competition and the last one. One is the items in the mall. Last time it was high-end air conditioners. This time it was down jackets. However, being able to exchange points for down jackets should be good news for everyone. The other is the distance. The distance in the last world was 300 kilometers. But this time it is only 250 kilometers. Don't think that the reduction of 50 kilometers is the mercy of the survival game. On the contrary, this rule is very cruel. Although it was hot in the last world, as long as you know how to drive, you can generally reach a maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour. In this world, ordinary people without equipment can drive at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, which is already considered bold. And those who have anti-skid chains or snow tires are estimated to have a maximum speed of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour. 250 kilometers. 6 hours. That is, you have to drive at least 41.6 kilometers per hour to reach the finish line within the specified time. For many people, it is already difficult to complete this task. Not to mention getting off the bus and getting the points treasure chest. But isn't the purpose of this activity to get as many points treasure chests as possible and then exchange them for the supplies you need? In this way, it is another difficult choice for ordinary people. I don't know if there will be cheating artifacts such as teleportation cards in the game mall this time. I guess many people in the area are looking forward to it. Chapter 187: The Difference Between Malls. It has been a long time since the survival game was announced. For the competition, Li Sijing had already made a decision in her mind. That is, no matter what, just rush in and finish it. Of course, she was not idle while playing the handheld game console. And she still did a lot of things. First, she dried 6 kilograms of 10 kilograms of wet rice, leaving only 4 kilograms. And she could finish it in 2 hours in the afternoon. Secondly, she made a lot of transactions in the trading area, especially anti-skid chains, and replenished them several times. Finally, her mouth was not idle either. In more than an hour, she ate a pack of vegetarian steak and a pack of yam crisps. She also ate all the remaining 2 green dumplings. And finally chewed 2 watermelon bubble gums. At 11 o'clock, Li Sijing encountered the 4th resource box of the day. But it was still low level. The 4 resource boxes were placed side by side. And she was not going to open them because she was preparing for a lunch break and the bed was made. She had to get enough rest for the afternoon activities. As for lunch, she would eat it after the lunch break. There was only 1 hour left before the event started, and she could only encounter 1 resource box. Li Sijing had already told Xingyao that if it was a low-level resource box, she would be woken up at 11:55. If it was an intermediate resource box, she would be woken up the moment she encountered the resource box. She didn't know how lucky she would be today, whether she could encounter an intermediate resource box. And Li Sijing was still thinking about this question while lying in bed, when she was woken up by Xingyao from her sleep and checked the time immediately. She immediately showed a look of disappointment on her face. At 11:55. As expected, she couldn't have any expectations for her luck, no matter how disappointed she was. Time had to go on. Li Sijing quickly put on her clothes, got out of the car, and took the resource box back to the car. Just as she closed the car door, the mechanical sound of the survival game echoed in the air again. Dear players, the competition has officially begun. The space conversion has been completed. Please start from your current position and drive 250 kilometers forward to reach the end. After the event ends, players who have not reached the end will be eliminated. The game store has been opened. Please go to the World Channel to check. As soon as the voice fell, Li Sijing felt a flash in front of her eyes. But the surrounding environment did not change much. If she didn't have eagle eyes now, she would probably think that they were still on the original road. It was still the world full of water, still covered with ice and snow, and still full of snow. The only change was on the road. I saw that the originally flat layer of snow on the road had become messy at this time, as if the road had been walked by many cars or people. The snow had been trampled hard, and some of the ice had melted. This road was more difficult to walk on than the previous one, which made it more difficult for them. Even Li Sijing would not dare to go on such a road. Fortunately, she had Shinkong. Shinkong, drive at the fastest speed you can while ensuring safety. Okay, master. The road conditions have been scanned. 65 kilometers per hour is the best speed. Shinkong responded immediately. Sure enough, the difficulty increased, and the speed dropped a little again. Li Sijing put away the bed while thinking. In this kind of road condition, even a racing expert should only have a top speed of more than 40 kilometers per hour. Not to mention that he has to pay attention to the points treasure chest. Of course, Zhou Qinghuan is a European emperor with many props, so he is expected to be faster. It will take 5 hours to beat her at 50 kilometers per hour. In other words, if Li Sijing wants to get the first place, she must ensure that she reaches the finish line before 5 p.m. So, she made a mental construction for herself in her heart. You must always pay attention to the time and strive to reach the finish line before 5 o'clock. If there is not enough time, you can even give up the points treasure chest. After all, which is more important? A few thousand points or tens of thousands of points? Li Sijing can still tell clearly. After thinking clearly in her heart, Li Sijing began to prepare lunch. She had to take advantage of now, when there are not many points treasure chests, to quickly solve lunch. Otherwise she probably won't have so much time later. Because there is an event. There is still no complicated food at noon. Li Sijing took out 35 dumplings from the freezer. Put water in the multifunction pot. Add dumplings and start cooking. I will eat this for lunch today. Dumplings need to be cooked with cold water 3 times, which takes a long time. Li Sijing opened the World Channel again and checked the game store. Clicking on the mall icon, there are still 4 familiar categories: special supplies, natural disaster resistance, skill books, and basic materials. Trying to click on special, a sentence suddenly appeared. This category needs to be opened in the last half hour of the event. So stay tuned. It seems that cheating artifacts such as teleportation cards still exist, and I can make a small profit again. Then click on the skill book category. Li Sijing roughly flipped through it, and it was no different from the last time. She took a look at the perfect gun skill book that she had not exchanged last time, thinking that she would be able to get it this time. By the way, there are also physical fitness and 5 senses. If there are more points in the end, she can exchange some. After closing the skill book category, she came to the category of resisting natural disasters. It is still divided into 2 categories: permanent and temporary. The familiar warm baby stickers appeared in the temporary category, priced at 10 points each. It seems that she can finally achieve the freedom of warm baby. As for the permanent category, there are cotton jackets of various weights, hats, cotton shoes, scarves and so on. Li Sijing turned to the end and finally saw the down jacket she wanted, priced at 1,000 points. It's a little expensive, but still within the acceptable range. Li Sijing decided to buy one when she had points. The warmth retention effect of cotton jackets is not as good as down jackets, and the key is that they are not as light as down jackets. After seeing the products he wanted to see, Li Sijing closed the category of resisting natural disasters and came to the last category of basic supplies. There were still old acquaintances inside: mineral water, bread, gasoline, and 4 items of car repair cards. Among them, the 100 points of the car repair card did not change, and Li Sijing was very happy. He decided to change a few dozen cards and save them when the time comes. 250 g of bread is still 1 point, but mineral water has changed a little, becoming 5 liters for 1 point. It is reasonable that mineral water is sold so cheaply. After all, water resources in this world are so easy to obtain. The price reduction of mineral water is expected, so the price increase of gasoline is not so surprising. 1 unit of gasoline is 10 points, which is 10 times the price of the last time. Many people in the area are looking forward to exchanging more gasoline from this event store. Now it seems that this wish will be unfulfilled. Chapter 188 Points Treasure Box. After Li Sijing checked the game mall, the dumplings in the pot had been added with cold water twice. While there was still some time, she quickly prepared a dipping sauce for herself. She peeled and minced garlic, added chopped green onions, a little soy sauce, and a little vinegar. This vinegar was the only one left in the previous seasoning package, which contained 5 seasonings: oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and sugar. After all, it was used less. After the dipping sauce was prepared, Li Sijing dipped it with chopsticks and put it in her mouth to taste it. It tasted good, but it was not spicy. The previous millet peppers and fried fish bubbles were all used up. As for the peppers in the planting pot, they had just sprouted and could not be relied on. There was no choice. Li Sijing could only take out the chili powder from the barbecue 7-piece set and sprinkle a little in it. At this time, the dumplings were fully cooked, floating on the water like round ingots. Just after turning off the engine, Shinkong's reminder suddenly sounded. It turned out that in just 20 minutes, she had already encountered the first point's treasure chest. Li Sijing couldn't help but look in front of the car, and saw a golden treasure chest that was about the same size as a low-level resource box. Placed in the middle of the road, the golden box was still very conspicuous on the snow-covered road. Drive directly over, so that the door of the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle is facing the point's treasure chest, Li Sijing ordered. Shinkong naturally did as he was told, and the car slowly approached the point's treasure chest, and then stopped on its right side. Li Sijing opened the car door and poked it with a tang sword first to make sure there was no danger. She got out of the car with one foot, took back the point's treasure chest, got in the car directly, closed the door and drove. The speed was very smooth, trying not to waste any time. After getting the point's treasure box into the car, Li Sijing put it directly together with 5 low-level resource boxes. There was no time to open it now. The dumplings in the pot would not taste good if they were soaked for a long time. She quickly took out a plate, scooped out the dumplings with a colander, and scooped out a bowl of noodle soup with a bowl. Eating and drinking while eating. The original soup dissolves the original food. Picked up a dumpling, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. Suddenly, a fresh and salty taste spread in her mouth, with a little spicy. After eating all 35 dumplings, Li Sijing also drank a bowl of noodle soup, and her belly was full immediately. While packing up and cleaning the kitchen utensils, she sighed that her appetite was really getting bigger and bigger. If the harvest was less, she might not be able to afford it. After everything was packed up, Li Sijing came to check the boxes she got today. First, the Golden Points treasure box. She stretched out her right hand and gently opened the lid. 10 points. Ding. The host's luck value has fallen through the sky, and it has been forced to rebound from the bottom. Please reopen the points treasure chest. 1,000 points. It's still the familiar formula, the familiar taste, and there is no change from the previous world. However, looking at the comparison between 10 points and 1,000 points, Li Sijing couldn't help but sincerely thank the sign-in system in her heart. She is still very self-aware. If there is no sign-in system, she probably won't survive for 3 days in this world of the survival of the fittest. Before Li Sijing can continue to move, the starry sky prompt sounds again. Li Sijing looks up and sees that she has encountered the points treasure chest again. So she waited quietly. The car came to the side of the points treasure chest, and then opened the door and took back the points treasure chest. The off-road vehicle continued to drive, and she opened the points treasure box again. 10 points. 1,000 points. 2 displays appeared, and her mall account balance suddenly became 20 points. After opening the points treasure box, the next step was to open the 5 low-level resource boxes obtained in the morning. And Li Sijing also opened them one by one. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 1 glass goblet. 1 European creative glass vase. Glass asterisk 2. Plastic asterisk 2. 550 milliliters of mineral water. 5 liters of mineral water. 50 milliliters of gardenia perfume. 3-piece water. Milk and cleanser set. Metal asterisk 5. Cloth asterisk 2. 10 g of green bean cake. 250 g of green peas with onion fragrance. 250 g of lettuce. 750 milliliters of sweet red wine. Wood asterisk 5. Rubber asterisk 3. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 330 g of anti-fog spray. Feather duster. Metal asterisk 5. Plastic asterisk 5. Ruby succulent. A set of magnetic chess. A novel. A 20 centimeters plush bear toy. Rubber asterisk 3. Cloth asterisk 2. All 5 low-level resource boxes were opened, but the last one attracted Li Sijing's attention the most. Looking at the things that came out of it, Li Sijing was shocked. There was not a single practical item. In an irregular ceramic pot the size of a palm, there is a ruby succulent plant that is about the same size as the dumpling she just ate. This bright red color does look good, but it is not very practical. The key is, can it really be kept alive in such cold weather? A set of chess, which is magnetic, so there is no need to worry about the pieces falling off even when driving. But the key is that chess needs 2 people to play. Where can she find someone to accompany her? The key is that she is not very keen on chess. A novel. Looking at the cover and the name, Li Sijing knows that this should be a popular domineering general literature on Earth. On Earth. She liked to read these. But now that she has come to this world, who still why this kind of novel? If she were asked to open a book like Romance of the Three Kingdoms or Agricultural Encyclopedia, she might be happier. As for the last doll, 20 centimeters, just a little bigger than the palm. Li Sijing grabbed the whole body of the doll with one hand. In general, this resource box is useless, and the materials inside are more ornamental than practical. In addition to these, there are actually some less practical things in the materials opened this time. For example, this European creative glass vase. She doesn't have it for flower arrangement now. And the glass is easy to break, so she can only put it at the bottom of the shelf. A tall glass cup. It seems useless, but it is very spiritual when paired with the sweet red wine opened later. When I fry a steak, I'll open this red wine and pair it with a goblet, so that she can experience the ritual of life. A bottle of gardenia perfume, placed in the storage compartment, can be used as an aromatherapy. A 3-piece water, milk and cleanser set. No brand on it, but it's made in a survival game, so the quality should be no problem. The rose essential oil soap in her hand is almost used for washing her face and hands. And there is not much humidging, but it came at the right time. A mung bean cake, the size of a matchbox, was divided into 6 small pieces after opening the package. And Li Sijing ate it all in one bite. Half a pound of green peas with scallion flavor was put into the storage compartment, and half a pound of lettuce was put into the mustard space. These 2 items are the only 2 items that can be considered as food in this unpacking, which is not easy. Anti-fog spray, which is very similar to the previous cooling spray, is used a lot now and is also put on the shelf. A feather duster is not bad, just right for cleaning the car. In addition to these, mineral water is indeed here again. The action of opening a barrel of mineral water today is correct. 42 units of gasoline, plus the one in the tank. A total of 101 units of gasoline. This is the first time that the gasoline in her hand has exceeded 3 digits. The 90-unit tank is naturally not enough, and the extra 11 units of gasoline can only be placed under the driver's seat. Chapter 189 Meeting People. After sorting out all the supply boxes, Li Sijing opened the regional channel again to see what other people were doing. Ha! I just came across a points treasure chest and got 100 points. Ah! I finally saw gasoline. But it's so expensive. There's actually a down jacket. This time, I must collect enough points to buy one. Damn. Only 20 points were given out of the points treasure chest. How about washing my hands? But the water is too cold. Alas, the strategy went wrong. The large beast I killed this morning hasn't been sold out yet. Fortunately, the weather is cold. Otherwise it would be a pity if it broke. Me too. If I had known earlier, I might as well drive to find a resource box and get familiar with driving in the snow. Ah, speaking of this, I want to complain. Driving on ice and snow is really too difficult. There was no snow on the road the first 2 days. And on the 3rd day, I was so tired that I had to go to the snow to get a good look at the snow. I'm so tired. 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 There is snow on the road, so I don't have to drive. On the 4th day, I killed a large beast and didn't drive. Now the road condition suddenly becomes like this. I have never encountered it before. What should I do if I don't know how to drive? Haha. I made a lot of money yesterday, but now I am dumbfounded. I feel the same way. I have never driven on the snow. Now I can only drive at a snail's pace. I guess bicycles run faster than me. Woo! I have installed anti-skid chains, but I still don't dare to speed up. What should I do? Hey, the daily changes on the road are probably for us to adapt to. But you didn't adapt in advance. Now you have no experience. Who can you blame? I regret it. I regret it. I didn't make much money from the supplies. And now I have dug such a big hole for myself. What should I do if I can't reach the end? Yes. I calculated that if I want to reach the destination on time, I have to drive more than 40 kilometers per hour. It's too difficult. The key is that it is still snowing, blocking the view. It's even worse when it falls on the windshield. I have to get out of the car and wipe it every once in a while. That's right. It's cold and troublesome. And it's a four-seater car. It doesn't even have a wiper. It's shit. Haha. Fortunately, I got a wiper in the last world. I thought it was useless at the time, but I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Hey, why didn't I realize before that such a small thing, after it is missing? How could it be so troublesome? I don't even dare to get off the car to pick up the points treasure chest now, for fear that I won't have enough time. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. If you drive too slowly, you won't be able to reach the destination. It's better to focus on picking up the points treasure chest. Yes, it is estimated that the teleportation card will appear in the last half hour. As long as there are enough points, there is no need to worry about not reaching the destination. Alas, this is the only way. I just don't know how many points will be left by then, and whether it is enough to buy a skilled book. The chat messages in the regional channel were within Li Xijing's expectations. How can someone who has never driven on the snow suddenly come to the more difficult snow-melting ice road to let go? The only thing that surprised Li Xijing was the windshield wipers. Rain and snow will fall on the windshield and block the driver's vision. This is common sense that everyone knows. It's just that when on Earth, every car is equipped with windshield wipers, which makes it easy for people to ignore this problem. The wiper on her car was from the last world, and she didn't pay much attention to it at the time. She wiped it twice when she needed it, but she almost forgot that it was not equipped with the car, but a blueprint she had drawn, which other people didn't have. However, in this way, the roads of ordinary people in the area became more difficult to walk. And I don't know how many people can survive after an event. It didn't take Li Xijing long to sigh. When the time came to 1 o'clock, she met the third points treasure chest. In an hour, she was supposed to drive 65 kilometers. But in order to get the points treasure chest, she stopped several times on the way, and finally only drove 60 kilometers. And in this 60-kilometer journey, she met a total of 3 points treasure chests, an average of 1 every 20 kilometers. If it is the same as the last time, she remembered that the distance to the next points treasure chest should continue to shorten. Sure enough, this time she only drove a dozen kilometers before she met the points treasure chest again. Still parked the car next to the points treasure chest, took the points treasure chest, and drove quickly. After opening all the points treasure chests, Li Xijing was sitting in the driver's seat, feeling a little bored. Just as she lowered her head and tried to find some snacks to eat, Shinkong suddenly gave a reminder. Master, there are other vehicles 500 meters away. Do you want to give way? Have similar vehicles started to appear on the road? Li Xijing looked up and looked forward. Sure enough, not far ahead, she saw a four-seater car driving at a snail's pace. Don't worry about it. Go around and keep going, Li Xijing replied calmly. With the lesson from the last time, she would not waste time on other people this time. As the SUV kept moving forward, it was getting closer and closer to the four-seater car in front. As the distance got closer, the owner of the car in front suddenly stopped the car, obviously noticing the car behind him. Probably because he noticed the SUV, the different appearance, and the not-so-slow speed. The other party suddenly lowered the window and kept shouting. Unfortunately, Li Xijing, whose glass was tightly closed, could not hear what the other party was saying. Through the glass, she, who had the eagle-eye technology, could clearly see that the owner of the car was a pretty girl. But she didn't mean to pay any attention. But in a blink of an eye, the four-seater car was left behind, and the SUV continued to move forward. Thinking of the owner of the car just now and the difficult driving, Li Xijing couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Fortunately, she had the starry sky. Otherwise now, she would probably have to drive the car carefully and miserably, and there would be no leisure in front of her. Within 2 minutes, Li Xijing encountered the 5th points treasure chest of the day. As a result, 50 points were credited to her mall account balance. Chapter 190 Down Jacket. After meeting the pretty girl on the road, it was like a switch was turned on, and more people gradually came to the road behind. Sometimes it was a few minutes. Sometimes it was more than 10 minutes. And you would meet a familiar four-seater car, and the various people you met. The states they presented were also different. Some people did not react at all. Some people were afraid to avoid them. Some people shouted for help. And some people got out of the car with weapons, obviously with bad intentions. And these various life situations, Li Sijing just regarded them as watching TV dramas to pass the time, and forgot them after watching them, and did not take them to heart at all. In order to get the generous points for the first place in this competition, she didn't want to care about anything, just wanted to go all out. And the appearance of these people also caused her a little trouble. That is, when she took the points treasure box, she was not so unscrupulous. For example, she didn't want to socialize with other people on the road. But there was a points treasure chest right next to the other car. What should she do? It was at this time that she realized that the points treasure chest that everyone could see was unique to them, and could not be seen by others. This is probably why there are so many people passing by on a road, and there are always points treasure chests. This rule is quite good, and there will not be a situation where several people compete for a points treasure chest. But the trouble she is facing now does exist. At that time, she was in a dilemma, thinking about giving up the points treasure chest and leaving directly, or getting off the car to take back the points insurance and make a quick decision? Give up the points treasure chest? Thinking of the 1,010 points inside, she was a little unwilling, which was equivalent to a mastery level skill book or 10 car repair cards. But what if she stopped the car in front of the other party, and then got out of the car to get the points treasure chest, and was entangled? She is now competing for a ranking. If she misses the first place for this points treasure chest, she will really regret it. Just when Li Sijing was in a dilemma and was ready to give up the points treasure chest, she suddenly thought of a way. She is a person with a pistol. For ordinary people, a pistol is still very deterrent. Thinking of this, Li Sijing decisively asked Shinkong to park the car next to the points treasure chest. That is, in front of the other party's car. She held the pistol with the safety off in her right hand, picked up the points treasure chest on the ground with her left hand, and then calmly returned to the car and continued to move forward, probably because of the pistol in her hand. Although the other party wanted to open his mouth several times, he didn't say a word in the end, which saved Li Sijing a lot of trouble. With this method, the subsequent journey was quite efficient. No matter how difficult the person was, he could not get entangled after Li Sijing opened fire. Of course, there are also people who do not know what is good for them. After experiencing so much, Li Sijing naturally no longer has the mercy she had at the beginning. Just now, Li Sijing shot and killed a person who could not see the situation clearly. Although she felt a little nauseous and uncomfortable afterwards, it was also overcome. When the time came to 2:30 in the afternoon, Li Sijing had driven 150 kilometers, and had already traveled more than half of the entire competition. And her harvest was 12 points treasure chests. A total of 12,120 points. During these few hours, because the appearance of the points treasure chests became more and more frequent, and the intervals between them were not long, she did not do anything else. Instead, she took the opportunity to dry all the rice and put it away. She also ate a lot of snacks, including the last pack of yam crisps, a pack of vegetarian steak, a pack of Palm Top instant noodles, 2 packs of green peas with onion flavor, and a bubble gum. All of the above are her achievements in these few hours. As for the remaining free time, she can only watch the regional channel to kill time. The regional channel is not very lively. Most of the messages sent are complaints, telling about the unbearable situation, and asking for help. And these messages are just for reading. If she wants to lend a hand, she is not so selfless. After all, they are all strangers who have no intersection. During this journey, as Li Sijing had expected before, the appearance of the points treasure chest became more frequent, from the original 20 minutes to 10 minutes. I think this time should be shortened in the future. The points treasure chest appeared more frequently, and the road conditions were gradually getting worse. There were more ups and downs, turns, etc. Of course, it was not as exaggerated as the last world, but it was already very scary with the original road conditions. Even the speed of the starry sky gradually became 60 kilometers per hour. After all, everything should be based on safety. After getting off the car again and picking up a points treasure chest, Li Sijing couldn't help but calculate in her mind. According to this situation, she should be able to reach the finish line before 4:30. Right? Thinking about the points that the first place can get, her heart can't help but become hot. However, her hot heart could not warm her cold hands. Although the hot water bottle in her arms was warm, it would take time to warm her hands. The weather was really too cold. She just opened the car door and took the points treasure chest. It took less than a minute, but her hands were immediately frozen. holding the hot water bottle. She finally warmed her hands. And the points treasure chest came again. She opened the car door, and her hands were cold again. It was like a cycle that kept repeating. It was really painful to go on like this. By the way, she already had so many points in her hand, so she might as well exchange some supplies and equip herself. What to exchange? Down jacket or warm baby patch? Li Sijing made a decision without thinking too much. Let's change a down jacket first. Opening the game mall, Li Sijing went straight to the goal and spent 1,000 points to change a down jacket. Down jackets are still not slim-fitting styles. In this world, no one cares about fashion sense anymore. Although the style is ordinary, the overall khaki color is not ugly. The down jacket is medium length and the hem reaches above the knees. The overall weight is more than half lighter than the long cotton jacket. But the warmth effect is better, and it is more flexible and convenient to wear. After wearing it, Li Sijing was reluctant to take it off. She decided to wear it until the end of this world. When Li Sijing was trying on new clothes, Shinkong spoke again. Master, there are other vehicles 500 meters ahead, and they have taken a detour. This kind of reminder sound. Li Sijing has heard it no less than 10 times along the way, and she is no longer nervous. She believes that Shinkong can handle it. However, this time she miscalculated, because within a few seconds, Shinkong suddenly spoke again hurriedly. Chapter 191 Gunfight. Master, 300 meters ahead. There is a human blocking the road. We are detouring. Master, 200 meters ahead. There is someone blocking the road. We are detouring. Master, there is a human blocking the road ahead. We cannot detour successfully. It is predicted that we will hit in 5 seconds. Please stop the car? A series of urgent voices echoed in the car, which immediately attracted all of Li Sijing's attention. She looked up and looked forward. And sure enough, she saw a thin figure, standing in the middle of the road with his hands outstretched and a look of anxiety. The other person's face showed a trace of nervousness towards the speeding vehicle. If Li Sijing had not mastered the eagle eye skill, she would probably not have noticed these details in such an emergency. Is this a scam? He is really cruel, and he actually bet his life. Master has no response. To avoid accidents, start emergency parking. Shinkong's voice continued. This artificial intelligence is quite humanitarian. Without waiting for Shinkong to break, Li Sijing said in a cold voice, keep going. Ignore it. In the temperature of -30 degrees. The other party was wearing a fashionable woolen dress and delicate makeup on her face. Her ambition was obvious. But unfortunately, she was unlucky and ran into Li Sijing. Whether this person who blocked the road was really in trouble or wanted to scam, Li Sijing didn't want to pay attention. Who can survive to this day is not a little bit cunning. She estimated that she would be entangled as soon as she stopped the car. Since the other party dared to bet his life, he should have considered the consequences of losing the bet. As Li Sijing's voice fell, Shinkong immediately executed the order and moved forward at the original speed, getting closer and closer to the person in front. When the distance between the vehicle and the person in front was only a few meters, even without eagle eyes, Li Sijing could see the look of fear on the other person's face. To be honest, this woman is pretty, with makeup and nice clothes, and the expression on her face is pitiful. In this world where she hasn't seen her kind for a long time, Li Sijing really felt a little bit of pity in her heart. However, thinking about the trouble that can be brought by pity, Li Sijing couldn't bear it. The second before the off-road vehicle hit, the other party couldn't stand it and staggered to avoid it. However, it was too late. At the moment when the off-road vehicle drove past, Li Sijing could feel a slight collision in front of the car, probably because the body of the car has been upgraded and the size of the off-road vehicle is also large. Although it hit someone, it has no effect on the forward movement. Li Sijing turned her head involuntarily, wanting to see the other party's situation through the car window glass. She clearly saw that the other party was hit and fell several meters away, struggling on the road, and couldn't get up for a long time. Shaking her head, Li Sijing knew very well that if the other party had no trump card, this time it would be useless. After all, in such cold weather, wearing so little, lying on the ground, it would probably be frozen in a few minutes. What a pity. Such a young and beautiful girl. However, after sighing, the journey continued. And the journey did not change because of what happened just now. Things like this have happened too many times on this road. And this scene is just one of many microcosms. Li Sijing put on a new down jacket, put on a good mood, and continued to look forward. A few minutes later, she was reminded by Xingkong again, and met the point's treasure chest again. Li Sijing frowned when she looked up at the point's treasure chest in front of her, because there was another four-seater car in front of the point's treasure chest. The four-seater car was also driving, but it was not as fast as the off-road vehicle, which was why he was caught up by Li Sijing. Li Sijing held a pistol in one hand and looked at the distance and calculated in her mind. When she got to the side of the point's treasure chest, the other party's car should have passed by. She hoped that the other party would not turn back to find trouble for herself, so that she could have less trouble. Looking at the car in front, passing the point's treasure chest and continuing to move forward, Li Sijing couldn't help but smile. But before the smile lasted, it had already stiffened. The car in front slowly stopped less than 10 meters in front of the point's treasure chest. As the other party stopped, the off-road vehicle continued to move forward, and the distance between the two cars gradually approached. When Li Sijing's car stopped next to the point's treasure chest, the distance between the two cars was less than 10 meters. Did the other party encounter the point's treasure chest? Or did he have bad intentions? Li Sijing couldn't help but guess in her heart. When the SUV stopped, Li Sijing didn't hesitate. Holding a pistol in one hand, opened the door and got out of the car. When Li Sijing got out of the car, there was a movement in the car in front, and a person got out of the driver's seat. Li Sijing bent down to pick up the point's treasure chest, and after getting up, he subconsciously looked forward. The other party happened to look over, and the two looked at each other. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and both sides were stunned and a little unbelievable. Both sides came to their senses almost at the same time and raised their pistols at the same time. A loud bang exploded in the air. This sound was louder than all the gunshots Li Sijing had heard, because it was a combination of two gunshots. Li Sijing and the other party fired almost at the same time. Two bullets were fired from both sides' guns and flew towards each other. Both bullets were aimed at the opponent's vital points. After the bullets were fired, both sides avoided at the same time. Li Sijing only had time to slightly turn sideways, and the bullet that was originally aimed at her heart immediately fell on her left arm. The newly bought down jacket was broken, and the down inside was blown up, mixed with the snowflakes in the air, and it was hard to tell who was who. The bullet penetrated the clothes layer by layer, and finally landed on the basalt scale clothes, and was finally blocked. Although the basalt scale clothes blocked the bullet, it could not completely block the pain. The shooting of the bullet made Li Sijing's entire arm numb and painful. Li Sijing suffered such a fate, and the person on the other side would only be worse than her. Although the opponent also dodged the vital points, he did not have the basalt scales, and the bullet hit his left arm, which was a real hit. The blood splash from the wound fell on the white snow on the ground, like red plum blossoms, beautiful but desolate. It was just a moment after the encounter, and both sides were injured to varying degrees. But they did not stop. The opponent was hit in the arm by a bullet, but there was no scream. On the contrary, his reaction speed was not slow, and he raised his hand and fired another shot. Li Sijing relied on the basalt scales on his body. After being hit by a bullet, he did not dodge, but raised his hand to aim, and with a bang, he fired another shot. After the opponent fired the second shot, he immediately squatted down, trying to avoid the second shot fired by Li Sijing. But unfortunately, his speed was not as fast as the bullet, and another piece of blood was spilled on the snow. The opponent groaned, but did not dare to hesitate, and endured the pain to get in the car and close the door quickly. As for the opponent's second shot, it was probably too hasty and brushed Li Sijing's right arm. It didn't cause her any harm, but the down inside her down jacket flew all over the sky again. Chapter 192 Meeting Fang Tiancheng. Li Sijing had thought about meeting Fang Tiancheng on the competition road. At that time, she was thinking that if she met him, she would kill him. Later, she gave up this idea. Why? Because she knew how difficult it was to meet a specific person on this road. Although theoretically, everyone is on the same road. In fact, everyone's starting point is different, and the sections they need to go through are also different. Otherwise, there are thousands of people driving on a 250-kilometer road, and the people you can meet are more than just a few. It is difficult to meet someone on the road. And what is even more difficult is that you need to recognize the person when you meet him. You know, most people driving on the road stay in the car and drive all the time, except for encountering a point's treasure chest. Who would get out of the car in such cold weather? If they don't get out of the car, when two cars are driving on the same road and pass by each other, who can guarantee to recognize each other? It goes without saying how difficult it is to find a person with these difficulties added on top of each other, which is also the main reason why Li Sijing gave up her unrealistic idea. However, what she really didn't expect was that she could actually meet Fang Tianqing on this road and meet him face to face. When the two met face to face, not only Li Sijing was stunned, but even Fang Tianqing himself probably didn't expect it. It was also because both of them were stunned for a few seconds that there was a gunfight with equal strength later. The first shots of both sides were fired almost at the same time, and the second shot was fired by Fang Tianqing first and Li Sijing later, which was almost the same. Both sides fired 2 shots at the same time. Li Sijing was only hit once, and because of the basalt scales, there was no blood. Fang Tianqing was hit by 2 shots, one of which hit his left arm. As for the other shot, the opponent dodged too quickly, and Li Sijing did not see where it was hit. But what can be confirmed is that it should not have hit the vital part. Otherwise the opponent's evasive action would not have been so fast. After the recoil of the second shot was removed, Li Sijing's third shot was quickly fired. Unfortunately, Fang Tianqing had already hidden in the car at this time, and the bullet hit the car body, sparking a series of sparks. Hearing the sound of the car engine in front, Li Sijing couldn't help but change his face. He wanted to escape when he couldn't beat him? Seeing that the other party's car had started, Li Sijing hurriedly got in the car and closed the door, and then said in a hurry, "Shinkong, hurry up. Catch up with the car in front." The gap between the off-road vehicle and the four-seater car was immediately revealed at this time. Although Li Sijing started late, and there was still a distance of 10 meters between the two cars, it took less than a minute for the two cars to drive side by side. After catching up, Shinkong had deliberately slowed down to keep the two cars at the same speed. Facing the cold wind, Li Sijing opened the right window, raised the pistol, and shot to the side through the window. With a bang, the bullet hit the other party's driver's window glass, and then was bounced away. Fang Tianqing actually also has bulletproof glass, which is a bit troublesome. Ordinary pistols and bullets have limited impact on bulletproof glass. Fang Tianqing didn't care about Li Sijing's test at this time. He was injured in one hand and was driving with his only hand, so he couldn't be distracted. Li Sijing tried to fire a few more shots, but most of the bullets flew away. One bullet left a mark on the glass, but unfortunately the glass did not crack. She wanted to try to aim at the mark just now and fire a few more shots at the same place, which should be able to make a gap. Unfortunately, both cars were moving, and during this process, Li Sijing, who was proficient in firearm skills, really couldn't hit accurately. By the way, she could shoot at the tires. Glass is bulletproof, but tires can't be bulletproof, right? Li Sijing immediately lowered the muzzle, aimed at the front tire of the four-seater car, fired a shot, and the rear tire, and also shot again. After 2 shots, both tires burst, and the four-seater car on the side stopped suddenly. After letting Shinkong stop the car as she wished, Li Sijing didn't hesitate, and directly aimed at the mark on the bulletproof glass and kept shooting. Through the transparent glass, Li Sijing could clearly see that Fang Tianqing in the car was furious, and used his only intact hand to forcefully lower the steering wheel. Listening to the sound of gunshots, Fang Tianqing looked at Li Sijing outside, with a very fierce expression on his face. Li Sijing naturally saw this situation, but she ignored it, and kept firing with a blank expression. There was already an irreconcilable hatred between her and Fang Tianqing, and she was not unhappy if the other party hated her a little more. The originally small marks on the bulletproof glass were expanding as Li Sijing continued to shoot at the same point. After more than 10 consecutive shots, the entire bulletproof glass showed spider web-like marks, which looked shaky and could break at any time. After taking a look at the bulletproof glass that was about to break, Fang Tianqing, who had a fierce expression, suddenly looked very strange. He also looked at Li Sijing, and there was a meaningful look in his eyes. This look suddenly made Li Sijing feel uneasy. Could it be that the other party had a backup plan? Regardless of his right hand that was numb from the recoil of the pistol, Li Sijing fired continuously, hoping to break the glass in front of him as soon as possible. Fang Tianqing in the car suddenly looked forward, and then a familiar blue screen appeared in the car. It was obvious that the other party was operating the game system. Seeing that he had already won, Li Sijing's uneasiness was gradually spreading. After firing 1 shot, She couldn't wait to fire another one. Including this bullet. She had fired 12 bullets at the bulletproof glass. I think the bulletproof glass should be broken. In Li Sijing's expectant eyes, the last bullet was getting closer and closer to the bulletproof glass. It was about to hit it. But suddenly, a thin layer of white mist suddenly appeared in front of her, surrounding the four-seater car. The white mist was thin and looked ethereal, but it easily blocked the rapidly fired bullets and prevented them from advancing. This white mist looked very familiar. I encountered it when I opened the resource box, and it also appeared when I triggered small beasts. So was this a trick of the survival game? Li Sijing frowned and looked at everything in front of her. She was thinking, what is Fang Tianqing's trump card? What did he do to his car to make the white mist appear? Chapter 193 crashed off the road. When the white fog gradually dissipated, a heart-pounding scene appeared in front of Li Sijing. I saw that the bulletproof glass that had been smashed by Li Sijing had been restored to its original state. Bright and new. No. It was new. Not only the bulletproof glass was new, but the whole car was new. Even the two tires that were blown out were no exception. Is this a car repair card? Li Sijing looked into the car and immediately saw Fang Tianqing's proud face. I saw that he was holding a very familiar car repair card in his hand. And then he operated the blue screen. And in an instant, a second car repair card appeared in his hand, holding two car repair cards. Fang Tianqing looked at Li Sijing with a provocative look on his face. And his demeanor was very arrogant. Obviously ready to consume. Looking at the brand new car. Looking at the two car repair cards in the other party's hand. Looking at Fang Tianqing's proud face. Li Sijing's face was very ugly. But she had to admit that she really couldn't do anything to the other party now. She really didn't expect that the cheating device of car repair card could be used in this way. She finally spent almost a minute and consumed 12 bullets to create a scene. And the other party solved it all with a car repair card. And now, the other party still has two car repair cards in his hand. No. She has no way to determine how many there are. After all, the game mall is always open now. And the car repair cards on it can be exchanged at any time, as long as there are points. With Fang Tianqing's ability, although the points in the other party's hand are not as many as hers, it is more than enough to exchange for a few car repair cards. If they kept wasting time and used up all the car repair cards in the opponent's hand, they could still deal with the opponent. But it was too uneconomical to do so. Not to mention the wasted bullets. Just the wasted time. And the possible loss of the first place in the competition. Li Sijing felt that it was a big loss. And it was not worth it for an enemy. After weighing it several times in her mind, Li Sijing had to admit that although the opponent was a rogue, this method was really effective. For Li Sijing, who was in a hurry, she really had no way to make a quick decision. Since there was no way to take down the opponent, Li Sijing could only stop the loss in time. Stamped her feet, and finally looked at Fang Tianqing, and then quickly returned to the car. When Li Sijing was depressed and ordered Xingkong to drive forward, a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind, and she suddenly called Xingkong, with a smirk on her face. Although there is no way to settle the grudge between us now, the interest still needs to be collected. As she said, Li Sijing told Xingkong all her thoughts. Seeing Li Sijing return to the SUV, Fang Tianqing in the car breathed a sigh of relief without leaving a trace. And his mood suddenly became much better. He actually avoided such a thrilling scene in front of him. Sure enough, people should be smarter. Just when Fang Tianqing was secretly pleased with himself, he found that he couldn't understand Li Sijing's next operation. The SUV that was supposed to leave suddenly turned around. The whole car body was lying on the road. And then started the car and rushed forward. Not good. Fang Tianqing immediately understood Li Sijing's intention. But it was too late. The huge SUV suddenly crashed into Fang Tianqing's four-seater car with full power. After the collision, Li Sijing did not give up, but continued to hit the four-seater car towards the side of the road until it hit the side of the road. The off-road vehicle braked suddenly on the side of the road, and it was still a few inches away from driving off the road. The fate of the four-seater car that she hit in front of was obvious. It fell directly off the road and rolled several times on the ice. Looking at the other party's car, which was completely overturned on the ice and could not move, Li Sijing's eyes showed a happy look. You have a car maintenance card. I can't do anything to you for the time being. But I knocked you off the road? You can't do anything for a while. Right? First of all, an overturned car cannot be turned back by one person's strength. Secondly, even if it is turned back, with the big bumps on the road and the ice. It is impossible to get back to the road by one person's strength. What's more, Fong Tianqing in the car was shot more than once, and it would be even more difficult to return to normal. Seeing the result she wanted, Li Xijing didn't miss it anymore. She closed the car window and let Xingkong drive forward. As for Fong Tianqing behind her, she could predict what would happen next. It was unlikely that he would die completely, so there were only two other possibilities. The first one was that Fong Tianqing had extraordinary luck or had a lot of trump cards and finally returned to the road. But it was impossible for him to win a place. The second one was that he couldn't return to the road and was trapped here. Before the end of the event, he exchanged points and supplies for a teleportation card to go to the finish line. No matter which one it was, as long as Fong Tianqing could suffer some losses, Li Xijing would be satisfied. There was no way to kill him this time. The next time they meet, it should be the day of natural disasters. She would not let him go then. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Xijing looked at the down jacket that had lost a lot of down and felt a little distressed. It cost 1,000 points, but it was ruined in less than half an hour after wearing it. It was a pity. She spent 1,000 points again and changed a new down jacket from the game mall. As for the old one, she put it away. There was no time to deal with it now. As she got closer to the finish line, there were more and more points treasure chests on the road, and fewer people she met. Because of Fong Tianqing's matter, she was delayed for some time. So when it was expected to be 4:30, she still couldn't reach the finish line. At this time, Li Xijing had driven 240 kilometers and picked up 21 points treasure chests. There was still 10 kilometers to the finish line. I think other people shouldn't be so fast, right? However, thinking of the result of the last competition, she was a little worried. Thinking of Zhou Qinghuan, the European emperor, she didn't dare to let down her guard. Tensing her body, she encountered 4 more points treasure chests in the last 10 kilometers. It took her more than 10 minutes to finally see the finish line. Looking at the large flat land covered with heavy snow 1 kilometer away, Li Xijing knew that it was the finish line. With eagle eyes, Li Xijing clearly saw that there was no car on such a large open space. So this time, is she finally the first place? The next kilometer of the journey was very smooth, and no points treasure chest appeared in the middle. So for this 250-kilometer journey, there are a total of 25 points treasure chests. 25 points treasure chests. That is 25,250 points. Plus the points that the first place can get. That is, thinking of so many points, Li Xijing's saliva almost flowed out. And she was also thinking in her heart, what supplies should she exchange later? This is really a sweet trouble. Chapter 194 Insufficient Points. Congratulations. You are the first player to reach the finish line, and you will be awarded 100,000 points. When Li Xijing finished the last section of the journey and arrived at the huge parking lot covered with heavy snow, the game prompt appeared. It was indeed 100,000 points. Even though she had expected it, Li Xijing was still very surprised when she really got these points. After arriving at the finish line, Li Xijing drove a distance inside and finally parked the off-road vehicle at the innermost part of the huge parking lot. The purpose of her doing this was also to avoid trouble. After all, her car had been upgraded by 2 levels. When many people reach the finish line later, her off-road vehicle and other people's 4-seater cars will present a sharp contrast. Although you can't fight at the finish line, if more people see it, there will be no fewer people who care about it. After the car stopped, Li Xijing couldn't wait to open all the points treasure boxes. Then, she opened the game mall and looked at the balance in her account, and couldn't help laughing out loud. 123,250. 6 digits. Li Xijing counted carefully. 123,250 points. Along the way, she encountered 25 points treasure chests, and the points she got were 25,250, with the first prize of 100,000 points. The total was exactly 125,250 points. Unfortunately, because of Fong Tianqing, she spent 2,000 points and exchanged 2 down jackets, which turned into the current number. Thinking of this, Li Xijing couldn't help but make another note of Fong Tianqing in her heart, waiting to settle the account the day after tomorrow. With so many points in hand, Li Xijing didn't think much about those unhappy things, and then opened the skill book classification in the mall. She found the gun skill book skillfully, and then clicked on the perfect gun skill book. which was sold for 80,000 points. This was her first goal. She had been coveting it for a week. Although it was very expensive, Li Sijing still clicked on the exchange without hesitation. In an instant, her account balance was only 43,250 points. And she had an extra skill book in her hand. She couldn't wait to click on it. And the skill book turned into a white mist and merged into Li Sijing's mind. The player has been detected to have a school master possession card, and it is activated immediately. At this moment, many of the extra contents in her mind were directly integrated, and she was so skilled that she seemed to have used it thousands of times. At this time, if she was asked to drive and meet Fong Tiancheng again, she could definitely break the other party's bulletproof glass while driving. Experiencing the newly mastered skills, Li Sijing was very happy, and her foundation was added a few points. The most important items have been obtained, and there are more than 40,000 points left. What else should I exchange? First of all, the car maintenance card, which must be exchanged, and the warm baby stickers. These two items are very cheap. Even if she exchanges a lot, it is nothing for the remaining 40,000 points. So, should she exchange some skill books? For example, the Hawkeye skill book. To be honest, this basic Hawkeye skill book is quite helpful for daily life, such as seeing the road, observing the environment, and shooting. If she can have a mastery or even a perfect Hawkeye skill book, then it will be a great blessing for perfecting firearm skills. Thinking of this, Li Sijing's heart was more and more excited, and she hurriedly searched in the skill book category. In a few seconds, she saw the familiar Hawkeye skill book. The ordinary Eagle Eye skill book costs 300 points. The Mastery Eagle Eye skill book costs 3,000 points. And the Perfect Eagle Eye skill book costs 30,000 points. Compared with the Firearm skill book, it is not very expensive, and it is cheaper than the Sword skill book. But think about it. The role of the Eagle Eye skill book is only auxiliary, so the price is understandable. Li Sijing has now mastered the basic Eagle Eye skill book, and only needs to exchange for the Mastery and Perfect books, which requires a total of 33,000 points. With the remaining points in her hand, after exchanging these two skill books, there are still about 10,000 points, which should be enough. After calculating in her mind, Li Sijing decided to take these two skill books. After some operations, she consumed 33,000 points and exchanged for two skill books, and clicked to use them. With the existence of the Academic Master Possession card, it is just a matter of blinking an eye to integrate and master. When she opened her eyes again, Li Sijing found that the world in front of her had changed. She used to see the world clearly, but now she sees the world more clearly. Through the glass, she could even see a beautiful hexagonal rhombus of snowflakes that had just fallen. Looking into the distance, Li Sijing in the past could see the scenery within 1 kilometer. But the farther away, the blurrier it was. But now, for Li Sijing, any place within 1 kilometer is as clear to her as the snowflakes in front of her. She can even see farther, and the scenery 3 or 5 kilometers away is no problem. But it is not so clear. Of course, if you want to see so far, you need such a large flat ground. After all, she is just an eagle eye, not a perspective eye. For example, now, she can only see the road conditions of less than 1 kilometer along the road. As for the farther places, because the road is winding and undulating, the shadows are blocked. At a glance, it is a monotonous snow scene, without any novel things. So Li Sijing is not interested. She still has 10,250 points in her hand, so she should continue to exchange items. First of all, she still has 5 car repair cards. With so many points this time, why not exchange for 30? 1 car repair card is 100 points, and 30 car repair cards are 3,000 points, which is not a lot. In fact, she wants to exchange so many car repair cards mainly because of the next natural disaster of acid rain. Li Sijing doesn't know much about acid rain, but she is really uneasy. It's more reassuring to store more car repair cards in her hand. 35 car repair cards, even if 5 are used every day, can support a week. Thinking of this, Li Sijing also took action and directly adjusted the redemption quantity of the car repair card to 30. And then clicked to confirm. You don't have enough points to buy this product. Looking at the game prompt that popped up, Li Sijing's eyes widened. What the hell is insufficient points? She looked at her account balance again. It was 10,250. It's just a 3,000-point item. She has 10,000 points. How could she not have enough points? What's going on? Just when Li Sijing was wondering if there was a loophole in the survival game, she suddenly found something wrong. Chapter 195, the second place surprise. The price of the car maintenance card is wrong. 30 car maintenance cards should have been worth 3,000 points. But it actually showed 16,000 points. No wonder her points were not enough. What happened? After Li Sijing carefully studied it, she found that the price of this car maintenance card was actually increasing. The first 10 car maintenance cards were purchased for 100 points each. The price of the 11th to 20th car maintenance cards was 500 points each. The price of the 21st to 30th car maintenance cards has become 1,000 points each. As for the future, there is no need to read on. In the previous world, Li Sijing bought exactly 10 car maintenance cards. Now it is unclear whether such a cheating rule has been changed this time, or it was the same in the previous world. It's just that her idea of storing more car maintenance cards in her hands is no longer possible. But now she was asked to exchange only 10 car repair cards, which made her unwilling, because she was really afraid of the natural disaster of acid rain. After thinking it over again and again, Li Sijing still made up her mind and spent 6,000 points to exchange for 20 car repair cards. Looking at the remaining 4,250 points in her hand, Li Sijing's whole face was wrinkled with heartache. Originally, she thought that a warm baby sticker only cost 10 points, which was quite cheap. If she exchanged 100 stickers directly, it would only be 1,000 points. Now it seems that she can't squander like this. Li Sijing directly used the remaining 250 points to exchange for 25 warm baby stickers and save them first. As for the remaining 4,000 points, of course, they will be kept. Half an hour before the end of the event, the special category will be opened. When the time comes, if there are items that you like, you can also exchange them. If you don't like them, you can go to the game store to exchange them. After all the points have been arranged, the time has come to 5 o'clock, and there is only 1 hour left before the end of the event. According to Li Sijing's prediction, the other vehicles should also be approaching the end. She was a little bored waiting. In her heart, I was thinking, what should I eat in the evening? Because of the competition activities at noon, I had a perfunctory meal of dumplings. I have to eat something good in the evening. Otherwise, barbecue. By the way, the last time I had barbecue was in the last world. I haven't eaten it for almost a week, and I miss it. Since I decided to have barbecue, some things must be prepared in advance, such as frozen meat in the freezer, which must be taken out and thawed in advance. Li Sijing is a man of action when it comes to food. She immediately stood up and went to the freezer to search. Finally, she took out a pound of roe deer meat, a pound of beef, and half a pound of pork from the freezer. All the frozen meat was placed on a folding table, next to which was a portable grill. At this temperature, thawing was faster. Meat alone was not enough for barbecue. Li Sijing took out a handful of dried mushrooms and soaked them in water. Dried mushrooms are not as delicious as fresh mushrooms for barbecue. But if this is the only condition, it can be used. Just as Li Sijing was thinking about what else to prepare, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow on the road ahead. Is this a car? When Li Sijing looked carefully, she found that there were not just one car, but many cars on the road not far from the finish line. Among them, 3 cars were running side by side in the front, chasing each other fiercely. And behind these 3 cars, there were several cars following one after another, trying their best to catch up. Although the competition was fierce, the speed of these cars could not be raised due to the restrictions of road conditions. This led to a fierce racing, and the maximum speed did not exceed 60 kilometers per hour, which was really a strange scene. I don't know who will be the second person to reach the finish line in this competition? While Li Sijing was thinking, the cars on the kilometer were getting closer and closer to the finish line. And she, who had perfect eagle eyes, had seen the faces of the people in the front car through the windshield of the car. To be honest, they were all familiar people. For example, the 3 cars sprinting side by side, in a subtle order, were Luizhou, Tao Jinmiao, and Wu Aigua. So, the second place this time is Luizhou? As the car was about to reach the finish line, there should be no suspense about the ranking. But something unexpected happened in front. Tao Jinmiao, who was in the second place on the far left, didn't know whether it was intentional or because she was driving too fast, and her wheels slipped and she actually hit Lu Yizhou on the right. Although Tao Ji now turned the steering wheel to the left in time, the front of the car still scraped against Lu Yizhou's side door. Lu Yizhou was driving at a high speed, and on such a road condition, a little bit of collision would be very fatal. So, at this moment, he also deviated from his original route, tilted to the right, and then hit Wu Aigua on the right. Wu Aigua, who was originally in the last place, was suddenly cut off from the front and was forced to brake urgently. In just a blink of an eye, the situation in front of him suddenly changed beyond recognition. At this time, there was no time to pursue responsibility. Everyone was thinking about finishing the last section of the road quickly. Lu Yizhou, who was in the first place, was adjusting the direction of the front of the car and then driving forward quickly. Tao Jinmiao, who was in the second place, was also adjusting the direction at this time because she turned the steering wheel to the left. Wu Aigua, who was in the third place, was forced to stop because Lu Yizhou cut off the front road. After Lu Yizhou turned the direction, he restarted the car. However, before these three cars, which were moving forward again, reached the end, a car suddenly drove past on the far right side of the road. It turned out that when these three cars had an accident, the car behind did not stop. Instead, it seized the opportunity, overtook, drove in the front, and then reached the end. This coincidence really made Li Sijing feel sorry for Lu Yizhou. The second place became the third place for no reason, and the points that could be obtained were directly reduced by half. However, when Li Sijing saw clearly who had just successfully picked up the leak and won the second place, she suddenly had nothing to say. Zhou Qinghuan. It seems normal to successfully win the second place. At this moment, Li Sijing suddenly thought of Tao Jinia's accidental collision with Lu Yizhou just now. Originally, she was a little suspicious whether the collision just now was intentional, and whether the timely turn behind was a show. Now, she suddenly had no doubts at all. It was just an accidental slip just now. After all coincidental accidents, as long as they collided with Zhou Qinghuan, seemed to be nothing surprising. Thinking about Zhou Qinghuan, and thinking about Lu Yizhou's similar luck to hers, Li Sijing could only shake her head helplessly. Fortunately, it was Lu Yizhou who ran into Zhou Qinghuan. If it was her, it would probably be even worse. Right? At least, although Lu Yizhou lost the second place by running into Zhou Qinghuan, he at least kept the third place. If she met Zhou Qinghuan, it would be a mystery whether she could even keep the second place, let alone the first place. Chapter 196. Meet Tao Jinmiao. The end of the race road is a huge parking lot. Li Sijing's off-road vehicle is parked at the innermost part, like a drop in the ocean. As the second, third, and even fourth and fifth place finishers arrive at the finish line one after another, this quiet parking lot finally becomes lively. The few cars that arrived at the finish line did not stop, but continued to drive in, and finally came to Li Sijing. You cannot use force at the finish line, and the people who came are all acquaintances. So Li Sijing has no scruples, and gets out of the car directly. After several cars stopped in front of the off-road vehicle, the people inside also got out one after another. Li Sijing took 2 steps forward, and was about to say hello when Zhou Qinghuan, who was running over, hugged her tightly. Sister Jing, we finally meet again. I missed you so much. Li Sijing had no choice but to greet the 2 acquaintances behind her with her eyes, and hug back with a smile. I missed you too. The 2 men behind her didn't quite understand that women like to stick together, but they were very respectful and didn't rush to disturb them, but stood aside and waited. After hugging for a full half-minute, Zhou Qinghuan reluctantly let go and held Li Sijing's waist with both hands. Then, she grabbed Li Sijing's right arm with both hands, with a happy face, and refused to let go. Li Sijing just smiled dotingly at Zhou Qinghuan's koala-like behavior, and then looked ahead. In addition to the 3 acquaintances, there was also Tao Jinmiao who got off the car just now, and she didn't ignore it. After getting off the car, Tao Jinmiao came to Lu Yizhou with a calm face and said calmly, I didn't mean it. It was just an accident just now. Lu Yizhou looked at Tao Jinmiao twice, but didn't say anything. In the end, he just nodded to show that he knew. Then he looked at Wu Aigua's car next to him and said, Is your car okay? Although Tao Jinmiao was the first to cause the accident, her car didn't suffer much damage because she turned the steering wheel in time. On the contrary, Wu Aigua was hit hard by the front of his car because Lu Yizhou's car skidded and rushed over. But Wu Igwa was a straightforward person after all. He was at the side, so he didn't know what happened specifically. But Lu Yizhou didn't blame anyone else. So he naturally smiled and said, "What can happen? It just looks serious." Lu Yizhou shook his head, took out a car maintenance card, handed it over and said, "Take it. Isn't that necessary?" Wu Igwa was a little surprised, and the smile on his face became more sincere. But he refused firmly. Before Lu Yizhou could speak, Tao Jinyao next to him spoke out to stop him. "Although the previous incident was an accident, it was caused by me. I will pay for the car maintenance card." As she said this, she took out 2 car maintenance cards and handed them to Lu Yizhou and Wu Igwa respectively, with a very sincere expression on her face. Li Xijing saw this, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lu Yizhou nodded to her just now, obviously believing that the incident was an accident and had no intention of pursuing responsibility. In this case, Tao Jinyao was actually willing to take out 2 car maintenance cards. Although a mere 200 points is nothing to them, they can roughly see the other party's way of dealing with people. Such behavior is different from what other people in the area say about Tao Jinyao. Lu Yizhou and Wu Igwa looked at Tao Jinyao's face, confirmed that she was not putting on a show, looked at each other, and finally took the car repair card. Wu Igwa smiled and said, "Hello, hello. Sister, my name is Wu Igwa." Lu Yizhou. Lu Yizhou said little as usual, just saying his name lightly. Seeing their attitude, Tao Jinyao's face showed a faint smile. "I have heard of you for a long time. I am Tao Jinyao. Don't take the accident just now to heart. We can be regarded as acquaintances without fighting," Wu Igwa said cheerfully. Tao Jinyao nodded, but did not speak. Wu Igwa then looked at Li Xijing. "Long time no see. Li's sister." From the big sister to Li's sister, Li Xijing was also at a loss for words, and could only respond, "Brother Wu." As she spoke, Li Xijing took 2 steps forward, stretched out her hand and said to Tao Jinyao, "Hello. My name is Li Xijing." After Tao Jinyao shook hands with Li Xijing, she hesitated and said, "I'm sorry about chasing you yesterday." After hearing this, Li Xijing was stunned, and then she realized that the other party was talking about her and Fang Tianqing chasing her in the jellyfish space. She immediately smiled and said, "No need to apologize. We were strangers yesterday, and your behavior is understandable. If she and Tao Jinyao exchanged situations yesterday, she would not guarantee that she would make the same choice. Of course, it is impossible to say that there is no disgust in her heart. After all, she is not a saint. However, from what happened just now, it can be seen that Tao Jinyao is still sociable. One more friend is always better than one more enemy. You met yesterday. What happened?" Lu Yizhou asked. Li Xijing hadn't spoken yet, but Tao Jinyao didn't shy away from telling the whole story. After hearing this, the 3 people at the scene had different expressions. Zhou Qingwan asked nervously, "Sister Jing, are you okay?" Fang Tianqing, "This is not a good person. How did you end up?" Wu Igwa also asked worriedly. Lu Yizhou didn't speak, but from his eyes, you can see the meaning of the inquiry. In this dangerous survival world, it is a very rare thing to have a few close friends. Li Xijing suddenly felt warm in her heart, as if even the cold temperature was not so scary. She smiled and roughly talked about her experience yesterday. Of course, she didn't say anything about the poisoning and detoxification. After listening, Zhou Qingwan was relieved. Lu Yizhou, who was standing by, suddenly said to Wu Igwa, "I remember that Fang Tianqing seemed to have publicly challenged you on the regional channel. Right? Yes. Because I said a few words about the crazy price increase of food, and he was not happy." Wu Igwa nodded and told the dispute. Thinking of this, he suddenly said to Li Xijing, "Speaking of which, we both have a grudge against Fang Tianqing. When the natural disaster day comes, we can join forces. With one more person, safety will be more guaranteed." Hearing this, Li Xijing raised her eyebrows and finally nodded. "Then I'll trouble Brother Wu." Although she already had a rough plan in her mind on how to deal with Fang Tianqing, it did not prevent her from finding an ally for herself. As Wu Igwa said, more people means more protection. Chapter 197 Wardrobe Dryer. After talking for a while in front of the car, the 5 people could not stand the cold. While they were chatting, cars had already reached the finish line on the road, and the top 10 places were immediately filled. For fear of catching a cold and to reduce trouble, the few people finally decided to return to their own cars. Anyway, Moving the car closer and opening the windows would not affect the conversation. Looking at the off-road vehicles that were clearly different from the 5 cars, the faces of the few people showed some envy. Your car is quite domineering. Has it been upgraded twice? Wu Igua asked directly. Is the space of your car twice as big as mine? I really want it. This is what Zhou Qingwan said. Louis Zhou also spoke for a rare time. Your luck is enviable. Well, after hearing Louis Zhou's words, Li Xijing's face suddenly became a little strange. And finally she could only helplessly say, yes. I'm lucky. I'm really lucky. I can actually use the props to upgrade the car twice. I'm the European Emperor. Right? Wu Igua added another sentence. After hearing this, Li Xijing couldn't help but look at Zhou Qingwan next to her. The real European Emperor was here. And she didn't dare to be the European Emperor. Unexpectedly, the European Emperor himself also said, Sister Jing is the European Emperor. And I'm lucky even more than me. I can't be the European Emperor. I can't be the European Emperor. Li Xijing shook her head frantically in her heart. How dare she, a non-African, pretend to be the European Emperor? It's a pity that no one can tell her inner thoughts. But she has to pretend to be humble on the surface. In such a scene, Li Xijing couldn't stand it. And finally she could only change the subject and ask. By the way, the opening time of the special category is coming soon. Right? Have you exchanged all the materials you want to exchange? After hearing this, several people looked at the time. Sure enough, there were only a few minutes left before 5:30. So they had to go about their own business. Finally, they didn't have to face a very socially dead scene. And Li Xijing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked outside through the gap. After just a while, many cars had appeared in the parking lot. Fortunately, Zhou Qingwan, Louis Zhou and their cars surrounded her SUV in the middle, blocking some of her sight. Most of the others were also browsing the game store, seizing the time to exchange materials. And no one noticed her. After taking a look, Li Xijing retracted her gaze, and then opened the regional channel to check. Finally, I've reached the finish line. But unfortunately, all the places have been taken. Alas, I rushed all the way. And when I saw the points treasure chest, I didn't dare to get off the car to pick it up, thinking that I would win a place. But in the end I got nothing. There are too many big guys in this area. Right? I didn't dare to stop all the way. And in the end, I didn't even make it into the top 100. This competition is a big loss. I didn't get a single point. And I even lost 25 units of gasoline. Don't complain above. It's a blessing to be able to reach the finish line on time. Otherwise, like me, I really can't even cry. Yes, it's already past 5 o'clock. And I only drove more than 100 kilometers. Isn't this going to cost me my life? Don't be afraid. I picked up a lot of points treasure chests. And I won't be eliminated when I exchange them for teleportation cards later. The key is that there are not many points treasure chests. In the end, I might even lose supplies. It's too miserable. Alas, it's good to be alive. I'm already terminally ill and can't move at all. I can only wait to die here. Actually, it's not bad to die now. Who knows how much suffering we will have to endure later. Don't be so pessimistic above. There is hope as long as you can survive. I don't have enough points. Who of you is willing to help me exchange a down jacket? I'll use food as an exchange. I want to use food to reserve a 20-kilometer teleportation card. If you are willing, please chat privately. I don't have enough points. I have a cold medicine in my hand. I want to exchange it for a 50-kilometer teleportation card. First come first served. There were still many complaints at the beginning. But later, the content of the chat gradually turned into various purchase requests. There were only 1 or 2 minutes left before the special classification was opened. And many people couldn't wait to start booking teleportation cards. However, at this time, Li Xijing was interested and kept searching in the area to see if there were any supplies worth her effort. Unfortunately, most people in the area used food as an exchange. And a small amount of warm supplies also appeared. But for Li Xijing, these were not worth exchanging. As for the rarer medicines, she really wanted to hoard a few. However, the price offered by the other party was really expensive, and it was a bit overvalued. Li Xijing thought that she still had the golden wound medicine in her hand, so she didn't have to exchange it at this time. Before she could continue to look through it, the time came to 5:30, and the special category was finally opened. Li Xijing gently clicked it, And the items inside were indeed teleportation cards, with 3 types of 50 kilometers, 20 kilometers, and 10 kilometers. However, the price. The 50 kilometers teleportation card that originally cost 1,000 points has now become 1,500 points. The 20 kilometers teleportation card that cost 500 points has become 750 points. The 10 kilometers teleportation card that cost 300 points has become 450 points. The price of teleportation cards has generally increased by 50% compared to the previous world. This is a huge blow to ordinary people. Almost the last straw that broke the camel's back. Without watching the regional channel, Li Sijing can already imagine what kind of people are inside. However, no matter how much they complain, it is useless. And the price in the survival mall will not change. After complaining, everyone can only accept the reality and try every means to collect points to exchange for their lives. Taking this opportunity, Li Sijing also appeared in the regional channel again to look for useful supplies. Unfortunately, after more than 10 minutes of searching, she still did not find the items that she wanted. It is not unsuitable, or it is not worth buying. After all, the points of the teleportation card have increased, and her exchange standards must also increase. The last game prompt was about to come. Just when she was about to give up the chance to get a bargain and decided to exchange points for physical fitness and 5 senses, suddenly an item came into view. Wardrobe dryer. This name was a little unfamiliar to Li Sijing. If the other party hadn't provided a picture, she might have ignored it. It was a fabric wardrobe built with several stainless steel pipes and surrounded by a layer of cloth. This was not an ordinary wardrobe. Under the wardrobe, there was a dryer. After turning on the switch, the clothes hung inside could be dried quickly. In general, this was a dual-purpose item that combined a wardrobe and a dryer, which made Li Sijing very excited. Chapter 198 Back. In fact, ever since she knew that the natural disaster of the next world was acid rain, Li Sijing had been thinking about countermeasures in her heart. Although she didn't know much about the natural disaster of acid rain, she still had to prepare for it. Stocking up on car repair cards was her first step in preparation. The wardrobe dryer she saw on the regional channel just filled in her second preparation. Acid rain? Acid rain? Since it is acid rain, I think according to the nature of the survival game, this rain will never be intermittent. And the humidity in the air can be imagined after a long time of rain. After a long time, it is estimated that the clothes on your body will become wet. Don't say that using a portable oven, when the weather is not cold. Using a portable oven is a torture. With this wardrobe dryer, it's different. It can deal with humid weather without making yourself suffer. And this wardrobe dryer is not just for drying clothes. You can open the zipper of the wardrobe and blow the car compartment. The most important thing is that this wardrobe dryer can be used for both oil and electricity. So there is no need to worry about it becoming useless because of lack of electricity. The more Li Sijing thought about it, the more excited she became. Seeing that time was running out, she did not hesitate and made a direct move. However, after asking about the price, Li Sijing could not help but frown. The other party's asking price was a bit high. For a wardrobe dryer, they actually wanted a 50-kilometer transmission card. This price is equivalent to a down jacket and 2 car maintenance cards. She tried to bargain with the other party, but the result was not ideal. The seller almost insisted that he wanted a 50-kilometer transmission card. He also said that this wardrobe dryer was originally intended for his own use. If he didn't want to, he could also use food as an exchange. Unfortunately, Li Sijing didn't lack food. She was interested in this wardrobe dryer. The other party also said that several people had already talked to him. If he and others successfully traded food, this wardrobe dryer would not be sold. If Li Sijing wanted it, she should hurry up. Although she guessed that the other party said this just to deliberately raise the price, she had to fall into the trap. Who made her fancy the other party's things? And there were no other substitutes in the area. It was a seller's market. She had done this before, but she didn't expect that the situation would change. Now it was her turn. Li Sijing could only spend 1,200 points to exchange for a 50-kilometer transmission card, and then trade with the other party. After getting the things, Li Sijing didn't have time to observe them carefully. She hurriedly placed the wardrobe dryer on the right side of the off-road vehicle, next to the shelf and the right door. Then she checked in the regional channel again, wanting to take advantage of the last few minutes to look for it again. Unfortunately, this time her luck was not as good as in the last world. and the materials she exchanged were not as much as in the last world. Until the reminder of the survival game sounded, she did not find another item worth her effort. The event will end in 5 minutes. Please stay in the car. Otherwise you will not be able to teleport successfully. Friendly reminder, after the event ends, the teleportation card and remaining points will be invalidated. With only 5 minutes left, Li Sijing did not waste any more time, and quickly spent all the remaining points in her hand. The original 4,000 points were exchanged for a 50-kilometer teleportation card. And now she has 2,800 points left. After thinking about it, she finally exchanged the 5 senses of sight, hearing, taste, touch and wisdom 4 times each, and physical fitness 4 times. As for the remaining 400 points, she exchanged them for 40 warm baby stickers. In fact, if you count carefully, the warm baby stickers she has in her hand will be enough to survive this extremely cold world. As for the 40 warm baby stickers she exchanged now, she is going to stockpile them. And maybe she will use them someday in the future. You know, this warm baby sticker is a natural disaster item. After this natural disaster world, it may not appear, just like the cold stickers in the previous world. Anyway, it doesn't take much points, so it's always right to stockpile some. All the points have been used up, and there are only 2 minutes left before the end of the event. Li Sijing couldn't help but look up and look outside. At this time, several people in the surrounding cars happened to look at each other through the car windows. Zhou Qinghuan's eyes were red with emotion, and she said, "Sister Jing, I'm so reluctant to leave you. We didn't even have a good chat this time." The atmosphere was a little sad, but Li Sijing couldn't say some embarrassing goodbye words. In the end, she just nodded to the others, and then said to Zhou Qinghuan, "Take care. See you the day after tomorrow." As soon as the voice fell, the entire huge parking lot was suddenly shrouded in a white mist, and even the snowflakes in the sky could not be seen. When the white mist dispersed, Li Sijing had returned to the road before being teleported at noon. Back to this familiar place, she had time to look at the wardrobe dryer she had exchanged for 1,200 points. At first glance, this wardrobe dryer looks like an ordinary fabric wardrobe, and the fabric is still small floral. Unzip the wardrobe. It is empty inside, with a stainless steel pipe on top for hanging clothes. Under the wardrobe is a shelf with a dryer the size of a low-level resource box. In addition to the air outlet, there is also a timer switch. The wardrobe is 1.4 meters high, 0.6 meters long, and 0.5 meters wide. It is placed in front of the shelf. Because the car has been upgraded twice, it is not crowded. In addition to dealing with humid weather, the wardrobe dryer is actually a good wardrobe. According to this size, it is no problem to hang 3 or 4 sets of spring and autumn clothes. But if it is winter clothes, it is estimated that it will be a bit crowded. Thinking of this, Li Sijing propped up all her clothes on the shelf with hangers and hung them in the wardrobe. Looking at the full wardrobe, she suddenly realized that she had saved a lot of clothes in less than half a month since she came to this world. When Li Sijing came from Earth, she wore a set of clothes, and later opened a set of clothes from the resource box. After that, she also exchanged 2 sets of clothes from other people, and opened a set of long-sleeve pajamas. In addition to these, there were also several sets of underwear she changed in the store at the end of the previous world, all placed in the lower layer of the wardrobe. After sorting out the clothes, Li Sijing looked at the empty space on the shelf, and felt that she should work harder to get supplies tomorrow. Since she came to this world, she has a disease. A disease that makes her feel uncomfortable if she doesn't fill the shelves. Chapter 199. What happened? Seeing that it was less than an hour before dark, Li Sijing quickly did her own things. She chiseled ice to fetch water, exercised with a bamboo hat, boiled water to wash and soak her feet. And when everything was done, she quickly returned to the car. It was only a few minutes before dark, and Li Sijing simply pulled up the blackout curtain and turned on the lights inside the car. All the things that needed to be done had been done. And next, it was time to make dinner. The meat that had been taken out before had long been thawed, and Li Sijing quickly cut it into thick strips and then marinated it with seasoning. It was not enough to just eat meat, so while marinating the meat, she prepared vegetarian dishes. Squeeze out the soaked mushrooms and put them aside for later use. From the mustard space, take out half a pound of leeks that had been harvested before, and half a pound of freshly opened lettuce. There were also 3 preserved eggs, and Li Sijing simply took out some onions and garlic and prepared to mix them cold. After all these were cleaned up, the next step was to string them on the skewers. With so many things, the barbecue skewers that come with the barbecue 7-piece set are not enough. But she has thought of this problem long ago. When she was dissecting the Christian carp meat before, she had picked out about 300 fish bones. But she had never thrown them away. These fish bones are as long as chopsticks, but thinner than chopsticks, and one end is sharp, which is perfect for skewering. As for the fish bones that can't withstand the fire, it doesn't matter. Just throw them away after using them once. Anyway, she has a lot of them. After taking a handful of fish bones and washing them with clean water, Li Sijing took action. In the end, there were 30 skewers of raw deer meat, 10 skewers of pork, 30 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of leeks, 10 skewers of lettuce, and 10 skewers of mushrooms. There are 100 skewers in total, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when they are piled up on the plate, they are quite large. These skewers are not the same as the skewers with a little bit of meat sold at those barbecue stalls on Earth. Anyway, Li Sijing feels that with her current appetite, it is no problem to eat these 100 skewers. The portable grill has been placed at her feet since morning. Li Sijing quickly wiped the neck cover with a wet towel. First put a few skewers of raw deer meat and pork on it. As for beef, it will be eaten at the end. Otherwise the other meats will taste worse after eating beef. While grilling, Li Sijing brushed oil on it. And there was also a 7-piece set of barbecue ingredients, which were also placed on the folding table, and sprinkled a little from time to time. In less than 2 minutes, the tempting barbecue smell spread throughout the carriage. Fortunately, there was a ventilation system. Otherwise the smell would be even stronger. For Li Sijing, who is proficient in cooking, barbecue is naturally no problem. While she was grilling, she had time to open the blue screen and check the news. Li Sijing first looked at the trading area, because there was a transaction half an hour before the end of the event, and there were no new items in the trading area at this time. Li Sijing did not browse for long, just looked at her own items and replenished them. Today, because of the event, the anti-skid chain sold well, but there was no big movement for other items. After the things in the trading area were dealt with, the skewers in her hand were already roasted crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Putting the roasted skewers on the plate, Li Sijing took a few more skewers and roasted them on the neck cover before tasting them. How to describe the smell of barbecue? It smells good and tastes good. I missed it after not eating it for a while. While eating, Li Sijing opened the regional channel. She first looked at the real-time number of people. 5,098. Compared with yesterday, there are almost 2,000 fewer people. Sure enough, the more benefits you can get from game activities, the more people will die. However, for the numbers that are decreasing every day, not only Li Sijing has become accustomed to it, but other people in the area have no feelings. At this time, everyone in the regional channel is discussing what they have lost and gained today. Li Sijing took a look and felt bored. Seeing that the second batch of skewers was ready, she turned off the blue screen directly, grilling and eating at the same time. After grilling 2 batches of meat skewers, Li Sijing grilled a few more skewers of vegetables to relieve the greasiness. After eating the raw deer meat and pork, she put the beef skewers she was looking forward to on top. However, before these beef skewers entered her mouth, friend messages kept ringing. These beef skewers were just about to be grilled, and Li Sijing was going to wait until they were grilled before checking the messages. As a result, in less than half a minute, her friend's message rang no less than 10 times, which really surprised her. What happened? Could it be that Zhou Qinghuan's European emperor physique had taken effect and came to her to ask for beef skewers? Finally, she sprinkled chili powder on the beef skewers, put the grilled beef skewers on a plate, and then opened the message. But she found that Zhou Qinghuan was indeed the one looking for her. But not just her. There were 7 or 8 red dots showing. In addition to Zhou Qinghuan, Lu Yizhou, Wu Aigua, and Tao Jiniao, who had just parted, all sent messages. In addition to them, there are also messages coming in from Zhao Xinyuan, Wang Yulan, Xiong Xuanyan, etc., who are not in frequent contact. What is going on? An appointment? Or something happened that she doesn't know about? Li Sijing was a little panicked for a moment. She quickly clicked on the top message of Zhou Qinghuan. Sister Jing, please check the regional channel. That Fong Tianqing has hung up on you in the regional channel. He also revealed a lot of your information. He also said that he would make you look good on the day of the natural disaster. He is such a bad person. Sister Jing, you have to be careful. It turned out that Fang Tianqing had caused trouble. Just looking at the message sent by Zhou Qinghuan. Although she didn't know the specific situation, Li Xijing was inexplicably relieved. She opened the next message. Lu Yizhou was as quiet as ever. But the support in his tone could not be faked. Don't take Fang Tianqing's words in the region to heart. Tell me if you need help. Next was a series of messages from Wu Aigua. Sisterly, don't take Fang Tianqing's matter lightly. What he said in the area should have moved many people. And it is estimated that a lot of people will gather. You can definitely deal with him alone. But once there are more people, the result will be unpredictable. And there are many people waiting and watching. So we have to guard against people who take advantage of others' misfortunes. On the day of the natural disaster, I will rush to the destination as soon as possible. But before that, you must be careful. Even Tao Jinyao, who was not very familiar with her, said a greeting. Fang Tianqing has created a lot of momentum in the area. Don't be careless. And be careful. As for the rest of the messages, Li Xijing took a look and the content was similar. All asking her to be careful of Fang Tianqing. She did not miss any of the messages sent by good people, and replied one by one after reading them all. First of all, she thanked the other party for his kindness, and then said that she would be careful. Finally, after closing the message, she came to the regional channel and prepared to see what Fang Tianqing was up to. Chapter 200 Confusion of Right and Wrong. I am Fang Tianqing, and I want to tell you something here. Li Xijing and I are irreconcilable. During the competition yesterday, I saw with my own eyes that she killed my friend in the jellyfish space. Today, I met her on the road, and she immediately pulled out a gun and shot at me. If I hadn't returned to the car immediately, I would have become a dead soul under her gun now. After that, she was even more unwilling to give up, and directly crashed my car off the road. As a result, I was trapped in the ice layer, and finally lost all my family assets. I was lucky enough to survive the competition until now. I said so much just to express my position. At the finish line the day after tomorrow, she and I will definitely have a life and death fight. Here, I hope everyone can lend a hand to me to avenge this irreconcilable hatred. Of course, I will definitely not let everyone's efforts be in vain. I can guarantee here that after killing Li Xijing, I will not take any of her supplies. I just ask everyone to hand over her body to me so that I can vent my hatred. Also, I can reveal one thing. Li Xijing's car has been upgraded again. The 5-meter-long domineering off-road vehicle has more than twice the space inside than a 4-seater car. I don't know how much supplies are loaded inside. If there are kind people willing to help, please send me a private message. I think the end of the day after tomorrow will be Li Xijing's death. I don't know if she has the courage to fight. Li Xijing searched all the way up from the lively regional channel, and finally found the starting point of the matter in the information 10 minutes ago. After reading the whole thing, to be honest, Li Xijing was a little confused. She had a conflict with Fang Tianqing, and she had thought about what would happen later, and she had a plan in mind. But the situation in front of her was something she had never expected. She actually played the victim directly in the regional channel, distorted the facts, and even hinted at inducement. This operation is too coquettish. Don't say it. This Fang Tianqing is really a talent. Look at what he wrote in this press release. There are really a lot of contents in it. First of all, he distorted the facts and turned himself from the perpetrator to the victim, deceiving everyone's empathy. Secondly, he played the victim because of her, Li Xijing, which led to Fang Tianqing falling into such a situation. Finally, he used inducement to point out Li Xijing's off-road vehicle, stimulate the greed of others, and thus increase his helpers. The most amazing thing is that he said that after success, he would not take any supplies from Li Xijing, but only a useless corpse. In this way, everyone will believe that Fang Tianqing dealt with Li Xijing just for revenge, which is reasonable. However, Li Xijing, who had dealt with Fang Tianqing several times, did not believe that he really just wanted revenge and nothing else. The fact that he only wanted the corpse was very suspicious, which made Li Xijing think of the basalt scales on his body. When Fang Tianqing tempted, since he mentioned the off-road vehicle, why didn't he mention the basalt scales to increase his bargaining chips? Obviously, he was reluctant to give it up. Or in other words, his ultimate goal was this basalt scales. Therefore, he would not tell others about the power of the basalt scales to prevent others from having any thoughts. Fang Tianqing's thoughts were indeed not simple. Fang Tianqing and Li Sijing are both famous in the region. With their names, they will naturally attract more attention from others. After Fang Tianqing sent out these messages, the information in the region has been increasing. As time goes by, the chat in the region has also increased sharply, which seems to be very lively. In the region, there are many people who fight openly and secretly, and many people directly make harsh remarks. But it is the first time that Fang Tianqing has put the contradiction on the table and invited others to help. In addition, the names of Li Sijing and Fang Tianqing are simply hot, and the chat in the region has exploded directly. If this were on Earth, it would be a headline, and the server might be overwhelmed. However, the strength of the survival game is still worthy of recognition. Although the number of messages sent has increased sharply, the speed is not stuck at all. When checking Fang Tianqing's message, Li Sijing also roughly looked at the replies of others. In addition to those meaningless exclamations, there are also many people who express their opinions. In the region, the attitude towards this matter is divided into three factions. First, some people were induced by Fang Tianqing to denounce Li Sijing, and even expressed their willingness to join the actual action. Of course, some of them were for justice, and some for the benefit of the party. Second, a small number of people condemned Fang Tianqing and spoke for Li Sijing. Some of them had dealt with Li Sijing, and some of them probably had a grudge against Fang Tianqing. Third, more people were more rational, and said they would not get involved in this matter. Looking at the many people who supported Fang Tianqing and those who took advantage of the situation, Li Sijing couldn't help but frown. At this time, she also understood why those friends had sent messages to tell her to be careful. Things are a bit complicated, but Li Sijing will not sit still and wait for death. At the very least, she wants to restore the truth of the matter, change the views of those neutral people, and not give Fang Tianqing the opportunity to continue to increase his power. After thinking carefully in her heart and brewing her words, Li Sijing began to send messages. Fang Tianqing, if you don't come to me, I will also come to you. But there is no need to provoke. But before that, I need to correct your words. It's not a good child to lie. Yesterday you and your friends chased me for no reason, and I had to fight back, which caused casualties. Besides, why didn't you tell everyone how your friend died? I attacked you in the end, but you pulled your friend to block the knife, which caused your friend's death. By the way, being your friend, it's really dangerous. I don't know when you will use it to ward off disaster. I don't know if those who are ready to fight me with you know about your little hobby. Finally, I want to say that I just won the first place in the competition and exchanged 2 skill books. If someone is willing to help me try out the skills, I warmly welcome it. However, I want to emphasize that being able to survive in my hands is nothing. Those who can survive under Fang Tianqing's hands are the real skills. You should think twice. At this point, Li Sijing has said everything she wants to say. As for the matter of the black tortoise scales, since Fang Tianqing didn't say it, she naturally wouldn't mention it. Although the black tortoise scales are mentioned, some people with weak wills will give up fighting her. But there will be more people who will be greedy because of this. But the gains will outweigh the losses. Chapter 201 Toad Skin Powder. Although Fang Tianqing's matter made Li Sijing a little depressed, it had already happened, so there was no need to dwell on it. As for how to deal with it the day after tomorrow, Li Sijing had already had a plan in mind. Therefore, after sending her defense to the regional channel, she did not pay too much attention to the follow-up. Instead, she turned off the blue screen and continued to eat her dinner. The skewers were cold and no longer crispy, so they were not delicious. After eating all the skewers, Li Sijing burped with satisfaction. After she cleaned up, she took out the sunshine rose grapes that had been opened before from the mustard space. After washing it with clean water, she picked one directly and put it in her mouth. The cold and stimulating taste made Li Sijing shudder instantly, and her whole face was grinning strangely. After her tongue and mouth were adapted to this feeling, she tasted the sweet taste of the grapes. By the way, I was so emotionally involved in Fang Tianqing's matter that I didn't pay attention. As soon as it got dark, the temperature became even colder. I don't know when the heating insoles in my shoes became ineffective. I can't rely on the portable oven at this time. Originally, she planned to go to bed directly after dinner, after dark, to avoid wasting resources. Unfortunately, she still has some things to do, so she can't just sleep like this. There was no way. Li Sijing could only take out a warm baby, stick it on the basalt scales, and then fill the hot water bottle with hot water and hold it in her arms. After she finished eating 150 g of sunshine rose grapes, the time had come to 8 o'clock. So Li Sijing could only harvest the rice first, and then sow the seeds again. Put the unthreshed rice ears on the wood on the portable oven, and let it bake slowly. And she began to prepare something to deal with Fang Tianqing. The toad skin. The toad skin, which has an anesthetic effect comparable to that of a drug, is still in her mustard space and has not been processed. Originally, she was going to deal with it last night, but she forgot about it in order to boil fish balls. After the incident with Fang Tianqing, the first thing she thought of was this toad skin. I think, as long as it is used properly, this toad skin should be able to play a miraculous effect in the battle the day after tomorrow. Of course, if you want to use this toad skin, you must first grind it into powder. As for how to grind it into powder, using the stone mill in her hand now is definitely not possible. One, because it is too big, and the other, she doesn't want to be anesthetized and unable to move when eating rice one day. Fortunately, when she was having dinner and visiting the trading area just now, she saw a transaction for selling small stone mortars. It was a palm-sized stone mortar that could be held in one hand and was used to pound garlic. Li Sijing negotiated with the other party and finally exchanged it for half a pound of pork. This price was not expensive. After all, grain and meat had already been reduced in price, and there was no longer the purchasing power before. After wiping the exchanged stone mortar with a wet wipe, it was placed on the folding table. The next step was the toad skin. Just thinking of the effect of the toad skin that could not distinguish between friend and foe, Li Sijing had to take comprehensive precautions. She remembered the description of the toad skin in the survival game, which said that the anesthetic effect would take effect only after contact. So, she took out the 10 disposable gloves she had obtained before, and put one on each hand. After protecting her hands, she took the toad skin out of the mustard space and carefully placed it on the folding table. Li Sijing waited for a while, and after confirming that the anesthetic effect did not appear on her body, she breathed a sigh of relief. Carefully rolled the thin toad skin into a ball with 2 hands, wearing disposable gloves, and put it into the stone mortar. Then she covered the stone mortar with one hand and held the pestle with the other hand, shaking it slightly and grinding it. Li Sijing did not dare to use too much force. If she was not careful, the toad skin powder would come up and touch her face, which would be bad. Take it slowly, which means spending more time. So it is better to be cautious. It took Li Sijing more than 20 minutes to grind the small ball that was only the size of a ping-pong ball. The toad skin ground into powder looked very delicate, and it would definitely not attract attention if it was raised alone. After grinding, Li Sijing directly put the stone mortar into the mustard space, so as to avoid the trouble of moving around. The stone mortar is open, so when you put it in the mustard space, you don't even need to take it out. After grinding it into powder, I don't know how effective it is, so Li Sijing decided to find a chance to try it tomorrow. It's already 8:30, and there's still half an hour before the warm baby patch expires. Li Sijing didn't waste it, but prepared to take advantage of this time to thresh the rice. The rice, which has been baked for half an hour, has become very dry, still wrapped in oilcloth and pounded with a novice wooden stick. Li Sijing is already very skilled in this process. After putting away the threshed rice, all the things that needed to be done were done. It was almost 9 o'clock, and it was time to go to bed. Thinking about the temperature after the early morning this morning, Li Sijing also put a lot of effort into her sleeping place. The folding bed was opened, and a 10-jean quilt was first laid, then a 2-jean quilt, and finally an electric blanket was laid, and the switch was turned on. As for the cover, the down quilt and the 5-jean quilt were stacked together, although it was a bit difficult to turn over. It was warm. It was minus 30 degrees, and it was about to be minus 40 degrees. Keeping warm was of course the first factor. By the way, there was also a sleeping bag that I exchanged with others in the last world. It should be safer to use it at this time. Don't say that Li Sijing's appearance was too exaggerated. It was really that the current temperature was too scary. Without personal experience, the horror of it could not even be imagined. The electric blanket had already heated up, and Li Sijing quickly put away the portable oven and took off her clothes. As quickly as possible, she put on her sleeping bag and got into the bed. And suddenly she felt warm. Lying in the bed, Li Sijing, who had not worked hard today, was not sleepy at all. So, she took out the handheld game console from the mustard space and continued to play Tetris with the progress of yesterday. By the way, Her highest score yesterday was 4,360. Otherwise the goal for today would be 5,000 points. After playing again and again, when Li Xijing's Tetris finally broke through 5,000 points, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Finally completing the goal she set, Li Xijing still felt very accomplished. At this time, she finally felt sleepy. So she put away the handheld game console. Then she turned off the lights in the car, zipped up the sleeping bag, wrapped herself in the quilt without leaving a gap, and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 202 Turn on the air conditioner. On the 6th day of the extremely cold world, survival became more and more difficult. The temperature was minus 40 degrees, and it was almost like exhaling ice. In this case, if you don't take good insulation measures, you will be frozen when you walk outside, and you probably won't even feel it. Right? There was 25 centimeters of snow on the ground. When you stepped on it, the snow directly submerged the whole foot and spread to the calf. In this case, it was not easy to walk, and driving was also a test of the car configuration and technical content. For example, for a 4-seater car, this thickness of snow was almost flush with the chassis of the car, and even the tires were submerged by 1/3. The obstacles to driving were not ordinary, and it was even more impossible to drive on the highway. As for Li Xijing's off-road vehicle, it was much better in this regard, but it still had some impact. The thickness of the ice layer also became 45 millimeters, almost 5 centimeters thick, which was really eye-opening. In short, in this piece of ice and snow, there was a taste of predicament and despair everywhere. If you want to survive, at this time, you can only compete with your family background to see who has more supplies. At dawn at 7 o'clock, Li Xijing put on all the clothes she could wear. Warm clothes, wool sweaters, another sweater, fleece pants, knee pads, thick socks, down jackets, scarves, lay foam hats, and warm gloves. Put heating insoles in the snow boots, and finally put a warm baby on the belly, and put on a hat. And then, the equipment was complete. There were so many clothes on her body that she could hardly move. But when Li Xijing got off the car, she still couldn't help shuddering. There was still heavy snow in the sky, and a lot of snow had accumulated above the off-road vehicle. Alas, this kind of weather is really not a life for human beings. Now think about it. The last extremely hot world was actually quite good. At least there is enough electricity. The air conditioner can be turned on all the time, and life is not so difficult. By the way, if it doesn't work, I'll turn on the air conditioner in the future. She should be able to afford 1 unit of gasoline per hour. It's not worth it if she hurts her body. It was too cold outside, and Li Xijing didn't think too much and quickly took care of her personal hygiene. Then she carried 2 empty buckets and went to the roadside to fetch water. It took Li Xijing almost a minute to finally break the 4.5 centimeters thick ice layer with a military shovel. As for the hole, it took her almost 10 minutes to make a hole that could put down the bucket. When Li Xijing quickly finished fetching water, the shadow of the large beast also appeared under the ice. When the large beast showed its head from the hole and splashed a lot of water, Li Xijing had already stepped back 2 steps with great experience. When she saw the large beast's head for the first time, Li Xijing recognized what kind of animal it was. The black fish was the large beast black fish she met on the first day she came to this world. Looking at this rather ferocious black fish, Li Xijing couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth. On the first day she came to this world, she had no experience. At that time, she had no way to deal with the ferocious black fish, and could only let it go. But now Li Xijing, after these few days of training, has long been different from the past. She is very confident that she can catch this black fish. And this time, she has fulfilled her previous wish. Ignoring the churning black fish, Li Xijing came to the off-road vehicle with water. She boiled the water for washing and prepared for today's exercise. It was hard to walk in such thick snow, and it was even more inconvenient to exercise. Li Xijing picked up a military shovel and shoveled away the snow on the road in front of the car, which gave her room to move around. This time, she didn't dare to take off her clothes, and she didn't even take off the gloves on her hands. Wearing so many clothes, a hat and gloves, it was almost impossible to exercise well. But at this time, Li Xijing didn't care about it, as long as she moved her body. If she wasn't afraid that staying in the car all day would make her body tired or even dull, she would really want to skip this exercise in such a cold day. After moving her body and washing with hot water, Li Sijing didn't want to stay outside any longer, and couldn't wait to get back to the car. Of course, before getting back to the car, she didn't forget to scrape the snow layer on the windshield. Otherwise, the windshield wipers alone would not be enough to clear the snow overnight. After getting in the car, Li Sijing started the windshield wipers again to clean the remaining snowflakes, and then told Shinkong to drive. In fact, for Shinkong, whether there are snowflakes on the windshield does not affect the driving of the car. After all, it relies on radar. However, in order not to affect her vision, Li Sijing still kept the windshield wipers turned on. She also took out a wooden board and put it on the portable oven. The rice harvested yesterday also needed to be baked. As the snow became thicker, the road conditions became worse, and Shinkong's driving speed also became slower. The average speed per hour can't even maintain 60 kilometers, and can only hover around 50 kilometers. Of course, this speed is already very good. If Li Sijing drives by herself, it is estimated that the speed is only 40 kilometers per hour. For ordinary people in the area, for safety reasons, the speed should be maintained at about 30 kilometers per hour. And this speed is very disadvantageous for obtaining resource boxes. 10 resource boxes a day is almost the limit. Moreover, the materials that can be obtained from Li Sijing's 10 resource boxes and ordinary people's 10 resource boxes are completely different. After the bottoming out of the sign-in system, the materials that can be opened from her resource box are almost 5 to 10 times that of ordinary people. Think about the materials that an ordinary person can get after working hard for a day, which is the materials that Li Sijing can get from 1 or 2 resource boxes. How can these materials be enough for a person to survive for a day? That's why it's time to compete for family assets. Chapter 203 Bullet Blueprint. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, the off-road vehicle was moving at a speed of more than 50 kilometers per hour under the control of Shinkong. Li Sijing, who was sitting in the car, was holding a hot water bottle in her hand and a portable oven at her feet. But even so, she was still shivering from the cold, just because the warm baby patch on her body had expired. Feeling that even the temperature of the portable oven could not warm up her frozen hands, Li Sijing could not help but frown. This would not work. The temperature of minus 40 degrees was too low. Or she should turn on the air conditioner. After thinking about it, she checked the fuel tank. After yesterday's competition and the consumption of electrical appliances in the car, the gasoline that could not be held in the tank originally now only had 70 units left. If the air conditioner is turned on, 1 unit of gasoline per hour will be consumed until the end of the disaster day, which will require more than 30 units of gasoline. In addition, the consumption on the road today and tomorrow, as well as the consumption of other electrical appliances, 40 units of gasoline should be enough. What's more, there is still 1 day to find the resource box today, and I think there should be gasoline in it. After this calculation, Li Sijing found that she would have enough gasoline if she relied on the air conditioner from now on. In this way, she didn't have to wrong herself like this. Li Sijing quickly told Shinkong to turn on the air conditioner and adjust it to the maximum gear. The maximum gear of the advanced air conditioner is 50 degrees up and down, which means that it can be adjusted up 50 degrees to make the temperature in the car 10 degrees. The air conditioner has been turned on, and it won't take a few minutes for the temperature in the car to warm up. Next, Li Sijing began to think about what to eat for breakfast today. There are no activities today, so I have plenty of time. How about cooking a pot of rice porridge? Thinking about it, Li Sijing immediately took action. There are still 350 g of rice that has been shelled before. Li Sijing took out 150 g and washed it twice. Then pour it into the rice cooker. Add a lot of water, and press the gear down directly. Of course, eating porridge alone can't fill your stomach. Li Sijing took out 4 buns and put them in the multifunction cooker to heat them. Eating white porridge and buns alone is not very tasty, so you have to prepare some side dishes. Li Sijing took out a bag of jellyfish heads, opened them, and soaked them in water, and kept rubbing them with her hands to change the water. Originally, this jellyfish head should be soaked 1 night in advance, so that the saltiness can be effectively removed. But this is not a sudden idea. Now there is no way, so she can only rub it more. By the way, when there is time, you can pickle some leeks, so that you don't have to make side dishes every time you eat porridge, while rubbing and changing the water. The air conditioner has adjusted the temperature in the car to 10 degrees. Li Sijing, who was wearing a lot of clothes, was already sweating a little. She quickly took off her down jacket, scarf, lay phone hat, and knee pads. Li Sijing breathed a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. While continuing to change the water and rub, she said, Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ordinary Bullet Production Drawings Pistol. Ordinary Bullet Production Drawings Pistol. Enter the pistol model, or scan the pistol to produce matching bullets. Materials required for manufacturing: metal fragments *5. Seeing the introduction of this blueprint, Li Sijing was stunned for a moment, and her mood was immediately dominated by excitement. She didn't expect that the item she got from signing in today was actually a bullet production blueprint. Originally, Li Sijing had used almost 30 of the 150 bullets she exchanged with Su Yongkong in the last world. She was still thinking that after reaching the end point the day after tomorrow, she would go to Su Yongkong to exchange some, so it would be better to store more in her hands. But she didn't expect that this time. The bullet blueprint was directly opened, and it was a blueprint for all types of pistol bullets. In other words, there is more than one type of bullet. As long as it is a pistol bullet, various types can be produced. And now in the entire area, the most common hot weapons are pistols. Various types of pistols. At least Li Sijing has not met or seen anyone in the area who has mastered rifles, machine guns, submachine guns, etc. So, with this blueprint, almost all the bullets needed in the entire area have been captured. The benefits of this are almost long-lasting and will never be cut off. Right? Of course. Whether to sell bullets or not, Li Sijing still has to seriously consider. Selling bullets is to enhance the strength of others. If one day, her enemies use the bullets she sold to hit her, it would be really funny. However, Li Sijing thought again that even if she didn't sell the bullets, others would sell them, such as Su Yongkong. So, whether she sells them or not, people who want bullets will have them. So why should she worry about it? Those who don't make money are fools. Besides, she has the basalt scales as a backup, so she doesn't have to worry too much. Thinking of this, Li Sijing immediately decided to put the bullets on the shelf. However, this bullet is different from other items. It cannot be put on the shelf directly. After all, she doesn't know what type of bullet others need. After thinking about it, Li Sijing directly hung the whole blueprint in the trading area, and then marked a price that no one could afford. A grenade manufacturing blueprint. This thing is estimated to be in the hands of no one. Right? Of course. If someone really got this blueprint and completed the transaction without thinking, she would be even happier. As for the price, Li Sijing referred to the price marked by Su Yongkong in the area. 1 bullet for 1 unit of metal. Li Sijing does not accept metal materials, but the price is marked like this. If it is exchanged, it is still mainly based on the other 5 materials. Of course, the materials needed to make bullets still need to be paid by the buyer. The manufacturing materials of bullets are the least consumed among all the blueprints Li Sijing has encountered. 5 units of metal fragments. Note that they are fragments, which means that 1 unit of metal can make 2 bullets. After handling this matter, the steamed buns in the pot are already cooked, and the porridge is almost ready. As for the jellyfish head, it was almost done after kneading it for so long. She took it out, drained the water, and cut it into thin slices diagonally. In order to ensure that the saltiness was removed, Li Sijing took out the buns in the pot and scalded the jellyfish slices in the pot. After pouring it out, rinse it with cold water again, and then put it aside to drain. The next step is seasoning. After washing the multifunction pot, heat it, add water, and then add soy sauce and a little white sugar. Turn off the heat after the sugar melts. Then add an appropriate amount of vinegar to the pot. Then pour it out and let it cool. Then Li Sijing peeled a few cloves of garlic and chopped them into flakes. Chopped the green onions, added them to the jellyfish head, and finally poured in the cooled sauce. There was no chili, so for a better taste, Li Sijing also sprinkled some chili powder and mixed it evenly. In this way, a delicious, sour, spicy, and refreshing cold jellyfish head was completed. In fact, if a little cucumber shreds and coriander were added, the taste would be better. But unfortunately, the conditions were limited. At this time, the porridge in the rice cooker was also cooked, and Li Sijing began to enjoy breakfast. 4 buns, half of the rice cooker porridge, and a plate of cold jellyfish head. She ate them cleanly and felt comfortable all over. After breakfast, Li Sijing cleaned up the scene and sat in the driver's seat to think. She planned to stop the car after encountering the first resource box and kill the giant black fish in the water. Yesterday, because of lack of time, she did not kill the large beast. But today she would not give up again. As for the fact that the fish meat is not expensive, that doesn't matter. This is the last large beast in this world. At worst, I can just stockpile it. Although the space is a bit crowded, it can still accommodate a large beast. Chapter 204 Discussions in the area. Today, we must kill the big beast no matter what. As for why I didn't take action just now, it was because I hadn't eaten breakfast yet and was afraid that I didn't have enough energy. Now that I have eaten breakfast and turned on the air conditioner, I have to take action. While waiting for the first resource box, Li Sijing also opened the regional channel to check. This weather is really terrible. Buying gasoline at a high price. Those who are willing to make a move can chat privately. This snow is too thick. How can I drive in such thick snow? Yes. In this road condition, I can meet a resource box in an hour, which is already the best luck. Hey, I have given up moving forward. Save the remaining gasoline for turning on the air conditioner. I think so too. Anyway, the food I stockpiled is enough for today and tomorrow. Don't think so above. Have you forgotten the lesson of yesterday? You still need to accumulate more experience in driving on snowy roads. Yes, tomorrow is the day of natural disasters. It is still unknown what kind of dangerous situation will occur, so it is better to be prepared. Hey, wild beasts are chasing. And there is the skyfire from the previous world. I don't know what will happen in this world. No need to persuade me. I have completely given up. Don't worry. The large beasts in this world are all underwater creatures. Even if the barrier disappears, can they still chase out of the water? With the driving skills I just learned, no matter what I encounter tomorrow, I can't drive. Yes, don't let it be funny if you don't die in the hands of natural disasters, but have an accident because of your poor driving skills. With your mentality, you won't live long in this world. It doesn't matter. Just live one day at a time. Speechless. How can you have such a low-spirited mentality? You don't understand the joy of playing badly. Don't argue. Everyone just has a different way of life. Yeah, there's nothing to argue about. What I'm more curious about now is today's ranking. I don't know who will be on the list this time. By the way, I don't know how many people who were listed in the last world will appear on the list this time. I think the big guys with more fame in the region should all be on the list. Everyone knows this. The key lies in the ranking. I think the first place on the popularity list is either Fang Tianqing or Li Sijing. I agree. After all, the two of them were already famous. And with what happened last night, I guess few people in the region don't know about it. In my opinion, who will top the popularity list in the end depends on who lives and who dies tomorrow. Speaking of which, these two bosses have different opinions. Who do you believe? It's a preconceived notion. I still believe Fang Tianqing. After all, if it wasn't true, why would he stand up and tell everyone everything? Naive. He was just trying to start a public opinion war. I believe Li Sijing more. After all, she has a good character in the area. Unlike Fang Tianqing, who is simply notorious. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. The dispute between the two bosses is not something that ordinary people like us can intervene in. We can only watch the fun. It doesn't matter if I watch the fun, but I'm afraid that the fish pond will be affected. Yes, for the sake of my life, I think I must stay away from them. That depends on whether you can reach the end in advance. Otherwise it's just wishful thinking. Hey, this natural disaster will end in 2 days. And I don't know what the next natural disaster will be. I'm also worried. From now on, the second extremely cold world is much more difficult than the first extremely hot world. What about the third world? It will only be more difficult. What nonsense is the above? Suddenly I feel that it's good to die early, so as not to suffer because of the increasingly difficult situation. There is still hope to live. After all, natural disasters are getting more and more difficult. And we are getting stronger and stronger. So what will the next natural disaster be? Is there any big guy who can predict it? But in just a few minutes, the chat topics in the area have changed several times. After a night of fermentation, many people have become more sober about her and Fang Tianqing's affairs. Most people prefer not to get involved and watch the fun, which is fine, as long as they don't end up like Fang Tianqing. As for the rankings, Li Sijing is also looking forward to it. I don't know where she will rank on the 3 list this time. It's not that she cares about fame and fortune. It's just that the rewards for being on the list are too good. For example, the car parts drawing she exchanged in advance saved her a lot of trouble. As for the last part, Lee Sejing took a rough look at everyone's predictions for the next natural disaster. And none of them were guessed right. After all, it is difficult to guess one of the disasters from so many. If she hadn't had the prediction card of the sign-in system, she would probably be at a loss at this time. When the time came to 9:10, Lee Sejing also encountered the first low-level resource box of the day. It took so long to encounter a resource box. And this speed only appeared when she first crossed over. The off-road vehicle stopped next to the low-level resource box. Lee Sejing in the car did not rush to get off, but was making preparations. She armed herself neatly, put on a down jacket, scarf, hat, knee pads, etc., and put a warm baby on herself before opening the door and getting out of the car. She threw the low-level resource box she picked up directly into the car. And she didn't mean to open it first. After all, it was just a low-level resource box. And it shouldn't play any role in the next battle. Don't waste time. It's cold outside. Taking out 2 javelins tied with ropes. Lee Sejing tied one end of the rope directly to the tire of the car. Then she took 2 javelins and walked to the side of the road. Unfortunately, the hole she had dug before was not used. And it was a waste of time to dig it again. It took Lee Sejing more than 10 minutes to dig a hole bigger than the one she had made in the morning, including shoveling snow and chiseling ice. Then, she took off one glove and put her hand into the water with a little ice floating on it. She held on for a few seconds before taking it back. As Lee Sejing stood up and took a few steps back, the waves in the water also rose with the appearance of the giant black fish. Chapter 205 Experimenting with Toad Skin Powder. A hole with a diameter of nearly 2 meters was smashed into the thick ice. Looking at the giant black fish that kept poking out of the water and exploring, Lee Sejing was aiming with a javelin. Eagle Eye has been upgraded to perfection, so shooting at such a close distance is naturally a piece of cake. A javelin shot out quickly, and the metal tip, with great force, pierced the belly of the black fish. However, because of the dense scales on the giant black fish, it did not pierce into the flesh, but only a lot of scales flew off. Of course, this was also within Lee Sejing's expectations. She never thought that she had to hit the target with one shot. When the blackfish's tumbling gradually subsided, Lee Sejing's second javelin flew out again at the right time. This javelin, with a force of 10,000 pounds, pierced the same place again. But this time, there was no fish scale blocking that place, and the javelin was inserted smoothly. The half-meter metal head penetrated more than halfway, which showed that Lee Sejing had used up all her strength in this attack. As the spear penetrated, the giant black fish tumbled wildly again, splashing water everywhere. In order not to get her clothes wet, Lee Sejing took several steps back this time, away from this place of trouble. You know, in the weather of -40 degrees, getting your clothes wet is a very serious matter. Standing in a place where the splashing water could not touch the edge, Lee Sejing quietly watched the giant black fish thrashing in the water. She did not continue to attack. One, because the black fish was tumbling and it was difficult to aim, and the other because there was no need. She stood quietly on the road for a few minutes until the injured black fish gradually calmed down. At this time, Lee Sejing approached the hole in the ice again and came to the front of the black fish. Standing on the ice, on the surface, Lee Sejing did not make any movements. But in fact, she was controlling the mustard space, the toad skin that was ground into powder yesterday. She said she wanted to find an opportunity to try it. Isn't it a good opportunity now? If you want to use the toad skin as a killer, you naturally need to know how to use it and how effective it is. And the blackfish in front of you is a good experimental subject. Lee Sejing did not take the stone mortar out of the mustard space, but tried to use mental power to directly mix some toad skin powder. These toad skin powders cannot touch the skin, but Lee Sejing has to use both hands to take items from the mustard space. Fortunately, she is wearing gloves on her hands, so she will not touch the skin. But after this attempt, the gloves are useless. Of course, it's just a pair of gloves. Compared with the gain she can bring, she can still bear this loss. As Lee Sejing mobilized her mental power, a little toad powder instantly appeared in her clenched fist. She didn't mix too much toad powder. After all, she only had 100 G in her hand, so of course she had to use it sparingly. For a wounded blackfish, 1 G should be enough. Li Sijing carefully found a downwind position, then raised her hand and opened her fist, spilling the toad powder in her palm. The toad powder was ground very finely, and it was almost invisible after it was spilled. But for Li Sijing, who had eagle eyes, all this was not a problem. She looked at the powder, which was almost invisible to the naked eye, falling on the black fish, and a lot of it was dissolved in the water. And she began to count down in her heart. 10, 9, 8, 7. After counting down 10 numbers, the black fish that was originally swimming in the water, as if it was suddenly electrocuted, stiffened its body, and then gradually sank. It really takes 10 seconds to take effect. No matter how huge the creature is, it cannot escape this rule, and humans are naturally no exception. Moreover, Li Sijing's eagle eyes can see it very clearly. Of the 1g of toad clothing powder that was just sprinkled, only 2 or 3 tenths fell on the black fish, and the rest dissolved in the water. In other words, the toad clothing powder does not need to reach a certain dose to be effective, even if it is a dust-like powder. As long as it appears on the enemy, it will take effect immediately. After confirming these 2 points, Li Sijing is more confident about the battle between her and Fang Tianqing tomorrow. And now, as the paralyzed black fish loses the ability to swim, it gradually sinks to the bottom of the water. The rope of the javelin stuck in the black fish was also stretched straight, which was why Li Sijing used the javelin to shoot at the beginning. If it weren't for the javelin, the anesthetized black fish would have fallen directly to the bottom of the water. Would she let it go into the water in such cold weather? Of course. Now we have to get the black fish out as soon as possible. After all, the effect of the toad coat only lasts 10 minutes. Before pulling the rope, Li Sijing took off the gloves stained with toad coat powder and put them in the mustard space. Then she made a pair of gloves again, put them on her hands, and then started to act. Following the rope, she pulled the giant black fish out of the water, and it took a lot of effort to get it on the ice. Fortunately, Li Sijing finally dragged the giant black fish ashore within 10 minutes. Taking advantage of the effect of the toad powder, there were only 2 minutes left, and Li Sijing quickly took out the tang knife and prepared to cut open the belly. Otherwise, after the effect of the drug wore off, the more than 3-meter-long black fish would be able to roll around even on the shore. After taking out the more than 100 kilograms of internal organs from the black fish's belly, she slowed down her anxious pace. With the internal organs dug out, no matter how tenacious the black fish's vitality was, it would have no strength to resist. Just as Li Sijing was preparing to decompose the black fish's body, the cold voice of the survival game suddenly sounded in the sky. Dear players, being able to survive successfully until now proves that you can already get the title of Ordinary Survivor. Then next, the leaderboard will be opened again, and the data will be updated in real time every minute to ensure that everyone can clearly understand the gap that everyone sees. The ranking list is divided into Popularity List, Combat Power List, Comfort List. After the natural disaster is over, the top 10 players will receive game rewards. For specific game rules, please open the World Channel. Is it already 10 o'clock? The ranking list is indeed opened at 10 o'clock on the 6th day, just like the previous world. However, Li Sijing did not open the World Channel to check it this time. After all, the weather outside is too cold, and she must deal with the blackfish corpse as soon as possible and then go back to the car. The ranking list will not run away. After she finishes dealing with the blackfish corpse, she will go back to the car and study it slowly. With previous experience, Li Sijing is already very skilled in splitting the blackfish corpse, and there are no small thorns on the blackfish, which makes it easier to split. During this period, the warm baby stickers were ineffective, and another one was posted on the body. It took more than half an hour to split it completely. As for the fish head, fish bones, and internal organs after the split, they are no longer worth the price in the area, although it weighs more than 200 kilograms. In the end, only 10 units of metal materials were replaced. Chapter 206 Rankings appear. When the time came to 10:38, it took more than half an hour for Li Sijing to finally handle the giant black fish. The whole black fish, which was more than 3 meters long, finally obtained 203 kilograms of blackfish meat, 12 kilograms of blackfish steaks, and a huge fish bladder, and 10 units of metal exchanged for the internal organs and fish head, and 2 pieces of punctured fish skin. All the fish meat and fish bladders were moved back to the car. As for the 2 huge pieces of fish skin, Li Sijing had no time to deal with it, and didn't want it. now in the area. It was estimated that no one would take over, so he could only abandon it. After Li Sijing, whose hands and cheeks were red from the cold, got into the car with all the things, the off-road vehicle moved forward again under the control of Shinkong. Surrounded by the warm breath in the car, Li Sijing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and finally finished his work. However, looking at the pile of black fish meat on the folding table, she couldn't help but feel a little headache. It was also a hassle to deal with it. Li Sijing first opened the trading area and looked around. There were indeed many people selling fish meat, but not many people were buying. Moreover, the price of these fish meats did not rise. It was still 1 catty for 5 units of metal. Some people said that there would be discounts for large quantities in order to get rid of them as soon as possible. At such a cheap price, Li Sijing didn't want to sell it. As for the previous idea, she would keep it in her own hands. This method is actually feasible. She can still fit more than 200 kilograms of meat in her off-road vehicle. The key point is that there is no room in the freezer. In this world, it is easy to say. The weather is very cold, and the meat will not go bad even if it is not placed in the freezer. But what about the next world? The acid rain world will not have such cold weather. If it is not placed in the freezer, the meat will only be left to stink. On the 3rd day of each world, she can draw a car upgrade card, which means that on the 3rd day of the acid rain world, her car can be upgraded again. Now the key point is how to survive the acid rain world. The first 2 days. Of course, when this world ends, she may also have a second mess in space, provided that she can gather the basic materials. Now the only material left is wood, and in this world, she can't guarantee to collect it. Thinking of her full freezer, she has a headache. By the way, Li Sijing, who frowned, suddenly remembered something. It seems that there are still dozens of kilograms of Luizhou's meat in her freezer? I almost forgot about it. After Luizhou's car was upgraded once, there should be an empty space. Shouldn't she return the other party's meat to him? Even if his car can't hold all this meat now. But after this world ends, the car can be upgraded, and there will be no problem at that time. With the empty half of the freezer and the extra space in the Jizzy space, the meat can be put in. Although it is a bit tight, it can last for the first 2 days. After thinking about this, Li Sijing made a decision. These black fish meats will be piled on the freezer at the back, and when they reach the destination tomorrow, they will return Luizhou's beef to him. After thinking about this, Li Sijing finally had time to look at the ranking list that had appeared for almost an hour. Clicking on the World Channel, the familiar ranking logo came into her eyes. Clicking on the ranking list, there are still the familiar 3 rankings and some rules. This list will end at 5 p.m. on the day of the natural disaster. The first place will be rewarded with 3 car parts blueprints. The second and third place will be rewarded with 2 car parts blueprints. The fourth and fifth place will be rewarded with 1 car parts blueprint. And the 6th to 10th place will be rewarded with some food. She naturally wants the car parts blueprints, but the rewarded food is also very delicious. I don't know what place she will occupy in the 3 lists this time. First, click on the battle power list that she least expects. Why not expect it? Because she knows very well that she should not get any good ranking. In fact, as long as she can be in the top 10, she will be very satisfied. After all, she has 2 inherent deficiencies in this list. One is killing. Surviving to this day. She is naturally not the former Amon, and she will not be soft-hearted when killing. But she will not kill for no reason or for points. The second is small beasts. Yes, what drags Li Sijing down is not the large beasts, but the small beasts that will appear when encountering intermediate resource boxes, which are not threatening. Ordinary people can encounter 3 or 4 in a day, and those who are lucky can even encounter 5 or 6 intermediate resource boxes, which are 5 or 6 small beasts. And what about her? Every day is a guaranteed minimum, calculated in this way. On the battle power list, others have several dozen points more than her every day, which is hundreds of points in 5 days. How can she occupy a rank? When the list appeared in front of her, the big golden words at the top were indeed familiar names. First place, Luizhou, 1,080 points. Second place, Fang Tianqing, 1,010 points. Third place, Tao Jinmiao, 890 points. Fourth place, Wu Aigua, 770 points. Eighth place, Li Sijing, 540 points. Those who can be on the battle power list are all familiar faces. and Li Sijing saw her name in the 8th place. And Li Sijing had already calculated the 540 points behind her. On the first day, a small beast scored 10 points. On the second day, a small beast and a large beast scored a total of 110 points. On the third day, 10 jellyfish resource monsters scored 100 points. And she also killed a person, which was also 100 points. On the fourth day, a small beast and a large beast scored 110 points. On the fifth day, only a small beast scored 10 points. As for today, I just killed a large beast for 100 points. By comparing her own score with the scores of the top few, Li Sijing just wanted to say that the gap should not be too big. Moreover, the score between her and the 10th place is not far apart. And I don't know if she can still keep the top 10 when the settlement is made. While shaking her head and sighing, Li Sijing checked the second list, the popularity list. As expected, all the people on the list were old acquaintances. And what surprised Li Sijing was that her own ranking was: first place, Fang Tiancheng; second place, Li Sijing; third place, Wu Aigua; fourth place, Lu Yizhou; fifth place, Tao Jinyao. In order to let everyone fully display themselves, the video function is now enabled. Every time a natural disaster occurs, everyone can post a video of no more than 10 minutes on the world channel for everyone to watch. Just like the previous world, everyone can post a video to promote themselves, which is not surprising to Li Sijing. What she didn't expect was that she was ranked second, ahead of Wu Aigua. However, after seeing that Fang Tiancheng was ranked first, Li Sijing could understand it. After all, the battle between her and Fang Tiancheng was still brewing. However, is this also Fang Tiancheng's strategy? Using this public opinion to get the first place in the popularity list? To be honest, although Fang Tiancheng had a considerable reputation in the region before, it was all a bad reputation. At least not as popular as Wu Aigua. If it weren't for what happened last night, then the first place in the popularity list this time would still be Wu Aigua. However, if all these were really within Fang Tiancheng's calculations, then the other party's scheming would be too terrible. Li Sijing, who was frightened by her own thoughts, couldn't help but calculate again in her heart what would happen tomorrow. Chapter 207 Rules Change. The ranking of the combat power list was expected. The ranking of the popularity list was unexpected. And the last list was not suspenseful. After clicking on the comfort list, the ranking in front was still the familiar configuration. First place, Li Sijing, 2,681 points. Second place, Zhou Qinghuan, 1,899 points. Third place, Lu Yizhou, 1,784 points. Fourth place, Wang Yulan, 1,579 points. Fifth place, Tao Jinyao, 1,511 points. This score seems a bit high, right? And the difference between them is a bit big. Clicking on her own avatar, Li Sijing found that the rules for calculating the score of the comfort list have changed a lot compared with the last time. The first is eating and drinking enough. It used to be 30 points for eating and drinking enough. Now it has become the color, aroma, and taste of food. 3 meals a day, 30 points for each meal. And color, aroma, and taste each account for 10 points. In the 5 days since she came to this world, Li Sijing had eaten a very rich meal. Even if she was originally on Earth, she didn't have such good food. After all, as an ordinary person, she didn't have that much money. In this project, she didn't lose many points. Even if she didn't get full marks a few times, she could still get 8 or 9 points. So, 15 meals in 5 days, plus 1 this morning, a total of 16 meals. She got 452 points. The second item is temperature. The calculation method in the previous world is to add 10 points for every degree drop in the temperature in the car. This time, you need to ensure that there is no sign of frostbite on your body. The score for each day is 100 points. If there is no frostbite, you will get all the points. If there is frostbite, you will deduct points as appropriate. In this project, Li Sijing naturally did not lose a single point. After all, she did a good job in keeping herself warm. The third item is the car. There is no change in this. One accessory adds 10 points. She has accumulated 22 car accessories in total, 220 points. The key point is that each car upgrade adds 500 points. Her car has been upgraded twice, which is 1,000 points. The fourth item is cleaning. 10 points per day has not changed. Although this world is not short of water, because the weather is too cold. Except for the first day she came. She took a bath. In the other days, she only washed her face and feet. So, in this project, she did not get full marks. Only 40 points. The fifth item is the evaluation score, which is still the same as the previous world, with a full score of 100 points. In 5 days, Li Xijing got a total of 469 points, which is a few points more than the previous world. By this calculation, her quality of life in this world is better than that in the previous world, which is also an improvement. In this ranking, Zhou Qingwan won the second place, which was not surprising to her. But Wang Yulan, who ranked fourth. Oh! Li Xijing thought of it. Wang Yulan is the model lady with the lucky necklace. She can be ranked fourth, which should be attributed to the luck brought by the lucky necklace. After reading all 3 rankings, Li Xijing couldn't help but calculate in her mind. The comfort list is already in the bag. With such a big gap, I think no one can catch up in the last 2 days. There is no hope for the battle power list to move forward. And as for whether it can keep the top 10, it can only be left to fate. The only thing she can work hard on is the popularity list. This situation is almost exactly the same as the last world. As for how to work hard on the popularity list, in addition to defeating Fang Tiancheng tomorrow, there is also video shooting. So what should she shoot in this video? Unfortunately, today's large beast was solved by her before the ranking list was opened, and no video was shot. But even if she shot it, it is estimated that there is no way to release it. After all, she used her secret weapon to kill the giant black fish this time. And the secret weapon must not be exposed. Otherwise, how can it be called a secret weapon? There is just no scene of killing the beast. Does she have to record all the food in this video? Just when Li Xijing was distressed, the Starry Skies reminder suddenly sounded. It turned out that she encountered the second resource box today. It was still a low-level resource box. After opening the car door and taking back the resource box, Li Xijing looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Alas, the road conditions were not good. In one morning, only 2 low-level resource boxes were harvested. This has never happened before. However, it's already this late. And it's time for lunch. What should I eat for lunch today? Oh! The 2 resource boxes from this morning haven't been opened yet. I'll see what I can get, and then decide what to eat for lunch. Gasoline 1 unit. Gasoline 20 units. Dragon fruit 200G*2. Daily nuts 20G*10. Wood *5. Rubber *3. Mineral water 550 milliliters. Mineral water 5L. Broom *1. Moisturizing mask *5. Metal *5. Glass *2. 21 units of gasoline. Not bad. Now the air conditioner is on all the time. And it's time to run out of gasoline. 2 dragon fruits were put away in Jiazi's space. There were 10 small bags of nuts. Each bag had several kinds of nuts. And they were placed in the locker. The mineral water that was opened again was not so popular. By the way, I opened a 5-liter barrel of mineral water yesterday. And it was almost used up. This barrel did not need to be put in the back of the car. Just put it here. And it was estimated that it would be used today. An ordinary broom was okay. With the upgrade of the car, the space inside the car was getting bigger and bigger. And it really needed a broom to clean it. As for the 5 moisturizing masks, since they were also opened, Li Xijing could only accept them happily. It just so happened that the weather was getting colder day by day. Even if I applied Yumiaging every day, I couldn't avoid dry skin. I could find time to apply a mask to replenish water. Looking at these things that were opened, Li Xijing couldn't help but sigh. After looking at the resource box, he still had to save more and open them together to get good things. Opening 1 or 2 like this was really not satisfying. Compared with before, the gap was too big. Chapter 208 Steamed Sori. The 2 resource boxes had very few supplies. And naturally there were no ingredients that could be used for lunch. So, what lunch to eat today could only be found from the existing ingredients. The meat in the freezer could not be thawed at this time. So it could only be found in the mustard space. After searching for a while, Li Xijing took out a half-gene heavy sori from the mustard space. This sori was the spoils of war when she killed a small beast. But unfortunately, there was only one. Before getting the skill book of cooking proficiency, Li Xijing always thought that such a sori was nothing great. But after having the skill of cooking proficiency, she realized that a half-gene sori was not common on Earth. Ordinary wild sori is estimated to be only 2 or 3 tails, and a half-gene one can be sold at a sky-high price. On Earth, as an ordinary person, Li Sijing has no chance to taste such a delicacy. So, she was quite looking forward to taking out this knife fish this time. Li Sijing first washed the last 200 g of rice, and cooked it in an electric rice cooker. By the way, she should find time to shell some rice. Otherwise there would be no rice to eat. After the rice was cooked, Li Sijing started to deal with the knife fish. In fact, the knife fish that was dropped by killing small beasts had been handled very cleanly by the survival game. Li Sijing just rinsed it with clean water, drained the water, and put it on a plate. As for the method of cooking knife fish, it is actually very simple. That is, steaming. The most high-end ingredients are often cooked in the simplest way. This sentence is not just a joke. The key to eating knife fish is freshness. What other cooking method can highlight the freshness better than steaming? Li Sijing took out the necessary ingredients: ginger and green onion, from the mustard space. After making ginger soup last time, there was not much ginger left in her hand, so she could only cut a few thin slices. The ginger and garlic she planted before were all used up, and there were only a few cloves of garlic left. Only a lot of green onions were left. By the way, when the planting pot is empty, she has to plant more green onions, ginger and garlic. Spread the thinly sliced ginger evenly on the back of the knife fish. It's a little too little. It feels not enough. After thinking about it, Li Sijing cut the white part of the green onion she took out and spread it on the knife fish. Next, she should have added some cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. But unfortunately, she didn't have any cooking wine. In the end, she could only add a little high proof liquor, fearing that it would destroy the freshness of the knife fish. Li Sijing only dripped a few drops. In this way, the preparation work for the knife fish has been completed. Isn't it very simple? Add cold water to the multi-purpose pot. Turn on the fire until steam rises, and then put in the knife fish on the plate. While waiting for the knife fish to be steamed, Li Sijing couldn't help but open the regional channel. She didn't read the news all morning. It was almost 12 o'clock, lunchtime, and the regional channel was naturally very lively. At this time, the topic of everyone's chat was still on the previously open ranking list. Alas, although I had expected it a long time ago, I really didn't squeeze into any of the 3 rankings. And I still feel a little disappointed. I witnessed the gap between myself and the big guys with my own eyes, and I suddenly lost the desire to live. I was a well-known leader on Earth, but now I'm at the bottom. I can't accept it. I was in the top 10 in the last world, but this time I'm not even in the top 100. Am I degraded? No. You're not improving fast enough. Others are making progress, but you're still standing still. It's strange that you're not lagging behind. The leaders in the region are too abnormal. That's right. Look at the battle power list and the comfort list. The top score is outrageous. The difference between me and them is 10 times. These 2 lists are fine. The most outrageous one is the popularity list. This is the only list I can hope for. And it's also occupied by the leaders. Don't lose heart. You can still shoot short videos. Thinking about relying on small videos or turning over? Don't dream. That's right. With the popularity accumulated by the big guys, it's not something that can be replaced by a mere curious video of yours. Then what's the point of holding this event? Is it to increase the strength of the big guys? Further widen the gap between the rich and the poor? This is the reality. Didn't you understand it in the last world? Why don't you understand? It's just wishful thinking. Look at the battle power list. The score difference between Fang Tianqing and Li Sijing is so big. Will there be suspense in tomorrow's battle? That's not necessarily the case. The battle power list can't represent everything. The battle power list in this game is not a person's real battle power. It calculates the number of monsters killed. With Fang Tianqing's character, I guess he got such a high score by killing people. Although the battle power list cannot represent real strength, it can represent combat experience. So it still has some reference value. I wanted to support Li Sijing, but after seeing the battle power list, I don't have much confidence. You can see from the popularity list that although everyone didn't say it explicitly, they still think Fang Tianqing will win. I still support Li Sijing. After all, she seems to have a good relationship with Lu Yizhou, who is at the top of the battle power list. By the way, didn't you notice the blind spot? Li Xijing's score on the comfort list is too high. Yes, I wanted to say that too. Even if she scored full marks in every item, she wouldn't have such a high score. Do you remember Fang Tianqing said that Li Xijing's car had been upgraded again? One car upgrade is 500 points. She upgraded it twice. So she should be able to get 1,000 points. So that's the case. I almost thought she cheated. Cheating is unlikely. You said she had cheated. But I can't say it. I still believe it. Even if it's like what the above said. Her score is still very high. What does she eat every day? Delicacies from the mountains and the sea. A full banquet? What the above said makes my mouth water. In the last world, Li Xijing seemed to be the first on the comfort list. This time, she has won the title for 2 consecutive terms. Wow. It turns out that the quality of life of this big guy has always been so good. I really envy him. Hey, Louis Zhou was also the first on the combat power list in the last world. So he has also won the title for 2 consecutive terms. So what do you think? Is it better to win the combat power list for 2 consecutive terms? Or to win the comfort list for 2 consecutive terms? I don't know. Anyway, they are all gods. Do you think they can win the title for 3 consecutive terms? I don't know. Just wait and see. Anyway, it's only a week. I don't know if I can survive this week. Chapter 209 Giant Mandarin Fish. Although many people in the area were discussing their names, Li Xijing's heart was not disturbed. The knife fish in the pot was not small, and Li Xijing set an alarm for 8 minutes with a timer. When the bell rang, she immediately turned off the fire and slowly lifted the lid of the pot. Suddenly, a special fresh smell mixed with a slight fish fragrance drifted in the carriage, with a white mist rising into the air. After a little air, Li Xijing took out the plate and carried out the final operation. Pick up the ginger slices and green onion whites on the knife fish and throw them away. Add a little soy sauce. And then put the chopped green onion shreds that had been cut long ago. Wash the multipurpose pot. Add a spoonful of pork and heat it. Then gently pour it on the green onion shreds and sizzle. In this way, this steamed knife fish is completed. The process is very simple, and not many materials are required. While Li Xijing was preparing the knife fish, the rice in the rice cooker was also cooked. She ate lunch in the rice cooker. She took a mouthful of rice, then picked up a piece of knife fish meat and put it into her mouth. The delicious taste made Li Xijing look happy. Li Xijing was very satisfied with this meal. The only bad thing was that there were too many bones in the knife fish. The bones on the knife fish were almost the same as those on the crucian carp, which were all as thin as hair. After lunch and cleaning, Li Xijing made herself a cup of hot milk. When the time came to 12:30, she finally met the 3rd resource box of the day. It was not easy. Li Xijing naturally would not open a resource box. She planned to save it and open it together after the trip today. After lunch, it was time for a nap. Because the air conditioner was on, the bed for nap didn't need to be as complicated as at night. With a 10-jean quilt and a down quilt, Li Xijing didn't even take out the electric blanket. Without the heavy quilt and the biting cold around, Li Xijing slept soundly. She slept until 1:30 because she encountered the 4th resource box of the day. It was still a low-level resource box, which was put aside after being taken into the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Xijing ate snacks while waking up. She ate a bag of green peas with scallions, a bag of vegetarian steak, a bag of instant noodles, and a bag of nuts that she had opened before. While eating, Li Xijing also took a careful look. There were 7 kinds of nuts in this bag: cashews, walnuts, hazelnuts, almonds, dried blueberries, black raisins, and dried cranberries. Although there are only a few of each type, the variety is rich. After eating these snacks, Li Xijing's drowsiness after waking up was almost gone. And then she was the one to drive. Although she knew that her driving speed would become slower, Li Xijing did not give up. After all, she had stopped driving yesterday. Holding the steering wheel, Li Xijing drove the car at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. But this speed was really a bit slow. When the time came to 3 o'clock, she met the 5th resource box of the day. The effect of the exercise was probably achieved. In order not to delay time, Li Xijing directly returned the driving rights to Shinkong. By the way, it's already this point. Why are all the low-level resource boxes encountered? Where are the intermediate resource boxes today? Sitting in the driver's seat, watching the regional channel, there was nothing new to talk about. Li Xijing seemed to be a bit idle. It seemed that she had to find something to do. She was so leisurely, and compared with the busyness of others, she felt a little guilty. The rice that was ground before had been cooked at noon. So why not grind some rice while she had time? It just so happened that the 10 kilograms of rice harvested last night had been dried in a portable oven so far. Li Sijing moved the stone mill out, added the dried rice into it, and began to shell it. It was just that this process was a bit boring. After thinking about it, Li Sijing turned out the Domineering President novel that she had opened before, and read it while shelling to kill time. Don't say it. Although the Domineering President novel is sometimes a bit awkward, it is still very good to kill boring time. In 3 hours, I read a small part of the Domineering President novel. As for the rice, I only shelled 4 kilograms. And I also took back 2 low-level resource boxes in the middle. Reading novels still took up some time, which caused her hulling efficiency to decrease a lot. But fortunately, it was enough to eat. After putting away the 1400 G hulled rice and 600 G rice husks, Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat to rest. After grinding rice for 3 hours, although she was a little lazy in the middle, her hands were really tired. While massaging her hands with a massage roller, she waited. When the time came to 6:18, she encountered the 8th resource box of the day, an intermediate resource box. Originally, she should have stopped today's journey when she encountered the 7th resource box. However, the number of resource boxes obtained today was really small, and she had not encountered the intermediate resource box yet, so she could only continue to drive forward. In this way, she finally encountered the intermediate resource box. But there were only more than 40 minutes left before dark, and time was a bit tight. After the off-road vehicle stopped, Li Sijing was fully armed, put on a warm baby, and then got out of the car with a pistol. After triggering the intermediate resource box, a huge figure appeared in the familiar white fog. It was still a standing fish, a little taller than Li Sijing, and about 2 meters long. The body was flat and round, with a pointed head, a big mouth, and big eyes. The body was green with a metallic luster, and there were some irregular black spots on the side of the body. Is this mandarin fish? To be honest, Li Sijing had heard of this species of mandarin fish, but had never seen it. If she had not been proficient in cooking, she might not have recognized it. However, she still knew the famous dish of squirrel mandarin fish. Today's time was originally a little short, and Li Sijing did not waste too much time on this mandarin fish. Before the mandarin fish, which had been magnified countless times, could jump, she had already raised her pistol, opened the safety, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet went straight through the fish's eye, disfiguring the mandarin fish's big eye. With a snap, the mandarin fish, which was quickly killed, fell directly to the ground with a loud noise. The player successfully killed the small beast mandarin fish, and was rewarded with a mandarin fish of 500 G. Seeing the giant mandarin fish shrink, leaving behind a mandarin fish that had shrunk countless times, Li Sijing's eyes lit up. A pound of mandarin fish is not very big, but compared with the half-pound fish before, a pound is considered generous. This mandarin fish is put away, and when the time comes, it will be enough for her to eat by herself when she makes a squirrel mandarin fish. Chapter 210. Not very good luck. It was already 6:30 when Li Sijing put the mandarin fish into the mustard space and took the intermediate resource box back to the car. There was only half an hour left before dark, so it was obviously not advisable to open the box at this time. The resource box was placed in the car, and Li Sijing was outside the car, dealing with her own affairs as soon as possible. He broke ice to get water, boiled hot water, did a brief exercise, and returned to the car in the last minute before dark. Today's time was really tight, and I didn't even have time to wash up. It seemed that I could only do it in the car, and then deal with the waste water after washing up tomorrow morning. However, it was too cold outside the car, and it was actually quite good to be able to wash up in the car. After all, the air conditioner was not turned on for nothing. The temperature in the car was 10 degrees. So Li Sijing took off her down jacket and sweater after getting in the car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Sijing looked at the resource boxes in front of him with a very serious expression. Today, only 8 resource boxes were obtained, which is unprecedented since entering the survival world. There are 5 low-level resource boxes and 1 mid-level resource box in front of me, and I don't know what materials can be opened. Don't open the 2 resource boxes at noon. If that is the case, she will be really disappointed. After thinking about it, Li Sijing decided to open a few low-level resource boxes first to try her luck. Gasoline 1 unit. Gasoline 20 units. 4-leaf clover sterling silver necklace. Car bobblehead ornament. Metal asterisk 5. Rubber asterisk 3. Gasoline 1 unit. Gasoline 20 units. Denim dress. Knitted v-neck jacket. Wood asterisk 5. Glass asterisk 2. Mineral water 550 milliliters. Mineral water 5 liters. Green pepper 500 g. Small yellow ginger 250 g. Plastic asterisk 5. Cloth asterisk 2. Comb 1. Weight scale 1. Waterproof and oilproof apron 1. 84 disinfectant 500 g. Metal asterisk 5. Plastic asterisk 5. Gasoline 1 unit. Gasoline 20 units. High temperature resistant casserole 1. Vacuum compression bags 5. Glass asterisk 2. Cloth asterisk 2. 5 low-level resource boxes were opened, and many supplies appeared on the folding table in an instant. Li Sijing sorted them out one by one. The 63 units of gasoline that were opened made Li Sijing very satisfied. After all, she is a big gas consumer now that she always turns on the air conditioner. Look! The originally full tank now has only 40 units of gasoline left. With the gasoline that is now opened, at least it is not a problem to survive this extremely cold world. Mineral water is still. The barrels are moved to the back, and the small bottles are placed in the mustard space. By the way, if the natural disaster in the next world is acid rain, will there be a shortage of water? In theory, if there is rain, there should be no shortage of water. But if this rain is acid rain, it is not very reliable. Fortunately, she has enough mineral water in stock. Even if the acid rain in the next world is not drinkable, she can survive that acid rain world. In addition to these, the gasoline, mineral water, basic materials, and the remaining supplies that appear every time she unpacks give Li Sijing a headache. A 4-leaf clover silver necklace looks very beautiful. Basically all girls like it, and Li Sijing is no exception. But such a beautiful item, in this world where survival is the main thing, doesn't seem to have much use. Right? There are also 4 bobbleheads with funny expressions on top, springs in the middle, and standing feet on the bottom, which are also very cute. Such car ornaments look very relaxing. But like the previous item, they have no practical use. There are also 2 clothes. A denim dress, which is loose and generous in style, and should be very comfortable to wear, and will not affect daily movements. It's a pity that it is knee-length. If the arc is a little bigger during the fight, it will probably. A knitted sweater jacket. The style is also fashionable and beautiful, and it should be good to wear in spring and autumn. In short, both clothes are good, and they should be worn in the next world. But they are not urgently needed supplies. A weighing scale also made Li Sijing laugh and cry. When she was on Earth, she might be very concerned about her weight. After all, she is a girl. But in this world, it doesn't seem to matter how much you weigh. After all, staying alive is the most important thing. Oh, no. It is still related. Many people nowadays are probably afraid that they are too thin, which will lead to poor physical fitness. Right? However, this is not something Li Sijing would worry about. After all, with her food standard, she should not be too thin. As for using this scale to weigh other items, let us not talk about whether it is accurate or not. The key is that there is no need for it at all. In this world, although there are many bad things, there is one thing that is very convenient. That is, eyes that can see through all information. As long as these players stare at an object for 3 seconds, they will get all the information of the object, including its weight. In general, this scale is completely useless. At least Li Sijing has not thought of it now. An apron. This feels okay. After all, she is very keen on 3 meals a day on weekdays, and having a waterproof and oilproof apron is quite convenient. A comb. Barely okay. She had exchanged a mirror with someone else before, which came with a small comb, which was enough before. It has only been half a month since she came to this world, and her short hair has grown a lot, so the small comb is not very useful. Opening a normal-sized comb is more convenient for daily use. A bottle of 84 disinfectant. This is quite good. It can disinfect her off-road vehicle. After all, she stays in the car for more than 20 hours out of 24 hours a day, which is almost a small house. She eats, drinks, defecates and urinates in it, so it must be disinfected well. Otherwise it is easy to breed bacteria. Fortunately, every time the car maintenance cart is used, it can be regarded as a comprehensive cleaning of the car. Otherwise she can't stand it for so long. A casserole, not too big, can hold 2 or 3 liters of water. It is still very convenient for one person to use. For Li Xijing, who is proficient in cooking, a good kitchen utensil is like a good weapon. Unfortunately, this casserole cannot be powered by electricity or gasoline, only by open flames. And there is no gas stove in the car now. 5 vacuum compression bags are the most satisfactory supplies for Li Xijing among these items. She is worried about what to do with the down quilt, and thick clothes after the extreme cold world is over. Sell it to others? It is estimated that it will not sell at a high price, and she is reluctant to part with it. Who knows if she will use it in the future? It takes up too much space to store it by herself, which is not cost-effective. Now, with these 5 vacuum compression bags, she can save at least half of the space, and she doesn't have to worry anymore. And this time, only 2 of the 5 low-level resource boxes were opened, and the supplies that can be eaten are very outrageous. Fortunately, peppers and ginger are what Li Xijing needs now, which is also a comfort to her. She used up the last bit of ginger in her hand to cook ginger soup before, and the rest are kept for seeds and cannot be moved. This time, half a pound of small yellow ginger can be regarded as a solution to her urgent needs. As for peppers, it is what she wants most. The chili peppers she planted herself are still 4 or 5 days away from ripening. Although green peppers are not as spicy as chili peppers, it is better to have them than not. She has almost used up the chili powder in her barbecue 7-piece set. If a pound of green peppers is used sparingly, it should be enough to last until the chili peppers are ripe. Right? Li Xijing thought uncertainly. Chapter 211 Zhou Qinghuan's request. Li Xijing was not very satisfied with the materials from the 5 resource boxes, which simply continued the bad luck at noon. If she lived on resource boxes, she would probably go hungry today. I don't know what materials can be opened from the last intermediate resource box, especially what drawings can be opened. Some superstitious people put their hands together and chanted the names of various gods, hoping to counterattack. Meal replacement chocolate 50G. In-car music 1 famous song for each person. Fuel tank expansion drawing. 1 semi-automatic egg beater. 90 eggs. Egg white and yolk separator. This, looking at the 2 drawings that were opened, Li Xijing didn't know what expression she should have. Fuel tank expansion drawing. An old friend. It's not disappointing. But there's no surprise. After clicking on the manufacturing, the capacity of Li Xijing's car tank immediately became 100 units, which is also the maximum limit of the off-road vehicle's expansion. The in-car music 1 famous song for each person has a long name, which looks like the names of the recommended playlists on music software. In-car music 1 famous song for each person, in-car music resources, with 100 famous songs built in. After reading the introduction, I realized that this is a playlist sound source that can be loaded on the car. How to say it? It is quite good for killing time and cultivating sentiment, but it is of no help for actual survival. However, thinking about myself in the past half month, I have been alone. Although I have Xingyo and the starry sky as my companions, I still feel lonely sometimes. With this sound source, at certain times, it can also relieve my anxiety, in addition to some weird car parts. She was very surprised by the other things in this resource box. First, there was a semi-automatic egg beater, which is the kind that rotates quickly when you hold the handle and press it down. With this thing, she doesn't have to use chopsticks to stir slowly when she wants to beat egg whites in the future, which is time-consuming and laborious. As for the next items, it was even more surprising. The storage tray for eggs, 30 in a tray, 3 trays in total, 90 eggs. She actually opened it like this. Even Xiong Shuangyan. She has 2 hens and can get 2 eggs every day. It takes 45 days to get 90 eggs. And the natural disaster world has to go through 6 or 7. How long it is. And she can open so many eggs at once. It's really a big win. Her bad luck when opening the box before was all for saving up. Right? After carefully putting the eggs into the mustard space, Li Xijing then looked at the remaining 2 items. An egg white and yolk separator. This is useless. Even before she mastered cooking, Li Xijing was able to use 2 halves of an eggshell to separate egg white and yolk. As for a 50G meal replacement chocolate, it was as thin as a palm, and was a good thing to replenish physical strength. It was put into the mustard space. In this way, the supplies obtained from the unboxing were sorted out. Next, she should prepare her own dinner. However, before Li Xijing could make any move, a friend message suddenly rang. Who could it be at this time? Opening the friend message, Zhou Qinghuan's message immediately caught her eye. Sister Jing, have you eaten? Zhou Qinghuan knew her schedule and rarely sent messages when it was dark. Li Xijing asked, I'm preparing to make it. What's the matter? I'm preparing to make dinner too. I've been in this world for almost half a month. I suddenly missed the food from my hometown. Zhou Qinghuan sighed. Is this homesickness? Li Xijing raised her eyebrows and was about to say a few words of comfort when the other party sent another message. Sister Jing, have you heard of fish cakes? Are you talking about the fish cakes in Jingzhou? Hubei? Li Xijing asked. So Zhou Qinghuan is from Jingzhou. Hubei? Yes. There are fish meat sold everywhere in the area. Such a large piece of fish meat is a good material for making fish cakes. Zhou Qinghuan sent another message. Speaking of which, Sister Jing, can you make fish cakes? I can exchange it with drawings. So, this is the main reason why she sent a message. And she came to ask for food again? She was worried that the other party was young and was afraid that she would be homesick and depressed. So she was ready to comfort her. Sure enough, Zhou Qinghuan's character of a foodie is really unshakable. Speaking of fish cakes, Li Xijing had eaten them before but didn't know how to make them. But with Li Xijing, who is proficient in cooking, she knows the production steps very well. While Li Xijing was thinking, Zhou Qinghuan saw that there was no response for a long time. So she sent another message to beg. Sister Jing, please, or the fuel tank expansion drawings. 1 drawing for 1 pound of fish cakes. Okay. 1 drawing for 1 pound of fish cakes. This exchange ratio seems good. Li Xijing calculated in her mind. In the process of making fish cakes, no water is needed, and the auxiliary materials required are not much, which happen to be all in her hands. At the current food price, 1 pound of fish meat can only be exchanged for 5 units of metal. Even if it is processed into fish cakes, the price will only double at most. 10 units of metal for 1 car parts blueprint. This is a very cost-effective deal. After thinking about it in her mind, Li Xijing really couldn't think of any reason to refuse this transaction. After thinking about it clearly, Li Xijing no longer hesitated and replied, Okay. How many pounds do you want? Sister Jing can really make it? That's great. I want to exchange for 5 pounds of fish cakes. Zhou Qinghuan's tone was very happy. 5 pounds of fish cakes means 5 fuel tank expansion blueprints. So, how many fuel tank expansion blueprints does Zhou Qinghuan have in his hands? Li Xijing shook his head and sighed about the gap between himself and the European emperor, while saying, Yes, but the process of making fish cakes is quite time-consuming. I guess I can only make it for you after the world ends. That's no problem. I'll wait for you, Zhou Qinghuan said, and said 2 fuel tank expansion drawings, saying, This is the deposit. Li Xijing did not refuse, and clicked to confirm directly. Her car fuel tank has been upgraded to the maximum limit with her own efforts and Zhou Qinghuan's contribution. These 2 drawings that were traded can only be put away for the time being, and can only be used after the car is upgraded again. Chapter 212, Exploding the Same Old Videos of Killing Monsters. Although she agreed to Zhou Qinghuan to exchange the blueprints for fish cakes, Li Xijing had no intention of making fish cakes at this time. After all, she hadn't had dinner yet. Making fish cakes is a bit troublesome, and you can't do it on an empty stomach. As for when to make it, after she finishes dinner, it will probably be very late, so there will be no time to make it. As for tomorrow, it will be the most dangerous day of natural disasters, so naturally she can't be distracted. As for reaching the end, she and Fang Tiancheng will have another struggle, which is also very important. As for after the struggle, a gathering like the one in the previous world should also come as scheduled. So, after all the calculations, she can only wait until tomorrow after dark to make it. After arranging this matter, Li Xijing came to prepare her dinner today. What to eat for dinner? She had already thought about it at noon today. Since coming to this world, most of the dishes she cooked seemed to be related to fish. After all, it was local ingredients. Li Xijing hadn't eaten meat for a long time, so she was quite greedy. So she took out a pound of beef from the freezer at noon to defrost. Originally, I thought it was a pity to stir-fry beef without peppers. But I didn't expect that green peppers were just harvested before. First, take 200 g of the rice that was just ground this afternoon. Wash it, and cook it in an electric rice cooker. She then came to deal with the beef and peppers. And of course, this series of actions were recorded in the video. After thinking about it in the afternoon, she decided that this 10-minute short video would still use the core of the last time. The combination of military strength and food can not only attract everyone's attention and increase popularity, but also have a deterrent effect. In terms of force, although she missed the opportunity to kill the black fish in the morning, she already had a plan in mind, so she didn't have to worry. As for food, stir-fried beef with rice, although not as eye-catchy as barbecue hot pot, should be more tempting. After all, white rice is common on Earth, but few people have it in this survival world. And in the area, most people eat fish. So a plate of stir-fried beef with good color, aroma, and taste should be able to arouse everyone's appetite. This is also the main reason why Li Sijing chose beef as dinner tonight. For Li Sijing now, a stir-fried beef is really not difficult. Cut the thawed beef into thin slices horizontally. Add pepper and salt, and marinate it. Then add water in small amounts and multiple times. Knead until the beef absorbs. Add appropriate amount of starch, and mix well. Finally, add appropriate amount of oil to lock in moisture. Next is the ingredients. Cut the garlic cloves, slice the ginger, and cut the green pepper into shreds. In order to save money, Li Sijing waited for a long time, and finally cut only 3 green peppers as ingredients. Think about a pound of beef, only with 3 green peppers. This is a classic example of all meat. After all the ingredients are prepared, add more lard to the hot pan. When the oil temperature reaches 50% hot, add the marinated beef and stir-fry quickly. It won't take too long. After the beef changes color, immediately remove it and drain the oil. Add the freshly cut side dishes to the remaining oil in the pan. Fry the aroma, and then add an appropriate amount of salt. Then add the stir-fried beef. Stir-fry quickly and evenly. Add light soy sauce. Stir-fry over high heat, and finally serve. In this way, a dish of stir-fried beef with good color, aroma, and taste is completed. Smelling the spicy meaty smell in the car, Li Sijing couldn't help but secretly eat a piece of beef first. It was slightly spicy, smooth and chewy, but very tender. In short, it immediately whetted Li Sijing's appetite. Unfortunately, there were still a few minutes left for the rice, so Li Sijing could only resist the temptation and clean up the folding table first. After the rice cooker tripped, Li Sijing waited for another 2 minutes to let the rice simmer, so that it would be more fragrant after it came out of the pot. It felt almost done, and Li Sijing couldn't wait any longer. So he opened the lid of the rice cooker. It's time to eat. While eating, Li Sijing opened the World Channel. It had been almost 10 hours since the rankings were opened. In the popular list area, the short videos uploaded by everyone were already densely packed. At the top were still those familiar people, and Li Sijing looked at them one by one. Most of the videos of the big guys who can make it to the rankings are about fighting monsters and killing large beasts. However, due to the regional restrictions this time, everyone can only stand on the ice and attack the giant fish in the water from a distance. The stereotyped way of fighting monsters is not very interesting. Li Sijing only flipped through 3 or 4 videos and no longer had the interest to continue watching. Fortunately, she did not shoot a video of herself killing black fish. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to stand out among so many videos. Look at those curious videos that have more hits than killing monsters, and you will know the final result. After watching the more popular videos, Li Sijing is more confident about the video she wants to shoot. She was going to post her video tomorrow, although it was 20 hours later than others. But good things come late. Moreover, when almost everyone uploaded their videos, she was the only one who didn't upload a video, which was also very eye-catching. Without opening the regional channel, Li Sijing could imagine the discussion of everyone in the region about this matter. This can also be regarded as a disguised way to increase her popularity. A plate of stir-fried beef and half a rice cooker of rice. Li Sijing ate all of it. She was very satisfied with this meal. The only drawback was that the beef was not spicy enough and the pepper was too little. By the way, she had a lot of supplies in her hands. So could she go to the trading area appropriately, see if she could exchange some seasonings, various vegetables, fruit drinks, etc., to enrich her quality of life. There are so many people in the region, And there will always be someone who has the supply she lacks. After all, you have to trust the masses. Taking advantage of the low price of food now, she can just copy the bottom. Otherwise, when she arrives in the new world, there will be too many uncertain factors. After thinking this through, Li Sijing packed up her things, harvested the ripe rice, and planted the next crop. Then, after washing up, she soaked her feet while browsing the trading area. Chapter 213, Exchange of Food. Li Sijing soaked her feet and looked through the trading area. Not to mention, the types of materials are quite rich. I think tomorrow is the disaster day. At this time, everyone will take out the materials they don't need to trade and exchange for some capital to pass the level. In this way, Li Sijing is quite happy. Just like browsing Taobao on Earth. She can't stop once she starts browsing and wants everything. When the time came to 9 o'clock, it took more than half an hour for Li Sijing to finally exchange for the items she was interested in. A long hooded raincoat, which should be useful for the next disaster world. Although I don't know whether this ordinary raincoat can prevent acid rain. I will exchange it first. Anyway, it's not very expensive. Although the raincoat can also prevent snow. It is not urgently needed. So the price is not expensive. Li Sijing exchanged it for a pound of black fish meat. By the way, she only thought that the price of food was not high before, and she could exchange more delicious food. But she didn't expect that the only good she could exchange with others seemed to be meat. And her purchasing power had also decreased. Fortunately, she had enough black fish meat. Although she didn't want to sell it at a low price, it was still possible to exchange it for some desired goods. In addition to the raincoat, Li Sijing also exchanged a lot of vegetables. Half a caddy of lotus root, half a caddy of spinach, and half a caddy of coriander. Li Sijing exchanged black fish meat 1-to-1, and spent a total of 1.5 caddies of black fish meat. The price of ordinary food is naturally not so expensive. But now everyone's living standards have improved a lot. And the price of rare and difficult to preserve vegetables like this will naturally increase accordingly. In addition to these fresh vegetables, Li Sijing also exchanged for some dry goods that can be preserved for a long time. 150g dried daylily, 150g dried kelp, 150g dried bean curd. She bought these 3 kinds of dry goods from one person. After bargaining, she spent a total of 2 kilograms of black fish meat. Finally, in addition to the above, she also exchanged for a very practical material. That is bean sprouts. No, to be exact, soybeans. Originally, she used half a kilogram of black fish meat to exchange for half a kilogram of soybean sprouts from the other party. As a result, she asked a question and found out that the other party's bean sprouts were not obtained by unpacking, but were grown by herself with soybeans. Soybeans are a good thing. They can be used to extract oil and can also be processed into various delicacies, such as soy milk, tofu, bean sprouts. She didn't have soybean seeds in her hands. Since she met them, she had to get them. The other party naturally knew the preciousness of soybean seeds and didn't plan to sell them. In the end, Li Sijing gave too much and the price was too high. So the transaction was successfully completed. For just 10 soybean seeds, Li Sijing paid a full 5 kilograms of braised wild boar meat. It's not that Li Sijing didn't want to exchange with black fish meat, but she offered a price of 10 kilograms of black fish meat, and the other party was not interested. Finally, she had no choice but to take out the braised wild boar meat, and the other party relented. So, after visiting the trading area, Li Sijing spent 5 kilograms of black fish meat and 5 kilograms of braised wild boar meat, and finally got what she wanted. At this time, the time was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Li Sijing took a last look at the real-time number of people and turned off the blue screen. 5992/10,000. Nearly 1,000 people died in one day. There was no activity today. Beware of wild animals on the road. They are no longer a threat to everyone now. So Li Sijing guessed that most of the people who died today should have been frozen to death. After all, in the weather of -40 degrees, if there are not enough supplies and the warm-keeping work is not done well, they may be frozen to death. Nearly 6,000 people survived. And I don't know how many people will survive after tomorrow. Li Sijing emptied his mind and didn't think too much. The rice ears harvested before were placed on the portable oven and were almost dried. Li Sijing took out the tools, threshed the rice, and put it away before preparing to rest, because the air conditioner was on all the time. The temperature in the car was always kept at 10 degrees. Even if the temperature dropped after midnight, it could maintain a temperature of 0 degrees. So Li Xijing's bed was not so bloated. It was almost enough to pad with a 10-jean quilt and electric blanket and cover it with a down quilt. Lying on the bed, Li Xijing enjoyed the light duvet. She took out her handheld game console and played a few games. Finally, she accumulated 5,000 Tetris points before turning off the lights and going to bed. The next day, the first thing Li Xijing did when she woke up was to turn on the blue screen, which clearly showed minus 50 degrees. This is the lowest temperature that humans can survive. Fortunately, this is the last day of the extremely cold world, and it will end soon. Li Xijing looked at the blue screen and saw the countdown to the natural disaster. 1:59. 48 seconds. 47 seconds. There are less than 2 hours left before the natural disaster comes. Who knows what kind of natural disaster will come with the extreme cold this time? After making the bed, Li Xijing slowly put on all the clothes she could wear, and then put on a warm baby patch. If it is not necessary, she really doesn't want to get off the car in such cold weather. But unfortunately, there are still many things to do after getting off the car. After taking a deep breath and making mental preparations, Li Xijing opened the door and got out of the car. The 35-centimeter thick snow almost submerged Li Xijing's entire calf. Looking at her tires that were submerged by 1/3, she couldn't help thinking that if it was a 4-seater car, half of the wheels would probably be submerged. With such thick snow and such road conditions, can you really drive today? Even if you have the skills to drive, how fast can you drive? It won't be slower than a bicycle, right? This natural disaster has not yet begun. And 2 difficulties, severe cold and snow, are already in front of you. In order to finish the work and get back to the car as soon as possible, Li Xijing did not have too many feelings, but acted quickly in the heavy snow. First, she took care of her personal hygiene, and then cleaned the toilet and the slop bucket in the car. Then she carried 2 empty buckets to the side of the road and chiseled the 5.5 centimeters thick ice. After getting the water, Li Xijing did not delay outside and went back to the car directly. As for daily exercise, that depends on the actual situation. In this minus 50-degree weather, she felt that she would be frozen into an ice stick if she stayed outside for a while. Although it is not good to interrupt daily exercise in front of her own life, naturally everything must stand aside. After returning to the car, the temperature inside the car was 0 degrees. But Li Xijing felt very warm. Sure enough, everything needs to be compared. Taking off the burden on her body and wearing only a down jacket, Li Xijing began to wash up. The hot water has been boiled. Although it is not very convenient to wash up in the car, it is still tolerable once or twice. After washing up, it is necessary to prepare today's breakfast. Yesterday, so many delicious ingredients were exchanged, so today we naturally have to make good use of them. There are still about 100 fish balls left from the previous production, and today half of them are just right for breakfast. With so many ingredients, her fish ball soup this time is very rich. Chapter 2:14 Giant Crocodile. A little soaked kelp, a few spinach, 2 eggs, 50 fish balls, and finally add coriander and chopped green onion. A bowl of fish ball soup full of ingredients is Li Xijing's breakfast today. When she finished this breakfast, it was already 8 o'clock, and there was only 1 hour left before the start of the natural disaster day. While carefully eating the hot and delicious fish ball soup, Li Xijing said, "Xingyao, sign in." Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary self-healing skill. Primary self-healing, passive skill. Those with this skill can recover 5% of their own injuries every hour. Li Xijing was not surprised to get a skill by signing in. But what surprised her was that this skill was actually a healing skill. The sudden surprise made the fish ball that Li Xijing sent to her mouth fall directly back into the bowl, and the splash fish ball soup flew directly onto her cheek. She wiped her face and ignored her slightly red skin. Her whole mind was now focused on the skill she had just acquired. It was a great surprise that she could get a healing skill after signing in. It would provide another guarantee for her future survival. After calming down her excitement, Li Xijing came and carefully checked the skill she had just acquired. Self-healing skill? In other words, this skill can only be used on herself and has no effect on other people. But this is also good. After all, the chances of meeting other people in this world are not much. About the introduction of the skill. It recovers 5% of the injury every hour. In other words, it takes 20 hours, less than a day, to fully recover from the injury. The only thing worth noting is that this injury has no limit. That is to say, no matter how light the injury is, it takes 20 hours to heal. For example, the skin on her face that was scalded by the soup just now can heal itself in half an hour. So this skill is not needed at all. Of course, from another perspective, no matter how heavy the injury is, it can be healed in 20 hours. For example, in the previous resource point activity, the injury caused by the colorful jellyfish can be automatically healed after waiting for 20 hours. Of course, the premise is that she can resist the poison and not be poisoned to death in these 20 hours. Therefore, if you want to use this skill, there are still many restrictions. First of all, it is not necessary for 2 light injuries. And secondly, 2 heavy injuries also need to survive for 20 hours. In general, although the applicable situation is a bit harsh, it is better to have it than not. You know, she only has 2 life-saving golden wound medicines left in her hand. And she doesn't know whether she can prescribe this life-saving medicine in the future. It was already very rare to get a healing skill in this dangerous survival world. So she shouldn't ask for too much. Li Sijing, who was in a very good mood, quickly clicked to use it, because this was a passive skill. She didn't even need to use the academic master possession card to fully master it. After that, Li Sijing focused her attention on the fish ball soup in front of her, because a lot of time had been wasted. The fish ball soup was no longer hot, so she ate it much faster. After breakfast, Li Sijing cleaned up the car and poured the dirty water outside the car. Li Sijing, who was free, was in the mood to care about the upcoming disaster day. After thinking for a while, she asked, Shinkong, given the current road conditions, what is your fastest driving speed while ensuring safety? The maximum speed is 50 kilometers per hour. Shinkong's screen flickered for a moment before answering. The disaster day event lasts for 8 hours. At a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, a total of 400 kilometers can be driven. The distance of the disaster day in the last world was 300 kilometers. I don't know if it will change this time, but no matter how it changes, it is still no problem to reach the destination on time. After confirming this problem, she looked at the time again. It was already 8:30, and there was only half an hour left before the start of the disaster day. Li Sijing opened the blue screen and looked at it. At this time, probably everyone was waiting for the arrival of the disaster day, and the area was naturally very lively. The hottest topic was what kind of disaster would appear in half an hour. Except for the snowstorm? After checking it out, Li Sijing came to the World Channel again without seeing any useful information. As expected, her ranking on the 3 lists, the Combat Power list and the Comfort list, did not change. On the Popularity list, she had dropped to 3rd place because she had not uploaded the video yet. But this was also within her expectations. After her video is uploaded in a while, her ranking should be able to move up. In the last 10 minutes before the natural disaster, Li Sijing, who had nothing to do, did not find anything to do for herself. She took out the 3-order Rubik's Cube that she had opened from the resource box and twisted it to relax herself. Unfortunately, Li Sijing underestimated the difficulty of the Rubik's Cube. When she disrupted this 3rd-order Rubik's Cube, she only restored one side until the natural disaster event began. Dear players, congratulations on surviving until the natural disaster really comes. This natural disaster hail fall is officially launched. During the natural disaster, there are no resource boxes on the road, and the road barriers disappear, and the ice melts. Please pay attention to the attacks of large beasts. The natural disaster lasts for 8 hours, starting at 9 a.m. and ending at 5 p.m. You can reach the end of the natural disaster by driving 250 kilometers. Players who reach the end early can end their own natural disaster in advance and receive rewards related to the next natural disaster. After the natural disaster ends, players who are still alive but have not reached the end are also considered to have passed this natural disaster. But no rewards will be issued. This natural disaster has started. Dear players, please enjoy the natural disasters, regardless of the previous annoyance. Li Sijing quickly put down the Rubik's Cube in her hand and ordered, Starry Sky, drive at the fastest speed. The car started moving under the control of Starry Sky, and Li Sijing didn't care about the news just announced. She was moving quickly to prepare for her actions later. She put on all the clothes she should wear, and she also put a warm baby on herself, and then opened the window of the driver's seat. She leaned out of the window, half of her body in the wind and snow. Looking behind the car, I saw 2 marks behind the car, which were pressed by the wheels. There was a figure on the snowy road that was originally empty. Across the flying snow, Li Sijing saw at a glance that it was a huge crocodile. A 10-meter-long crocodile is as long as 2 off-road vehicles, and half the height of an off-road vehicle. Chapter 215 Video Upload. With the experience of the First World, Li Sijing naturally knew that when the natural disaster began, the road barrier would also disappear. Although this road barrier has never appeared since coming to this extremely cold world because of the large beast in the water, it has always existed. Since there were large beasts chasing cars in the last world, this world will definitely not fall behind. Although I don't know how large animals in the water run to the shore to chase, I think this problem will not be difficult for the survival game. I just didn't expect that today's large beast would be such a big crocodile. It's her fault that she didn't check it carefully when she was fetching water in the morning because it was too cold. Fortunately, even if today's large beast is a giant crocodile, it will not have much impact on her plan. Although this giant crocodile is huge, its speed is not slow at all. Li Sijing's off-road vehicle is moving at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, and the giant crocodile is chasing behind. And the distance is gradually getting closer. Seeing the distance between the giant crocodile and the off-road vehicle decrease from 50 meters to 40 meters, Li Sijing finally came to her senses. Next, she was ready to make a quick decision. After all, the wind and snow outside were really strong and really cold. Li Sijing leaned against the steering wheel, kneeled on the driver's seat with her left leg, and held the backrest of the driver's seat with her left hand to stabilize her half-hanging body. Holding the gun in her right hand, she stretched out of the car with half of her body, and the muzzle was facing the crocodile chasing behind the car. The moving off-road vehicle shook slightly, but this did not affect Li Sijing's aiming. She aimed the gun for only a few seconds before pulling the trigger. There was a loud bang. A bullet flew out of the muzzle and hit the giant crocodile following the car. The bullet hit the giant crocodile's right eye accurately, and the fist-sized eyeball was blown up and splashed. After hitting the target with 1 shot, Li Sijing did not slack off. She still aimed the gun and prepared for the second shot. As expected, the giant crocodile was not so fragile. Although one eye was hit, affecting the vision, it did not cause greater damage. On the contrary, this shot made the giant crocodile go crazy, and its speed became even faster. In a blink of an eye, the distance of 40 meters was gradually shortened to 30 meters. Li Sijing was not flustered because of the approach of the giant crocodile. On the contrary, she took the opportunity to fire the second shot. In this shot, Li Sijing aimed at the other left eye of the giant crocodile, the only intact eye. With another bang, the bullet shot into the giant crocodile's left eye under Li Sijing's expectant gaze, splashing a string of blood again. If the giant crocodile that lost one eye was just crazy, then the giant crocodile that was completely blind was completely crazy. It kept rushing forward, relying on the sound, and kept getting closer to the off-road vehicle. Unfortunately, blindness still had an impact on it. Although the speed was faster, the distance between the two sides was always around 20 meters. And this distance was also more advantageous for Li Sijing, who was holding a pistol. After all, the power of the pistol was originally limited. If the distance was too far, the effect it could play would be even less. After aiming slightly, Li Sijing fired the third shot neatly, and this shot followed the position of the first shot and hit the wound on the right eye again. Ignoring the giant crocodile's continued madness, Li Sijing continued to pull the trigger calmly, shooting 1 shot after another along the previous trajectory. When she aimed at the same position of the giant crocodile's right eye and fired the 8th shot, the tenacious crocodile finally stopped. Looking at the giant crocodile, it raised its front feet tremblingly, but it didn't have enough strength to support it forward. The huge head was shaking, and a pair of bloody eyes looked forward empty. For such a scene, Li Sijing did not feel pity, but fired another shot. In the end, this shot finally ruined the life of the giant crocodile, and its huge head fell on the snow on the road with a bang. In other words, the power of this pistol is limited, which can be seen from today's incident. If her bullets were fired at other places, they probably wouldn't even break the crocodile's skin. That's why she kept shooting at the crocodile's eyes. After all, there was no way to break through other places. Oh, when can a machine gun or sniper rifle come out? The giant crocodile stopped, but the off-road vehicle was still moving at a constant speed. and the distance between the two sides was getting farther and farther. Without continuing to look at the crocodile's body that was getting farther and farther away, Li Sijing retracted her frozen body into the car. Although it was a waste to abandon the giant crocodile's body, the ranking on the disaster day was also very important. One of the two had to be abandoned. She raised the car window tremblingly, blocking the snow and the severe cold air outside the car, letting the temperature inside the car keep warming her frozen body. Li Sijing opened the World Channel, clicking on the Battle Power list and checking her name. The 540 points behind it turned into 650 points. 10 points for a small beast last night, plus 100 points for the giant crocodile just now. And Li Sijing's ranking in the Battle Power list also rose from 8th to 7th. And this mere rise in one place has no effect on the final reward. This is not the reason why Li Sijing killed a large beast today. The main reason for her to do this just now was to shoot a video. Just now, she leaned out of the window and kept the video on. And the whole process of killing the crocodile was recorded. Among the videos of standing on the ice and killing large beasts, her video of killing a large beast running to the shore should stand out. After her frozen right hand regained some consciousness, Li Sijing immediately started editing. Edit the process of killing the giant crocodile just now into a short video of 5 or 6 minutes. It is also necessary to cut out some things that cannot be leaked, such as the shaking car. She can't let others know that when she shot the crocodile, the car was still moving. Wouldn't that expose the existence of Shinkong? Remove some clips that cannot be shown to the public and some boring clips, and finally condense it into a short video without boring moments. Li Sijing watched it from beginning to end, and then nodded with satisfaction, and merged this video with the video of stir-fry beef yesterday. The video of stir-fry beef was edited yesterday, and the two videos together are exactly 10 minutes. After the whole video was edited, Li Sijing immediately opened the World Channel and uploaded it. But now everyone is working hard to move forward and fight to reach the end. And it is estimated that no one has time to watch it. If you want this video to bring popularity to yourself, you can only wait until the disaster is over and everyone survives. Chapter 216, not necessarily the first place. After the video came to an end, Li Sijing had time to check the natural disaster. This natural disaster is somewhat different from the natural disaster in the previous world, but not very big. First of all, the distance is shorter. The whole journey in the previous world was 300 kilometers, while this time it was only 250 kilometers. Although the distance is shorter, everyone knows that the difficulty of this natural disaster has not decreased. On the contrary, it is more dangerous than the last time. After all, the road conditions in the previous world were also very difficult, but the difficulty was in the consumption of tires. But the situation this time is very severe, and the road conditions seriously hinder the speed of the car. 8 hours and 250 kilometers. That is, the car needs to travel at least 32 kilometers per hour to ensure that it reaches the end within the specified time. This speed can be achieved by bicycles in normal times, but now it has stumped most people in the area. Fortunately, the itinerary of the natural disaster day does not have to reach the end like a competition. On the disaster day, even if your car has not been started, as long as you are still alive when the time is up, you will be considered to have passed the level. This rule is the last hope for everyone. Of course, those who want to rank still need to work hard. After all, the rewards for the top 10 are still very attractive. However, thinking of this, Li Sijing suddenly realized that it seems that she does not need to compete for the first place in the disaster day event. After all, the rewards for the top 10 before the disaster day are the same. An unknown gold treasure chest. For Li Sijing, it doesn't matter which gold treasure chest she chooses. All she needs to do is to ensure that she doesn't fall out of the top 10 and get a gold treasure chest. After thinking about this clearly, Li Sijing's urgency suddenly decreased a little. After that, she came to check the second different place. Hailfall. The heavenly fire in the previous world has already made Li Sijing see how severe the natural disaster day is. This hailfall. As soon as you hear the name, you know it's not simple. Hail is a natural disaster with great harm. To be honest, Li Sijing has never encountered it. Fortunately, the internet is well developed on Earth. Although she has never encountered it, she has a general understanding of it in various video news. The biggest harm of hail is its hard texture and the force brought by its rapid descent, which will cause damage to both people and objects. I don't know how big the hail will be this time, and whether her off-road vehicle can withstand it in its current condition. Also, when will the hail appear? The sky fire in the last world started at 10 o'clock, lasted for half an hour, stopped for half an hour, and then repeated continuously. If this routine is followed, the time when the hail appears should also be around 10 o'clock. Thinking of this, Li Sijing looked at the time. The natural disaster day started at 9 o'clock. It took her more than 10 minutes to kill the giant crocodile, and it took more than 10 minutes to edit the video. Now, it is more than 40 minutes past 9 o'clock, and there are only 10 minutes left before 10 o'clock. Taking advantage of the free time, Li Sijing also opened the regional channel to see what other people were doing. Ah, the snow on the road is too thick. It's higher than the chassis of my car. How can I drive this car? Same experience. I push the snow forward. The resistance is too great. Alas, this road condition is really impossible to drive. I only drove less than 10 kilometers in half an hour. Hee hee. I gave up moving forward a long time ago. Anyway, as long as I can make sure that I can survive until 5 p.m., I can pass the level. Why bother to waste that effort? But in this case, there is no way to know the next natural disaster in advance. Not to mention that I can't prepare in advance, and I will be fleeced by others. It's normal to pay a price for being bad? In the last world, I tried hard to move forward, but in the end, I didn't reach the end within the specified time, and I wasted several. A car repair card is really not worth it. So I gave up completely this time. Give up completely +1. Hee hee. You guys who are playing badly. But you can't see the struggle between Fang Tianqing and Li Sijing. For this rare excitement, I have to reach the finish line early. Sure enough, gossip is human nature. Even in the face of life, it cannot be abandoned. Hey, have you watched the video under the popularity list? Li Sijing just uploaded a video. Really? Go and watch it now. It's so strange. Why did Li Sijing upload the video now? It's more than 20 hours later than others. It's a disadvantage. The above. If you look at the content of Li De Lao's video, you will know the answer to the question. Li Sijing's video is quite novel. I just came back from watching the video. I just want to say that Li Sijing is worthy of being a big shot. His shooting is really accurate. Yes, this shooting is awesome. This is at least a perfect shooting skill book. By the way, are you all focusing on the shooting? Am I the only one drooling over the stir-fried beef and rice? The person above. You are not the only one. I just want to say that I am too fucking greedy. Ah. I haven't eaten rice for half a month. I am almost vomiting after eating dry bread every day. Look at the Big Shot's food. And then look at the pig food in my hand. I burst into tears. Is Big Shotly willing to sell rice? I want to exchange some. I want to exchange +1. You foodies. Don't look at the food. Okay. Isn't anyone paying attention to the hail coming? I am silently worried and have no idea what to do. According to the nature of survival games, I think that the car may not be able to withstand the falling hail. Ah? What should I do then? What else can I do? Just hold on. If there is really no other way, I can only use the car repair card. Fortunately, with the experience of last time, I changed a lot of car repair cards during the competition. This time, it should be enough. Hail is different from sky fire. Although sky fire is terrifying, it is not dense, and the probability of falling on the car is not high. Hail is like rain, covering almost all areas. This is an indiscriminate attack. In that case, doesn't it mean that one car repair card is needed for each hailstorm? Too bad. Ah? Then my car repair cards are not enough. I only changed 5 cards. I'm crying. Who has extra car repair cards? I can exchange them with warm baby stickers at a ratio of 10 to 1. Chapter 217 Hail is coming. From the excitement in the regional channel, it can be seen that there are many people in the area who are playing badly. Among these complicated messages, Li Sijing filtered out meaningless messages and only looked for useful ones. The information that attracted her attention the most was other people's speculation about the hail coming. With various speculations about the hail coming, time slowly came to 10 o'clock, and the journey was only 50 kilometers at this time. Li Sijing put aside all thoughts and sat quietly in the driver's seat, with a pair of bright big eyes, constantly looking around. The road was very quiet, with only the sound of wheels pressing over the snow. And this subtle sound could not reach Li Sijing's ears in the car. There was only a bang. A small sound suddenly sounded on the roof of the car. as if a small stone hit the roof of the car. Then, the continuous sound of bang 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 continued to come from the roof of the car. And each one was louder than the other. The sound at the beginning was like a small stone hitting the roof of the car. The sound was crisp and not loud. If you don't listen carefully, you can easily ignore it. And then the sound was dense. Just like the stones were getting bigger and bigger. And the sound became dull, as if it was knocking on people's hearts. Has the natural disaster of hail begun? This is not a question, because Li Sijing has seen the transparent small hail rolling down from the windshield. The hail at the beginning was only the size of a little finger, transparent in color, and looked small and delicate, very delicate. And as the sound became denser, the hail rolling down became more and more, and each one became bigger, some as big as a pigeon egg. More and more hailstones kept hitting the roof and the windshield in front, making Li Sijing's heart tremble. Suddenly, a loud noise came, attracting Li Sijing's attention. She looked up and saw a hailstone as big as an egg hitting the middle of the windshield in front. The windshield wipers were just going up, but they couldn't scrape the hailstones up. Seeing this, Li Sijing quickly turned off the windshield wipers. Don't break her windshield wipers, because they will be needed in the next world. Fortunately, with the appearance of hailstones, the heavy snow in the sky has stopped at some point. So it doesn't matter if the windshield wipers are turned off. By the way, Li Sijing suddenly thought of a question. Shinkong, does hail affect the speed of cars? Such round hailstones falling on the road should hinder the driving of cars. Right? The radar is scanning the road conditions and analyzing. After Shinkong's voice sounded, he paused for 2 seconds before continuing. Although there are many hailstones of different sizes ahead, the snow on the road is fluffy, so it has little impact on the driving of cars. It is recommended to drive at a speed of 45 kilometers per hour. In other words, although there are many hailstones on the road, the car will crush these hailstones in the snow when driving. So the problem is not big? I didn't expect that the snow on the road has this effect. After thinking about it, Li Sijing ordered, then move forward at a constant speed of 45 kilometers per hour. In this way, although the time to reach the end is a little later, it is safer. Besides, if her speed slowed down, the speed of others would not be much faster, so she would not have any problem to be in the top 10. After arranging the starry sky, Li Sijing once again focused on the hail that kept falling in front of her. Listening to the sound that was getting louder and louder, Li Sijing could not help but sigh that fortunately all parts of her car had been upgraded. Otherwise she really could not withstand this wave. However, it was unknown how long the bulletproof glass and special steel body could last. The off-road vehicle moved slowly in the dense hail. Although Li Sijing, who was sitting in the car, was temporarily safe, she had no mind to think about other things. For the first time, she felt that half an hour was so long. When the time came to 10:20, there were still 10 minutes left before the hailstorm. An emergency occurred. A crack appeared on the windshield in front of Li Sijing, spreading from the upper left corner to the bottom. She couldn't help but look at the upper left corner of the windshield in front of the driver's seat. Just now, a fist-sized, slightly sharp hailstone hit here, causing the subsequent scene. In fact, people with common sense know that if you want to smash the car window glass, just hit one of the corners and the whole glass will break. And her windshield is in such a situation now. Although bulletproof glass is hard, if it hits the corner of the windshield with enough force, it will also cause damage. In this case, Li Sijing did not have any effective preventive measures. After all, she had no way to control the location where the hail fell. Not to mention that the car was still driving, and there were more uncertain factors. Now, Li Sijing could only pray that this damaged windshield could survive the remaining 10 minutes. Taking her worried eyes away from the windshield, she couldn't help but look up and look at the roof of the car, which was under the greatest pressure. Sure enough, the roof under the dense hail was no longer intact. From inside the car, you can see that there are several inward sunken bags, and the miserable state of the roof can be imagined. It seems that what the people in the regional channel said was true. This natural disaster actually cost more car repair cards than the last time. 1 car repair card per hour is just the minimum. Until the end of the natural disaster, it is estimated that 10 car repair cards will not be enough. As time passed, several more hailstones, by various coincidences, hit the corners of the windshield. The originally damaged glass suddenly showed cracks like spider webs. Looking overwhelmed. Fortunately, Li Sijing's luck did not fall to the bottom. Although this windshield has suffered many disasters, it has survived the last wave of hail, seeing more cracks on the windshield. The hail that lasted for half an hour finally ended. Li Sijing pricked up her ears and heard that it was finally quiet outside. She breathed a sigh of relief. The first hail was finally over. Li Sijing took out a car maintenance card from Jiezi's space. Just as she was about to click to use it, there was a sudden bang sound, which scared her. This is... She raised her head and looked at everything in the past, and was stunned. As expected, her luck was not the worst, but only worse. Chapter 218: The Loss of the Car Repair Card. It was 10:30 in the morning on the day of the natural disaster. The first wave of hail had passed, and the windshield was shaky, but it held up to the end. But just when Li Sijing had taken out the car repair card and was about to click to use it, there was a loud bang, and the windshield shattered. The first wave of hail passed, and the windshield was on the verge of collapse. As the car moved forward, the oncoming cold wind directly shattered the windshield into slag. In the end, the windshield still did not hold up, and Li Sijing used the car repair card. A whole huge windshield was broken into pieces of varying sizes and fell in front of the car. Some small pieces even broke on Li Sijing's face, body, and feet. As the windshield was broken, the oncoming cold wind blew directly into the car, and the originally warm car suddenly became an ice cellar. Master, the car is detected to be damaged. Do you want to stop and rectify it? At this moment, the voice of Shinkong also sounded. Although Li Sijing was a little overwhelmed by the situation in front of her, she knew that now was not the time to be stunned. No need to stop. Keep going, Li Sijing said, looking at the car repair card in her hand, and directly clicked to use it. The car was stuck for a second, and when Li Sijing opened her eyes again, the SUV, which was originally riddled with holes, suddenly looked brand new. The broken glass that was originally broken and everywhere disappeared, which saved the effort of cleaning. However, the sequelae of the broken windshield did not dissipate together, so Li Sijing had to clean up the mess manually. For example, some items that were previously placed under the windshield were messed up by the broken glass. Tissue paper, wet wipes, Yumiajing, hand cream, cotton swabs, plush toys, car bobblehead toys, etc. These items were all placed under the windshield. Now Li Sijing can only reorganize and put these items that were messed up. Another example is the blood mark on her face that was scratched by the flying broken glass. This blood mark is very long, extending from the corner of the eye to the jaw. Fortunately, the blood mark is not deep and there is no bleeding. It just hurts a little when it is touched by the hand. If this wound is not treated, it will scar in a day or two. Not to mention that she has the primary self-healing skills. But Li Sijing finally took out the ordinary wound medicine and applied a layer on the blood mark. After all, when she reaches the end, she still has a tough battle to fight. This blood mark on her face will destroy her momentum. After dealing with these things, the series of events that happened because of the first wave of hail finally came to an end. Li Sijing, who was relaxed, suddenly felt that something was missing in her mouth. So she opened the storage compartment. Looking at the few snacks in the storage compartment, she couldn't help shaking her head. When she first came to this world, there were more snacks. A pack of instant noodles, a pack of vegetarian steak, a pack of green peas with onion, a pack of daily nuts, and a watermelon bubble gum. While eating snacks, Li Sijing was thinking wildly in her mind. From the first hail, it can be seen that the hail is from weak to strong. From the little finger-sized hail at the beginning to the fist-sized hail at the end, gradually increasing. Although her car has been upgraded in various ways, it can't stop her bad luck. So, whether the off-road vehicle can survive a hailstorm depends on God's will. The only thing to note is that she must always pay attention next time and use the car maintenance card before the off-road vehicle can't withstand it. She can't wait until the last minute like this time, because the variables are too big. However, the consumption of car maintenance cards in this natural disaster is much more than she expected before. I don't know if the remaining car maintenance cards are enough for the next world. Of course, it is unnecessary to worry about this now. She can only take care of the present. Li Sijing's car has been upgraded twice and equipped with various accessories. It's already in such a bad state. I don't know how other people in the area are doing. Oh my god. This hail is so scary. Finally stopped. My fucking roof has been smashed into a sieve. Me too. I don't want to use the car repair card. And a lot of supplies in the car have been damaged. Well, it's good that people are fine. Like me. My head was hit by hail. Fortunately, the hail is not big. Otherwise it will be broken. My head was smashed. And I bled a lot. I feel dizzy and feel like I have a concussion. Woo woo woo. I just used 2 car repair cards. This hail is really unbearable. You must use the car repair card if you have it. Don't think about the people upstairs. If you get injured, you're really done. This hail is different from the sky fire in the last world. There is no place to hide. There are seriously insufficient car repair cards. What should I do? Compared to the previous world, the natural disasters in this world are twice as difficult. Do we still want to survive? Sure enough. For ordinary people like us, every day in this world is the end of the world. It's really tiring to live. There was a small hole in the roof of the car. I didn't want to use the car repair card. But the cold wind came in, and it was really cold. I'm freezing to death. The temperature is minus 50 degrees. Even if I turn on the ordinary air conditioner, it can only maintain minus 30 degrees. It still feels cold. I regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have saved more materials and replaced it with a high-end air conditioner. I wouldn't be suffering so much now. Don't say it. I didn't fall asleep all night yesterday. Now I really can't hold on any longer. I want to sleep, but my whole body is cold. I kept the air conditioner on. Although I barely survived. There was not much gasoline left. It feels like drinking a cup of boiled water. But my gas? The oil has to be saved for the air conditioner. And I dare not waste it at all. I only have 6 units of gasoline left. And I don't know if I can survive until the disaster is over? Which kind-hearted person is willing to give up some gasoline? I will buy it at a high price. Auto repair card. Buy auto repair card. I am willing to exchange it with gasoline. The person above. Do you accept other items for trading? I can use fish or cotton jackets. I want gasoline. But I don't have many auto repair cards left. And I don't even have enough for myself. 11 o'clock is coming soon. And the next wave of hail is coming soon. Oh my God. I don't know how many waves of hail I can survive. I have thought of my last words. But unfortunately, no one can help me convey them. Oh. Think about the people who died in the first world. I have made a profit to be able to live until now. It's just death. Nothing to be afraid of. Woo woo woo. But I don't want to die yet. Chapter 219 Hailstorms come one after another. In the area, the messages sent by everyone are full of despair. Obviously, in such a difficult situation, many people can no longer see the hope of survival. Thinking about the natural disasters in the last world. Li Sijing at this time, although a little nervous, was still leisurely, and had time to sell ice cubes to earn some basic materials. Looking at her now, in the gap between the 2 hailstorms, although she also has free time, her mood is not so relaxed. Not to mention making extra money. She doesn't have any items to sell now. In the entire area, there are 3 most urgent items to buy. Car repair cards, gasoline, and warm materials. Each of them has risen to a sky-high price. But there is no market for them. And Li Sijing has no surplus of these 3 materials. She herself is tight on car repair cards and gasoline. Not to mention exchanging them for materials. As for warm materials, although she has a full set in her hands, she has no intention of selling them. Today, the temperature is minus 50 degrees. Even with a high-end air conditioner on, the temperature in the car can only be maintained at 0 degrees. In such a temperature, she still needs to wear something warmer. And even the portable oven is always placed at her feet. First, she can warm herself by the fire. And second, it is just right to bake the rice that was just threshed yesterday. While Li Sijing was thinking about these things, time had passed little by little. Before the next hailstorm came, she had made all preparations. When the time came to 11 o'clock, when the car drove 95 kilometers, with a bang, the second hailstorm arrived as expected. The familiar sound of bang 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 continued in my ears, and transparent hailstones rolled down on the brand new windshield again. The originally silent road was once again filled with the sound of rain. Li Sijing looked ahead with full concentration, and she found that the hailstones grew faster this time. However, in just 10 minutes, the hailstones became as big as fists again, and the power of falling was even greater. With a bang, a hailstone hit the corner of the windshield with a little crisp sound and a loud noise. Looking over in the direction of the sound, Li Sijing's eyes were full of helplessness. It was still the same place. The upper left corner of the windshield. Where it was hit, cracks appeared and extended downwards. It looked like the bulletproof glass alone was not enough for defense. It would be great if the car glass could be upgraded again. Seeing the cracks in the glass gradually expand with the falling hailstones, Li Sijing remained calm. Until the cracks on the windshield had become like spider webs. And they were the same as before. She looked at the car maintenance card in her hand and clicked to use it. The car was brand new. And the windshield became hard and intact again. While Li Sijing was checking the time, it was 11:21. This time, the windshield only lasted for 21 minutes. And it was already shaky. So next time, will it last even shorter? Before Li Sijing's worries were gone, new worries appeared. I saw that the windshield that had just been renewed. A hailstone fell at a strange angle. And suddenly a bang sounded. And cracks appeared again. This time, the crack extended downward from the upper right corner. In short, this windshield had a problem again. It had only been 6 minutes since she used the car repair card. And there were only 3 minutes left before the second wave of hail ended. Fortunately, under Li Sijing's gaze, this cracked windshield finally survived until the second wave of hail ended. Although the 2 long cracks on the windshield blocked her vision. She was not driving now. And she did not need to look at the road in the starry sky. Therefore, Li Sijing did not use the car repair card immediately. She was ready to wait for the next wave of hail, and use this windshield to the extreme. After all, there were many places where the car repair card was needed. And it had to be saved. After the second wave of hail ended, there was another half an hour of free time. Li Sijing did not do anything else. And did not even watch the regional channel. She just twisted the 3-order Rubik's Cube to kill time. From time to time, she also turned the rice baked on the portable oven. So far, she has baked half of the Tianjin rice. And the remaining half can be done before reaching the finish line. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye while waiting leisurely. At 12 o'clock, the third wave of hail came again. Looking at the small hail falling on the cracked windshield, Li Sijing held the car repair card in one hand and concentrated very much. As more and more hail hit the windshield, more and more cracks appeared on the glass. However, before the windshield completely collapsed, the glass on the car door had problems first. I saw hail from nowhere, which hit the right window glass, and directly cracked the window glass into a spider web, without giving Li Sijing time to react. Another hailstone hit the right window glass, and with a crash, the window glass shattered. A gust of cold wind suddenly poured in from the broken window, blowing Li Sijing's face painfully. Clicking to use in a panic, the off-road vehicle reset again as expected, and the cold wind in the car also dissipated. The broken window glass really caught Li Sijing off guard, and she never expected it. After carefully observing the outside of the car, Li Sijing found the clue. It turned out to be windy. The original cold wave brought a little breeze, but now it has directly turned into a strong wind outside, which can be seen from the flying hailstones. Hailstones the size of pigeon eggs were blown all over the sky by the wind. And hailstones the size of eggs were also changed by the wind. The hailstones the size of a fist were not affected by the strong wind because they were too heavy. And they still fell straight down. Now, not only do you have to be careful of the hail falling from the sky, but you also have to keep an eye on the small hailstones swept by the wind. This is too difficult. Fortunately, Li Sijing's bad luck is probably over. Until the third wave of hail passed, the glass of the off-road vehicle was still intact. So, when the time came to 12:30, she had consumed a total of 3 car repair cards after 3 waves of hail. In these 3.5 hours, she drove a total of more than 160 kilometers. And there were less than 100 kilometers left to the finish line. If you count it, she should be able to reach the finish line before 3 o'clock. And she still needs to experience 2 hailstorms in the middle. Of course, before that, she must have lunch first. After all, it was past 12 o'clock, and she was really hungry. Chapter 220 Arrival. After the third wave of hail ended, it was already 12:30. And Li Sijing began to prepare lunch. Because hail would fall again in half an hour, she chose the simplest and most convenient food for lunch. Steamed buns, dumplings, chive boxes, and glutinous rice balls. These 4 are all the fast food she has. In Li Sijing's opinion, steamed buns should be used as breakfast. Eating them at noon or in the evening feels weird and not full. Dumplings are good, but they take more than 10 minutes to cook. and they are not very delicious without dipping sauce. It is a bit troublesome to prepare dipping sauce. Glutinous rice balls are good, but there is no vegetable or oil, so they are not very hungry after eating, and they are suitable for eating in the morning or at night. So in the end, Li Sijing still chose chive boxes as today's lunch. By the way, she hasn't eaten chive boxes for a long time. Take out 4 chive boxes from the freezer. Brush oil in the multifunction pot, and then put them in and fry them slowly over low heat. While frying the chive dumplings, she used milk powder to make herself a cup of warm milk. Since she came to this extremely cold world, she seemed to drink milk powder most of the time. After all, it was more comfortable to drink something hot in such a cold day. She had already drunk half of the bucket of milk powder. When the next world is not so cold, she can change to other flavors. In order to prepare for the hail later, Li Sijing finished 4 chive dumplings in half an hour. As for the taste of chive dumplings? Don't ask. It's like Xu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Glancing at the time, seeing that there were only 2 minutes left, Li Sijing quickly drank the milk in the cup and washed the pot and cup. At 1 o'clock, the 4th hailstorm came again. Compared with the first hailstorm, this hailstorm was much larger and denser, and even the wind was much stronger. It seems that the power of these hailstorms is really stronger and stronger, and the consumption required is also more and more. In order to survive the 4th hailstorm, Li Sijing used 2 car repair cards in total. The first time was because the windshield was overwhelmed and about to break, and the second time was because a hailstone bigger than a fist directly smashed the car window glass. But fortunately, this wave of hailstorms finally passed, and she successfully passed another level. Next, it was originally time for lunch break, but today's situation was a bit troublesome, and the interval was too short, so Li Sijing didn't make the bed in the end. Anyway, the air conditioner was on in the car, and she was wearing warm clothes, so she simply adjusted the backrest of the driver's seat and leaned against it to close her eyes and rest, because there was only half an hour in between. Li Sijing directly set the time with the timer, and didn't let Xingyao be a human alarm clock again. Half an hour later, the alarm rang on time. Li Sijing sat up, and the hail had already started to fall. The 5th wave of hail arrived, and the time was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Sijing had already walked more than 220 kilometers. A few kilometers less than she expected. After all, the hail behind was getting bigger and bigger, which did affect the speed. But fortunately, it was not very serious. The remaining 20 kilometers, 1 hour, should be completed. In other words, this was the last hail she needed to experience. However, this hailstorm was not so easy to deal with. In less than 20 minutes, she had already used 2 car repair cards. In short, the hail was blown up by the strong wind and hit her bulletproof glass at various weird angles, which was really hard to defend. Look! In just 5 or 6 minutes, the windshield in front of her turned into a spider web again. Helplessly, Li Sijing could only use a car repair card again. Seeing that there were only 2 minutes left, Li Sijing kept praying in her heart that the hail would not do anything weird at this last moment. Unfortunately, Li Sijing's prayer did not work this time. After all, her luck was as bad as ever. At 2:29, there was only 1 minute left before the hailstorm ended. Her off-road vehicle had traveled 244 kilometers. With her current eyesight, she could see the end. With a bang, a small hailstone not much bigger than a thumb hit the lower right corner of the windshield at a strange angle. At the moment when this small hailstone hit, the whole world suddenly became silent. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't because of any special effects, but because this wave of hail had come and was over. The last wave of hailstone she had to go through. The last small hailstone that fell at the end of this hailstorm cracked her windshield at the last moment. At the moment when the whole world was quiet, Li Sijing could even hear the subtle and crisp sound of the glass cracking. The entire windshield, spreading from the lower right corner to the top, had 2 cracks, which was already very good compared to the spider web-like state before. But, Li Sijing looked up and looked forward through the cracks. The end point that was getting closer and closer to her, and couldn't help but choke in silence. Although this crack is not serious and does not affect the sight, it is very annoying when it appears. Does she have to bear these 2 cracks until the next world? When the car is upgraded again in the next world? Impossible. No matter from which aspect, Li Sijing will not do this. Although it is a bit wasteful. She is full of heartache, but still took out a car maintenance card again and clicked to use it. The car has become like a new one again. But Li Sijing couldn't help sighing. Her luck has really declined to a certain extent. She actually won the prize at the last moment. It's really enough. The last natural disaster. The whole journey was 300 kilometers. And 3 car maintenance cards were consumed. This time, the natural disaster covered a total of 250 kilometers. And a total of 9 car repair cards were consumed. It was obvious that only 8 or even less cards were needed to solve the problem. Although she was depressed, Li Sijing did not stay depressed for a long time, because the finish line was approaching. Seeing the finish line getting closer and closer, she finally put aside her bad emotions, sorted out her mood, and came to meet her spoils. Chapter 221 Acid-Proof Spray Layer. Before the 5th wave of hail had finished falling, Li Sijing, who had perfect eagle eyes, had already seen the finish line a few kilometers away. After that, as the off-road vehicle continued to move forward, the distance between her and the finish line became shorter and shorter. Finally, when the time came to 2:47, she finally reached the finish line. On a huge flat parking lot covered with snow, there was still the familiar 2-story building. Congratulations! You are the first player to reach the end of the natural disaster. You can go to the end store to receive your natural disaster treasure chest. Hearing the word first, Li Sijing's unhappy mood, which was originally due to the consumption of a lot of car maintenance cards, instantly rose. This time she was not prepared to compete for the first place. But she didn't expect that she would get the first place. Although for her, the prizes were the same. But the title of the first place still made her very happy. But think about it, and you can understand that she arrived at the finish line before 3 o'clock. And the whole journey took only 6 hours. It was an hour earlier than the Skyfire in the previous world. Others didn't have this speed. In the previous world, Louis Zhou was the first to arrive, because he didn't care about the car repair card, and used up the materials to increase the speed. In this world, even if you don't care about the car repair card, you still can't increase the speed. I just don't know how long it will take for the second place to reach the finish line this time. And who will it be? Li Sijing directed Shinkong to drive the off-road vehicle into the 2-story building and park it near the stairs on the 2nd floor. After putting on all her clothes in the car, putting on a heat pack, and wearing a lei feng hat and scarf, she opened the door and got out of the car. It was minus 50 degrees. But Li Sijing didn't wait for the expected severe cold after getting off the car. Instead, she felt that the temperature was still within the acceptable range. This is... Oh! She remembered that the extreme temperature in the terminal building would change. And it was the same in the last world. In the extremely hot world, the temperature seemed to drop by about 30 degrees. So this time the temperature rose by 30 degrees? The temperature of minus 50 degrees, after rising by 30 degrees, is minus 20 degrees. Plus the heat pack she put on. It is minus 10 degrees. Although the temperature is still a little cold, she has enough clothes on her body. So it's no wonder she's not cold. After loosening the scarf that was a little breathless, Li Sijing went up the stairs and slowly came to the 2nd floor. The first thing that caught my eye was still the familiar slogan. The 2nd floor is the terminal supermarket. No violence is allowed. Violators will be killed. Having had this experience before, this terminal supermarket is exactly the same as the last world. So there is nothing unusual. Li Sijing passed by the densely packed vending machines next to her, and went directly to the display cabinet in the center. This time, the display cabinet was filled with 10 golden treasure chests. The first player has arrived. Please pick up one of the treasure chests. You cannot change it after you select it. Every choice that relies on luck, with Li Sijing's attributes, can only be a bad choice. Not wanting to be entangled like in the last world, she didn't even hesitate and directly chose a golden treasure chest that was closest to her. While opening it, Li Sijing was still curious, wondering what kind of supplies would be in the treasure chest this time. Acid-Proof Spray Layer *0.1. Acid-Proof Spray Layer? What is this? Before Li Sijing could check it carefully, Xingyao's prompt had already sounded. Ding! The host's luck value has fallen through the sky, and it is forced to bottom out and rebound. Please reopen the natural disaster treasure chest. Acid-Proof Spray Layer *50. This acid-proof spray layer should be a material that helps the next natural disaster like cotton. Right? It's just that this amount is much less than cotton. And Li Sijing couldn't help but check the specific information. Acid-Proof Spray Layer. Each unit can spray an area of 1 square meter. Items sprayed with acid-proof materials can resist the erosion of acid rain. The durability of the acid-proof spray layer is 100. Acid rain with an acidity of 10 will consume 1 durability per hour. Acid rain with an acidity of 20 will consume 2 durability per hour. And so on. Sure enough, this acid-proof spray layer is used to resist the erosion of acid rain. 1 unit can spray 1 square meter. And she now has 50.1 units in her hand, which means that she can spray 50.1 square meters. If this spray layer is permanent, then 50.1 square meters is more than enough to spray on her off-road vehicle, even after the car is upgraded. Unfortunately, this acid-proof spray layer actually has durability. According to the introduction, the spray layer can last for 100 hours for acid rain with an acidity of 10, and only 50 hours for acid rain with an acidity of 20. Although she doesn't know the concentration of acid rain in the acid rain world yet, the nature of the survival game will never let them have an easy time. In other words, this acid-proof spray layer is definitely not enough. No one would be so stupid to buy it from others. As for whether there are other ways to obtain it, she remembered that it should be sold in the vending machine, and the basic materials should be used as currency. Should I exchange it? Or rely on the car itself? Others who are not in the top 10 and have not obtained the spray layer should all endure it this way. I just don't know how long the car can last under acid rain, and how many car maintenance cards need to be consumed every day. The more Li Sijing thought about it, the more distressed she became. This newly obtained acid-proof spray layer was like a source of trouble. Shaking her head, Li Sijing forced herself not to think too much about things that had not yet come. She still had a lot of things to do, and couldn't waste too much time here. Put the acid-proof spray layer into the mess in space. As for the useless natural disaster treasure box, it was naturally decomposed. At least 10 units of metal were obtained. After that, Li Sijing came to a relatively close vending machine and clicked to view. The things in this world are not much different from the previous world. They are still divided into 3 categories: food, daily necessities, and natural disasters. Clicking on the natural disaster category, there is indeed an acid-proof spray layer. But the price is 1 unit of acid-proof spray layer requires 100 basic materials. This is too expensive. Compared with the previous cotton, it has increased by 10 times. Even if she has the most metal materials now, it is only enough to exchange for more than 60 units. Not to mention that she needs to reserve materials for making mess in space. The other basic materials in her hand, minus the 1,000 units to be reserved, there are not many left. And the prices are different, so it is not cost-effective to exchange them. As for metal materials, there are nearly 7,000 units, minus 1,000 units. Some need to be reserved as a backup. Therefore, the maximum she can take out is only 5,000 units of metal, which is only enough to exchange for 50 units of acid-proof spray layer. But, should she exchange it? Based on the usual situation of survival games, she still feels that there is a pit. If most of the family assets were used to exchange for this acid-proof spray layer, it would be too risky. The most important thing is that after spending such a large amount of money, it is still unknown whether the acid-proof spray layer exchanged is enough. Chapter 222: Exchange of Supplies. Li Sijing's off-road vehicle is 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Roughly speaking, the roof area is 10 square meters, the left area is 10 square meters, and the right area is 10 square meters. The front area is 4 square meters, the rear area is 4 square meters, and the bottom area is 10 square meters. Adding all these together, the total area of the off-road vehicle exposed to the outside is 48 square meters. Of course, this data is only a rough data, and the edges and corners are not carefully calculated, but it is roughly this number. And it should be noted that among these areas, the bottom of the vehicle is blocked by the body, and the probability of contact with acid rain is very small, almost negligible. Calculated in this way, the entire off-road vehicle requires about 38 units of acid spray layer. Of course, in addition to the off-road vehicle, she also needs a set of tools that allow her to walk freely outside without being corroded by acid rain. After all, she can't stay on the off-road vehicle for a whole week, even if she ignored her physical fatigue and stayed in the car. What about her daily physiological needs? So she also needed shoes, raincoats, and even umbrellas that were sprayed with acid-proof spray. And these items did not require many layers of acid-proof spray. After spraying the off-road vehicle, the remaining layers in her hand should be enough. After some calculations in her mind, Li Sijing finally made a decision. She still didn't use the basic materials and replaced them with acid-proof spray layers. As for the fact that one spray of acid-proof spray layer could not last for more than 7 days, Li Sijing also thought about this possibility. But she still decided not to change. After all, according to her calculations just now, if she changed too little, it would not be enough for the second spray. And if she changed too much, the basic materials would be used up. And she felt insecure. In this unpredictable world of survival, only enough supplies can give her enough sense of security. And she believes that the material of the acid-proof spray layer should be the same as cotton. Although it is the only one, there will be substitutes. Otherwise, those who did not get a place, don't they have to live? After thinking about this clearly, Li Sijing directly closed the natural disaster classification and then opened the food classification. She has no shortage of ordinary food. What she wants is mainly some uncommon seasonings. She is still very willing to make herself more comfortable within her ability. Finally, she spent 100 units of metal to exchange for a seasoning gift pack, which contains a total of 50 kinds of seasonings, 100 G each. In total, 2 units of metal for each seasoning is still quite cost-effective. For example, the seasonings that are often used in the kitchen, such as light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, braised soy sauce, chicken essence, fish sauce, aged vinegar, 13 spices, cooking wine. In short, the types of seasonings in it are very rich. Even if a certain seasoning is not available, you can definitely find a substitute in it. In addition to seasonings, Li Sijing actually also saw a few snacks that she liked very much, such as milk tea and fried chicken. It's a pity that the prices are a little expensive. She just spent a huge sum of money and was really reluctant to spend it. The key is that these snacks she saw can actually be reproduced by herself. But it's just a little troublesome. So, in the end, she didn't waste the basic materials, but decided to make them herself when she had time. Li Sijing reluctantly closed the food category and finally came to the daily necessities category. Her requirements for daily necessities were not high, and she didn't lack anything. She just wanted to see if she could find some items that would help with the acid rain disaster. After searching for a while, she finally exchanged 2 items. A swimming goggles, which cost 10 units of metal. Don't get me wrong, she was not going to swim, but to protect her eyes. After all, the eyes are a relatively fragile but important organ of the human body, and they must be well protected. Otherwise, if you are not careful, a drop of acid rain splashes into your eyes and causes blindness. That would be terrible. With these swimming goggles, spray a layer of acid-proof spray on them to protect your eyes. It's still very useful. Another one is a pair of rubber gloves, which are yellow, elbow length, and waterproof gloves used for washing dishes, which also cost 10 units of metal. This is exchanged to protect her hands. After all, it is inevitable that she will encounter acid rain in the next week. In this way, she had rain boots on her feet, gloves on her hands, a raincoat on her body, glasses on her eyes, and a hat and umbrella on her head. After that, Li Sijing looked around for a while, but didn't find the item she needed. So she went downstairs. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After going downstairs, Li Sijing looked around. There was still only her car on the empty first floor. Li Sijing returned to the car, took off her down jacket, and only wore a wool sweater, and still felt a little hot. The temperature outside the car was minus 30 degrees, and the temperature inside the car with air conditioning turned to 20 degrees. So she asked Shinkong to lower the temperature by 10 degrees and put away the portable oven. As for the rice, it had already been dried. Pulling her collar because of the heat, Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat and waited for the temperature in the car to drop. It was still early, and the second person to reach the end would probably take some time. And she was also ready to do some of her own things. As for the matter between her and Fong Tiancheng, she had already thought about the various situations that would happen. If Fong Tiancheng could get here before 5 o'clock, there should not be many people at the end. Fong Tiancheng was alone, so she would not be afraid. If Fong Tiancheng was teleported here with others after 5 o'clock, there should be no vacant seats in the lobby on the first floor. Then he and others would be teleported to the open space outside, and the densely packed cars would make it impossible for him to drive a car. When everyone gathered together, most people would not let the fight between them happen in a densely populated area. After all, it was easy to cause accidental injuries. In this way, if they wanted a result between them, They could only go to the open space outside the building. And now, the strong wind outside was blowing northward. This is a very favorable situation for Li Sijing. No matter how many people the other side has, she will not be afraid. Chapter 223. Take a shower. The temperature in the car has dropped to 10 degrees. It is very comfortable to stay in the car wearing a woolen sweater. Li Sijing opened the trading area while eating snacks and started her favorite part, the bargain hunting action. Now no one knows what the next natural disaster will be. And in order to survive the last 2 hours, she is desperately taking out her own family assets to exchange for other supplies. Although her current behavior is a bit of taking advantage of others, it can be regarded as solving other people's urgent needs. Right? Unfortunately, after checking, there are not many items useful for acid rain. And she only exchanged 2 items in the end. One is a medical mask, a box of 10 N95 masks, which cost her a pound of fish meat. The other is a gas mask, which is like a pig's mouth with straps, and cost her a pound of braised wild boar meat. The functions of these 2 items overlap, but the price is not expensive. Just in case, Li Sijing still exchanged them all. In fact, the most in-demand item in the trading area is the car repair card. Unfortunately, Li Sijing walked around but didn't find an item worth exchanging for her car repair card. The item she liked had been traded. Li Sijing looked outside through the car window, and it was still quiet. It was still early, and Li Sijing didn't want to just sit there. She was going to find something to do. As for what? She had already thought about it. Such as taking a bath. Since she came to this world, she only took a bath on the first day. And then it got colder day by day. So she didn't have the chance. Although it was cold, it was still very uncomfortable not to take a bath for almost a week. The current world has abundant water resources, and the next world is an acid rain disaster. So rainwater must not be used. So, she has to take a good bath now. Otherwise she will have no chance to go to the next world. I don't know if she can drive the car to the road after reaching the end point. Li Sijing decided to give it a try. She drove the car out of the end point building and came to the intersection of the road and the end point. At the end point where Li Sijing's off-road vehicle was waiting, gusts of cold wind whistled, but no snowflakes were rolled up. On the road opposite her, this sized hail continued to fall, which looked very scary. The road and the end point are obviously adjacent, but there is an invisible barrier in the middle, making the 2 sides completely different. One side is unusually calm, while the other side is hail and wind, adjacent but not intersecting, which looks very strange. Such a rare scene made Li Sijing stunned for several seconds before she came to her senses. It was a surprise that hail was falling on the road now. Li Sijing would not be so stupid as to go out in the hail. She couldn't help but check the time. It was 3:24. And there were still 6 minutes until the hail ended. Li Sijing could still wait for only 6 minutes. During these 6 minutes, she also enjoyed the magical scene in front of her. At 3:30, the hail in the sky disappeared instantly, which looked very unreal. Jumping out of this road and looking at the disaster in front of her from the perspective of a bystander also gave Li Sijing a very strange feeling. At this moment, Li Sijing suddenly felt that this world really seemed like a game world. And even she, shaking her head to get rid of the weird thoughts in her head, Li Sijing drove the SUV forward, crossed the boundary, and came to the road. After waiting quietly for 3 seconds, no prompt appeared. Li Sijing knew that this behavior was allowed. So she drove the SUV and stopped on the side of the road. After putting on all the clothes in the car, Li Sijing got out of the car with 2 buckets of water with little water left. The ice on both sides of the road had melted long ago, and she easily carried 2 full buckets of water back to the terminal building, using a kettle to boil water continuously. 2 kettles of hot water filled the kettle, and as for the 3rd kettle of hot water, it was directly poured into the remaining half bucket of water. Let the water continue to boil, and Li Sijing began to prepare some things for bathing. This bath she planned to take in the car. After all, it was not only cold outside the car, but also exposed. After putting away the folding table, Li Sijing spread the oilcloth used for threshing rice in the empty space in the car. Then she put the water bucket with the adjusted water temperature on the oilcloth to prevent water from splashing into the car when she took a shower. Taking out the shower gel, Li Sijing took a good shower in the car. The temperature in the car was 10 degrees, which was quite comfortable. The only bad thing was that it was too stuffy. In order to prevent the water from splashing, She had to be as gentle as possible when taking a shower, which took a lot of time. When Li Sijing finished taking a shower, more than half an hour had passed. After taking a shower and changing into clean underwear, Li Sijing also rubbed the basalt scale clothes in hot water, wiped them dry with a bath towel, and then put them on. Cleaning herself and clean clothes made Li Sijing feel comfortable all over. But what should she do with the remaining clothes? Wash the warm clothes and sweaters. What should she wear later? She still has to go out. Just wear them without washing. It feels like this bath was in vain, which is really disgusting. By the way, she remembered that she had opened a set of long-sleeve pajamas before. Otherwise, put on that set of pajamas, and then wear these dirty clothes. And when it gets dark, just wash the pajamas together. This compromise made Li Sijing very satisfied, and she hurried to the shelf at the back to find the long-sleeve pajamas. Put the long-sleeve pajamas on the basalt scale clothes, and then put on warm clothes, wool sweaters and other clothes. There is really little room to play in the car. Since the bath has been taken, Li Sijing decided to wash her hair outside the car. Washing your hair in a down jacket is not very convenient, and it is very cold outside the car after taking off the down jacket. There was no other way. Li Sijing could only take off her down jacket, put on a wool sweater, and put on a hot pack, ready to make a quick decision outside the car. The hot water had been boiled long ago, and Li Sijing washed her hair very quickly. When she looked up, it was only 4:10. She wrapped her wet hair with a dry hair cap, put on her down jacket quickly, and went back to the car to warm up. After her body warmed up and her hair was dried with the hair dryer she had used before, Li Sijing got out of the car again to clean up the mess. The dirty clothes were piled together, and after taking off the clothes on her body, they were washed together. The 2 buckets of water she had brought before were almost used up for bathing and washing her hair. So Li Sijing drove to the side of the road again. At this time, the time was 4:28, and there were still 2 minutes before the last hailstorm ended. The off-road vehicle stopped in front of the boundary line, and Li Sijing was still waiting quietly, waiting for the last 2 minutes to pass. When Li Sijing was aimlessly looking through the windshield at the hail ahead, she suddenly saw a dark shadow in the distance. Under the hail, Li Sijing could still clearly see that it was a 4-seater car that was smashed beyond recognition. So at 4:30, when there was still half an hour left before the end of the natural disaster, the second place finally appeared. Chapter 224 arriving one after another. Through the hail in the sky, Li Sijing could clearly see that a 4-seater off-road vehicle was slowly approaching the finish line. She could also clearly see the damage caused by the dense hail hitting the car. As the car got closer and closer to the finish line, the car driving in the hail became more and more dilapidated. Looking at the shaky car on the road, I don't know whether this wave of hail will end first, or the car will reach the finish line first, or the car will not be able to hold on first. Seeing that the car was less than 1,000 meters away from the finish line, the time came to 4:29. A piece of hail the size of an egg fell from the sky on the glass that had already become spider web-like. The distance was a bit far, and there were sounds of hail falling all around. So Li Sijing did not hear the sound of glass breaking, but she clearly saw the glass finally unable to bear the weight, and the glass shards flying everywhere. Even through the broken glass, she could clearly see the person sitting in the driver's seat. The owner of the car was seen holding the steering wheel with one hand and operating with a car repair card in the other. Then, the whole car was wrapped in a white mist. But in the blink of an eye, the broken car was completely renewed. There was less than a minute left, and the other party's newly repaired car should not be hit again. Right? Li Sijing couldn't help but think of the car repair card she used last, and then thought of the owner of this car. And suddenly, she felt a little uncertain. Under Li Sijing's gaze, the car coming from a distance finally passed by her SUV and drove off the road. At this moment, the hail that was pouring down on the road also stopped instantly. Li Sijing wrapped her clothes tightly, opened the door, and got out of the car, looking at the 4-seater car that stopped after passing her car. A person also walked down from the 4-seater car, and it was Louis Zhou, who had not been seen for a week. Li Sijing took 2 steps forward and touched the roof of the other person's car that was hit by the hail. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Your luck." The words that were not finished, in fact, meant that this luck was much better than hers. After all, the hail hit the roof of the car next to the right door, and a dent the size of a pigeon egg did not affect daily driving. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice it at all. This is much better than the 2 cracks on her glass. And you can save a car repair card. However, Louis Zhou probably misunderstood her meaning and replied, I have always had bad luck. I'm used to it. After hearing this, Li Xijing's smile paused for a moment. And she felt a little hurt. My friend. Compared to ordinary people, Louis Zhou's luck may be a little worse. But compared to her, it is more than enough. And how to explain this? It seems that no matter how to explain it, it is not right. Forget it. Li Xijing stabbed herself again and smiled. It's okay. At least it didn't hit the glass. Louis Zhou nodded, did not continue this topic, but looked at the off-road vehicle behind her and asked, What are you doing? Oh, I'm going to the roadside to fetch some water. The next world is an acid rain world. I guess the water resources should not be usable. Li Xijing replied. Acid rain? Louis Zhou thought for a while, and finally nodded. Okay. Then you go. I'll go to the terminal store and talk later. Nodding, Li Xijing rubbed her hands and returned to the car. It was really cold outside. She was cold all over after just 1 or 2 minutes. After driving the off-road vehicle to the side of the road, Li Xijing waited until her body was a little warm before getting out of the car with a bucket of water. There was less than half an hour left before the end of the natural disaster, and all the surviving vehicles would be teleported over. So, this should be her last time to come and fetch water. After that, there would be a lot of vehicles, and she probably wouldn't have a chance. Thinking of this, Li Xijing made 2 more buckets and returned to the car with 4 full buckets of water. The 4 buckets of water were stuffed under the folding table to avoid taking up the originally limited space. With so much water, she should still have a lot of water left after washing the clothes. Driving back to the terminal building, Li Xijing drove the car directly to the place where Wu Igua circled in the last world and stopped. This was what they agreed on before getting in the car in the last world. In this world, those who are willing to donate materials can park their cars here directly and avoid the trouble of moving the car. The layout is the same as in the previous world. Li Xijing parked her car at the place where she stayed in the previous world. As for Louis Zhou's 4-seater car, it was still near the stairs on the 2nd floor. It is estimated that he has not come down from the 2nd floor yet. Just as Li Xijing opened a bag of snacks and ate to kill time, there was movement outside again. She couldn't help but look at the entrance. In less than half a minute, a very damaged 4-seater car drove in. Through the cracked windshield, Li Xijing could clearly see that the person sitting in the driver's seat was Tao Jinyao. Tao Jinyao drove the car directly to Louis Zhou's car and stopped. After getting off the car, she did not look around, but went up to the 2nd floor without stopping. Can't wait to get the natural disaster treasure chest? Li Xijing could understand, so she did not get off the car to disturb her. However, a minute later, Li Xijing realized that there was a reason why Tao Jinyao ran so fast. Because there was a large team behind her, chasing her. Soon after Tao Jinyao went up to the 2nd floor, there was a bigger noise outside. Then, Li Xijing saw that several broken cars with different characteristics entered the building, chasing each other. Several cars drove quickly to the stairs, and then rushed to get off, pushing and squeezing to the 2nd floor. By the way, don't be so anxious. Doesn't everyone who reaches the finish line in the first 10 get the natural disaster treasure chest? What's there to fight for? Li Xijing shook his head in confusion and looked at the vehicles at the stairs. In addition to Louis Zhou and Tao Jinyao, 6 more cars came, and there were 8 cars parked there in total, including herself. That is to say, 9 of the top 10 places have been occupied. I don't know who will be the 10th place. Just as Li Xijing was thinking, there was movement outside again. A 4-seater car slowly drove in from the entrance. Chapter 225 Chat. Unlike the previous cars, which were very eager, the car of the 10th winner looked very calm. Moreover, this 4-seater car looked like it had been severely damaged by hail, and was broken everywhere. But even such a car, which looked like it was about to fall apart at any moment, had no real broken parts. For example, the cracks on the windshield were even more broken than spider webs. But it was not really broken. With so many cracked glass, even if Li Xijing had perfect eagle eyes, he could not see clearly who was sitting inside. Seeing this unique car slowly driving to the stairs and stopping, a person came down from it. When he saw clearly who this person was, all the doubts in Li Xijing's heart were immediately answered. As the European emperor, it is not surprising that Zhou Qinghuan can get the 10th place. It is not surprising that he can drive such a car that is about to collapse and persist to the end. Sure enough, the gap between people is so big. Li Xijing retracted his sight with a shock. It was less than a minute after Zhou Qinghuan went up to the second floor, and cars behind him arrived at the end one after another. These cars that reach the end have different shapes, but the only thing they have in common is that they are very broken. The people who went up to the second floor have not come down yet. Li Xijing fiddled with the Rubik's Cube very boredly, and looked at the entrance from time to time. With only 15 minutes left before the end of the natural disaster, the entrance ushered in the peak period. There were batches of vehicles blocking the entrance, waiting to enter, and the stairs were full of vehicles. Fortunately, the area where Li Xijing was located was very remote, and no car had stopped by yet. Just as Li Xijing was working hard to restore the second side of the Rubik's Cube in her hand, 5 o'clock arrived. Dear players, the hailfall has ended. Players who have not reached the end, please return to the car as soon as possible. You will be teleported to the end in 5 minutes. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the extreme cold disaster. Next, you will have 7 hours of leisure time. At 12 o'clock in the evening, you will be teleported to the next disaster acid rain. Please prepare in advance. The disaster finally ended. Li Xijing put down the Rubik's Cube in her hand and stretched. As soon as she looked up, she saw a car driving in this direction and finally stopped next to her car. Li Xijing quickly lowered the car window and looked at the face that appeared from the car next to her. It was Lu Yizhou. You have changed your things. Li Xijing greeted. Lu Yizhou nodded, and then asked, well, have you changed the acid-proof spray layer? Li Xijing shook her head, and seeing Lu Yizhou's expression, she immediately understood that he had made the same choice as her. Just when she was about to ask something, several cars drove over, and they were all acquaintances, Tao Jiniao and Zhou Qinghuan. Their shabby cars were naturally brand new. After the car stopped, the two of them lowered the windows to greet each other. Although it was a bit cold, it was much better than standing outside the car. After greeting each other for a few words, they discussed the acid-proof spray layer and the exchange of items on the second floor. After 5 minutes, many shabby cars suddenly appeared in the originally empty building. The originally quiet environment suddenly became very noisy, like a busy vegetable market. Looking at the messy position of these cars, it is very difficult to drive anywhere now. By the way, I will return the beef you left with me. I can't put it in my car. Li Xijing looked at Lu Yizhou and said, your car has been upgraded, so it should be able to fit it. Right? Okay. Just give me 50 kilograms. Lu Yizhou did not hesitate and nodded directly. 50 kilograms? No. I remember it should be 55 kilograms. Right? Li Xijing asked with some doubts. Could it be that she remembered it wrong? But she remembered every transaction between her and Lu Yizhou very clearly. After various exchanges, the other party still had 55 kilograms of beef. For her, this is correct. The 5 kilograms of meat will be regarded as a reward. After all, it has been kept with you for a long time, Lu Yizhou said softly. After hearing this, Li Xijing immediately disagreed. No, the reward was agreed upon at the time and has been paid. Although she likes to eat beef, since they are good friends, she can't take advantage of the other party. The main reason is that I can't put it in my car, Lu Yizhou said briefly. This reason is not good at all. But if the other party says so, it seems too unkind to refuse. After thinking for a while, Li Xijing instantly came up with an idea. Then I will use a small freezer to exchange this 5 kilograms of beef with you. With the other party's skills, he must have stored a lot of meat. After leaving this world, he can also use another freezer. Lu Yizhou shook his head. No, there is no room for a second small freezer in my car. That's right. She forgot that other people didn't have car modification cards, so there was no way to remove the seats in the car. But it didn't matter. Li Xijing immediately thought of a solution. It's okay. Wait until this world ends. Your car will be upgraded again, and you can put it down. I'll send it to you then. As she said that, Li Xijing traded 50 kilograms of beef to Lu Yizhou neatly, freeing up some space in the freezer. This series of conversations between Li Xijing and Lu Yizhou made the two onlookers a little confused. Perhaps because they had been in contact for a long time. Zhou Qinghuan still didn't talk to Lu Yizhou, but she didn't reject him very much. Sister Jing, what are you talking about? Zhou Qinghuan asked curiously. Li Xijing was very patient and told the story roughly. After satisfying their curiosity, Tao Jiniao and Zhou Qinghuan let Li Xijing go. At this time, Lu Yizhou frowned and said, How are you going to deal with the matter between you and Fang Tianqing? Speaking of this topic, Zhou Qingwan suddenly became anxious. Yes. Otherwise you should not go out. If he dares to come here, we are not afraid of him with so many people. That's fine. After all, given the current situation, he can't do anything inside. Tao Jiniao saw it more deeply. Louis Zhou nodded in agreement. Fang Tianqing is a very smart person. Although he is arrogant, at least he targets individuals and never stands against the masses. Fighting in densely populated areas has a high chance of accidental injuries, and there will definitely be many people who oppose it. Naturally, he will not take action at that time. If you just avoid fighting like this, it will have a great impact on Sister Jing's reputation. At least, she won't get the first place on the popularity list. Tao Jiniao frowned and speculated, not only the first place, but she will even fall out of the top 5 on the popularity list. Calculated in this way, the price is really a bit high. The first place has 3 car parts drawings. It doesn't matter if you don't get a ranking. People are more important. Zhou Qingwan emphasized. If you think so, it's probably just what Fang Tianqing wants. A voice suddenly came from the side, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 226 Secret Weapon. Li Xijing and 4 other people were sitting in their cars, opening the windows to discuss about Fang Tianqing. A voice came from the side, and everyone looked over. It was Wu Aigua who answered the voice. I saw that the cars that were originally parked in a disorderly manner on the first floor of the building were being guided and tidied up little by little. Many people wearing thick clothes were guiding the cars and making way for aisles so that the cars could pass. And all this was obviously the work of Wu Aigua. Li Xijing just wanted to sigh that the action was really fast. It was less than 10 minutes after the natural disaster ended, and it was only 5 minutes for the others to be teleported here. These people were obviously not gathered when they arrived at the place, but they had contacted in advance. Wu Aigua, who did all this, came to the vicinity of Li Xijing and others through a road that had just been cleared. The car door was opened, and Wu Aigua, who was dressed like a black bear, got out of the car, came to Li Xijing's car, and repeated his views. I think Fang Tianqing's ultimate goal of proposing a fight to the death with you is to make you avoid fighting. Why do you say that? Li Xijing asked calmly. In fact, she had also guessed this. There are too many people in the building. It is not suitable for fighting, and the people around will not agree. They will only persuade you to go out. So, you only have 2 choices. Either avoid fighting or go out. As long as you think about it seriously, you can understand this. When Wu Aigua spoke, a lot of white mist came out of his mouth. He kept stamping his feet and rubbing his hands. It was obvious that he was freezing. Seeing this, Li Xijing wanted him to go back to the car. After all, the building was minus 30 degrees low, which was not a lie. Wu Aigua shook his head and refused, saying that he had a hot pack on his body. Helplessly, Li Xijing took out a portable oven from the mustard space under the cover of the car and handed it to him. Wu Aigua did not refuse this, and took it very readily in his hand. Louis Zhou just said that everyone present agreed with Wu Aigua's point of view. As for going out to fight, it's easy to show outside in the open space, and it's more convenient, group fight, Wu Aigua said meaningfully, thinking of the group of people who were entangled by Fang Tianqing in the area, who were entangled by selling misery and bribery. Everyone nodded again. If you knew that you would have to face a group fight of who knows how many people, would you still go out? Wu Aigua asked. Everyone looked at each other, and Zhou Qingwan answered without hesitation, if you can stay at home, you will naturally choose not to go out. Tao Ji now asked doubtfully, but if Fang Tianqing really gathered a group of people, he would not let Sister Jing stay here. Right? You forgot that we are here. If we go out, we may not be able to fight 4 hands with 2 fists. But we can still protect Sister Li from going out. Louis Zhou asked thoughtfully, you mean? Fang Tianqing has already guessed about these? Wu Aigua nodded. Sister Li and I are good friends. And many people know that although Fang Tianqing was not in this area in the last world, it is not difficult to find out, since he can guess that he may not be able to do anything to Sister Li in the end. Why does he still propose this battle? He just wants Sister Jing to avoid fighting? Zhou Qingwan was even more distressed. But why did he spend so much effort? For fame. Tao Ji now answered calmly. Wu Aigua nodded and said, yes, his current ranking on the popularity list is what he wants most. This, is it worth it? Zhou Qingwan still couldn't understand. Li Xijing continued, of course it's worth it. After all, If it weren't for this, under the suppression of Brother Wu and Lu Yizhou, he might not be able to get the first place in the popularity list. With Li Xijing avoiding fighting, Fang Tianqing's position at the top of the popularity list is almost as stable as Mount Tai. Lu Yizhou said, and this drama looks grand. But have you calculated what Fang Tianqing really paid? Wu Aigua asked meaningfully. What did he pay? Everyone couldn't help but think seriously. It seems that he has not made any actual efforts except posting messages to make people feel miserable and draw big promises in the area. Tao Ji now suddenly realized and spoke. Making people feel miserable can just help him restore his bad reputation. As for the big promises, they are all my materials. Speaking of this, Li Xijing couldn't help but laugh. In the end, the big promises didn't come true. And it was none of his business. Because it was Miss Li who didn't cooperate. Wu Aigua added at the end. This analysis made everyone understand immediately. Tao Ji now shook her head and sighed. This Fang Tianqing. His scheming is really not to be underestimated. Then what are you going to do? Sister Jing? Are you going to just let him scheme? Zhou Qinghuan asked unwillingly. If you want to break the situation, there is only one way. That is to go out and fight. Lu Yizhou said thoughtfully. I don't know how many people Fang Tianqing can gather in the end. If there are too many, we can only suffer this loss in silence. Tao Ji now frowned. Wu Aigua shook his head and said, in fact, there is room for change in the middle. Fang Tianqing bribes. So can we. Lu Yizhou continued. As they spoke, their eyes met, and they immediately understood that the other party had the same idea as themselves. It's just that time is tight. If you want to quickly gather a group of people, you can't draw big cakes like Fang Tianqing, but need to come up with some actual materials. Wu Aigua added. In this case, it feels like a loss. Zhou Qinghuan frowned. The materials that need to be taken out are estimated to exceed the price of 3 car parts drawings in the end. However, if Fang Tianqing can be eliminated in the end, it won't be a loss. Wu Aigua calculated. After saying so much, the person who can make the final decision is still Li Xijing. The person involved. Everyone can't help but look at him. However, Li Xijing shook his head. No. I have a secret weapon in my hand, which can win with fewer people. Not only do we not need to send supplies to ask for external aid, but you don't even need to show up, which can also reduce his vigilance. Really? What secret weapon? Zhou Qinghuan suddenly became excited and asked. Li Xijing smiled mysteriously and replied, it won't work if I tell you. You will know it naturally when the time comes. Are you really sure? Lu Yizhou asked seriously. Li Xijing also nodded very seriously. Wu Aigua nodded. In that case, then you can do what you want. Let's talk about everything. I have to deal with the inspection team, so I'll leave first. If you have anything, send me a message. By the way, prepare the sponsored materials. This Feng Shui treasure land you are in is not free. Seeing Wu Aigua turning around and leaving, Li Xijing hurriedly called him and said, wait, I really have something to do and need Brother Wu's help. What is it? Tell me. Wu Aigua stopped and asked. Please pay attention to Fang Tianqing's movements outside. There are too many people here, and it's not convenient for me to go out. Li Xijing said with a smile. Okay. I'll let someone notify you when there is news. Wu Aigua agreed very readily. There is another small matter. Li Xijing whispered. Chapter 227, Fighting. Shortly after Wu Aigua left, the area where Li Xijing and the others were located was enclosed by hemp ropes. Immediately afterwards, cars were led here one after another. They were obviously people who were willing to donate materials. Among them, there were many people who had dealt with each other in the last world. Now they gathered together again and could exchange a few words. However, everyone who greeted Li Xijing looked at her with gossipy and curious eyes. Li Xijing was annoyed by such eyes. She now hoped that Fang Tianqing would act quickly. I don't know if her expectation worked. Just at 5:30, someone came to her car with the news sent by Wu Aigua. Li Xijing dressed neatly, put a warm baby on herself, checked the things she needed to bring in the mustard space of the baby, and then got off the car. Li Xijing responded to Zhou Qinghuan and the others' instructions one by one, and rejected their intention to go together. Li Xijing's car was parked at the innermost part, and it was obviously impossible to drive the car out. So if she wanted to get out, she could only walk on her own. Fortunately, the situation should be the same for Fang Tianqing's people. The one who came to deliver the message to Li Xijing was a woman who was about the same height as her. As for her specific appearance, because of the extremely low temperature, she was wearing a hat and wrapped tightly, so it was not very clear. But from her voice, it can be heard that she is not very old, and should be about the same age as her. This girl, while leading the way in front, explained the information outside to Li Sijing in detail. Through the other party's explanation, Li Sijing also roughly understood Fang Tianqing's situation outside. Outside the terminal building, there is a large flat land for people who can't squeeze into the building to park. Every time there is a natural disaster with serious casualties, this open space is naturally not full. Fang Tianqing and his team parked in the vacant space, and the people gathered by Fang Tianqing. Before this girl came out, there were already no less than 20 people. It is said that Fang Tianqing had already sent out a challenge message in the area 10 minutes ago. However, Li Sijing has been chatting with others, and didn't pay much attention to the news in the area. When he finished talking about these news, Li Sijing had already walked out of the terminal building, and came to the open-air venue. The moment he came out, Li Sijing could clearly feel the difference between the two places. In addition to the difference in environment and temperature, there are also great changes in atmosphere and people's emotions. Although the people inside are noisy, they are still orderly, and have the most basic rules. Outside, less than a minute after coming out, Li Sijing saw two robberies. It was a blatant robbery, smashing the car window, holding a simple hunting rifle or crossbow, pointing it at the car owner, and threatening the other party to hand over the supplies. The threatened person looked very aggrieved, but he did not dare to act rashly because of the weapon in the other party's hand. The people around saw this situation, but they still watched indifferently, without any intention of intervening. Li Sijing even saw a person who resisted being shot in the heart by an arrow, and his trembling hands covered the wound. But it did not help. The murderer smiled happily, opened the car door, and took the supplies out of the car openly. To be honest, Li Sijing was really overwhelmed by the scene after scene. After the natural disaster in the last world, was it like this outside? Li Sijing asked in shock. Li Sijing had been mentally prepared for such a scene, but she was still shocked when it really happened in front of her. Such a mad perpetrator and such a ridiculous world. Probably only war-torn countries on Earth would happen. Right? It's worse than that. There is no one like Mr. Wu in the world outside the building. The girl who led the way seemed very calm. Is this a world without order? Li Sijing asked hesitantly. Then I opened the car door and let the other party take away the supplies, which saved my life. The girl who led the way finished speaking and added, so this time, I drove forward desperately, just hoping to enter the building when teleporting. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the edge of the car, and in front of them were Fang Tianqing and others. The girl who brought the way pointed to the front and said, they are there. Go there by yourself. I will go back first. Seeing that the other party turned around and was about to leave, Li Sijing quickly grabbed the other party and said, wait, this is for you. Thank you for bringing me here. She took out 2 warm baby stickers from the mustard seed space and handed them to the other party. No need. Mr. Wu has already paid me. The girl who led the way quickly refused. What he gave is what he gave. And you should take what I gave. Li Sijing stuffed the warm baby stickers into the other party's hand without saying anything. 2 warm baby stickers are only 20 points. Not much. But it is also a reward for the other party's patient explanation. Okay. There will be a conflict here soon. You should leave quickly. Li Sijing pushed the other party and asked her to go back quickly. Seeing the other party walking away, Li Sijing turned her eyes to Fang Tianqing and others in front of her. Li Sijing counted carefully. There were 32 people in total, holding various weapons in their hands. She saw 2 people holding pistols, and 3 people holding crossbows, and the rest were tang swords, mountain axes and so on. Each of them was tall and strong, and looked very difficult to mess with. If Li Sijing had not been prepared, this group of people would not be easy to deal with. And these people were surrounding Fang Tianqing, discussing the coward Li Sijing, and the chat was passionate and passionate. As for Li Sijing, who stood by for a long time, he didn't notice it at all. After all, everyone was dressed tightly. Li Sijing ignored those unbearable bad words, and took off the warm gloves on her hands. Her hands, which were already cold, were blown white by the cold wind. But she didn't pay any attention to it. She stretched out her left hand to feel something in the air. And then she put the gloves into the mustard space under the cover of her pocket. Chapter 228. Let go. Li Sijing saw Fang Tianqing and the others from a distance. But she didn't say anything. Instead, she went through the gap in the car and made a big circle to come behind them. Li Sijing clenched her left hand and put on the gloves, and walked forward slowly, gradually approaching them, until she came behind them. Less than 10 meters away, a man in a military coat finally found her and stopped her. "Hey, what are you doing? Leave quickly. This is not a place for you to stay." In the crowd, there were still a few people who looked back. But this kind of mistaken situation was not worth their attention. Li Sijing raised her clenched left hand, stretched it straight forward, and then slowly opened it and shook it. "Hey, didn't you ask me to come? Why do you want to drive me away now that I'm here?" Gusts of wind blew, and the man in the military coat couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands, which were almost unable to open due to the wind. The other party asked in an unbelievable tone, "Are you Li Sijing?" Li Sijing nodded with a smile. "Why? Do you think someone would pretend to be someone else in this situation?" "This is true." The man in the military coat heard it, and quickly found Fang Tianqing, who was standing behind the crowd to avoid the wind. After hearing the news of Li Sijing's arrival, the people at the scene immediately exclaimed in various ways, and some laughed happily. Fang Tianqing looked over from the front, and after dealing with Li Sijing, he carefully identified the authenticity of the person who came. It was just that the current scene was really beyond his expectations, and he couldn't help but say, "You really dare to show up? Since you have accepted the challenge, then fight us openly. Why did you go around behind us? Are you trying to sneak attack?" Counting the time silently in her heart, it felt like only a few seconds. Li Sijing did not waste time answering the question. Instead, she asked calmly, "Are all of you here going to participate in this battle?" "Of course. Why are you scared when you see so many of us gathered?" "It's too late to be scared. We won't show mercy." Looking at these people rushing to answer, Li Sijing put down the burden in her heart and made the final decision. She said calmly, "This is the best. Because next, I won't show mercy either." Fang Tianqing fell into deep thought after Li Sijing appeared and said only one sentence, looking at the lonely but not weak momentum opposite. And the words she said, the uneasiness in her heart became more and more serious. After hearing what Li Sijing said, the other people present laughed. "You won't show mercy? Ha. You?" The man who laughed arrogantly stopped talking halfway. His eyes widened with fear. But unfortunately the people around him were in high spirits, and did not notice his abnormality, until the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground came from around him. The man with arrogant laughter also fell to the ground. Because of the limited perspective, the people who fell to the ground could not know exactly what happened. For example, Fang Tianqing, who had already fallen to the ground, knew that he was ambushed. But what puzzled him was how, and when this ambush happened. Among the 32 people, the only 3 who were still standing and had escaped the net witnessed the whole process. They looked at their companions around them, who suddenly fell to the ground for no reason, like dumplings. Such a strange scene made the 3 people who were in good health look at each other, wondering why this happened. The 3 people looked at each other in panic. They looked at their companions who were motionless and lying on the ground like a vegetative person, and finally looked at the culprit who caused all this. At this time, Li Sijing was holding up his right hand, holding a pistol with the safety turned on, and the muzzle was facing the 3 people. Seeing this scene, 2 of the standing people suddenly scattered like birds, stumbling and holding their hands, and ran to the place where there were many cars. While running, they were still shouting in fear and shirking responsibility. "It's none of my business. Fang Tianqing pulled me here. Don't kill me. Let me go. Help." From the time Li Sijing was found to the time these people fell to the ground, it took less than a minute. This also led to the fact that the people around did not react, and the battle here had already started. It was not until the 2 people's terrified cries for help echoed in the sky that everyone's eyes gathered here, looking at the only 2 people standing in the venue. And a group of people collapsed on the snow. Only then did I know that the battle had just begun, and the winner had already been decided. And the winner was actually, although Li Sijing had the ability to keep the 2 people who escaped, he did not take action in the end. Since these 3 people can stand in the strong wind, they are probably really lucky. Even God is helping them. She, Li Sijing, has always had bad luck, and she is willing to let those who are lucky go. However, 2 people ran away, and the last one is really a weird one. He didn't think about how to escape, but even asked, "You actually sneak attacked? What means are you using? It's too despicable." Li Sijing was amused. You are a group of people besieging a weak woman like me. Isn't it despicable? If I don't sneak attack, do I stand there and let you hit me? No matter what means. It's okay as long as it works. Speaking of means, to be honest, Li Sijing is really a little distressed. Although she was standing on the wind just now, the distance was a bit far, and she was afraid that the effect would not be good. So she sprinkled half of the toad skin powder. 50 g of toad skin powder. How many battles can it support? As a result, it was all burned this time. From the people who fell to the ground at the scene, it can be seen that this toad skin powder is powerful in group battles. Thinking of this, Li Sijing's heart ached even more. Fortunately, this battle was outdoors, and the wind was quite strong. If it was indoors, the distance was too far. Even if she spread all the toad skin powder, it would probably not have such a good effect. Thinking of this, Li Sijing's mood was finally better. After all, this venue was chosen by Fang Tianqing himself. However, Li Sijing raised her eyebrows, looked at the person standing opposite, and asked, "You don't run away? Brother Fang is my lifesaver. I will naturally not let you hurt him," the man said righteously, and suddenly raised his right hand, which had been holding the pistol for some time, and wanted to fire. However, Li Sijing was prepared. When the other party just made a move, she pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 229 30 Gunshots. With a bang, a bullet was fired from Li Sijing's gun and landed on the chest of the person opposite. The man's body shook, and he raised his pistol and aimed, but he was unable to shoot, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. However, he barely held on for 2 or 3 seconds, and finally fell to the ground powerlessly, falling on the legs of Fang Tianqing next to him. Perhaps it was because he was wearing too many clothes, and blood did not appear on his clothes on his chest until Li Sijing walked up to him. "Since you don't want to leave, you can only stay here together." Li Sijing looked at the other party's eyes that were gradually closing, and said indifferently, she was willing to let the 3 people leave because even if they left, it would not have much impact on her. But when one of them bared his fangs at her, she naturally would not leave any trouble. After all, so many people lying on the ground were to be killed. So what difference would it make if one more person was killed? Squatting down, Li Sijing looked at Fang Tianqing, unable to hide her panic. "When you challenged me, you probably didn't expect the scene today. After all, you were just aiming for the top spot on the popularity list. How could you lose your life like this? It's just that the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. I think you understood this principle when you killed someone before. I won't say anything more. After all, villains die because they talk too much. Of course, the main reason is that the anesthesia effect of the toad clothes only lasts for 10 minutes. Don't miss the opportunity because of showing off." Li Sijing slowly stood up and raised the pistol again. But this time the muzzle was facing down, directly at Fang Tianqing's head. There is no need to hesitate. Just shoot him in the head. After dealing with this one, Li Sijing looked at the 28 people still lying in the field and spoke coldly. "You said before that you would not show mercy. So now I will not show mercy. Everyone, goodbye." The people lying on the ground, their whole bodies anesthetized, with only their eyeballs able to move, were filled with despair at this moment. If they could make some moves, they would probably kowtow and beg for mercy without hesitation. Unfortunately, at this time, they could not do anything and could only wait passively, not knowing which gunshot belonged to them. The tears of regret left in the corners of their eyes, as well as the uncontrollable physiological needs, were all ignored by everyone. Bang, 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 bang. 28 shots, plus the previous 2 shots, a total of 30 gunshots, echoed in the sky one after another, and spread in the wind. The people around who were originally watching the excitement were also scared back by the gunshots. 30 people were lying on the ground in a mess. Unlike before when they were just lying stiffly, now, they all had their eyes wide open in fear, and the blood flowing from their bodies spread on the white snow, looking very strange. After firing the last shot, Li Sijing bent down to pick up the 2 pistols on the ground, and then walked out steadily. This hell on earth. She looked back, took a last look at the scene behind her, and then walked forward step by step without looking back, following the road she came from. She walked slowly but firmly, ignoring the terrified eyes around her. While walking, she used the pocket of her down jacket to cover the pistol into the mustard space. The pair of gloves stained with toad skin powder on her hands were also put into the mustard space, and she changed into new gloves. Then, she opened the blue screen and sent a message to Wu Igua. "It's done. You guys go." Wu Igua was probably paying attention all the time. After the message was sent, there was a reply. "All done? How are you now? Are you not injured?" "I'm fine. I'm on my way back now," Li Sijing replied calmly. Wu Igua immediately replied, "That's good. You go back first, and I'll find you after I finish dealing with things." As for what Wu Igua was going to deal with, they had discussed it before. That was the second thing Li Sijing did to get rid of Wu Igua before, to help deal with the supplies of the people who were killed. Li Sijing knew from the beginning that she would kill quite a few people this time. After these people died, the supplies belonging to them were naturally ownerless. If they were not taken care of, it would be a bit of a waste. But where were these people's cars? Li Sijing didn't know, and she couldn't look for them one by one. Now it was more than an hour before dark, and she couldn't find 30 scattered cars in this limited time. Theoretically, the supplies these people had were her spoils, but they couldn't get them, so everything was just empty talk. So, Li Sijing used these supplies that she couldn't get to make an exchange with Wu Igua. She would deal with these people. And as for the ownerless vehicles after the death, Wu Igua could send people to find the location, and then naturally receive the supplies. As for the supplies obtained, Li Sijing didn't plan to take them, so she just regarded them as her sponsorship this time. After all, Wu Igua wanted to receive so many ownerless vehicles, and he needed manpower to organize, search, take over, and move them. And these people were probably from the inspection team. They couldn't do it for nothing. They had to be paid. I think these people who were willing to fight with Fang Tianqing probably didn't have any valuable materials on hand. Of course, the materials these people had might not be of good quality, but the quantity was objective, and it was a considerable asset. Therefore, in addition to Li Sijing's sponsorship, this batch of materials also offset the sponsorship of Zhou Qinghuan, Lu Yizhou, and Tao Jinyao. This was also her way of thanking these people for their hard work and various thoughts and concerns. And long before Li Sijing left the building, Wu Igua probably had a bottom line on the location of the vehicles outside. Now that these people were dealt with by Li Sijing, they could also take action. And Li Sijing naturally didn't have to worry about the follow-up. After sending a message to Wu Igua, Li Sijing finally entered the terminal building, feeling the noisy but orderly atmosphere in the building again. Li Sijing actually missed it a little. Although some people in the building knew about the tragedy outside through the information on the regional channel, they did not know the specific participants and how they were dressed. Li Sijing, who was walking in the crowd, did not attract everyone's attention and discussion like outside the building. Such neglect also made Li Sijing feel very relieved. In such a reassuring environment, Li Sijing finally came to the innermost area. In this area, there were all acquaintances who had dealt with each other, and naturally they also knew Li Sijing who was walking over. The voices that were originally whispering suddenly became quiet. Obviously, these people knew about what happened outside, and their eyes were full of weirdness. Chapter 230 An unusually stable state of mind. Ignoring all kinds of gazes, Li Sijing walked straight to the off-road vehicle, which was completely different from the other four-seater cars. She waved her hand in a soothing manner to Zhou Qinghuan, who hurriedly got out of the car and ran down, as if she had 1,000 words to say. She also smiled at Lu Yizhou and others who were sitting in the car with worried eyes. Finally, she said in summary, "The matter has been resolved. I'm fine. I'm just a little cold and just want to get in the car quickly." After hearing this, everyone withdrew their gazes, and Zhou Qinghuan also breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Then you get in the car quickly and blow the air conditioner." As he said, he pushed Li Sijing into the car, then returned to his own car and finally closed the door. Just now, it was just a casual remark, an excuse to deal with others. When she got in the car, she found that she was really cold and had been frozen unconscious. Back in the car, surrounded by the warm air, feeling the slight tingling on her skin, Li Sijing finally regained consciousness slowly. Taking off her gloves, scarf and hat, Li Sijing held a cup of hot water in both hands and drank it bit by bit. The hot water entered her stomach from her mouth and gradually warmed her whole body. After drinking a cup of hot water, her body finally recovered. This cup of hot water not only restored her body, but also gradually restored her tense spirit. Putting down the empty cup, Li Sijing looked at herself. her right hand trembling slightly. But her emotions were unexpectedly calm. She thought she couldn't be cruel to these 30 people. But she finally persisted. After killing people, she thought she would need a long time to adjust her mentality. But her mentality was unusually stable. The slightly trembling right hand was just the last sequelae of this incident. She believed that it would not be long before this last sequelae would disappear. Therefore, human potential is unlimited after all. Under the pressure of the environment, human beings can really adapt to any situation. After staying in the car for a few minutes, Li Sijing, whose body warmed up, finally took off her down jacket and returned to the state before getting off the car. Her hungry stomach, after the consumption just now, has begun to protest seriously. Li Sijing hurriedly opened the locker and took out snacks to eat. She originally planned to make dinner after dark. After all, she could do many other things when it was still light. But now it seems that she still needs to soothe her hungry stomach first. What delicious food is not needed at this time? The main thing now is speed. She rummaged through the boxes and took out 4 buns from the freezer and steamed them in the multifunction pot. While eating snacks and waiting, Li Sijing looked up and found that her friends were all looking at her worriedly. Zhou Qinghuan's worried look every few seconds made Li Sijing feel warm in her heart. With so many good friends, what else can she say? Li Sijing quickly lowered the car window and looked outside with a smile. With a teasing tone. What are you looking at? Don't worry. I owe you fish cakes. I will make them later. And I will definitely let you eat the delicacies of your hometown in the new world. Sister Jing. Zhou Qinghuan shouted with some surprise at first. And when she heard what the other party said clearly, she was a little amused. What are you talking about? I'm not worried about this. Are you okay? Louis Zhou asked. Are you okay? Tao Jiniao asked. Li Sijing smiled and answered affirmatively. What can happen to me? I was just frozen silly just now. It was too cold outside. My oven was taken away by Brother Wu and has not been returned. That's good. I have been worried since I saw the news on the regional channel. Zhou Qinghuan answered with a smile. It can be seen that Li Sijing is okay. She is very happy. Li Sijing nodded and asked, what happened outside has been spread all over the region. Right? This question made the 3 of them hesitate. And finally Louis Zhou answered. Well, the words in the area are not very nice. So you should not watch it for the time being. Looking at the solemn expressions of the 3 people, Li Sijing couldn't help laughing. I had expected the situation you mentioned. So I didn't go to see the troublesome thing. What kind of virtue do netizens have? Who doesn't know? Everyone knows the power of keyboard warriors. Seeing Li Sijing so open-minded, the 3 people really believed that she was really fine. And then they put down their cautious attitude. And Zhou Qinghuan couldn't help his curiosity and hurriedly asked the question he had been waiting for a long time. By the way, Sister Jing, how did you knock down those people? People in the area said that you have magic. Is this true? Magic? Li Sijing laughed. This survival world may really have such a magical thing. But it's a pity that I haven't mastered it yet. Seeing the curiosity in the eyes of the 3 people, Li Sijing had no choice but to whisper to them to explain their doubts. When I killed a small beast before, I got an item with an anesthetic effect. It works just like the drug in the costume movies. Wow. You can get this kind of thing by killing a small beast. It's a pity that I rarely encounter small beasts, Zhou Qinghuan said, and couldn't help showing a disappointed expression. The other 2 were thoughtful. Li Sijing looked and saw that the buns in the multifunction pot were already steamed hot. She turned off the fire and opened the lid of the pot. She ignored the question and said, I steamed a few buns. Do you want to eat them? It's already this time. You must be hungry. I steamed 4. Come on. 1 for each of us. As he said, he didn't care whether they would refuse or not, and handed the buns over directly through the car window. A bun is nothing to them now. Facing the enthusiastic Li Sijing, the 3 of them could only accept it in the end. The few people looked at each other and ate the buns in silence. Before they had eaten 2 bites, they saw Wu Aigua walking over from a distance. For people eating buns together, this scene is a bit strange. Wu Aigua couldn't help but ask, you guys, are you eating? Li Sijing just steamed 4 buns, originally to fill her hungry stomach. But in the end, she gave 1 to everyone. And finally she only got 1. Looking at the empty pot, she could only answer, you came a step too late. The buns have been distributed. If you want to eat, you can only wait. Wu Aigua waved his hand quickly. I'm not here to eat buns. I'm here to tell you how much supplies we have harvested from those people's cars. Chapter 231, Harvest of Supplies in the Vehicle. Li Sijing shook her head, and refused when Wu Aigua wanted to tell her how many supplies there were in those ownerless cars. You don't need to tell me this, since I have already agreed to give it to you as sponsorship fees. It is none of my business how much you get in the end. Wu Aigua said stubbornly, No. I still need to tell you the specific situation. Without waiting for Li Sijing to refuse again, Wu Aigua spoke and told her the general situation. When a character dies, all the blueprints and basic materials stored in the game system will disappear directly. The only things that can be taken away are the supplies in the car. The 29 people with Fang Tiancheng are all ordinary people. There are not many supplies in the car. Most of them are food and daily necessities. I found someone to estimate the total value. The specific total value should be about 1,000 metal materials. On average, one person is worth about 35 units of materials. After hearing these words, Li Sijing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. This is much less than she expected. The final estimate of the supplies in a person's car is only 35 metal materials, converted to 7 kilograms of fish? Although it is a bit unbelievable. Li Sijing knows very well that Wu Aigua would not deceive himself for such a small amount of supplies. In other words, the real situation is like this. This is the living condition of the lowest level people in the game. Wu Aigua pretended not to see the complicated emotions on Li Sijing's face and smiled. Of course, I will accept these supplies without hesitation. After all, in order to obtain these supplies, a lot of manpower is needed. So naturally they must be paid. Li Sijing suppressed the mixed feelings in her heart and nodded. Of course. No matter what we get. Just consider it as the sponsorship fee for the 4 of us. 1,000 units of metal materials are enough to offset the sponsorship fee for the 4 of you. What I want to talk about this time is the gains from Fang Tiancheng's car. Wu Aigua didn't wait for Li Sijing to speak, and directly told the situation. There are quite a lot of materials in his car, and the final valuation is 819 units of metal. The gap between the rich and the poor in the world is very obvious at this moment. However, when they were on Earth, such a powerful country couldn't eliminate the gap between the rich and the poor. So what can they do now? What's more, they are still the vested interests in this gap between the rich and the poor. It's only natural that I take the 1,000 unit supplies in other people's cars. But I'm not so shameless to continue taking advantage of the supplies in Fang Tiancheng's car. After hearing what Wu Aigua said, Li Sijing still refused. These supplies were agreed upon before. If I say I'll give them all to you, then they all belong to you. But Wu Aigua shook his head. Don't rush to refuse. If I'm too greedy, who will dare to trade with me in the future? Don't you think so? If Li Sijing continues to refuse, it will cut off Wu Aigua's financial resources. She really doesn't know how to refuse. I know that you probably won't use the used daily necessities and food in Fang Tiancheng's car, and it's troublesome to dispose of them. How about I help you exchange them for basic materials directly? Tell me what materials you need. Wu Aigua smiled, obviously very proud of his proposal. What Wu Aigua said was indeed the problem that Li Sijing had thought about before. Since he was so considerate to provide the exchange service, she would be a bit unkind if she refused. After thinking about it, Li Sijing finally said, Okay, give me 200 units of wood, according to the value of the basic materials before. For units of metal can be exchanged for 1 unit of wood. Then the materials on Fang Tiancheng's car are worth 819 units of metal, which can be exchanged for 200 units of wood. There is not much difference between them. But this exchange ratio is only based on the previous one. But it has changed a lot now. Originally, as the temperature continued to drop, the price of wood rose slightly, and on the day of the natural disaster, it soared to an outrageous price. But with the end of the natural disaster, the price of wood has already dropped. In particular, when everyone knows that the next natural disaster is acid rain, the value of wood has gradually decreased to 2 units of wood for 1 unit of metal. This price is because many people need to spend half a night outside the building. Otherwise the value of wood would have been equal to that of metal. In this case, Li Sijing only wanted 200 units of wood, which seemed very stupid. Of course, Li Sijing did this on purpose, because she was not prepared to take over these materials. But Wu Aigua put her on the spot, and she agreed. As for the 200 units of wood, Li Sijing did not say it randomly, but because she just needed that much. 6 basic materials. Other materials have long been enough for 1,000 units. Only wood, because of the shortage, has remained at more than 800 units, and has never been able to go up. Of course, when this world is over, it is still easy for her to collect the difference in wood. But this is not the material delivered to her door. With these 200 units of wood, 1,000 units of each of the 6 basic materials, she has collected them all. Wu Aigua certainly didn't know about Li Sijing's request, and there were these twists and turns. He just felt that Li Sijing was giving up. Taking a deep breath, Wu Aigua didn't object in the end, but just said, "Okay. Sister Li has said so. If I continue to refuse, I will be ungrateful." As he said that, he traded 200 units of wood directly to Li Sijing, and then clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. This matter has come to an end. The next step is the exchange meeting. You guys hurry down. It's too cold outside. Let's make it quick. After hearing this, Li Sijing quickly said, "I won't attend this exchange meeting." "What? Are you injured?" Wu Aigua frowned and asked. No. Li Sijing waved his hands repeatedly. "I just don't want to go down and face other people's strange eyes." Lu Yizhou, who had been silent all the time, suddenly agreed with Li Sijing's point of view. "Your matter is too hot. It's better to avoid some attention." Wu Aigua listened and finally nodded. "Okay. If there is any important news, I will send you a private message. Then I won't go either. It's too cold outside." Zhou Qinghuan on the side suddenly said. The 2 men who didn't talk much with Zhou Qinghuan didn't persuade them. In the end, Li Sijing and Zhou Qinghuan stayed in their own cars, while the others in this area got off and attended the exchange meeting. Chapter 232 Resistance in the Region. It was 6:23 p.m. in the extremely cold world, and there was still more than half an hour before dark. Outside, everyone was having a lively conversation, while Li Sijing, who was sitting in the car, was thinking about what to eat for dinner. She had steamed 4 buns before to fill her stomach in case of emergency, but after giving everyone one, she only ate one. Fortunately, with this bun as a base, she was not so hungry that she could prepare dinner well. On the issue of what to eat, Li Sijing thought again and again, and finally decided to cook dumplings. After all, after dinner, she still needed to take care of the big project of making fish cakes. So she didn't do such troublesome things as cooking. There were only 34 dumplings left in the freezer, and Li Sijing took them all out and threw them into the pot to cook. She was so hungry that she could eat a cow. So 34 dumplings were naturally no problem. But after this meal, there were no dumplings in the freezer, so it seemed that she had to find time to make some more. The dumplings in the pot were cooking, and Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat in a daze until the water in the pot boiled, and the boiling sound brought her back to her senses. She added a bowl of cold water to the pot in a hurry, and watched the pot return to calm again. By the way, what did the people in the area say about her? They must have said something very unpleasant, right? But she still wanted to see it. Li Sijing finally couldn't help it. Turned on the blue screen, clicked on the regional channel, and the information inside immediately came into view. Oh my god! Have you all seen the tragedy outside? No, but I heard all 30 gunshots, and counted them one by one. It was so scary. My car was parked nearby. The atmosphere was so scary that I couldn't even look at it. Alas, the final twist in this matter was something I really didn't expect. Who could have expected that? With 1 against 30, Boss Lee could finish the battle in 5 minutes. By the way, what exactly was going on in this battle? 30 people. Were they just standing there for her to aim at? What about the friend whose car was nearby? Come out and tell us about it. I only saw them confront each other at a distance and said a few words. And then the 30 or so people on the opposite side all fell down. And I don't know why. All fell down? Was it witchcraft? I think it should be magic. Don't be so mysterious. The 2 above. This should be some kind of skill. Right? But I was in the competition. I have never seen such a magical skill in the system store. The key is how many points it costs. I think this skill should be opened by Boss Lee from the advanced resource box. Alas, this woman usually behaves kindly in the area, but I didn't expect that she would be so cruel this time. Yes, 30 lives were killed just like that. And when those people had no resistance. This is too inhumane. This should be the one who killed the most people in the entire area? It must be. I think we should call her a murderer instead of Boss Lee. Anyway, I am afraid of her. I will avoid her as soon as I see her in the future. Alas, the drawings in her hand are quite useful. But it's a pity that I don't want to exchange with this murderer anymore. Do you think she has so many blueprints? Did she kill people and rob others? Otherwise, how could one person have so many blueprints? If so, she is really too scary. Is it really okay for you to make random guesses without any evidence? Why is there no evidence? Isn't it potential evidence that she killed so many people today? But, isn't it normal for others to be killed because they provoked her first? After all, there are no police in this world. But those people have no power to resist. Why should she kill them all? If she doesn't kill them all, what's the point of keeping them alive? Anyway, this murderer has killed so many people. He must not have a good death. Let's boycott her together. Yes. Don't buy her things. Don't sell things to her. Let's see how long she can hold on alone. Is it so childish? Boycott murderers. Everyone has the responsibility. Go to hell. Murderer. The murderer must not have a good death. A bunch of idiots. What are you talking about? The above person is attacking others. I roughly read the news in the area. To be honest, I am sad, but more of it is still laughing and crying. There are many people in the area who curse her, and the curses are very ugly. But the reasons given by these people are not tenable at all. Just like someone said, idiots. It seems that they just curse for the sake of cursing, and there is no need to find any tenable reasons, just to share the same hatred. Those who have been in this survival game for half a month and persisted until now have experienced a lot of hardships, and have a lot of resentment in their hearts. And an enemy who shared the same hatred was just an outlet for them to vent their anger. As for who this person was it important? As for the boycott they talked about, she didn't care at all. How long can this boycott last in the face of reality? After reading these remarks, there was definitely some sadness. But more importantly, it was a relief. And finally I could eat dinner in peace. When Li Sijing was watching the regional channel, the dumplings in the pot had already boiled 3 times. She quickly turned off the fire, fished out the dumplings, and hurriedly prepared a dipping sauce. Forgetting the remarks in the region, Li Sijing ate the dumplings with the dipping sauce with relish. While she was eating dumplings, the exchange meeting outside had also ended. It was probably because it was too cold outside, and few people wanted to stay longer, so they all wanted to make a quick decision. After Li Sijing finished eating the dumplings and cleaned up the car, the time finally came to 7 o'clock, and it was dark. It was noisy like a vegetable market. But when it got dark, it became quiet in an instant, as if surrounded by silence, and she was left alone in the dark night, pulling the blackout curtains and turning on the lights in the car. In this silence, the sound of the friend's message was very obvious. She originally thought it was Wu Igua, but when she clicked on the message, it turned out to be Lu Yizhou. The exchange meeting just ended. Wu Igua is very busy. I will send you the main information first. Then, there was a series of information discussed at the exchange meeting. Li Sijing didn't read it carefully, but replied to Lu Yizhou first. Thank you. You're welcome. Lu Yizhou's message was replied very quickly. And soon another message came. If you want to thank me, trade the fish cake you traded with Zhou Qingwan with me, and I will exchange it with beef. It is estimated that Lu Yizhou remembered it when she talked about this matter with Zhou Qingwan before. But making 5 kilograms is doing it. And making 5 kilograms more is just a matter of convenience. So there is no need to refuse. After all, compared with beef and fish, she still prefers beef. And beef is obviously more effective in replenishing physical strength. So she replied, okay, bring 5 caddies of beef, and I'll give you 5 caddies of fish cakes. Chapter 233 Making Fish Cakes. I promised Zhou Qingwan and Lu Yizhou 5 jin of fish cakes each, which adds up to 10 jin. Let's make them all while we have time tonight. But since it's a rare opportunity, Li Sijing naturally has to make more, and leave some for herself. By the way, if she eats so much black fish meat all the time, she will get tired of it. Right? And these fish meats have been in the car for more than 30 hours. Fortunately, the temperature in the car has been controlled at around 0 to -10 degrees. Although the fish meat has not gone bad, it is not as fresh as it was at the beginning. It is estimated that it will not taste good if eaten like this. Otherwise, process them into other foods, and they will be delicious and convenient to eat at that time. She has 90 eggs in her hand. The weather in the next world is not so cold. She is afraid that they will go bad after being stored for a long time. So it's just right to use them together. The more Li Sijing thought about it, the better this idea was. As for what kind of food to process it into, fish balls, fish cakes, fish cakes. All are possible. But now, she should make fish cakes first. After all, she received 2 drawings as a deposit. She still had 197 kilograms of black fish meat in her hand. If she divided it into 3 parts, she would take out 60 kilograms of fish meat to make fish cakes. She took 60 kilograms of black fish meat from the lid of the refrigerator and placed it on the folding table. To make fish cakes, grass carved meat would actually taste better. But she had a lot of black fish meat. Take out the meat grinder. Cut the fish meat into small pieces. And grind it into paste in the meat grinder. Li Sijing must have grinded 60 kilograms of fish meat more than a dozen times. She put the 60 kilograms of fish meat into 3 containers in 20 kilograms each. She peeled and shredded all the half kilogram of ginger that she exchanged with others yesterday. Soaked it in water with the scallion white. Rubbed it to make scallion and ginger water. And put it aside for later use. Add a small amount of salt to each pot. Then crack 20 egg whites, leaving the egg yolks alone. It is said that making fish cakes requires more eggs than making fish balls. If she hadn't opened 90 eggs, she wouldn't dare to waste them like this. No! Li Sijing suddenly found a very serious problem. Not long after she opened 90 eggs, Zhou Qinghuan sent a message to buy fish cakes. Right? So, the appearance of these 90 eggs is because of Zhou Qinghuan's European attribute? Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have such good luck to open 90 eggs at a time. After figuring out this strange, yet weirdly reasonable idea, Li Sijing made the fish cakes in her hands more vigorously. The fish paste with egg whites was stirred constantly, and an appropriate amount of onion and ginger water was added while stirring. The 1 pound of starch that she exchanged with others before was also added with water at this time. Stirred into water starch, and then divided into 3 portions and added to the 3 pots of fish meat. In fact, if the normal proportion is followed, the amount of eggs, ginger, and starch is a little less, and fat meat should be added. But now this is the only condition. After all, the only material she has have been squandered. As for going to the trading area to exchange with others now, not to mention the waste of time, it is estimated that it is not easy for her to buy what she needs with her current reputation. So, let it be. Although the taste may be a little worse, it is not necessary to ask for too much when you are in danger of losing your life. It only took Li Sijing more than 10 minutes to prepare the various things in the front. And it took more than 10 minutes to stir the latter. At 7:40, the first pot of fish cake in her hand was finally stirred and just waited for steaming. Now she didn't have a suitable mold, so she simply took out all the stainless steel containers she could use. Brush oil on the bottom of the container. Then pour the fish cake into the steamer that was already steaming. And cover the pot. There were 4 layers of steamers, almost touching the roof of the car. And then all the containers were put in. Let the fish cake steam. And Li Sijing prepared to stir the second pot of fish cake. When her second pot of fish cake was stirred, the fish cake in the pot was almost steamed. Li Sijing opened the steamers layer by layer again, and brushed the fish cake in each container with a layer of egg yolk liquid that had been reserved before. In fact, this step should have been brushed with a thin layer each time, 2 or 3 times, and each time it needed to be steamed for 3 to 5 minutes, so that the taste would be better. But in order to save trouble, Li Sijing brushed all the egg yolk liquid on it at once, and then steamed it for 5 minutes. And that was it. It seems that making fish cakes is actually much easier than making fish balls. After all, fish balls need to be squeezed out one by one, while fish cakes can be steamed a lot at a time. After the fish cakes are steamed, the second batch of fish cakes cannot be put into the pot immediately. After all, she does not have so many containers, and she has to wait for this batch of containers to cool down and demold. Fortunately, the weather is cold now, and it only takes 10 minutes to cool down after spreading them all out. As the fish cakes are spread out, the temperature in the car instantly rises by several degrees, forcing Li Sijing to speak up and ask Xingkong to lower the air conditioner by another 10 degrees. It was already past 8 o'clock, and while the fish cakes were cooling, Li Sijing also harvested all the mature rice. Without the unlimited water resources in this world, rice, a very water-consuming crop, could not be planted anymore. Fortunately, after 6 consecutive days of planting, she harvested 60 kilograms of rice, enough for her to eat for a long time. As for what to plant in this intermediate planting pot this time, she had already thought about it. That is, ginger, which she was very short of. This time, She prepared the entire planting pot, an area of 1 square meter, to plant ginger, which should be enough for her to use for a while. After the planting pot was dealt with, the fish cakes that were drying were almost cooled. After Li Sijing carefully demolded them, she quickly brushed the molds with oil, poured the second batch of fish cakes into them, and continued to steam them. After the first batch of fish cakes were made, Li Sijing did not rush to send them to Zhou Qinghuan and Lu Yizhou. After all, it was not long after, and sending them now would directly indicate that it was easy to make this fish cake, although it was really not difficult. She still waited for the other fish cakes to be steamed, and then sent them the promised ones. And as for the rest, she put them in the freezer for storage. When steaming the second batch of fish cakes, Li Sijing had already mixed the last batch of fish cakes. After brushing with egg yolk liquid, continue steaming for a few minutes, and the second batch of fish cakes will be ready. Spread them out, and let cool as usual. Chapter 234 The extreme cold ends. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after 2 hours, Li Sijing finally finished making all the fish cakes. Of course, while waiting for the rice to cool down, she also took advantage of the free time to do some other things. For example, drying the newly harvested rice for threshing. When she met Wu Aigua, she gave him the portable oven for drying rice, and never returned it. A portable oven is not worth much, so Li Sijing didn't ask for it back. As for making a new one, it's no problem. After all, she has the drawings and materials in her hands. But the key is that she didn't keep the fire, and it still takes time to reignite it, and it will only be used once, and it will not be used in the next world. So, in the end, Li Sijing didn't do it, because she had other ways to dry the rice, such as the wardrobe dryer. Divide the rice ears into several parts, tie them on the hanger, and then hang the hanger on the wardrobe dryer. Of course, in addition to these rice ears, Li Sijing also hung up the down jackets and several cotton coats she had worn to blow them up, so that they could be put away in the next world. Zip up the wardrobe and turn on the dryer below. In just half an hour, most of the moisture has been blown dry. The experience of using this wardrobe dryer for the first time can be said to be very good. Thresh the rice and put it on the shelf at the back with other rice. There is no need to rush to husk it. After all, rice is not as easy to store as rice. After finishing everything that needed to be done, Li Sijing cleaned up the table and looked at the time. It was only a few minutes past 9. At 12 o'clock in the morning, they will be teleported to the new world. And before that, Li Sijing is not going to sleep. Now there are nearly 3 hours before 12 o'clock, and it is not a good idea to sit there like this. As for playing games, reading novels, twisting Rubik's Cube, it feels like a waste of time. Looking at the pile of black fish meat on the freezer, Li Sijing decided to continue processing the fish meat. While there is time now, I can do more, so as not to wait until the new world, and be in a hurry. The fish cake is ready, and then I can make fish balls. With the previous experience, the speed this time should be much faster. However, when Li Sijing took the ingredients needed to make fish balls, she found that something was missing. Others are easy to say. The key is ginger. She really has none in her hand. If you want to make fish balls, you must have ginger. After all, the fishy smell needs ginger to suppress it. Opening the trading area, Li Sijing couldn't help muttering in her heart. And she didn't know if she could find ginger for a while. No, she is very popular in the region now. If she comes out to buy ginger, she won't believe it herself. Forget it. Let's find someone to buy it for her. Fortunately, after going to the new world and merging with other regions, this situation should be much better. As for the person to buy it for her, Li Sijing chose Zhou Qinghuan without hesitation. After all, it may take time for others to buy ginger, but Zhou Qinghuan will definitely not waste time. Li Sijing is very confident about this. Zhou Qinghuan agreed to Li Sijing's request without hesitation. After all, she thought that Li Sijing was going to make fish cakes, just as Li Sijing guessed. Within 2 minutes, Zhou Qinghuan sent over a pound of ginger, which was really fast. She asked about the price of ginger, but was rejected by Zhou Qinghuan. Li Sijing did not continue to pester. At most, she would send over some more fish cakes as compensation. The materials were collected, and it was time to start making. However, before taking action, Li Sijing suddenly remembered something. She opened the intermediate resource box yesterday and got the car music, but it seemed that she had not used it yet. It happened to be turned on now, which could make the production process less boring. With the diaphragm car body, there would be no problem as long as the music was not played at the loudest. So, Li Sijing started making fish balls while listening to music. Still took out 60 pounds of black fish meat, and the remaining 30 eggs, and only used half a pound of ginger very economically. This time, with the egg beater, Li Sijing finally didn't have to stir the egg white manually, which saved a lot of time. After spending more than 2 hours and changing several pots of water, she finally made fish balls out of all the ingredients. She took out the fish balls that had been washed in cold water and counted them while putting them in. After counting them all, there were 1,502 fish balls in total. In other words, a total of 120 kilograms of black fish meat, 90 eggs, and various ingredients were consumed. And finally 60 kilograms of fish cakes and 1,502 fish balls were made. After packing up everything in the car, Li Sijing looked at the time again. It was already 11:26, and there was only half an hour left before midnight. Touching her somewhat empty stomach, Li Sijing decided to reward herself for working so hard for a long time with the food she had just made. Half a pound of sliced fish cake, 20 fish balls, a few soaked mushrooms, a little bean sprouts, 2 spinach. Make a bowl of fragrant fish ball fish cake soup. The fish soup in the pot was boiling, and Li Sijing picked up the results of her labor for several hours. First, take out 5 pounds of fish cake, which was promised to Lu Yizhou. Then 6 pounds of fish cake, which was promised to Zhou Qinghuan. 1 pound of which was sent by the other party. The reward of the pound of ginger. After thinking about it, Li Sijing put 20 fish balls in each portion. Not a lot, as a taste for them. Although it is late now, Li Sijing estimated that they are waiting for the arrival of the early morning like herself. So there was no delay. And after the distribution, it was directly distributed to the 2 people. The 2 people did not sleep as expected. After receiving the things, they immediately sent the agreed reward. The 3 fuel tank expansion drawings were put away, and they can be used after the car is upgraded again. 5 caddies of beef, not long after being returned to the other party, is back in her hands, and Li Sijing can only put it back to its previous position. As for the remaining 48.5 caddies of fish cakes and 1442 fish balls, they are also prepared to be placed in the freezer. Unfortunately, the little space in the freezer that was just vacated before was already full after the fish cakes were put in, and the fish balls could only be placed in the GS space first. As for the remaining 77 caddies of black fish meat on the lid of the freezer, there is no time to deal with it now. We will change the world soon. If we continue to leave it outside, it will probably go bad soon. Li Sijing can only put it in the GS space first. After installing these things, the 1 cubic meter GS space is directly filled up, and there is no extra space. In this way, the GS space, which was originally very convenient, has become very troublesome to use. Li Sijing can only hope that after changing the world, she can really have a second GS space. Otherwise she really can't stand it all the time. Chapter 235. First on 3 lists. When Li Sijing finished her delicious midnight snack and packed up everything, there were only 3 minutes left until the early morning. The car music had been turned off long ago. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Sijing looked ahead calmly, waiting for the last moment. The game blue screen opened, and the time on it passed by second, and finally reached 12 o'clock. The entire huge off-road vehicle shook slightly. With previous experience, Li Sijing knew clearly that she should have been teleported to a new world. The first moment after being teleported, Li Sijing focused on the temperature. The temperature of 15 degrees looked particularly suitable. She hurriedly asked Shinkong to turn off the air conditioner and began to take off her clothes. These dirty clothes were piled in a corner and would be washed tomorrow morning. Before she finished taking off her clothes, Li Sijing heard the sound of the game machine in the sky. The extreme cold disaster has ended. Congratulations to the player for winning the first place in the comfort list, the first place in the popularity list, and the first place in the combat power list. Congratulations to the player who won the first place in the 3 rankings, successfully achieved a hidden achievement, and was rewarded with a car parts blueprint. The reward has been distributed to the World Channel. Please check it out. This series of game news immediately attracted all of Li Sijing's attention. Did she actually get the first place in the 3 rankings? This is actually a hidden achievement. And there is a reward? If you think about it carefully, she was originally the first in the comfort ranking. and she climbed to the first place in the popularity ranking after she killed Fang Tianqing. As for the combat power ranking, she was far behind the first place. But she killed 30 people. 100 points per person. 30 people. That is 3,000 points. If that's the case, there's nothing wrong with her getting first place. She just subconsciously ignored this matter before. Li Xijing quickly took off her warm clothes, and was only wearing basalt scale clothes and long-sleeve pajamas. Feeling a little cold, she quickly put on her down jacket, and then paid attention to the World Channel. Clicked on the 3 big words of the World Channel's ranking list. Before Li Xijing could click again, the game prompt sounded again. It was detected that the player was the first in the 3 lists and successfully had 10 car parts blueprints, meeting the synthesis conditions. When the player has 10 car parts blueprints in his hand, he can synthesize an accessory upgrade card. Start synthesis immediately. 10 car parts blueprints have been successfully synthesized into 1 accessory upgrade card. Please check. Accessory upgrade card can upgrade any kind of accessory on the car to increase its function 5 times. As these prompts fell, Li Xijing suddenly had a very gorgeous card in his hand, with a dragon-like and phoenix-like word Shum written on it. This is combining her 10 car parts blueprints into 1 upgrade card? No. Did she agree to this? He just combined it by himself. Didn't he even ask her opinion as the owner? Unfortunately, the survival game is so overbearing that there is no place to give feedback. Li Xijing, who was in a bad mood, could only accept the reality helplessly after complaining. The upgrade card can increase the ability of any kind of accessory by 5 times. This upgrade card consumes 10 car parts blueprints. From this point of view, it feels very uneconomical. But in fact, if you think about it carefully, you will know that this upgrade card is relatively speaking, and it is not such a loss. First of all, the upgrade card can upgrade the ability of any kind of accessories. You should know that except for the fuel tank expansion blueprint, other accessory blueprints are not compatible. When you get 2 identical car accessory blueprints, you can only use one. This leads to the fact that some car accessories have very good functions, such as bulletproof glass, but they cannot be upgraded. As everyone's strength increases, it seems a bit useless. It's different with the upgrade card. If she uses this upgrade card, the function of the bulletproof glass will be multiplied by 5. Although I don't know how powerful it is after doubling. It's no longer just taught to prevent pistol bullets. The second is the problem of duplicate car accessory blueprints. Others don't have Xingyu. When the car accessory blueprints in their hands are repeated, there is naturally no way to replace them. The only thing they can do is to exchange with others in the area. And whether they can get the blueprints they want depends on fate. The benefits of being able to synthesize upgrade cards are revealed at this time. If they can save up duplicate or useless blueprints, and when they have 10 of them, they can synthesize accessory upgrade cards, which is better than useless auto parts blueprints. Of course, this situation is only relative to other people. For Li Xijing, she does not have this problem. After all, Xingyao will help her replace duplicate blueprints. It's a pity that in the last world, she had her eyes on several auto parts in Xingyao's accessory blueprint library. She also thought that with her luck, there will definitely be duplicates in the auto parts blueprints awarded this time, and she can replace them with what she wants at that time. Now it seems that it can only go to waste. Thinking about it, Li Xijing felt a little distressed. Fortunately, this synthesized upgrade card is somewhat useful to her. But which car parts should be upgraded? Just as Li Xijing was thinking, the voice of the game came again. Congratulations to all players. You have successfully survived the extreme cold disaster. The game will reward all players with a 4-seater car upgraded to an off-road vehicle. Please prepare the basic materials and go to the manufacturing area to upgrade the car. In addition, because the number of players in each area is decreasing rapidly, the game will merge at 7 o'clock. Good things will last for 3 minutes. Please do not get off the car during this period. Ah, the car upgrade is here. So her second mess in space should also be here. Thinking of this, she has thrown away all the upgrades to car parts. Now there is only the mess in space in her mind. She quickly opened the manufacturing area and saw the car upgrade drawings. Car upgrade. Upgrade from a 4-seater car to an off-road vehicle. Materials required for manufacturing: metal * 200, plastic * 200, rubber * 200, glass * 200, cloth * 200, wood * 200. Seeing this, Li Xijing was stunned. How come all these materials were doubled? Then what about the mess in space she was looking forward to? Thinking of this, she suddenly became impatient and quickly said, "Star Glory." Ding. It is detected that the host has duplicate drawings in his hand, and the replacement mechanism is activated. The replacement has been successful. After hearing this, Li Sijing hurriedly opened the manufacturing area again. The words "mess in space" came into her eyes again, which made her feel relieved. Fortunately, there was no change on this. So what about the required materials? Chapter 236 Materials doubled. Mustard space, after placement. It can form a 1 cubic meter space, where time stagnates and living things cannot be stored. Mustard space can be fused. Materials required for construction: metal *2000, plastic *2000, rubber *2000, glass *2000, cloth *2000, wood *2000. Looking at the information that popped up after clicking on the mustard space blueprint, Li Sijing's heart suddenly sank. Does she really know how to think? It took her several days to collect the 6,000 units of basic materials last time. This time, in order to build the mustard space as soon as she was teleported, she stored 6,000 units of basic materials early. As a result, the basic materials required this time have doubled. A total of 12,000 units of basic materials. It would be fine if it doubled directly, but this time it has become 12,000 units. So wouldn't it be 18,000 units of basic materials in the next world? Suddenly, an absurd thought flashed through Li Sijing's mind. Would the materials required for the next world be 24,000 units? Oh! Li Sijing immediately shook her head hard to get rid of this terrible idea. Forget it. No matter how much she thinks, the basic materials required will not decrease. So why should she bother herself? It was already late, and the general things had been dealt with, and it was time to rest. Li Sijing yawned and thought. As for how to use the accessory upgrade card, what to do with the missing basic materials, what changes will there be when the 7 o'clock merge occurs? These questions should be considered after she has a good sleep and a clear mind. The world has changed, and the temperature has also changed. Naturally, Li Sijing's sleeping objects also need to be replaced. Put away the folding table. Open the folding bed. Put a 5-pound quilt underneath, and put a 2-pound quilt on top as a cover. As for sleeping bags, electric blankets, duvets, etc., they are naturally useless. Let's put them all away tomorrow when we have time. Wearing long-sleeve pajamas and lying on the newly made bed, Li Sijing fell asleep quickly, although there were still many things that had not been dealt with. The first sleep in the acid rain world, Li Sijing slept very sweetly, probably because she was finally in a temperature suitable for people. At 7 o'clock, she was awakened by Xingyu. Although she had only slept for less than 7 hours, Li Sijing was very energetic. She didn't rush to get up, and she turned on the blue screen as soon as possible. I saw that the real-time number of people on it was constantly rising from 2638, and finally became 10,000 again. Li Sijing vaguely remembered that in the first world, less than 2,000 people survived out of 10,000 people. In the second world, more than 2,600 people survived out of 10,000 people, which is a big improvement. I just don't know if her area can still use the area code 369 this time. The merger has been completed. Among the several areas merged this time, Area 369 has the largest number of people, so this area still uses this area code. Due to the regional merger, the ranking function is temporarily closed. It will be opened again on the 6th day of the acid rain disaster. Please stay tuned. The familiar message sounded again, which confirmed Li Sijing's guess. Although I am curious about what new characters will appear in the area after the fusion, I am not in a hurry. After all, the morning time is still very precious. Li Sijing got up from the bed and found the clothes she wore from the earth from the closet. When I got up early, the temperature outside was already 20 degrees, and it was just right to wear this set of clothes. After putting on the clothes and putting away the folding bed, Li Sijing opened the car door and got out slowly. A new world suddenly came into view. The endless green grass, the green and blue of the water are completely different, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. A road that keeps spreading forward. The endless plains, let Li Sijing, who has eagle eyes, see very far. After experiencing the desert and the ocean, is the background of the road this time a plain? It feels good. The only thing that makes people dissatisfied is the drizzle that never stops. The rain was not heavy. It could be said to be a drizzle. Even if there was no shelter, The clothes would not get wet within half an hour. But even such a small rain, which kept falling, was very annoying. The key point was this ordinary rain? Don't forget, this is the name of the world. Acid rain disaster? While tying the hat on herself, Li Sijing turned on the blue screen. Since acid rain has become a natural disaster, it will definitely display a specific value, which can be seen from the description of the acid-proof spray layer. And this value, according to the situation in the previous two worlds, should appear next to the temperature. Right? When I looked over, on the blue screen, after the time and temperature, there was indeed a new value. Acidity, 0. The acidity is 0, which means that the rain now is just normal rain without acidity. In this case, there is no need to be too nervous at the moment. But I don't know when it will become acidic rain. Time is a bit tight. Li Sijing didn't think much, but continued to do her own thing. With such a small drizzle, she still had to exercise according to the plan. After all, in such a world, a good body is more important than anything else. The purpose of half an hour of exercise is to strengthen the body and move the body that has been trapped all night. After the exercise, Li Sijing got off the car with a bucket of water and the dirty clothes she changed yesterday. Except for down jackets and a few cotton coats, other clothes need to be washed. While there is still water, Li Sijing naturally wants to wash them as soon as possible. After using more than 2 buckets of water, all the dirty clothes were finally washed. On this rainy day, don't think about letting the clothes dry naturally. Li Sijing hangs them directly in the closet and turns on the dryer below. After all this trouble, 3 of the 4 buckets of water she had brought to the car yesterday had been used up, leaving only the last bucket of water. Unfortunately, the rain was too light now. Otherwise she would have to make a few more buckets to see if she could collect some rainwater. After finishing the clothes, it was already past 8 o'clock, which was longer than the usual driving time. But before driving today, she had one more thing to do, which was to spray the acid-proof layer. Acid rain with acidity. No one knew when it would appear. She didn't want to spray the car with acid-proof layer in the acid rain, so it was better to prepare in advance. She took out the acid-proof layer from the natural disaster treasure chest, which was a very ordinary metal bottle with a nozzle. On the bottle was written, the number of acid-proof layers she currently had was 50.2. And there was also a brief instruction for use. Instructions for use. Press at the object you want to spray, and you can spray 1 square kilometer at a time. Chapter 237 Emotion Controller. The SUV is 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters long. There are 6 sides in total. But the bottom of the car does not need to be sprayed. So the final required acid-proof spray layer is 38 units. Of course, this number is just an approximate calculation. When it is actually sprayed, there are still some corners and edges, and there is not a complete square meter. As a thrifty person, Li Sijing will naturally not waste a little material. She used these extra corners and edges to spray all the rain boots. When spraying the car, the other sides are easy to say, but the top of the car is too high, which adds some difficulty to her. Fortunately, this acid-proof spray layer is very smart. It only needs to touch the position to be sprayed to spray it evenly. In this way, she opened the car door, stood on the car and grabbed the roof, and sprayed all the positions completely. Spending 38 units of acid-proof spray layer protected the entire SUV and a pair of rain boots. And the acid-proof spray was left with 12.2 units. Li Sijing originally planned to put the remaining spray in the mustard space. When she put it in, she found that there was no free space in the mustard space. She had no choice but to take the acid-proof spray and return to the car. Seeing that it was already 8:30, Li Sijing didn't care about other things and hurriedly told Shinkong to drive. The first day in the new world, according to normal practice, is when the road conditions are the best. Li Sijing directly asked Shinkong to drive at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Thinking that today should be a good harvest, the car drove quickly under Shinkong's control. And Li Sijing came to prepare today's breakfast, because there were many things to deal with today. Li Sijing did not prepare any complicated food for breakfast. She took out 6 buns from the freezer and steamed them, and then left them alone. Li Sijing was very excited and came to the fastest part of the day. Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the emotion controller. One of the joy, anger, sadness and fear. Joy, which has been successfully loaded. Emotion controller? What is this? As soon as such a question came up, Li Sijing's mind automatically appeared with the relevant introduction of the emotion controller. Emotion controller. An accessory that can be loaded on a person. The main function is to control people's emotions. Emotions are divided into 4 types: joy, anger, sadness, and fear. And this time, she only got joy. One of the 4 emotions. That is, she can only control joy now. As for how to control it, there is only one way. That is to turn it off. After learning the specific information of the items obtained by signing in this time, Li Sijing didn't know what expression she should have. Reason told her that the sign-in system, as a gold finger with integrity, has not had any useless items so far. So, even if this emotion controller seems useless now, I believe it will be used in the future. However, what is the function of this emotion controller? She really has no idea. If it was the other 3 emotions that appeared this time, it would be fine. At least when she is angry or sad, she can turn off this emotion to avoid irrational behavior. But joy? It seems that there is no need to turn it off. After all, in this world, it is so rare to get the emotion of joy. Isn't it a waste to turn it off? However, no matter how much she didn't understand, since the sign-in item had already appeared, Li Sijing could only accept it. However, just as Li Sijing adjusted her emotions, Xingyao's words immediately made her emotions fluctuate again. The emotion controller is a series of items. On the first day of each world, you will get other emotions until you have 4 emotions. So, in the next 3 worlds, on the first day of each world, she will sign in to get the emotion controller. All 4 emotions have to come. At this moment, Li Sijing suddenly felt that the emotion controller was not bad. At least if she could control her anger now, she wouldn't be so. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. This emotion controller will definitely be of great use later. Li Sijing kept comforting herself like this, and finally adjusted her mentality before the steamed buns were steamed. Turn off the fire. Open the lid of the pot to let the buns air out. And Li Sijing got up and went to the shelf to find the drinks she needed to drink. The temperature in the previous world was too cold. For the sake of her health, she didn't touch any beverages and always used hot water to soak milk. The temperature in this world is suitable, and she can finally enjoy beverages of various flavors. Coke, lactic acid bacteria beverage, jasmine tea, brewed milk tea, tea. What to choose? In the end, Li Sijing chose a bottle of lactic acid bacteria beverage to go with her breakfast. While eating buns and drinking beverages, Li Sijing also opened the regional channel to see the situation after the merger. I came to the new area again. 369 area. I hope this area code can last a little longer. I hope so too. A new area code per week. Those with bad memory can't remember it. If you want to avoid changing the area code, it requires the efforts of everyone in the area. If more people survive, there will be no need to change the area code. That can't be helped. In our last area, the number of people who survived was exactly 1,000. If one more person died, it would become 3 digits. Then your area is not bad. Our area is only 3 digits. Hey, our area originally had 4 digits. But there was a big fight in the terminal building, and hundreds of people died. Is it so miserable? Our area is not bad this time. More than 2,000 people survived. The person above is from our area 369. By the way, the road conditions in this acid rain world are good. I won't talk about it anymore. Watch me fish out 20 resource boxes today. Hey, I am a little worried. I don't know what the acid rain will be like. The acid-proof spray layer is too expensive. I can't bear to exchange it. I don't know how long the car can last. By the way, have you collected enough materials to upgrade the car? What's the situation with the off-road vehicle? I also want to ask, how big is the off-road vehicle? Can it fit a bed? Same question. I have been sleeping in the driver's seat for half a month. I am about to get hemorrhoids. I urgently need a bed. It hasn't been upgraded yet. Originally, 100 units of various materials were collected. Who would have thought that the materials for upgrading the car this time would double? Let's save some more. The materials we need are not many. It will only take 2 days. I was originally planning to sell some supplies to collect the basic materials needed to upgrade the car. Unfortunately, I just arrived in the new world, and the prices have not stabilized yet. The prices of cloth and wood are plummeting, but the price of water resources is rising. Yes. It's not worthwhile to exchange now. Let's wait until tomorrow. Or at least until tonight. Hey. Tell us the names of the famous bosses in each of your regions. This is a good idea. Let everyone get to know the bosses and have a better idea. Let me go first. In our region, there is a boss who occupies 3 top spots. Fuck. Is it so exaggerated? This must be someone who cannot be offended. Please tell me. What's his name? The murderer Li Sijing. Why is he called the murderer? Is there any secret in it? Then let me tell you all. Chapter 238 Upgrading the Special Steel Body. After Li Sijing finished her breakfast, she had already taken a general look at the information in the area. She also had a general understanding of the famous people in the dozen or so newly added areas. As for the fact that someone spread her bad reputation, Li Sijing didn't take it to heart. In the survival world, a person will never be the focus. Even if he is occasionally, he will be pushed down by other news in a short time. As for the fluctuation of prices, Li Sijing was not surprised. After all, in a new world, the demand and scarce materials will certainly change. However, Li Sijing was originally planning to adjust the pricing of the materials she sold in the trading area so as to gather the basic materials needed for the mustard space as soon as possible. Now it seems that she can only wait until the evening when the prices of various materials stabilize before adjusting the prices. Thinking of this, Li Sijing couldn't help but check the quantity of various basic materials in her hands. By the way, after dark yesterday, in order to make fish cakes and fish balls, I didn't have time to count the supplies. I have to see when I have time to count the supplies in the car so that I can have a clear idea. Li Sijing opened the manufacturing area while thinking wildly. 6,236 units of metal, 1,378 units of plastic, 1,221 units of rubber, 1,022 units of wood, 1,296 units of glass, and 1,112 units of cloth. Looking at the number of these basic materials, Li Sijing couldn't help but frown and had a headache. Originally, according to the original plan, she could create another mustard seed space as soon as she came to this world. The only thing that worried her was whether there would be a second mustard seed space. What happened? Now the second mustard seed space appeared, but the materials needed for manufacturing doubled, which caused her previous preparations to be a bit behind. The most important thing is that not only the materials for manufacturing the mustard seed space doubled, but also the materials for upgrading cars doubled. Therefore, everyone in the area was short of basic materials and was collecting them frantically. Except for the metal materials that met the standards. She still lacked a lot of the other 5 basic materials. Should she use the metal materials to exchange other basic materials with others? If the prices of various basic materials can eventually stabilize at a 1-to-1 exchange ratio, the materials in her hands are just right. Just as Li Sijing was thinking about the possibility of this situation, the reminder of the starry sky sounded. Li Sijing looked up, and there was still a drizzle outside that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Only the occasional water stains on the glass reminded her of the weather outside. And on the road ahead, a white resource box was quietly staying in the rain. The off-road vehicle stopped beside the resource box and opened the door. Li Sijing didn't wear a hat, leaned out half of his body, and quickly took back the low-level resource box. The car continued to move forward. Li Sijing looked at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. The speed was really good. 1 resource box in half an hour. If you calculate it this way, 20 resource boxes a day is not a problem. Put the resource box on the folding table, and put aside the basic materials that he had just thought about. No matter what materials are used to exchange for materials in the end, they have to wait until the price of materials stabilizes. Li Sijing is now considering another thing. The accessory upgrade card. In the early morning, she was in a hurry to rest, and had no time to think carefully. Now she can think about it carefully. Li Sijing opened the manufacturing area again, and carefully checked the auto parts she had. After this check, she was a little surprised that she had saved a lot of auto parts in the past half-month. In addition to a dozen or so fuel tank expansion drawings, she had 18 other auto parts, some of which she almost forgot. Among these parts, Li Sijing looked through them carefully and finally selected 5 parts that were worth upgrading. Engine acceleration drawings, special steel body drawings, bulletproof glass drawings, bumper drawings, and power system drawings. She wanted to upgrade all these parts. But unfortunately, there was only one upgrade card. She had some choice difficulties, and could only use the elimination method in the end. First of all, The power system should be able to drive more electrical appliances after upgrading, although it was a bit aggrieved in terms of electricity use. With gasoline as a substitute, Li Sijing felt that she could still tolerate it, so she removed it. The bumper and the special steel body. These two drawings are to increase the hardness and stability of the car. In the case of only choosing one of the two, Li Sijing will naturally choose the special steel body, so the bumper is removed. As for the engine acceleration drawings, Li Sijing finally chose to remove them, although the increase in car speed is very cool. After all, there are more resource boxes to encounter. However, is the upper limit of her car speed limited? No. What has always limited her speed is the road conditions, which are all kinds of bad road conditions that do not allow her to drive too fast. Therefore, even if she increased the upper limit of her car's speed, she still couldn't speed up when she encountered bad road conditions. Then, there was no need to upgrade the engine to accelerate. After eliminating 3 options, the only 2 accessories left were the special steel body and bulletproof glass. After thinking again and again, Li Sijing finally chose to upgrade the special steel body blueprint. Although the bulletproof glass could not really resist pistol bullets, it could buy her enough time. The hardness and pressure resistance of the body are closely related to whether she will be crushed in the car when an accident occurs. After using the accessory upgrade card on the special steel body blueprint, the information behind the blueprint suddenly changed. Special steel body upgraded increased the car's firmness, pressure resistance, and corrosion resistance, and can withstand the impact of powerful explosives. This introduction has more things. She remembered that before only the firmness was increased, but now there are pressure resistance and corrosion resistance. Also, it could only withstand the impact of ordinary explosives before, but now it has become a powerful explosive. I don't know how big the difference is. However, if you have not experienced it, there is no basis for imagination. Shaking her head and not thinking further, Li Sijing was thinking about a new problem. That is, 10 car parts blueprints can be combined into a parts upgrade card. This matter can be said in the area. The survival game has prompted that her upgrade card is the first synthesis in the area, which means that other people don't know about it. In fact, if you think about it, you can understand why other people keep 10 car parts blueprints in their hands. Isn't that a waste of resources? As for why she told others? Anyway, others will know it one day. Although this day may be a little long, but it wouldn't hurt her to say it in advance. However, a word of mouth can save a little bit. Her reputation in the area is not good. Chapter 239 Acid Rain appears. Li Sijing explained the matter of the accessory upgrade card in detail, and sent it to the area. At around 9 o'clock, there were not many people still chatting in the area. Therefore, even if Li Sijing's message was important, there were not many people participating in the discussion. Among them, there were many people who were not familiar with Li Sijing, and had doubts about this news. Seeing this situation, Li Sijing couldn't help but secretly say that it was a bad idea. I forgot that everyone was driving cars to find resource boxes at this time. It seems that this news can be sent again at lunchtime. At 9:30, Li Sijing took back the second low-level resource box from the road. The drizzle outside did not get heavier, but it continued without stopping. Sitting in the car, Li Sijing turned on the wardrobe dryer that had been working for an hour, wanting to see how the clothes inside were dried. She reached in and touched it, and found that most of the other clothes were completely dry. The only ones that were still a little damp were the sweaters and woolen sweaters. She took out the dry clothes and folded them. Li Sijing was going to put all these thick clothes away. Anyway, they would definitely not be used in this world. As for the sweaters and woolen sweaters that were not yet dry, it should not take a few minutes to let them dry. The 5 compression bags that were unpacked before also came in handy at this time. First, a 10 jean quilt was filled in one bag, and then the down quilt and down jacket, as well as 3 cotton padded clothes of different thicknesses, filled the second bag as well. Then, there are electric blankets, sleeping bags, warm clothes, fleece pants, knee pads, scarves, laid phone hats, dried sweaters and woolen sweaters, etc. The third bag is also full. The electric pumps equipped with these 5 compression bags can only use electricity. Fortunately, it takes less than 3 minutes to evacuate the 3 compression bags, and the power consumption is only 0.05 kilowatt hours for 1 kilowatt hour per hour. Speaking of power consumption, Li Sijing couldn't help but check the remaining power of the solar panel. Although the power system equipped with the car can also generate electricity when running. This electricity is only enough for the power required by the car itself. And it cannot be counted on. The maximum storage capacity of the solar panel is 1 kilowatt hour. You heard it right. It is 1 kilowatt hour, which is equivalent to the power of 15 power banks. And Li Sijing dare not use this power at all. In the last world, she only used electricity for a whole week and purified the water source 4 times. Each purification time is 5 minutes. And 4 times is 20 minutes. The purifier consumes 1 kilowatt hour of electricity for 12 hours. And 0.028 kilowatt hours of electricity for 20 minutes. Adding the loss caused by time over the past week, Li Sijing still has 0.92 kilowatt hours of electricity left. Looking through the car window at the cloudy weather outside, Li Sijing estimated that the sun would still not be visible in this world. Fortunately, the remaining electricity she has can support 2 more worlds. And after 2 worlds, she can see the sun at least. The area occupied by the 3 compressed bags was directly reduced by half. Putting them on the shelves finally freed up some space on the full shelves. After dealing with the clothes, it was already 10 o'clock. And she also encountered the 3rd resource box of the day, which was still a low-level one. Opening the car door, Li Sijing was still too lazy to wear a hat. So she leaned out half of her body and successfully took the resource box back to the car. The off-road vehicle continued to move forward, and the resource box was placed on the folding table. Everything that needed to be done had been dealt with. Li Sijing opened the storage compartment and took out a few packs of snacks. She was going to replenish her energy and then drive herself. However, Li Sijing, who put different kinds of nuts into her mouth one by one, felt something was wrong. She looked at her hands. After coming to this world and encountering various things, these hands were still as white and tender as before. But now, there were several discordant red dots on these white and tender hands. These red dots were not very deep, just like the marks that had become lighter after being bitten by a mosquito overnight. The marks were not deep, but very dense, which was the main reason why Li Sijing could find something wrong. What was going on? Allergy? Li Sijing looked at other parts of her body uncertainly. There were no marks on her body, but there seemed to be some on her face. But these marks that looked like red dots were not itchy. This symptom was not like allergy. These marks just appeared. So what did she do just now? Without thinking too long, Li Sijing had a guess in her mind. That was rain. She had just taken the resource box in the rain, and her hands and cheeks were soaked in rain. Don't forget that the natural disaster in this world is acid rain. Li Sijing quickly opened the blue screen and saw the acidity following the temperature. The original number 0 became the number 1. Sure enough, the acidity changed, and the acidity increased by 1 point. And the corrosive effect of this acidity. Li Sijing looked at her hands and had a bottom in her heart. The red marks on her hands were not painful or itchy, and it felt that it would heal in a short time. And this was the power of an acidity of 1. Then the acidity of 10. The damage to the skin would probably be redness and swelling. This acidity should have increased at 10 o'clock. And I don't know what the law of subsequent acidity increase is. Moreover, how these acid rains harm those cars that have not been sprayed with anti-acid spray layers is also a problem. Relying on her own thinking, it is obvious that she can't think of anything. At this time, it depends on the power of the masses. Unfortunately, after opening the regional channel, Li Sijing did not see any information about acid rain. But think about it. The degree of corrosion of acid rain with an acidity of 1 is very slight, and it can't be found at all without careful observation. Everyone else was busy driving, and it was estimated that only a few people noticed that the ordinary rain outside was turning into acid rain. This road was not feasible, and she could only rely on herself to explore. Originally, she was going to drive herself, but because of this matter, Li Sijing also gave up. So she decided to wait until she had time in the afternoon. Now, she was eating snacks and twisting the Rubik's Cube to pass the time. From time to time, she looked at the blue screen that was always open, just to see when the acidity would change from 1 to 2. Chapter 240 Shooting the Giant Beast. At 10:30, Li Sijing did not wait for the acidity to change, but welcomed the 4th low-level resource box of the day. It is not a solution to wait like this. It seems that the acidity will not change in a short time. She should wait until 11 o'clock to see again. As for now, she has set her sights outside the car, the huge figure that has been following her car since 10 o'clock. A rabbit taller than a human is also the giant beast of today. Since we have come to a new world, new giant beasts will naturally appear. This is not surprising. And Li Sijing, who has strength, will naturally not let go of the giant beasts every day. After all, these giant beasts not only represent points, but also represent a lot of meat. In fact, the car is already in motion. In order to avoid the trouble of stopping and restarting, Li Sijing's original idea was to wait until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, then stop to deal with it, leaving 3 or 4 hours, enough time for her to decompose the body. However, thinking about the rain that was gradually becoming acidic, she felt a little uneasy. Although we don't know the law of the change of acidity of acid rain, one thing is clear. That is, the acidity will continue to increase. The current acidity will only make the skin red, and it seems that it can be blocked by taking some items. But what about later? By the afternoon, will the acidity of these rains become so high that even a bamboo hat cannot block it? In this case, it will inevitably have a great impact on her future actions. And since these acid rains will corrode any objects, including humans, what about these large animals? Thinking of this, Li Sijing immediately decided that it was better to deal with this large beast as soon as possible. The rules of the new world are not very clear, so it is better to fight quickly. After making this decision, Li Sijing no longer hesitated and immediately told Shinkong to stop the car. She put on the raincoat she had exchanged with others before, as well as the raincoat that had been sprayed with an acid-proof spray layer, and finally put on a hat and rubber yellow gloves. Fully armed, Li Sijing got off the car, naturally without a bit of rain on her body. She slowly came to the side of the road, looking at the large beast in the distance through an invisible barrier. Probably because it felt Li Sijing's breath stop, the giant rabbit outside the road also stopped on a piece of grass. Taking out the pistol from the mustard space, Li Sijing first checked whether the magazine was full of bullets. With rubber gloves that didn't fit her hands well, her 2 hands became less sensitive, and she fumbled for a long time before she got it done. However, the giant rabbit was a little far from her. The distance was almost 200 meters, and the ordinary pistol in her hand did not have such a long effective range. Still using the old method to lure, Li Sijing took off her gloves and stretched out her exposed left hand outside the transparent barrier. After a pause of about 3 seconds, she immediately retracted her left hand after seeing the giant rabbit and reacting. The red marks on her hand, which were originally caused by the rain, were already too faint to be seen clearly. After this operation, Li Sijing's left hand suddenly had dense red marks again. Fortunately, it still didn't hurt, and she didn't have time to care, so she quickly put on rubber gloves. At this time, the giant rabbit that ran over following the smell had already crashed into the transparent barrier with a bang. These giant beasts obviously still have some intelligence. After crashing once, the giant rabbit was no longer reckless. It circled around Li Sijing's position for a few circles, then hesitated and turned around to leave. Li Sijing, who had been aiming for a long time, naturally would not let it go. With a bang, a bullet shot out from the muzzle, passed through the invisible barrier, and instantly hit the rabbit's huge head from behind. The giant rabbit staggered, and didn't even bother to look back, and immediately ran away. Maybe the rabbit's head was too big and the bullet was too small. Even if this shot hit the rabbit's head, it didn't kill it in one shot. Looking at the rabbit's back that was escaping quickly, Li Sijing immediately made up another shot after removing the recoil of the pistol. The gun perfection skill book that FA spent a lot of points to get played a role at this moment. Even though the giant rabbit was running, Li Sijing's second bullet was still very accurate, and it shot into the hole of the first bullet again. With the second bullet, the giant rabbit's agile speed finally slowed down, and its 4 legs walked separately. Seeing this, Li Sijing naturally did not hesitate, and walked out of the barrier directly, and fired the third bullet while walking. 3 bullets penetrated from 1 bullet hole, and finally the giant rabbit could no longer hold on. After shaking a few times, the giant rabbit finally fell 50 meters away from the road. Holding the pistol in both hands, Li Sijing walked a few steps to the giant rabbit, kicked it with his feet, and saw that there was really no reaction. So he put away the pistol with relief. The giant beast has been dealt with, and the next step is to deal with the follow-up problems. Looking at the distance from here to the highway, which is not close, Li Sijing can't help but have a headache. This rabbit ran so far. It really caused her a lot of trouble. However, the main problem of this matter is that the weapon is not very powerful. As a hot weapon, the pistol is more powerful than the crossbow. But its shortcomings are still very obvious. The range is not far enough. And the power is not strong enough. When it can be fired. Other types of hot weapons will be fine. Thinking about these unrealistic things in my heart. The corpse of the giant rabbit in front of me still needs to be dealt with. There is no spare space in the mustard space. If I can't count on it this time, I can only rely on myself. In order to avoid the blood staining her clothes after the corpse is decomposed and moved, Li Sijing decided to transport the whole corpse back to the highway directly. By the way, this giant rabbit looks about 300 pounds. With her current physical fitness, she should be able to move it. Right? Li Sijing grabbed the 2 ears of the giant rabbit that were longer than her arms with both hands, and then pulled it back hard. Seeing the rabbit twice her size, she found it was not difficult to pull it. After dragging the huge corpse and moving backwards for more than 10 minutes, she finally returned to the roadside. It was drizzling, and the air was very humid. But after all this action, Li Sijing was sweating. Chapter 241 Acidity Rises. The hazy drizzle continued without stopping. After dragging the giant rabbit weighing about 300 pounds to the road, Li Sijing returned to the car, replenished water, and took a short rest. She looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. She hurriedly looked at the acidity on the side. Sure enough, there was a change. The original 1 behind the acidity had quietly turned into 2. In other words, it rises by 1 number every hour. I just don't know how big the difference is when the acidity rises by 1 number. After thinking about it, Li Sijing tried to extend her hand out of the off-road vehicle and expose it to the rain. The red mark left by the rain had long disappeared with time. The white and tender hand was soaked in the rain again. Looking at the red mark on the hand that was taken back, which was no different from before, Li Sijing tried to touch it with her fingertips. Unlike the previous reaction, the red mark this time was slightly numb and a little bit painful under the touch of the fingertips. The corrosion level has indeed increased, but it is still within an acceptable range. This level of damage should be healed in a few hours even without medicine. This level of corrosion is naturally useless for raincoats and rain boots, but it is uncertain in the future. At this moment, Li Sijing thought that her behavior of killing large beasts in advance was very correct. After a good rest, fully armed and holding a tang sword, Li Sijing got off the car again. The tang sword was her most handy weapon before, but now it can only be used to decompose corpses. With the experience of decomposing the corpses of various giant beasts before, the corpse of this giant rabbit is naturally not difficult. Because there were too many supplies in Li Sijing's car, the space that could be squeezed out to put these meats was really limited. So when it came to decomposing the corpse, Li Sijing was not as careful as before. She cut out all the parts of the giant rabbit with better meat quality, and got a total of 160 kilograms of meat. As for the parts that were not meaty and difficult to handle, such as the neck and head, they were all left. The fur of this rabbit was quite smooth, and if someone was skillful, he could make a leather coat. Unfortunately, Li Sijing didn't know how to tan leather, didn't have the free time, and didn't have the skills to make clothes. Moreover, the extreme cold world had just passed, and it was estimated that there would be no cold climate in the short term. So there was no need for this. In the end, these rabbit skins, together with the not-so-good meat on them, weighed more than 100 kilograms, and she directly dealt with them at a low price. As for the low price, it was really low. The kind of low price. More than 100 kilograms of meat and skin. In the end, only 20 units of metal were exchanged. This was a buyer. She had waited for several minutes before finally coming. The price was so low. Not because Li Sijing lost money, but because the real price was like this. Those who could come to this world alive, even those at the bottom of society, probably had no shortage of food at the beginning. And finally, they came to a new world with good road conditions, and everyone was driving like crazy to get more resource boxes. These scraps cut from large beasts are very time-consuming to process. If you calculate carefully, you will know that the time cost is really not worth it. Therefore, the longer they come to the survival world, the fewer people are willing to buy these scraps, and the lower the price. It is rare for Li Sijing to exchange 20 units of metal this time, unless there is another food crisis. Whether these scraps can find buyers in the future can only depend on God's will. It took Li Sijing more than half an hour to deal with these things. When she took the rabbit meat to the car and closed the door, it was already past 11:30. It took an hour and consumed 3 bullets, and finally got 160 kilograms of rabbit meat and 20 units of metal materials. Compared with the harvest from hunting giant fish before, the difference is really a bit big. Of course, Li Sijing also knew that she couldn't be too greedy. The current situation is a normal harvest. However, looking at the 160 kilograms of rabbit meat piled together, Li Sijing couldn't help but have a headache again. Her freezer is really full, and her mustard space really can't hold it. So these meats really can't be kept in her hands. Li Sijing finally decided to keep 10 kilograms of rabbit meat and sell the rest. Although the food price is low now, she has no choice but to keep the meat in her hands. After all, the second mustard space has not been built yet. Now it is time for everyone to have lunch. And you can shout a few times. Put 150 kilograms of rabbit meat in the trading area at the price of 5 units of metal materials per kilogram. And mark that no metal materials are needed. As for the exchange ratio between other materials, there is no specific fixed number now. Li Sijing decided that when someone exchanges, she will exchange it according to the market price. In short, no one will suffer a loss. After that, she came to the regional channel, which was indeed much more lively than before. After thinking about it, Li Sijing first reposted the information about the accessory upgrade card. Then she posted the rabbit meat trading thing at the end, so that the attention would go up. After sending these messages, Li Sijing turned off the blue screen directly, and did not intend to see other people's reactions. After all, she knew her reputation in the region. It was also expected that there would definitely be some unpleasant remarks later. So why bother to make herself unhappy? As for now, she was preparing her own lunch. The previous few meals were very simple for various reasons. For this lunch today, Li Sijing decided to eat something delicious. She thought about the various ingredients in her hands, and finally decided to make a boiled fish fillet with rice, which was really delicious. From the back of the car, she took out a 5-liter bucket of mineral water and opened it to cook. By the way, after switching to this world, you can no longer be reckless in terms of water sources. And you still have to save if you can. She used to rinse 200 g of rice twice. But now, once is enough. After the rice was cooked, she thought about the ingredients needed for the dish of boiled fish fillet. She still lacked eggs and starch. And it would be even better if she had chili peppers. Originally, she had eggs and starch, but she used them all up when she made fish cakes and fish balls yesterday. After thinking about it, she could only look for Xiong Shuangyan, the egg supplier. Now that the price of food has dropped, it is naturally impossible to exchange it with the previous price of half a caddy of braised pork for 4 eggs. Li Sijing sent 1 caddy of braised wild boar meat, and finally exchanged it for 5 eggs. If it is used daily, it can last for a while. As for starch, there is no shortage of it in the trading area. After all, it is just a supplementary material for making food. Li Sijing finally exchanged 1 caddy of rabbit meat for 1 caddy of mung bean starch. As for the chili pepper she wanted, she searched for it, but she still couldn't find it. Chapter 242 Unsaleable Meat. Grass carp is the best choice for boiled fish fillets. In the last world, although Li Sijing hunted a giant grass carp, most of the cut grass carp meat was sold. She still has 11 pounds of grass carp fillets, but only the last piece of grass carp meat is left. Fortunately, 1 pound of grass carp meat can make boiled fish fillets for her alone. After cutting 1 pound of grass carp meat into thin slices and washing off the mucus, Li Sijing opened a can of beer and poured half of it into the fish fillets. The purpose of doing this is to remove the fishy smell and increase the fragrance. While doing this, she also boiled water in a pot and put all the bean sprouts that had been exchanged before in the pot and boiled them. After rubbing almost enough, wash it again with water, and wash it several times until the water becomes clear. Beat the washed fish fillets. Then add salt, pepper, an egg white, and an appropriate amount of starch and mix well. Then pick up the bean sprouts that had been boiled and set aside. Then heat the oil in a pan and add the chopped onion, ginger and garlic. Since there is no chili pepper, you can only use green pepper instead. Finally, add a large spoonful of bean paste. Stir fry until fragrant, and add the boiled water that has been boiled. Add appropriate amount of seasoning to season the boiling soup in the pot, and then add the fish slices that have been prepared in advance. When it is almost cooked, take out the soup bowl. Put the bean sprouts at the bottom. Take out the fish slices and put them on top. And then pour out the fish soup. In this way, it doesn't take much time, and the boiled fish slices with good color, fragrance and taste can be served. At this time, Li Sijing also encountered the 5th low-level resource box of the day. She looked at the time. It was just 12 o'clock. And the acidity changed from 2 to 3. The off-road vehicle stopped next to the white resource box. Li Sijing had already put on her hat and gloves before she dared to lean over to take the resource box. The off-road vehicle continued to move forward. Li Sijing could not care about anything else when she smelled the aroma of rice in the car, mixed with the spicy and sweet taste. She put down the resource box and started eating with the rice cooker. The bean sprouts with spicy taste and the springy and delicious fish fillets were so delicious when eaten with rice. By the way, Li Sijing did not waste the extra egg yolk. She cooked it in the fish soup and ate it together. There was also a half can of beer left, which she drank while eating. This was not enough. So Li Sijing opened another bottle of lactic acid bacteria drink. Li Sijing was sweating slightly after eating the meal. She ate all the rice, fish fillets, and bean sprouts. After cleaning up the mess, Li Sijing held a cup and drank boiled water to digest the food. Li Sijing, in a daze, couldn't help but open the regional channel to look for some human smell. However, looking at the news that kept surging in the area, Li Sijing felt that something was wrong. Her rabbit meat has been hanging in the trading area for almost an hour. Right? Why is there no movement at all? Is it that the survival game is stuck? Li Sijing opened the trading area with some doubts. Sure enough, the 150 kilograms of rabbit meat she hung in the trading area was still 150 kilograms. Without any change. The price has been marked so low. Why can't it be sold? Is her reputation really so bad? However, after carefully checking the trading area, Li Sijing found a clue. It's not just her rabbit meat that is unsaleable, but many people's meat hung in the trading area has also been unsaleable. The most important thing is that there are too many people selling meat in this area. Right? I guess everyone is working hard to upgrade their cars, killing large beasts desperately, and exchanging meat for basic materials. So, the current situation is overproduction. Originally, I wanted to gather the basic materials as soon as possible to make a second mustard seed space. But now it seems that it has completely gone to waste. Faced with this situation, Li Sijing really has no way out. After thinking about it, she removed the price limit, so that metal materials can also be used for exchange. In this way, every bit that can be sold is a bit. In this kind of weather, meat will go bad if left outside. After dealing with the things in the trading area, Li Sijing returned to the regional channel again to see if there was any useful information in it. Especially about acid rain. I don't know what everyone thinks. Ha! In one morning, I got almost 10 resource boxes. This feeling is so cool. I only encountered 6 resource boxes, but 3 of them were intermediate resource boxes. Unfortunately, only 2 car parts blueprints were dropped, one of which I already had. Wow! The guy above is so lucky. 2 blueprints in one morning is pretty good. I'm so jealous. I opened 2 intermediate resource boxes and only got 1 blueprint. It doesn't matter if there are duplicate blueprints. Didn't a big guy announce today that 10 car parts blueprints can be combined into 1 parts upgrade card? This news is good, but I don't know if it's true. I just happen to have 2 duplicate blueprints and a few blueprints that don't have much use. I can try it after saving them up. The news should be true. Although Li Sijing is a murderer, such a big figure should not release false news. Have you been driving all morning? I spent several hours to kill a large beast. I also killed a large beast, a wild horse. If you want to eat horse meat, you can send me a private message. Alas, I have already regretted killing large beasts. I wasted a lot of time, and the sales were not good. It's normal. Anyone who can survive to this day must have some strength. So meat is naturally not so scarce. I regret not investigating the market well. If I had known, I would have kept driving. At least I could get a few more resource boxes. By the way, this acid rain world seems to be quite relaxing. It feels like a vacation world. It can't be a survival game. It seems that the previous 2 worlds were too hard, and the rewards are too high. I don't think it's that simple. This is only the first day. The key is that the acid rain is not very powerful now. That's because the acidity of the acid rain is still very low. I have observed that the acidity increases by 1 number every hour. What acidity? Where to see it? Behind the time. Don't you guys observe it carefully? I was driving nervously all morning. How could I have time to pay attention to other things? Yes, I just noticed it now. If it really increases by 1 number every hour, it will be terrible later. It's okay now. I guess our skin can't stand it at night. I don't know how long the car can last. The car maintenance card in my hand was almost used up during the natural disaster yesterday. It's terrible. Me too. Chapter 243 RV Water System. After checking the regional channel for a long time, there was no useful information. The prompt sound of the starry sky interrupted her idea of continuing to watch. She looked up, pressed the wiper, and wiped the rain stains on the windshield clean. The resource box on the road suddenly became very conspicuous. This turned out to be an intermediate resource box, and Li Sijing immediately became interested. After the off-road vehicle stopped, Li Sijing also equipped herself, got off the car fully armed, and slowly approached the resource box, holding a pistol with the safety turned on. Facing the small beast, Li Sijing was no longer as frightened as before. After triggering the intermediate resource box, a figure slightly shorter than Li Sijing suddenly jumped out of the white mist. The white and smooth hair, 4 feet landed on the ground and jumped higher than a person, and the 2 long ears trembled as it jumped up. By the way, did she poke the rabbit's nest today? She actually met a rabbit again. If you ignore the color of the fur, the rabbit in front of you is almost a smaller version of the large rabbit before. Although she was complaining in her heart, Li Sijing's movements were not slow at all. Facing the rabbit jumping towards her, she raised her hand and shot it directly. With a bang, the bullet shot directly into the rabbit's red eyes. This smaller version of the rabbit is naturally not as resistant as the previous one, but it was solved with just 1 shot. This rabbit, more than 1 meter tall, fell directly in front of Li Sijing, followed by the sound of the game. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing a small beast rabbit and obtaining a piece of rabbit's skin. As the voice fell, the huge figure in front of him suddenly disappeared, and a piece of snow-white leather appeared. Li Sijing bent down and picked up the leather. It was soft and light to the touch, and the hair was smooth and shiny. The leather was spread out, and it felt like the size of an ordinary rabbit, but the edge was very straight, and it looked about 1/4 of a square. After decomposing it, it turned out not to be rabbit meat, but a piece of rabbit skin, which surprised Li Sijing. However, she already had enough rabbit meat in her hand, and getting a piece of rabbit skin was not bad, although it was not useful now. The drizzle outside kept falling, and Li Sijing didn't stay for long. She picked up the rabbit skin and the intermediate resource box and returned to the car. Put the rabbit skin on the shelf at the back first, and wait until you have the leisure time to think about what to use it for. Back in the driver's seat, Li Sijing focused his eyes on the resource box on the folding table. With the 5 low-level resource boxes before and the newly obtained intermediate resource box, she now has a total of 6 resource boxes, and it is time to open them. The key is that if she doesn't open the boxes, the gasoline in her tank will probably not last long. After the disaster day and the consumption of various electrical appliances, the full tank of gasoline in the last world has only 40 units left in this world. From the time she drove this morning to now, she has encountered a total of 6 resource boxes and consumed 30 units of gasoline on the way. In other words, there are only 10 units of gasoline left in her tank now. These resource boxes should be able to open gasoline, right? It's waiting to be used. Among the 6 resource boxes, Li Sijing is most looking forward to the intermediate resource box, so she is the first to reach out. Salt-baked duck wings 15G. RV water system blueprint. Fuel tank expansion blueprint. Spicy grilled squid 15G *10. Tiramisu box cake 150G. Wangzai milk 145 milliliters. Of these supplies, the first one that Li Sijing saw was of course the first blueprint. RV water system. Open all water pipes on the RV and effectively control them. Materials required for construction: plastic *10, metal *5, rubber *2. RV. In other words, this blueprint is for accessories used on RVs. According to the nature of survival games, its various supplies and blueprints will be released in advance, which is also a sign. For example, when she was in the first extremely hot world, she opened cold-proof supplies, which was a sign of the extreme cold disaster in the next world. And now, when everyone has obtained the car upgrade blueprint, as long as there are materials, they can upgrade the car to an off-road vehicle at any time. The sudden appearance of the RV accessories drawing. Does it mean that the next upgrade target of the car is the RV? Her speculation is very logical. That is to say, the possibility is really very high. Originally, She just had a good wish for the car to be upgraded to an RV. But she didn't expect it to come true. You know, her car can be upgraded the day after tomorrow. Which means that she can own an RV in 2 days. A RV that can stand completely in the car, can move freely, and has an independent bed and bathroom. If the news that the car will be upgraded to an RV next time makes her very happy, then this drawing will make her even more surprised. She was already very familiar with the stingy nature of survival games, which could be seen from the fact that the car was not equipped with a circuit system. The RV would definitely not be equipped with a water system. So she could get this blueprint now, which was considered as preparation in advance. After seeing the first blueprint, the second blueprint was not very surprising, and it was still the familiar expansion of the fuel tank. For the current off-road vehicle, 100 units is the maximum expansion capacity, and she still has 5 more expansion blueprints, including the one that was open now. There are 6 expansion blueprints. These blueprints will be kept and can be used after the car is upgraded the day after tomorrow. In addition to these 2 blueprints, the rest are actually food supplies. And Li Sijing is still very satisfied. You know, she didn't have many snacks in her hands in the last few days of her last world. After eating these few days, the storage compartment next to the driver's seat is almost empty, with only 2 packs of nuts and 3 packs of instant noodles left. She had chewed all the watermelon bubble gum, and only had 2 pieces of chewing gum left, 7 lollipops left, and 11 tangerine peel hard candies left. In short, her snacks were almost out of stock, and this unpacking could be considered a supplement. 1 pack of salt-baked duck wings and 10 small packs of spicy squid were all placed in the storage compartment. As for the not-so-big tiramisu box, Li Sijing barely stuffed it into the mustard space, and prepared to eat it after lunch break. You know, after coming to the survival world, other foods are fine, but sweets can only be unpacked, and she hasn't eaten them for a while. As for Wangzai milk, there was only a small can, and Li Sijing was too lazy to get up and put it on the shelf. So she just opened it and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 244 Unboxing. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 150g baby cabbage. 200g eggplant. 2 cloths. 2 glasses. 550 milliliters mineral water. 5 liters of mineral water. 200g lemon spicy boneless chicken feet. 5g*10 big knife meat. 5 woods. 5 plastics. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 150g*4 rouge peaches. 50g*5 small Taiwan mangoes. 3 rubbers. 5 woods. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 1 pair of sandals. 1 storage basket. 1 wash basin. 3 rubbers. 2 glasses. A deer piece ornament. Household grill. 500g smokeless hexagonal pure charcoal. 1 oil brush. 5 woods. 5 metals. After processing the supplies in the intermediate resource box, Li Sijing opened all 5 low-level resource boxes, and many supplies appeared immediately, not to mention the various basic materials. After all, they appear every time. However, when they appeared before, she would probably complain a little. It would be better to change to other materials. Now, she is eager to get more basic materials, so that she can create a mustard space as soon as possible. And the basic materials this time are quite to her liking. The metal materials that used to appear frequently appeared only once this time. Did they know that she was not short of metal materials? Did her luck get better? As for the 63 units of gasoline that were opened, it solved her urgent need. She directly added all of them into the tank. These are enough for today. And only 5 liters were opened, plus a small bottle of mineral water. It seems that the water source of this world is precious. You know, the 4 buckets of water she brought from the last world were not much left after washing clothes, and it was probably enough for today's daily use. Fortunately, she still had a lot of bottled water stored before. Although she couldn't be extravagant, it was still enough for daily use. A small baby cabbage and a long eggplant were all stuffed into the mustard space, so that they could stay fresh. As for not being able to fit in, of course it really couldn't fit in. She directly put those bottles in the mustard space, and took out the small bottles of mineral water for emergency, and then squeezed them in. A sealed bag of boneless chicken feet was placed in the storage compartment. 10 small bags of big knife meat. This is Li Sijing's childhood memory. She is quite greedy for it. She opened a few bags and ate them on the spot. and put the rest into the storage compartment. For rouge peaches, with bright red oozing from the skin, each the size of a fist, looked very tempting. The 5 mangoes were small, weighing only half a pound. But Li Sijing knew that this kind of mango was the sweetest. Li Sijing was very happy to see 2 kinds of fruits bloom at once. But she was a little worried about the issue of keeping them fresh. Finally, she took out a folding shovel from the mustard seed space that should not be used in this world, and put the 2 kinds of fruits in. The slippers came just in time, because the previous pair of cotton slippers were too hot to wear now. The storage basket was only 2 palms in size, just right to be placed under the windshield to put some small miscellaneous items. As for the wash basin, it can be used to wash your face or wash vegetables. Because she had a bucket blueprint in her hand, she had not bothered to change the wash basin before, and usually used a special bucket to wash her face. The ornament of a safe deer is a crystal deer with a base underneath, which fits perfectly under the windshield. Just looking at the bobblehead next to it, Li Sijing couldn't help but sigh. Even if she had a car on Earth, she probably wouldn't put so many ornaments on it. Right? One ornament is not enough. And now there is another one. Is she dissatisfied with the monotony of her car? In addition to these, the last 3 supplies are particularly interesting. A skewer grilling machine about the size of an A4 paper, smokeless charcoal for grilling, and a brush for brushing oil. Isn't this a 3-piece set for grilling skewers? With the barbecue ingredients in her hand, the barbecue tools are very complete. Is this because they are afraid that her food is too monotonous, so they specially opened it to improve her meals? Originally, she didn't mean to do this. But after seeing these things, the barbecue factor in Li Sijing's body was completely activated. Otherwise, barbecue at night? Thinking of this, Li Sijing immediately got up, came to the freezer, and started to search. 1 pound of roe deer meat. Wild boar meat has a strong smell. Half a pound is enough to eat. 1 pound of beef, plus vegetables, should be enough to eat. Even if it is not enough, there is rabbit meat placed outside. Let's wait and see in the evening. The meat was put aside to thaw, and before Li Sijing could do anything else, the starry sky reminder sounded. It turned out to be 1 o'clock. The acidity of the acid rain reached 4 points, and she met the resource box again. The acidity of 4 points can probably cause damage to the skin, and Li Sijing did not intend to take risks. After being armed, she leaned out, picked up the low-level resource box, and closed the car door again. The resource boxes were placed on the folding table, and Li Sijing was ready for a nap. She didn't rest until after midnight last night, so she was really a little sleepy now. It's just that the road conditions are good today, and the interval between each resource box is only half an hour, which is too short. In this case, it's unnecessary to make a bed, so it's better to rest in the driver's seat. Folding down the backrest of the driver's seat is almost like a recliner, which can save a lot of trouble. After thinking about it, Li Sijing got up again and found a blanket from the first world on the shelf at the back. With a temperature of more than 20 degrees, you still have to cover your stomach when you lie down to rest. Otherwise you will catch a cold. The hat and gloves were placed on the folding table. Li Sijing folded down the backrest of the driver's seat, laid down, covered with a blanket, and began to take a nap. Chapter 245 Strange Regret. Li Sijing didn't sleep well during this lunch break. After all, she had to get up and put on her hat and gloves every half an hour to get the resource box. But an hour and a half was enough for her to recover a lot of energy. At 2:30, she finally got rid of her sleepiness and sat up from the driver's seat. 4 low-level resource boxes were placed side by side on the folding table. This was her gain during this period. However, she didn't mean to open them, but was going to eat something to wake up, and then drive herself. As for what to eat, when she took the frozen meat from the freezer before going to bed, she saw the crushed ice that had been placed in it before. This was opened in the last world, but it was icy and snowy at that time, so it was not suitable to eat this. So she kept it, although it is not summer now. With her physical fitness, there is still no problem eating a crushed ice. She broke the crushed ice from the freezer into 2 halves before putting it in her mouth. The coolness of the ice immediately made her feel refreshed. Li Sijing, who was about to finish eating the crushed ice, was thinking about another thing in her mind. I remember that in the last world, 2 dragon fruits bloomed, but I was reluctant to eat them. So many fruits bloomed today. Why not eat one? She took out a still very fresh dragon fruit from the mustard seed space. She peeled the dragon fruit with her bare hands, looking at the bright red color of the dragon fruit. She was a little afraid of staining her hands. The juice of the dragon fruit is very difficult to clean, and the current water resources are not abundant, so it is natural to save as much as possible. By the way, she seemed to have a few disposable gloves. Li Sijing quickly found them and put them on her right hand. Through the disposable gloves, she finally tasted the peeled dragon fruit. While eating the dragon fruit, Li Sijing also opened the trading area to check the rabbit meat she had hung up. As a result, it took so long to complete 2 transactions, and both were exchanged with metal materials. The most important thing is that these 2 people traded around 12 o'clock. But at about 1 o'clock, they both regretted it at the same time, with less than a minute between them. The reasons for the 2 people's regrets were different, but their final requirements were very unified. That is, they hoped that the previous transaction would be invalidated, and each of them would take back their own items. And even as the price of regretting, they were willing to give a proper amount of compensation. What's going on? The more Li Sijing read these 2 messages, the more strange it was. She didn't believe the reasons they gave. Just 5 units of metal materials. Even if it was a wrong purchase, there is nothing to regret. Right? Something must have happened. But what exactly is it? Has her reputation become worse? Or is there some force in the area that is suppressing her? With this feeling, Li Sijing couldn't help but go to the regional channel to check. At this time, naturally no one was talking in the area. Li Sijing spent more than 10 minutes scrolling up a lot of content, but still found nothing. There was nothing found in the area. So she went to the trading area again, looked through it carefully, and got some information. The prices in the trading area are much better than in the morning, and the prices of various items have been roughly determined. First of all, the various basic materials, because there are no special requirements, have been redefined according to the probability of opening the box. The exchange ratio, although the prices between them are still fluctuating, they will be completely stable by the evening. Secondly, the food price has really dropped, and meat has also been seriously unsaleable. This situation has almost become a common phenomenon. So this is why the 2 people bought her rabbit meat and regretted it. Li Sijing shook her head. This is definitely not the main reason. There must be something else. But she hasn't thought of it yet. She kept thinking until 3 o'clock, and she met another resource box. And this matter still had no result. Since I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. If there is really something, there will always be a moment to reveal it. After putting this matter aside and taking back the resource box, Li Sijing decided to drive it herself. Since she got the proficient racing driver skills, she actually has a regret. That is, she didn't experience driving well. At the beginning, it was limited by the configuration of the car itself, and later it was limited by the bad road conditions, and the speed was never raised. Now that the car has been upgraded and the road conditions are not bad, it is just right for her to experience it. After fastening her seat belt and holding the steering wheel with both hands, Li Sijing spoke and took back the control of the off-road vehicle. This time, there was no clue of the change of control between Shinkong and her from outside the car, because there was no change in speed in the middle. Shinkong's speed was 100 kilometers per hour, and after Li Sijing took over, she still maintained a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. The windshield wipers were moving back and forth regularly. Li Sijing looked forward with a relaxed expression. After all, she was no longer the novice driver at the beginning. She drove on the highway for 2 hours, from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and she drove a total of 200 kilometers. This was an experience she had never had before. After handing the control of the off-road vehicle back to Shinkong, Li Sijing breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in the driver's seat with full relaxation, looking at the 9 low-level resource boxes placed side by side on the folding table. She was full of satisfaction. At noon, she opened a total of 6 resource boxes, including the intermediate resource boxes, adding the 9 resource boxes in front of her. There are 15 resource boxes, and when she reaches 6 o'clock, she will have 2 more resource boxes, which is 17 resource boxes, which is an unprecedented harvest. When she was at her best before, she only harvested about 10 resource boxes a day. Today is almost her income from the previous 2 days. With so many resource boxes, how much supplies can be obtained? Thinking of the previous discussion of other people in the regional channel, she suddenly wanted to agree with one of the views. This world really seems to be a rewarding world. From today's situation, there is really no difficulty, but a lot of harvest. However, at the end of the extreme joy, Li Xijing's heart. But a sense of uneasiness rose faintly. And I don't know where it came from. This uneasiness was very slight and had no reason. In the end, it was suppressed by the joy of getting a large amount of resources. After driving seriously for 2 hours, Li Xijing couldn't help but open the storage compartment and prepare to take snacks to replenish. By the way, the tiramisu box that was open earlier can be taken out and eaten now. So she closed the storage compartment again, took out the small box from the mustard space, opened it, and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. Suddenly, a sweet taste spread in her mouth. Sure enough, at any time, desserts can always make people feel happy. After eating tiramisu, Li Xijing ate another bag of instant noodles to fill her stomach, and then began to prepare for the barbecue in the evening. Cut all the thawed meats into small pieces of appropriate size, and then take out the fish skewer collected before. Now she has no plan to open the resource box. Although 9 resource boxes are the most she has ever collected. And this time, she plans to wait until she gets the last 2 resource boxes of the day. At that time, it will be more fun to open 11 resource boxes together. With such a plan, at 5:30, Li Xijing ushered in the 10th resource box, putting the resource box together with the previous 9. The vehicle continued to move forward. Li Xijing took off her hat and gloves and placed them on the folding table. The various meats were already skewered. And just as she was about to prepare the vegetarian dishes, the game prompt sound suddenly rang. Chapter 246 Synthesized Treasure Chest. It is detected that the player has 10 unopened low-level resource boxes, which meet the synthesis conditions, can be synthesized into 1 intermediate resource box. Do you want to synthesize 10 low-level resource boxes? Synthesize 1 intermediate resource box? Isn't this the same as synthesizing upgrade cards with blueprints? It seems that many things can be upgraded as long as 10 are accumulated. Is this a hidden Easter egg? Last time, the 10 blueprints were not given the opportunity to choose, and they were directly synthesized. This time it is not bad, and they know to respect her wishes. But whether she should synthesize or not, looking at the 10 low-level resource boxes in front of her, Li Xijing couldn't help but fall into deep thought, constantly analyzing the pros and cons in her mind. 10 low-level resource boxes for 1 intermediate resource box. In terms of the amount of materials that can be obtained, synthesis is certainly not cost-effective. After all, how many supplies can be opened from 10 low-level resource boxes? This folding table can't even hold them all. Right? However, if we talk about the quality of the supplies, that's another matter. Low-level resource boxes can only give out various foods and daily necessities. She knew this from the first resource box she met. Even if there are 10 low-level resource boxes, no matter how many supplies are opened, they are still just daily necessities and food. Does she need these things? She doesn't lack these. If she loses these supplies, she won't be in trouble. After all, as long as she has the basic materials, she can exchange them with others. But the supplies that can be opened from the intermediate resource boxes are different. They are blueprints. For other people, not every intermediate resource box can give out blueprints. But for Li Xijing, she has Xingyao, and every intermediate resource box will definitely produce a blueprint. So, on the question of whether to synthesize or not, others may be hesitant. After thinking about these things clearly, Li Xijing made a decision that she must synthesize. If she is lucky enough to get a practical ordinary blueprint, it will be a continuous source of benefits for her. Or she can get a useful car parts blueprint, or a duplicate car parts blueprint. After all, she can also exchange it with Xingyu. If she is really unlucky and gets a useless car parts blueprint, it doesn't matter. She can save it and synthesize the parts upgrade card later. In short, even if it is the worst possibility, the loss is within the range that Li Xijing can bear. But if the best situation can happen, she will make a lot of money. After thinking so much, Li Xijing did not hesitate and clicked OK directly. Start synthesis immediately. 10 low-level resource boxes, successfully synthesized into 1 intermediate resource box. Please check. Then Li Xijing saw that the 10 low-level resource boxes placed on the folding table were surrounded by a white mist. In less than 3 seconds, as the white mist dissipated, a blue intermediate resource box appeared on the table. With some trepidation, Li Xijing slowly opened this intermediate resource box. 400G canned herring, casing manufacturing drawings, bulletproof glass manufacturing drawings, sausage enema machine, white t-shirt, a pair of high-heeled diamond sandals, still focusing on the open drawings first. There was actually one of the two drawings that was repeated. It seems that her luck today is really good. As for the other drawing, if it appears alone, it may not be useful. But with the sausage stuffer that appears later, it is a very good thing. Casing manufacturing, by adding different materials. Edible casings and inedible casings can be made respectively. Shelf life at room temperature is 15 days. Materials required for manufacturing. 100 g of any food can make 1 meter of casing. Or 1 unit of plastic can make 1 meter of casing. After seeing the casing manufacturing drawing clearly, Li Sijing was even more satisfied. What she valued most was naturally the note at the end, which stated that it can be stored for 15 days at room temperature. In other words, in the future, even if the meat in her hands is not placed in the freezer, it can be made into sausages and stored. Half a month is not a long time, but as a transition stage, it is completely fine. As for the two different types of casings, edible and inedible, at that time, whichever material is available, just make whichever one, which does not have much impact. It was just that the words any food on it reminded Li Sijing of the scraps she sold cheaply to others. Those must weigh hundreds of pounds. If they were used to make sausage casings, they could make more than 500 meters. Right? Thinking of this, she felt heartbroken. It was a pity that she sold it too early. But it didn't matter much. She killed more than one large beast. After killing large beasts tomorrow, there would naturally be more scraps. After reading the drawings, the next thing to look at was the sausage stuffer that matched it. This sausage stuffer is fully automatic, with two openings, upper and lower. Put the materials in the upper part, and the sausages come out from the lower part. It is very easy to operate. In Li Sijing's impression, this fully automatic sausage stuffer should be a very large machine. And the one in front of her is obviously a black technology produced by a survival game. Not much bigger than the rice cooker next to it. Putting this machine away, Li Sijing suddenly felt that it didn't matter if the meat was unsaleable. At most it could be made into sausages. In addition to these supplies, the other three supplies opened from the intermediate resource box were nothing to look at. A can of herring. Before it was opened, Li Sijing smelled a faint stench, which was really unacceptable. She would never eat this thing. So she would wait until night and hang it in the trading area. No matter what she could exchange for. A pair of high-heeled diamond sandals. Looking at the 10-centimeter heels, Li Sijing shook her head directly. Respectfully declined. The only thing that was somewhat useful was probably the last t-shirt. At least it could be worn. Although it might be a bit cold to wear now. But in general, Li Sijing was still very satisfied with this intermediate resource box. Her 10 low-level resource boxes are very valuable when combined. Or, try again tomorrow. By the way, 10 low-level resource boxes can be combined into one intermediate resource box. Then 10 intermediate resource boxes should also be able to combine into one advanced resource box. In the advanced resource box, you can get a skill book. This is a more attractive material than the blueprint. But after serious thinking, Li Sijing had to give up this idea. First of all, for her, 10 intermediate resource boxes are too difficult to save up. According to the probability that she can only encounter one a day, it will take a week and a half to save 10. And this also means that she will have a whole world without the ability to obtain the blueprint. If calculated in this way, it is not cost-effective. Moreover, there are too many uncertain factors in the skill book. Each skill book is divided into 3 levels. And the difference is too big. The most important thing is that if an impractical skill book is opened, it seems unlikely to save 10 books for synthesis. The cost of trial and error is too high, and the final rate of return is not high. After all the calculations, Li Sijing found that this method might work for others. But for her, it was a waste of time and effort. Chapter 247. Try to use it. The first day of the Acid Rain world. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Sijing encountered a low-level resource box as expected. After driving for a day, the off-road vehicle can finally stop at this time. In fact, she has always been a little worried about her car, fearing that the engine or other parts will burn out after driving for a long time. After all, other people will stop their cars to rest at lunch. And her off-road vehicle, because of the existence of the starry sky, has been driving without stopping. This is also the reason why she has never dared to increase the speed of the off-road vehicle to the maximum speed. Sitting in the driver's seat, Li Sijing directly opened the resource box. 1 unit of gasoline. 20 units of gasoline. 5 eggs. 1 pack of spicy instant noodles, 5 wood, 2 cloths, 21 units of gasoline. Not bad. You know, there are only 13 units of gasoline left in her car tank. Although the tank was half full when she opened the boxes at noon. The car kept driving in the afternoon, and a lot of gasoline was consumed. Originally, if she had opened 10 low-level resource boxes before, the gasoline from them would probably have filled the tank. But this is not a mid-level resource box. As a result, she was almost out of gasoline. Fortunately, this last resource box opened some gasoline, which can at least allow her to drive 200 kilometers tomorrow. For such a long distance, you can also encounter a few resource boxes, and you can always open gasoline. As for the 5 eggs and a pack of instant noodles, Li Sijing put them directly on the shelf. Next, she had to get out of the car and move around and deal with some trivial matters. After all, she had been in the car for a day. It was 6 o'clock now, and the acidity of the rain outside had risen to 9 points. She didn't know how powerful it was, but she still remembered that in an hour of rain with an acidity of 10, the durability of the acid-proof spray layer would be reduced by 1 point. I think this level of power is definitely not something the human skin can withstand. In any case, protective work must be prepared. Taking out the large parasol that had previously blocked the sun and snowflakes, Li Sijing then took out the acid-proof spray layer. Spray the parasol with the acid-proof spray layer, so that she can get out of the car and move around on rainy days. The diameter of the parasol is 3 meters, and the total area is only about 7 square meters. But the acid-proof spray layer required is more than 7 units. Just because the spray layer, each press is an area of 1 square meter, and it cannot be sprayed in parts. Thus, in order to spray this parasol, Li Sijing consumed a total of 9 units of acid-proof spray layer. Of course, she would not waste those extra corners. With the extra corners, she added 1 unit of spray layer to spray the raincoat and rubber gloves. She used another 1 unit of spray layer to spray a single umbrella and a bamboo hat that she had opened before. Thus, of the 12.2 units of acid-proof spray layer left, 11 units were used, leaving only 1.2 units. With these equipment, she could finally walk in the acid rain with peace of mind. First put on the raincoat, bamboo hat and gloves, and deal with the garbage that had accumulated on the car all day. Then took the large parasol, opened it in front of the car, and then took off the gloves and raincoat. The rain outside was not heavy, but there was no dry place on the road after a whole day of drizzling. The 3-meter parasol separated a small space in the drizzle. This small space was not big, but it was the only place where Li Sijing could stay outside the car. After sitting in the car all day, Li Sijing still needed time to move her stiff body. A circle with a diameter of 3 meters, and a pillar in the middle, was obviously not a comfortable thing to move in such a space. But under such conditions, we can only make do with it temporarily. And this kind of compromise is estimated to continue until the next world. Wearing a hat to protect her face, Li Sijing moved for half an hour and barely opened her body. Then she took all the remaining water from the last world down from the car. The hot water that had been boiled long ago was added to the bucket, and half a bucket of water suddenly became warm water. Wash first, then wipe the body hastily with the remaining water and change the underwear. The dirty clothes that were taken off were thrown directly into the bath water for scrubbing. Finally, a little mineral water was poured out to clean the dirty clothes. Looking at the 5-liter barrel of mineral water that was just opened today, only half of it was left. Li Sijing couldn't help but sigh that she should be more frugal. By the way, I don't know if these acid rains can be used. Of course she knew that it wouldn't work when used like this, but she still had a water purifier. I don't know if it can purify these acidic rainwater. And even if it can be purified, these purified waters are definitely not drinkable. But they can be used for daily use. How about giving it a try? Thinking of this, Li Sijing immediately put the empty bucket that had just been brought down and had run out of water outside the parasol. The sound of da-da-da came from the bucket, and it was obvious that a lot of rain had dripped into it. Li Sijing stood on tiptoe and looked out. In such a short time, she did not see any damage to the plastic bucket caused by the rain. The rain was too small, and it would not be collected in a short time. Li Sijing would not wait like this. She began to pack up the things outside, hung the washed underwear and towels in the closet, and turned on the dryer. As for other things, they were all taken back to the SUV. And finally she put away the parasol and returned to the car. There were only 10 minutes left before dark, and Li Sijing prepared to collect the buckets placed outside to collect rain before dark. And in such a short time, Li Sijing was not idle, and began to prepare barbecued vegetarian dishes. After all, it was already this time, and after all the preparations were done, she had to prepare dinner. Right? Having obtained such good barbecue equipment, she is very much looking forward to today's barbecue. Chapter 248. The experiment failed. When a person has something to do, time passes quickly, and 10 minutes pass in the blink of an eye. In the last minute before 7 o'clock, Li Sijing quickly took the bucket exposed to acid rain into the car, closed the door, pulled the blackout curtain, and turned on the lights inside the car. The engulfing darkness was isolated outside the car, and the lights inside the car, although not bright, were warm and comfortable when shining on the body, making people feel at ease. Li Sijing looked at the bucket. After nearly 20 minutes of drizzling, the rainwater collected was barely enough to cover the bottom of the bucket. With this little water, it is estimated that only 1 cup can be poured out, and she can drink it all in one breath. Of course, it is just an analogy, and she will naturally not drink it. Moreover, she has used a water purifier before, but she knows one of its shortcomings. That is, every time it is purified, the water volume is directly lost by half. With such a cup of water, half of it is lost. How much can be left? However, Li Sijing still brought out the water purifier. She was just trying to see if the purification would work, but she didn't expect to have much water to use. After all, with a drizzle like today, even if she put out the bucket and collected the rain for a whole day, it wouldn't be enough to fill the bucket. Right? Of course, this was only the first day of rain. According to the usual behavior of survival games, the rain would definitely get heavier. So, as long as she succeeded in this experiment, the amount of rain she could collect would naturally not be limited to this. Wearing rubber gloves, she carefully poured the rainwater into the water inlet of the water purifier, and then clicked to start. The water purifier, which was supposed to start immediately, popped up several prompts at this time. Acidic water source detected. The acidity in the water is 9 points, which exceeds the maximum defense limit of the water purifier. Hint: if you insist on purifying this kind of water source, the water purifier will be completely destroyed within 10 hours. Do you want to continue purifying? Is it still not working? Li Sijing was a little disappointed and poured the rainwater back into the original bucket. However, although this method did not work, this action was not in vain. After all, some information was obtained. For example, as mentioned in the hint just now, it exceeds the maximum defense limit of the water purifier. This defense limit should refer to durability. Right? As far as she knows now, the only thing with durability is the acid-proof spray layer. The acidity of 10 acid rain drops by 1 point for 1 hour. The acidity that this water purifier can withstand is definitely not as high as the acid-proof spray layer. In rainwater with an acidity of 9, it can't last for 10 hours. That is to say, the durability of this water purifier should not be 10 points. After all this calculation, she could only infer this much information. Keeping this information in mind, Li Sijing looked at the bucket of rainwater in front of her and couldn't help but feel a headache. When she was doing the experiment just now, she was only thinking about the results, but didn't think about the aftermath after the experiment. So, how should we deal with this acid rain now? It's dark, and it's definitely not okay to pour it outside with the window open. But if it's put in a bucket like this, what if the acid resistance of the bucket is not even 10 points? In this case, wouldn't it corrode a hole in the bucket in the middle of the night, and then flow all over the car? After thinking for a long time, there was no good way. Li Sijing had no choice but to use the superposition method. She had made 4 buckets to fetch water before, and she stacked them together. In this way, even if the first bucket was corroded, there were still 3 buckets below. It would only take 12 hours for a bucket to last for 3 hours. So there should be no problem. Right? After dealing with the acid rain, Li Sijing was in the mood to prepare today's barbecue dinner. Roe deer meat, wild boar meat, and beef had all been skewered before. The vegetarian dishes she prepared were also quite rich, including leeks, soaked mushrooms, baby cabbage, and eggplant, which had all been skewered before. Put the newly acquired skewer machine on the folding table and remove the grill on it. The charcoal obtained together was about the same length as the middle finger, hexagonal rhombus, with a small hole in the middle. which was very easy to ignite. Li Sijing didn't even use the straw that had been prepared long ago, and directly used a lighter to ignite the charcoal. After stacking a few pieces of charcoal and letting them burn, Li Sijing got up and went to look for drinks. Eating while grilling. This meal will definitely take a lot of time. So naturally you have to prepare a lot of drinks. Eating barbecue with beer is a classic. But unfortunately, Li Sijing only has the last can of beer in her hand, which is definitely not enough. There are still 2 cans of Coke, which is a good substitute for beer. 3 cans still feel a little too little. So Li Sijing finally took a bottle of lactic acid bacteria drink and a cup of brewed milk tea as backup. Oh! And there are fruits. She took out 2 mangoes and a peach from Jiazi's space. Then she patiently peeled the fruits, cut them into small pieces that were easy to eat, and placed them on the plate. Today, since the atmosphere is here, the configuration of the ingredients must naturally keep up. After all, occasionally preparing some rituals for yourself can double your happiness. In this way, these food and drinks filled up the folding table, and there was still no room. So you could only open the folding chair that had been idle for a long time and put it on it. At this time, the charcoal in the skewer machine has been ignited, and various seasonings are prepared, and you can start grilling. Still eat roe deer meat and wild boar meat first, interspersed with some vegetarian dishes, and then drink some drinks and eat some fruits to relieve greasiness. While eating, Li Sijing was not idle either, and she also opened the blue screen to check the information. First, open the trading area to check the rabbit meat she hung on it, and the result is still unsatisfactory. In the whole afternoon, no order was completed. It seems that this rabbit meat really can't be sold, and I can only find a way to digest it myself. She has kept the soup from the first world when she braised wild boar meat. The weather was cold in the last world, so even after more than a week, it still didn't go bad. Originally, she was going to use this braising soup to braise the unsellable rabbit meat. After all, braised meat can be stored longer than fresh meat, as long as she delays a little. When her off-road vehicle is upgraded on Wednesday, there will be space to put the freezer again. The only disadvantage is that the multifunction pot is too small, which is not convenient for braising, and a mobile stove is needed. And it has been raining in the current world, and it is not convenient to push the mobile stove outside. Fortunately, she now has a better choice, which is to make all the rabbit meat into sausages. Of course, Li Sijing is not in a hurry to cancel the transaction. After all, there is no time to make sausages now. It is estimated that it will have to wait until tomorrow. So let it hang. Chapter 249 Weird Exchange Ratio. In addition to rabbit meat, Li Sijing also hung a lot of items in the trading area. But because the prices were not changed in time after the transition to the new world, the amount of transactions was also very few. Now, after a day, the prices in the trading area have stabilized. After she understands it, she will also adjust her offer appropriately. However, when checking the trading area and investigating the prices, she found something a little weird. Although the prices of other materials fluctuate, they are all within the acceptable range. Even the food, which has dropped to the original price due to the flooding, is not surprising. Only the basic materials, the exchange ratio between various basic materials, is something Li Sijing can't understand. And the changes are too big. The exchange ratio of the 5 basic materials has become the same as the beginning. That is, 1-to-1 exchange. Even the metal with the lowest value is no exception. Only wood. Probably because it has passed the stage of being in demand, and because it can be obtained by decomposing resource boxes. The final exchange ratio with other materials is 2-to-1. But why is this? You know, metal is the material with the largest storage volume in everyone's hands. According to common sense, the price should not go up? Is it because the chance of getting it after unboxing becomes smaller? Just like the glass at the beginning. Because the chance of it appearing is small, the value becomes higher? Li Sijing couldn't help but think that she didn't seem to get much metal material when she unboxed today. But it doesn't make sense. This is only the first day. Even if the chance of unboxing metal is lower, the price reaction should not be so big. In the last world, there was a famine, and no one reacted so quickly to food. At this moment, Li Sijing somehow suddenly remembered the 2 people who used metal materials at noon and regretted the transaction. Is there any connection between them? Those 2 people should know something. Right? Originally, she wanted to send a message to ask. But after thinking about it, Li Sijing finally did not do so. but continued to look for available information in the trading area. After this look, she found a bigger blind spot. In the trading area, many people are doing transactions to exchange basic materials, and it is noted that metal materials can be exchanged for any other basic materials at a 1-to-1 ratio. For people who are eager to upgrade their cars, this kind of transaction is simply a welfare. So there are still many people trading. Even she herself was very moved at this moment. After all, if the metal materials in her hands can really be used to make the materials for the mess in space at a 1-to-1 exchange ratio, it will not be a problem. But while being moved, Li Sijing found that there were more people who sent out material transactions. So what is hidden in this? However, Li Sijing continued to look through the trading area and the chats in the regional channel, but could not find any useful information. In contrast, there were more people trading materials. After all, after experiencing two worlds, who doesn't have some metal materials in their hands? Don't these traders have doubts in their hearts? Of course, there are. But who can resist taking advantage of the bargain in front of them? Until 8:30, more than an hour later, the skewers on the table had been eaten up, and Li Sijing's doubts were still not answered. How about exchanging a little? At this moment, she couldn't help but be tempted. Li Sijing clicked on a transaction, and was about to confirm it when a friend's message suddenly sounded. The determination she had just made was immediately broken by this voice. She could only helplessly give up temporarily, and open the friend's message. The one who sent the message was Zhou Qinghuan. Sister Jing, do you still have fish cakes in your hand? Li Sijing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows after reading the message. She had just eaten the 6 caddies of fish cake she had just sent. However, she would not refuse the business. Yes. Do you want more? Yes. This time I will use apples. Can I exchange with you? Zhou Qinghuan immediately sent a message. Apple? Eating more apples is good for your health. Li Sijing had no reason to disagree. But the exchange ratio. Food now is not as valuable as before. Even processed food is just as expensive as rare fruits. Okay. How about a 1-to-1 exchange? Li Sijing said the price after consideration. Okay. I want to exchange 20 kilograms to save for later consumption. After all, it will probably be difficult to meet fish in the future, Zhou Qinghuan said, and then said another sentence. By the way, do you still have the fish balls you gave me last time? They tasted very good. I also want to exchange for 5 kilograms. There were quite a lot of fish balls made last time. And Li Sijing was not stingy, and replied, all? After getting Li Sijing's answer, Zhou Qinghuan did not wait, and directly sent the transaction. However, looking at the 30 kilograms of apples on the transaction, Li Sijing was puzzled. You said too much. Right? Do you want 10 kilograms of fish balls? Zhou Qinghuan replied, no. 5 gene of fish balls are enough for me. The extra apples are for you to taste. After all, I said before that I would give you new apples to taste. Li Sijing didn't take Zhou Qinghuan's casual words seriously. But she didn't expect that she would always remember it. With their friendship, it would be bad to refuse directly. After thinking about it, she clicked to accept, and then packed the fish cakes and fish balls and sent them over. The fish cakes were 20 gene, and the fish balls were rounded up to an integer. A total of 200. One fish ball is about 20 G, and 5 gene of fish balls should have 125. But Li Sijing directly sent 3 gene more. In this way, it can be regarded as a give-and-take relationship, and the relationship will last long. Zhou Qinghuan accepted the things, but sent a message. Sister Jing, you don't have to be so polite. Li Sijing smiled and borrowed her words to answer. No. I'm just giving it to you to try. The transaction was completed, and she put away the apples she had traded. This time, the apples were bigger than last time. About half a pound each. About 70 apples. From the jiezi space, some blackfish meat was separated and placed in the empty freezer, and then the apples were stuffed into the jiezi space. After the matter was handled, Li Sijing couldn't help but think of the exchange of basic materials. Speaking of this matter, why not ask Zhou Qinghuan? With the other party's luck, it shouldn't be wrong to follow her choice? Thinking of this, Li Sijing opened the chat box with Zhou Qinghuan again. And just when she was about to send a message to ask, the friend message rang again. This time, of course, it was not Zhou Qinghuan, but Wu Aigua. As for the message he sent, Chapter 250 Trap. Sisterly, don't exchange metal materials for other basic materials. The message Wu Aigua sent was very short, but the meaning made Li Xijing a little confused. Just when Li Xijing wanted to send a message to ask why, Wu Aigua's message came again. All basic materials can help cars resist acid rain, and metal materials have the best acid resistance. This was secretly told to me by a member of the inspection team. I don't know the more specific information now, but what is certain is that exchanging basic materials at the current ratio is definitely a loss-making business. There is indeed something fishy about this. After reading the message sent by Wu Aigua, Li Xijing's doubts were immediately answered. However, Li Xijing was still a little puzzled. Why do other people know this news? But we don't know it. Did you spray the car with an acid-proof spray layer? Instead of answering Li Xijing's question, Wu Aigua asked instead. This question seemed irrelevant to what they were discussing. Although she was surprised, she still answered yes. I guess that only when the car is corroded by acid rain to a certain extent will the prompt be triggered. Wu Aigua pointed out the connection. And those of us who sprayed the car with acid-proof spray can't get the prompt because we protect the car too well. She protects her car too well. So is she to blame? This is really a pit. Li Xijing couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. In this survival game, it would be uncomfortable if each world didn't come up with new tricks. Right? Perhaps seeing that Li Xijing hadn't replied for a long time, Wu Aigua sent another message. You didn't trade with others, did you? Am I too late again? Seeing this, Li Xijing quickly replied, no. Your message came just in time. But she was a little scared in her heart. Fortunately, when she was about to trade just now, she was interrupted by Zhou Qinghuan and got through it. Otherwise she would regret it now. Sure enough, Zhou Qinghuan is her lucky star. However, looking at the word again in Wu Aigua's message, Li Xijing couldn't help but frown and asked, are you too late again? Is it possible that someone has already traded? Yes. I have sent the first message I sent to you just now to everyone at the previous exchange meeting. As a result, except for Louis Zhou and you, most people have already traded. Louis Zhou? I didn't expect that he was unlucky, but he was able to keep his composure. But it doesn't matter much. People who can afford the acid-proof spray layer have some money in their hands. This time the news is not equal. Just treat it as a loss of money to avoid disaster. Wu Aigua added. Seeing this news, Li Xijing laughed out loud. If other people heard this, they would probably be angry to death. However, she was able to avoid losing money this time, so she had to thank Wu Aigua. After thinking about it, Li Xijing took out a pound of fish cakes and a pound of fish balls, a total of 2 pounds of food, and gave them to Wu Aigua, and added, I made them in my spare time last night. How do you taste? Yeah, I won't refuse these things. Thank you, sister. Wu Aigua accepted it very readily. After the chat with Wu Aigua came to an end, Li Xijing was thinking about the information she had just received. In the last world, when she saw the acid-proof spray layer in the terminal store, she was guessing that there must be something else that could replace this acid-proof spray layer. Otherwise, how would ordinary people who couldn't afford the acid-proof spray layer survive in the acid rain world? Now it seems that there is indeed a substitute. But she didn't expect that this substitute would be the basic material. What she wants to know most now is the specific content of the prompt. What is the acid-proof ratio of each basic material? However, Li Xijing believes that even if those who get the prompt try their best to conceal it, the news will eventually be disclosed. After all, there are many people and many mouths. And what she needs to do now is to wait quietly for the follow-up. The only pity is that the price change of the materials she hung in the trading area needs to wait a little longer. After all, only when the exchange ratio of basic materials is stable can she set a reasonable price. And this time should not make her wait too long. The biggest doubt in her heart was solved. And Li Xijing turned off the blue screen and put her eyes in front of her. It was already 8 o'clock. And after nearly 2 hours of grilling, there was nothing left. However, some of the charcoal in the grill was not fully burned. The most important thing was that she had just solved a big problem. And now her appetite was opened. She suddenly wanted to eat a little more. In layman's terms, she wanted to continue the stall. Otherwise, cut another pound of rabbit meat to skewer and grill. If you want to do it, do it. Li Xijing immediately stood up and picked up a piece of rabbit meat, but suddenly paused. It seems that she has another ingredient in her hand, which is very suitable for barbecue. Of course, it is not all kinds of fish meat and fish fillets, because these fish meats are cut into pieces. There is no fish skin. If they are grilled on charcoal fire, They will probably be directly roasted dry, which is not very delicious. What Li Sijing thought of was the huge fish bubble in her hand. Fish bubble is a rare existence in the barbecue world, and its taste is unique. In the last world, she killed a total of 3 large beasts, one of which had 3 fish bubbles, and one of them was fried and eaten by her. As for the other 2, they are still in her jiezi space. Li Sijing immediately put down the rabbit meat and took a fish bubble out of the jiezi space. In order to quickly remove the fishy smell in the fish bubble, Li Sijing directly poured some high-proof liquor to scrub it. This bottle of high-proof liquor was exchanged with Zhou Qinghuan before. Originally, I thought that if the extreme cold world was too cold, I would drink some liquor to drive away the cold. But I didn't expect that I didn't use it. Now it has become a kitchen auxiliary material. It took a few minutes to clean the fish bubble, and then cut it into pieces and skewered it. With the last burning of the charcoal fire, put the fish bubbles, brush with oil and sprinkle with various seasonings. After the first string was grilled, Li Sijing couldn't wait to put it into her mouth. The tempting various seasonings, mixed with the special taste of the fish bubbles, were slightly crispy on the outside and juicy and chewy on the inside. She ate it very happily. Finally, after eating everything and cleaning up the mess, Li Sijing brewed the milk tea powder into a cup of sweet milk tea, sat in the driver's seat, and drank it slowly. This meal took a full 2.5 hours, which was the longest time Li Sijing had eaten. After drinking a cup of milk tea, it was getting late, and she didn't plan to do anything else. Li Sijing started to make the bed directly. The temperature at night should not exceed 20 degrees at most, which is still a bit cold, so the quilt should be taken out. As for the basic materials, she can look at it slowly when she lies in bed.